A 9-year-old child dares to insult Daoliu, saying it's no wonder Poseidon looks down on you. Family, this little brat must be incredibly bold. With white hair and red eyes, looking exceptionally handsome, he has been blocking Daoliu outside the worship hall for several days, even making harsh remarks in front of. Gold and crocodile Daw, it's so hard to see you, no wonder Poseidon looks down on you. Daoliu directly called him into the hall, and with a release of pressure, the little brat was strong in the upper body, but trembling in the lower half. So funny. This contrast is too cute. Once the pressure was lifted, he jumped up immediately. Bullying the weak. You really know how to play. Daoliu was confused. What exactly are you here for? The little brat said something shocking. The spirit hall is going to be finished. I'm a transmigrator from a different time and space. The story of Douluo Continent has been recorded in the form of a novel where I come from, and I just happen to have read it. In the future, there's a guy named Tang San who will destroy your spirit hall. Even more outrageous, he is also a reincarnator. Replay of the instance. Daoliu was stunned. What did you say? Bibi Dong and Rinxue are love-struck fools? They ruined a good hand. The more the little brat talked, the angrier he got. That scoundrel named Tang can escape from death every time. The spirit hall is so stupid. I couldn't help but act, and that bastard Shura God actually came down personally. Just a Shura God, you know. You looked indignant. Family. The Shura God came down personally? This plot is too explosive. Will Daoliu believe this little brat's words? Can the spirit hall avoid a disaster? Are you saying you have witnessed the future direction of this world? That's right. You took a deep breath and calmed down. Next issue is even more exciting. Daoliu suddenly grabbed the little brat. Are you telling the truth? How do we break the situation? One of the 5 great gods of the divine realm, the law god, the most shameless scoundrel, plays the harlot while setting up a monument of virtue. Family. This little brat really dares to say it. He cursed the Shura god as a pervert right in front of Daoliu, only to be covered by Daoliu's hand, afraid that the god king would hear and bring down thunder. When Daoliu released his hand, the little brat directly laid down the cards. I have innate soul power, level 20. Divine level, angel, martial soul. What can that broken hammer and grass of Tang San compare to me? This talk is incredibly arrogant. Daoliu was stunned. You're 97 at 22? And you've beaten me? The little brat even more ridiculously continued. My 3rd soul ring is a 10th Sandier 1. The 8th soul ring is 400,000, and the 9th soul ring is 700,000. After absorbing them, I slept for a year, and then I was level 93, very normal. In order to maximize the benefits of my soul rings, I risked my life absorbing high soul rings. I started with the 10th Sandier soul ring for the 3rd, and for the last 8th and 9th rings, I absorbed one 400,000 year and one 700,000 year soul ring. Right after absorbing the 9th soul ring, I was level 93. So isn't it normal to be 97 at 22? Daoliu's eyelids twitched. 700,000 year soul ring? Can this thing be absorbed? Aren't you afraid of exploding your body on the spot? The little brat added. If you hadn't saved me with the angel divine power, I would have exploded long ago. So in the last life, Daoliu saved him? Even more absurd, he said he failed to seize the Shura god position in his last life, and now plans to take the sea god position early. First intercept the sea god, then 3 against 1. The spirit hall still has hope. Daoliu was completely confused. Is this kid reliable? Is he really that powerful? Are you sure you're not just bluffing me? Family, do you think this little brat is bragging, or does he really have this ability? Can he compete with Tang San for the sea god position? Next chapter is directly high energy. Daoliu suddenly stood up. Okay, he'll trust you once. But you have to prove yourself. First go beat up Tang San from Nodding Academy for me to see. Ever since I failed to inherit the Shura god position in the City of Slaughter, I guess what the future was like. Family, this little brat is too miserable. Just because he has an angel martial soul, he's being chased by the Hao-Ian sect, and Tang Hao swings his hammer at the sight of him. What did he do to deserve this? Even more absurd, he actually complained to Daoliu. Your granddaughter Rinxue looks down on me, and your disciple Bibi Dong also looks down on me, just because I'm after their bodies and have flirted with a few little girls. I not only lust after her body, but also her mother's body. Plus, I've flirted with a few little girls, so every time she sees me, she wants to kill me. Daoliu's blood pressure skyrocketed, kicking him away. You little brat. I must correct your mindset today. You dodged while throwing harsh words. If you hit me again, I will go after Poseidon. Daoliu froze on the spot. The anger dissipated. This kid really dares to say it. Half an hour later, sat on the steps with a bruised face, and Daoliu called all 7 offerings. When Lightwing Douluo saw him, he immediately confronted. This kid is your illegitimate son, right? Daoliu and Mo spoke in unison. No. Where do you see any resemblance between me and this old guy? Where do you see any resemblance between me and this little brat? The offerings grew more suspicious at this synchronization rate. Who would believe they weren't father and son? Golden Crocodile Douluo even thought, isn't he probably the offspring of Qian Xuanji? All right, stop guessing. Family, do you think MOU is really from the Qian family? How will Qian Daoliu smooth things over next? Next chapter is directly high energy. MOU suddenly stood up. Actually, I'm here to help you win against Tang San. The 7 offerings were stunned. Can this bruised little brat do it? I just want to introduce this kid. He will be one of the offerings in the hall from now on. If he runs into any trouble, please help him as much as you can. Family. What Qian Daoliu said is no different from acknowledging kinship. The 6 offerings understood immediately, and Light-Winged Doa directly confronted, Boss, are you getting old and still doing good deeds? Would you do good things? I couldn't stop laughing. This sarcasm is too harsh. MOU was so angry his face turned green. You want me to show my martial soul? Just like that? Don't I care about face? As a result, Qian Daoliu transmitted, help you with something. MOU instantly perked up. Watch closely. Let you see. Boss, are you getting old and still doing good deeds? What did you do that? Qian Daoliu directly infused soul power to help him awaken. And wow, a 3-meter-high angel martial soul exploded onto the scene, wearing a mask, gender unrecognizable, holding a holy sword. The golden light was blinding. The offerings collectively exclaimed, divine-level martial soul. This aura is even more powerful than Qian Rengshu's. Light-Winged Douluo was unconvinced. Is this still okay? The angel martial soul of Douluo Continent, besides the Qian family, whose could it be? Qian Daoliu rolled his eyes. Can you see clearly? Is this the same as my family's? It really is different, Mo. Yes, angel carries a dangerous vibe, completely unlike the Qian family's loving aura. Divine-level martial soul, even more absurd. After MOU awakened, his soul power was directly approaching level 20. Innate, full soul power was hardly worth looking at. The offerings were thinking, perhaps this is the offspring left by Qian Xuanji back then? Otherwise, how could there be such an impressive angel martial soul? Family, what do you say about MOU's martial soul? Is it really from the Qian family? How else can Qian Daoliu explain it? The next chapter is going to be intense. MOU suddenly said, I know how to deal with Tang San's dual god positions. Qian Daoliu's eyes lit up. Quick, tell me. What else can I do? Just live a normal life. Family. MOU's words are too Versailles, right? In a last life, he was used as a tool by Bibi Dong and almost got killed. And in this life, he actually says he wants to live a normal life. Who would believe that? Qian Daoliu couldn't bear to listen any longer. What happened in your last life? What happened after Bibi Dong took you away? MOU had a belly full of grievances. Too much to say. All tears. That woman treated me as a tool for revenge against the Qian family, wanting to kill me while forcing me to cultivate just because of my angel martial soul. Bibi Dong took me away. Anyway, I suffered a lot there because of your son's troubles that I can't stop laughing. MOU even complained. I originally wanted to have a deep master-disciple relationship, but after working hard for more than 10 years, I was never taken. Seriously, just a pure tool. Just because he hit you Xiaojiang a few times, Bibi Dong almost killed him. If it weren't for Qian Daoliu's intervention, he would have been done for. Qian Daoliu's face turned red with embarrassment after all. This matter was related to his troublesome son. Who would have thought that the dignified limit Douluo would let a little brat suffer so much because of his son's issues? She's the type who destroys what she can't have. In this life, I don't want to be brainwashed into becoming a death soldier again. That's why I risked being taken out by you to go to the offering hall. MOU's words made people feel both heartbroken and amused. Family, do you think MOU can escape the fate of being a tool in this life? If Bibi Dong finds out he ran to the offering hall, would she come to kill him directly? What are your plans next? Qian Daoliu asked. The next chapter will be even more exciting. MOU suddenly smiled wickedly. In this life, I want Bibi Dong to know who the real boss is. Qian Daoliu was startled. What are you up to again? Bibi Dong, what do you want? This is the offering hall, not your Pope hall. Family, Bibi Dong has come to the offering hall. This is going to be trouble. MOU was so scared that he hid behind Qian Daoliu. Old Qian, you must protect me. That woman can take me out in an instant. Qian Daoliu was both angry and amused. She doesn't even recognize you now. Why are you so scared? But MOU firmly replied, she would. She even dealt harshly with her own daughter. What am I, a little brat? He was terrified for being tortured as a tool in his last life. This reaction is too real. She can take me out. What if she accidentally kills me? Bibi Dong was even more ferocious, directly unleashing her Rakshasa divine power to crash open the doors of the offering hall. Qian Daoliu immediately turned hostile, releasing the pressure of a limit Douluo, and with a loud bang, he blasted Bibi Dong away, creating a huge pit. Mo watched in astonishment. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Qian Daoliu sneered. She comes to my door and still expect me to give her face? Bibi Dong crawled out of the pit, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Finally calm, how could she compete with Qian Daoliu, who was comparable to a demigod? But her gaze was still fierce. I'm here to take someone. Qian Daoliu was confused. Take someone? Who do you want here? Mo's heart skipped a beat. She can't be looking for me, right? Family. Who do you think Bibi Dong is here to take? How does she know Mou is in the offering hall? Speak. What are you doing in the offering hall? Qian Daoliu said coldly. The next chapter is going to be intense. Bibi Dong stared at Qian Daoliu's back. Hand over that white-haired, reedy little brat. Mou was instantly petrified. How did she recognize me? Suddenly, he thought of his granddaughter, who had just gone undercover in the Tiando royal family for a few years. If she found out that her mother had gone mad. Sigh. Qian Daoliu retracted his imposing aura and looked pityingly at Bibi Dong, who was covered in dirt and looked rather foolish after being beaten by him. How did a perfectly good twin martial soul end up turning her into a madwoman? What kind of look is that? Noticing Qian Daoliu's sympathetic gaze, Bibi Dong felt a wave of disgust. Old hag, don't look at me with that kind of expression. Sigh. Qian Daoliu shook his head. It seems she really has gone mad and turned into a fool at that. Fortunately, he wouldn't argue with a fool. Great sacrifice. The golden crocodile beside him approached, sensing that something was off with Bibi Dong. In the past, the relationship between the Hall of Sacrifice and the Papal Hall was quite cold, but at least there were no major issues on the surface. But now Bibi Dong was directly cursing at the entrance of the Hall of Sacrifice. What's going on? Perhaps it's because she was too eager in her cultivation and has gone into a frenzy, gone mad, Qian Daoliu explained. The golden crocodile was taken aback, glanced at the dirty and foolish-looking Bibi Dong, and nodded in agreement. It was indeed possible. You're the one who has gone mad. I'm not mad, Bibi Dong retorted. Although Qian Daoliu's voice was not loud, for a title Douluo, it was like speaking directly into her ear, so Bibi Dong, who was standing not far away, heard it clearly. Enough. Stop using my body for such embarrassing things. Give my body back. In Bibi Dong's mind, an angry voice filled with a bit of shame rang out. What am I embarrassed about? Bibi Dong retorted in her mind. Just look at what you look like now. A cursing shrew? I am the Pope. My image. A small figure, identical to Bibi Dong, shouted in her mind. Although cursing Qian Daoliu felt good. This other self that mysteriously appeared in her mind a few days ago, calling herself the Rakshasa god, seemed rather foolish. But this guy actually managed to use her to conduct the Rakshasa goddess test, and forcibly seize control of her body with the divine power gained from the Rakshasa demon's scythe, using her body, in her name, to embarrass her. Thanks to Bibi Dong's reminder, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, who had just realized her dirty and foolish appearance, felt a bit embarrassed. With a wave of her hand, she used her soul power to clear the dirt off her body, returning to her former high and mighty self. Even the demeanor of a former god elevated her aura once again, radiating a cold, unapproachable presence. Noticing this detail, Qian Daoliu's expression grew serious again. This woman wasn't mad. She was just pretending to be mad. Enough, Bibi Dong, what do you want? Just say it, Qian Daoliu said flatly. Although he didn't know why this woman was pretending to be mad, since she hadn't truly lost her mind. He didn't feel the need to be overly sympathetic. The orphanage in Wuhuan City reported that a child had gone missing, Bibi Dong said lightly. But her gaze unconsciously drifted to the hidden Mou behind Qian Daoliu, who was only showing her head. And then, Qian Daoliu asked. According to the report from the guards of Pope Mountain, a child dressed in orphanage clothing came up a few days ago and hasn't gone back down. Bibi Dong said. So? Qian Daoliu asked again. Hand that child over to me, Bibi Dong said directly. Why should I? Qian Daoliu found it somewhat amusing. Was Bibi Dong ordering him? I am the Pope. The orphanage is under my jurisdiction. The soul awakening ceremony is managed by me. And the Wuhuan Academy is also under my control. So that child is also under my control. Bibi Dong asserted firmly. Qian Daoliu was taken aback. But just as he was about to refute, Bibi Dong interrupted him again. These are the things you said before? Or are you going to go back on your word? The great sacrifice of the Wuhuan Palace is going to go back on his word? Are you going to abduct a child from the Wuhuan City orphanage? Here I am, the Pope, here to collect a person based on the report from the orphanage director, only to be sent back covered in dirt? That would really be a joke for the Wuhuan Palace. If that's the case, then I might as well not be this Pope. What a disgrace. Without giving Qian Daoliu any chance to interrupt, Bibi Dong threw various accusations at him, leaving Qian Daoliu, the golden crocodile, and Mou all looking dumbfounded. Wait, BB Dong can argue like this? Chapter 6. 2 BB Dongs. After a moment of silence, Qian Daoliu, who was usually not good with words, finally organized his thoughts. Wait a minute. When did I ever abduct anyone? When I go back on my word, my counterattack just now was because you directly crashed into the angel temple, right? BB Dong dismissed it. Oh. Qian Daoliu, golden crocodile, MOU. Oh. Qian Daoliu felt a surge of anger rising within him, feeling stifled. BB Dong interrupted him again. Didn't I just blow your door open with a gust of wind when I landed? When did I crash into the angel temple? Also, you, a grown man, no, you, 100-year-old old man, are quarreling with a woman like me? Is that not embarrassing? The great sacrifice of the Wuhuan Palace? Invincible in the sky? Angel Douluo? BB Dong glanced at Qian Daoliu disdainfully. TSK. As BB Dong let out a light, airy sound, Qian Daoliu's expression completely lost control. He was mocked. Qian Daoliu, was mocked. Think about it. He had been unbeatable among his peers since childhood, dominating the continent, rarely encountering rivals. Only Tang Chun could barely match him. Yet now, he was being mocked by a woman like this. Looked down upon. You. Qian Daoliu squinted his eyes, raised his right hand, and glared fiercely at BB Dong. Seeing Qian Daoliu's expression, BB Dong felt a tightness in her heart. Had she gone too far? Oh no. Facing Qian Daoliu now, even with the Rakshasa demon scythe, she would be giving away free food. Here. Qian Daoliu raised his right hand, tugged at the little MOU who had been clinging to his leg since the beginning, and threw her towards BB Dong. BB Dong caught her smoothly, embracing the small MOU in her arms. Montaku. Seeing the triumphant look in BB Dong's eyes, MOU was filled with countless complaints that she didn't know where to start. Qian Daoliu, what the heck? If you can't argue back, why throw me out? What the hell is wrong with you? Am I going to have a good life after falling into her hands? No way. Without giving BB Dong and MOU any time to react, Qian Daoliu directly walked into the worship hall with the golden crocodile, also shutting the door behind him. A gentle breeze blew by, stirring up a bit of dust on the ground, and it seemed like a crow flew across the sky. Just a second ago, tensions were high, and the next moment, all that was left were the confused MOU and the subtly expressive BB Dong. Truly, the world is unpredictable, like a large intestine wrapped around a small intestine. That Pope? Can you let me down? MOU asked awkwardly, although being embraced by Princess BB Dong felt nice. He understood her intentions. She was just acting to win over people's hearts. Don't think this beautiful sister is a good person. She would sell you out and then make you count the money you were sold for. Don't ask how I know. Just know that I've been sold before. And I counted. Are you afraid of me? BB Dong asked in confusion. Is this old pervert acting weird toward her? Normally, this guy would pretend to be dead in her arms and look for an opportunity to take advantage. But what does this attitude of refusal mean? Did that old man, Qian Daoliu, say something? Don't be afraid. That old bastard just had a bit of friction with me. You shouldn't believe what he said. Although BB Dong was filled with resentment towards that old man, Qian Daoliu, she still tried to maintain a friendly image since she had just met MOU. She had to change MOU's prejudice against her. MOU forced a smile, not refuting. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. Don't I know what kind of person you are? Although BB Dong's harsh treatment of him was influenced by the Rorschach divine thought. After all, she had beaten the white moonlight, so it was normal for her to hold a grudge. Her subjective intentions were probably not much better. She came at him with the eternal creation right away. She was clearly trying to kill him. How did you end up in the worship hall? BB Dong turned around, continuing to hold MOU as they walked toward the Pope's hall. If I say I was curious and then got lost, would you believe it? MOU asked. BB Dong smiled. A child who hasn't even awakened a martial soul getting lost and avoiding the mountain guard scrutiny? Believe it or not. MOU shrugged. Qian Daoliu did not care about him. His life and death were completely in BB Dong's hands now. As a soul master without a ring, he couldn't escape. As for pretending and flattering, sorry, I won't play along. If I can live, great. If I can't, then I'll die. Perhaps just reincarnated. I might catch a chance to go play in another world. If there's no chance, then whatever. Living again is already a gain. And every second I live now is a bonus. Losing it wouldn't be a loss. Seeing MOU's unusual attitude, BB Dong had a bad guess in her heart. But on the surface, she still maintained the Pope's cold demeanor. However, the Rorschach god BB Dong could remain so calm, while the original BB Dong could not. Who is this child? Worth you confronting Qian Daoliu? BB Dong questioned. If it weren't for Qian Daoliu's concerns, even with the Rorschach divine power, that old man could have easily killed her. So this so-called divine being was just courting death earlier. An important person, The Rorschach god BB Dong said lightly. Huh. BB Dong sneered. You said Daoliu kidnapped a child, but aren't you the same? Moreover, this guy, BB Dong, who was halfway through her words, suddenly froze. Although she had lost control of her body, she could still feel what the other party felt. The soul power fluctuations from this child were at least at level 20. Could it be this child is like Qianrenxue? Then why did Daoliu let him go so easily? That old man couldn't stand such women's mockery. If he hadn't let her go, she would have had to say something even more stimulating. The Rorschach god BB Dong said. You had previously revealed the issue between Daoliu and the high priest of Sea God Island. At that time, she had not expected that this old man actually had such a history. Because of that incident, he had a psychological shadow, and with the relationship with Qianrenxue, as long as she didn't touch the bottom line of the spirit hall, that old man wouldn't kill her. In fact, when she was in trouble, that old man would even save her. Of course, it was only to keep her as a diligent worker for the spirit hall and to prevent his granddaughter from losing her mother again. So what do you want to do now? BB Dong asked. Also, when will you get my body back? Body? Wait for me. Before the Rorschach god BB Dong could finish her words, she suddenly froze, and a wave of weakness hit her. In the next moment, she lost control of this body and returned to her small mental space. The original BB Dong was back online. Damn, the Rorschach divine power is insufficient. The Rorschach god BB Dong cursed in her heart. She could forcibly seize control of this body because her current control over the Rorschach divine power was very weak, incomparable to when she was once a god. However, with just this little Rorschach divine power, her forceful behavior wouldn't last long. After all, this body was not hers. It belonged to her current self. The MOU, who was lazily sleeping in BB Dong's arms, opened his eyes. He felt that BB Dong's aura seemed to have changed. Was it just his illusion? Little guy, join the Pope's hall. The BB Dong who regained control of her body did not disdain the little brat in her arms. Her eyes were even more fervent than the previous Rorschach god BB Dong. Innate level 20. Such talent could easily reach Super Douluo. The hope of becoming a limit Douluo is also very high. If fate allows, finding the place of divine examination might even lead to becoming a god. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, there's a place of inheritance on Sea God Island, and when the time comes. I warn you, don't get any ideas about him. The Rorschach god BB Dong said coldly in her mind. She is her, and the current her is also the past her. She doesn't need a guess. She knows what she's thinking now. It's just that she thinks she has found an excellent tool and is already planning how to deceive and win people's hearts. Because the past her was like this, directly snatching MOU, who awakened the rare angel martial soul, to the Pope's hall during the martial soul awakening ceremony. Even when Daoliu came to ask for him, she didn't back down because he was the best tool for her revenge against the Qian family and the Angel clan, cultivating another angel martial soul to destroy this self-proclaimed sacred angel family. That would be too interesting. Driven by hatred and resentment, she had been a madwoman for decades. If it weren't for the fact that MOU was shattered by the Shura divine sword right in front of her, she might have never awakened. Chapter 7, Self-Destruction, No Way. Without a shred of hesitation, MOU instinctively replied. The Pope's hall? Huh. To be a tool again? To be a fool again? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is not very smart, but that doesn't mean he will jump into the pit again and again. Right now, he just wants to live day by day, enjoy himself, and then in the future, look for an opportunity to try his luck at Sea God Island to see if he can inherit the Sea God position. If he can, he will fight that bastard Shura. As for the conflict with the Spirit Hall and the Tang family, he couldn't care less. The reason is simple. He's tired. He was never a good person. He is just an old pervert who gets aroused by beauty. Standing with the Spirit Hall. While it's partly because of his angel spirit, it's more because he is tempted by their bodies. As for the future of Douluo Continent, he really doesn't care. He is just a lucky little character, neither the scheming Tang, San, nor the world-concerned sage. He is simply an ordinary person who got lucky to hitch a ride on the last train of reincarnation. Of course, if possible. He would also like to fight a reverse situation again, but the Pope's daughter, the Saintess, they all have love brain. They're all undercover. How can he fight? What the hell? To put it bluntly, they are useless teammates. He can't carry them. It's not that he lacks ability. He has done pretending. And carrying girls has no future. Always carrying girls will lead to failure. He doesn't want to be shattered again. This time, he has been reborn. Who knows what will happen next time? Winning or losing doesn't matter. After all, plans are in the hands of man, and success is in the hands of heaven. But losing to teammates is frustrating. Why? Seeing the resentment on MOU's face, although Bai Dong felt puzzled. she didn't care. It's just that old guy, Daoliu, said something to her. Otherwise, with her image in Spirit City, this kid from an orphanage wouldn't have such innate aversion to her, not wanting to directly criticize herself for not wanting to be a tool. Mou found an excuse that somewhat matched his age. I don't think you're a good person. Bibi non. Huh? I'm not a good person? This your most amiable pope. Not a good person? What makes you think I'm not a good person? Bibi non est curiously. This was the first time she had heard such an assessment from a child. Clearly, her image in this regard had always been fine. Does a good person talk nonsense all the time? Mou asked. Bai Dong's expression froze. That wasn't her. You think I'm not a good person just because I said those 2 sentences? Bai Dong retorted. Isn't that enough? Mou countered. Don't you think that is too hasty? Bai Dong asked again. I really am that hasty. Mou admitted frankly. And not only am I hasty, but I'm also superficial. How superficial? Bibi non est curiously. After so many years, it was the first time someone dared to speak to her like this. And to think this little brat dared to confront her knowing her identity was really interesting. She hoped he would remain this tough. Your thoughts are all written on your face. Mou said somewhat helplessly. How strange. Why is Bai Dong, who usually doesn't show her emotions, acting like this today? Has her acting skills really declined so much? Or was her acting always poor, and he was just too foolish in his previous life to notice? Before you take action, I can clearly tell you, don't think about using any violent means to make me submit, because I will self-destruct. Mou said calmly. A divine-level spirit certainly has its own prestige. Even though he has just awakened, he still has the ability to self-destruct. In his previous life, when he was at level 99, his self-destruction could shatter the Shura sword. Now, Bai Dong's gaze sharpened. Are you threatening me? You can interpret it however you want. Mou shrugged indifferently. It's just death. What is the big deal? Enough. A cold voice echoed in Bai Dong's mind. Let him go. The god of Azura, Bai Dong, said coldly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Bibi Dong retorted defiantly. She still didn't believe that this strange soul, which had taken away her control over the Azura goddess power, was her future self. And even if this guy really was her future self, it didn't mean she could command her, seeing that the present self was so disobedient. The god of Azura, Bai Dong, didn't bother to say more and directly used the Azura goddess power to rush into her own meridians. After all, this body is not hers. The divine power collided with the normally operating soul power. Bai Dong, caught completely off guard, was instantly injured, blood spilling from her mouth, and she fainted. Big sister? Mou, who had been prepared to self-destruct, stared in bewilderment at the fainted Bai Dong. What is going on? Mou gently poked Bai Dong, lying on the ground. Hey, big sister, don't fake it. I have no money. I'm as poor as a beggar. No response. Watching Bai Dong seemingly really faint, Mou stood up, patted his butt, and slipped away without any hesitation. In the spiritual space, Bai Dong glared coldly at the so-called Azura god who had ambushed her. You want to kill me? The god of Azura, Bai Dong, flicked her hair dismissively. It's your fault for not listening to advice. What did you advise me? Bai Dong shouted angrily. This guy asked her to let him go 1 second and then directly ambushed her the next. When did she get advised? Oh, the god of Azura, Bai Dong, seemed to suddenly come to her senses. Sorry, I forgot to advise you. Bai Dong was about to explode. She was sure. This guy is definitely not her future self. Absolutely not. She isn't such a rogue person. But similar, after all. You aren't the kind of person who listens to advice either, the god of Azura, Bai Dong added. She knows herself better and understands her past self even more. How could someone who refused to repent after being advised by Mou for over 10 years possibly listen to advice? Bai Dong didn't want to argue with this rogue any longer. She tried to control her own body, but found she couldn't perceive it at all. What did you do? Bibi Dong est coldly. Are you stupid? The god of Azura, Bai Dong, looked at her as if she were an idiot. You're seriously injured and fainted. This is the spiritual space of deep consciousness, similar to the state of concentrating on absorbing spirit rings. Isn't it normal that you can't sense your own body? Bai Dong, are you still shameless enough to speak? Didn't you cause me to be hurt like this? What exactly do you want? Bibi Dong forced herself to stay calm. The so-called future self in front of her was most likely an interference left by the Rakshasa goddess consciousness. Yes, this is a test from the Rakshasa god. Overcome her. Defeat her. Kill her. TSK, the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, clicked her tongue, seeing what her current self was thinking. Truly a stubborn one. But thinking from another perspective, if it were her in this situation, she would probably speculate the same way. Actually, I still haven't figured out the current situation. The Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, shook her head and stood up from the rocking chair that manifested from her consciousness. After he self-destructed and destroyed the Shura god sword, Xiao Xue rushed forward in madness. However, even without that super artifact, the Shura god was still a god king. Facing that Shura god power that seemed to naturally restrain the Rakshasa god power, I was still no match, so I chose to self-destruct like him, hoping to severely injure that Tang San and create an opportunity for Xiao Xue. But I'm back. The Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, nodded slightly. After the self-destruction, I instantly lost consciousness and didn't know what happened afterward. When I woke up, I found myself in the current state. These past few days, I've been trying to make you aware of my existence, but I failed every time. In the end, I had no choice but to use some forceful means to take away the Rakshasa god power, and then, accidentally, I also seized control of your body. Listening to the other party's explanation, Bibi Dong did not speak. Although she didn't quite understand what this guy was saying, Xiao Xue, the Shura god, and Tang San, the super artifact Shura god sword, could it be? No, calm down. Bibi Dong suddenly realized that ever since she entered the Rakshasa secret realm and obtained the inheritance, that Rakshasa god power that had been interfering with her thoughts had actually stopped moving. Could it be that what this guy said is true? She really is her? The future her? But why does this future self want to oppose her? Chapter 8: Self-Harm. You might have misunderstood something. The Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, interrupted. I am indeed you, the future you, but I am also not you. This consciousness of mine has come back from the future to the present, to this body, but it is not a rebirth. You are you, I am I. I am Bibi Dong, and so are you. I am the Rakshasa god, the Empress of the Spirit Empire, and you are the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Although we are both Bibi Dong, I and you are two different people, so don't think I will help you. I know myself, so I also understand you. You want to use me, and I want to use you. Then why did you suddenly attack me just now? Bibi Dong asked angrily. Just now, the Rakshasa god power had gone wild within her body, and she couldn't stop it, only able to watch herself get severely injured. I said, let him go, and you didn't listen, the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong said. Is that the reason? Bibi Dong was not only angry, but also a bit exhausted. Was it really necessary to be so heavy-handed? She and this so-called future self shared perceptions. If she was injured, this guy wouldn't be feeling well either. Wasn't that enough? The Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong, retorted, if I had been a moment slower, you would have been ready to go hard against him, right? She knew MOU. After more than 10 years of companionship, she understood his character very well. If she had acted forcefully just now, he would have self-destructed without hesitation, just like he charged toward the Shura god, sword knowing he would die. MOU feared death more than anyone. The only thing that pushed him to forcibly charge to level 99 without a divine examination was his sheer will to survive. A desire for life so strong it was terrifying. So why did MOU self-destruct in the end? He could have escaped, a person so afraid of death. Yet he died so decisively. You old man really have no sense of loyalty. Just now you directly handed me over to her. Just as the two Bibi Dongs were arguing, MOU, who had slipped away, returned with Qian Daoliu. Aren't you back? Qian Daoliu said. He felt something was off about Bibi Dong just now. That unreserved frankness and the way she scolded him as an old bastard were reminiscent of the Bibi Dong from long ago. But ever since Qian Xuanji did that thing, she had changed. She became repressed, shrouded in fog, completely incomprehensible to him. However, the Bibi Dong just now should have sensed the fluctuation brought by that divine-level martial soul. So, if a genius like MO, you could make Bibi Dong return to her former self, would she treat Xiao Xue a little better? He really didn't want to see these two being lifelong enemies. In the future MO you spoke of, even if they became gods, this mother and daughter would still be in their current state, and the grievances of the previous generation shouldn't affect the younger generation. You still have the face to say, if it weren't for her suddenly fainting, I would probably be left with nothing now, MOU said. She wouldn't go so far as to harm a child. Qian Daoliu believed MOU was overthinking it. Bibi Dong didn't know that MOU's martial soul was an angel and wouldn't be so ruthless. Moreover, given this woman's character, she would be more tolerant towards a genius like MOU. At least, she wouldn't act so quickly to kill him. She would first try to deceive him for half a month, and, if that didn't work, then make a move. During this time, it would be enough for him to rescue MOU. MOU clasped his hands behind his head and said leisurely, I forgot to tell you, for me, if the other party goes hard, then there's no room for negotiation. You still have the spirit of better to shatter than to yield. Qian Daoliu laughed. Don't. I'm just a broken stone, not jade. But if someone comes up wanting to hit me, then there's no room for negotiation. It's either self-destruct or nothing. Before I die, I will at least splatter them with blood, MOU said. Having lived a life of servitude, and now being reborn, he wouldn't feel wronged. Anyway, he had no attachments. So if he died, he died. Then why did you come back? Did you come to check on her? Qian Daoliu asked. Mou's martial soul had already awakened, and he had given Mou a token for the worship hall. Bibi Dong fainted, and he didn't know about it. In this case, it would be very easy for Mou to leave the spirit city. With his ability to conceal his martial soul and his talent, no matter what the future holds, he could live leisurely. In fact, if he went to ally with that future avalanche prince now, the future would be promising. Once those gods ascended, wouldn't the Douluo Continent belong to him, the ultimate Douluo? I'm not that coward hiding and dodging. If someone gives me a sword, I have to stab back. Otherwise, living would be meaningless. Mou said leisurely. Is that all? Qian Daoliu asked. That's it, Mou replied. All right. Seeing that Mou was clearly not just that, Qian Daoliu didn't say much. Everyone has their own little thoughts. In his view, this kid could be trusted. Moreover, being able to obtain his most precious soul power cultivation method was enough to prove that Mou was a person he could rely on. It's right there. Mou pointed to Bibi Dong, lying on the lawn not far away. Just now, I don't know what happened. She suddenly fainted, and I couldn't figure out either. Could it be that her Rakshasa god inheritance has a problem? Qian Daoliu speculated. The Rakshasa god is a collection of grievances in the world and also the nemesis of the angel god. He had sensed the grievances on Bibi Dong a long time ago, but he didn't think much of it, considering it to be Bibi Dong's resentment towards the Qian family. Now that he thought about it, that woman's resentment seemed unusually strong. However, when Bibi Dong rushed outside the angel god temple earlier, he didn't sense that thick resentment, so it was very likely that something unexpected happened with the Rakshasa god's inheritance. Who knows? Montaku Shulgit. Qian Daoliu didn't waste any more time and approached Bibi Dong, enveloping her with his soul power to check her condition. After a while, Qian Daoliu frowned slightly. Self-harm? This kind of injury was clearly intentional. Only self-harm could cause it. Although mistakes during cultivation could also injure oneself, it wouldn't be this severe. What's self-harm? Mou asked in confusion. Her injury is a bit serious. Only by controlling the soul power within her body to clash against itself could such internal injuries be caused, Qian Daoliu explained. Just now, when Bibi Dong clashed with him outside the offering hall, he was sure that she wasn't injured. So this must be a new injury. Did Bibi Dong harm herself after walking just a few hundred meters from the offering hall? With Bibi Dong's resentment towards the Qian family, would she easily seek death? Very serious? Hearing Qian Daoliu's description, Mou was a bit stunned. It can't be that bad, right? You just said Bibi Dong wasn't a good person, and she was willing to risk her life to confront him? If this goes on a bit longer, she might be ruined, Qian Daoliu said seriously. This is almost as bad as the injuries Qian Xuanjie suffered from that little punk Tang Hao. How could she think like this? Not to mention Qian Daoliu. Even Mou, you couldn't make sense of it. It can't really be just because of those few words he said, right? All right, take her and follow me, Qian Daoliu said as he walked ahead. Huh? Mou, who was stunned in place, looked confused. Take her? Do you want to touch her? Qian Daoliu asked without looking back. I don't want to, and she doesn't want to either. Fine, Mou sighed helplessly. Qian Daoliu was right. If he touched Bibi Dong, that woman would probably go crazy again once she woke up. Just now, even to check her injuries, Qian Daoliu only used soul power to observe. Can't touch her. If he does, it will explode. So, the roughly 3-meter tall Mou awkwardly carried the large Bibi Dong, following behind Qian Daoliu down a mountain, looking very much like a human trafficker. Only this time, the one being trafficked was the Pope. Chapter 9. The Saintess. The next day, in the Pope's palace. After being unconscious for a whole night, Bibi Dong gradually woke up, and the first person she saw when she opened her eyes was her disciple, Hulaina, who was leaning over the bed. Laina? Bibi Dong shook her dizzy head, wanting to sit up but found herself completely weak. Huh? Hulaina, who was awakened by Bibi Dong, showed a look of surprise. Teacher, you finally woke up? How did I get back? Bibi Dong asked in confusion. Hulaina was studying at the Martial Soul Academy, and now that the school had started, how did she know she fainted on the back mountain? The grand offering brought you back, and even found a healing-type soul master to treat your injuries, Hulaina said. The grand offering? Bibi Dong was taken aback. Then a look of obvious disgust appeared on her face. Would he be that kind-hearted? The first time Hulaina saw Bibi Dong like this, she felt a bit scared. Teacher, what's wrong with the grand offering? She felt that the grand offering was pretty good, although he almost always stayed in the offering hall and didn't he come out. Today was her first time seeing the legendary grand offering, and he seemed nice. It's nothing, Bibi Dong didn't want to say much. Anyway, Hulaina probably wouldn't have much contact with that old man in the future. Oh, Noticing that her teacher was in a bad mood, Hulaina didn't ask further and instead said, "Teacher, there was also a child with a grand offering. Is he the person you were looking for?" Yesterday, Bibi Dong had run to the orphanage in Martial Seoul City to look for someone, and as the Pope's disciple, Hulaina naturally heard the news. Today, seeing that good-looking child, she instinctively thought of this matter, but that child had completely ignored her. Child, Bibi Dong was taken aback. He hasn't run away? Based on her communication with that so-called Rakshasa god, with her causing such a scene, it was very likely that you would directly slip away, possibly running to Heaven-Do City to pass the days. After all, that kid was quite delicate and couldn't endure hardship. So hiding in the deep mountains and forests was completely impossible. Run? Hulaina looked puzzled. Teacher, he carried you back. He carried me back? Bibi Dong's confusion deepened. With the atmosphere between them at that time, would that child still care about her? Yes, the guards at the Pope's palace said so. I was called back by him to take care of you, Hulaina explained. Bibi Dong fell into silence, once again engaging in conversation with the Rakshasa god in her spiritual space. Didn't you say he would run away? What is going on? Oh, I forgot to tell you. He is actually a bit of a soft-hearted person, the Rakshasa god said to Bibi Dong. Perhaps because he came from an orphanage. He has always been very caring towards the weak and sick. Given how seriously you were injured at that time, he wouldn't just ignore it based on his character. What is your relationship with him? Bibi Dong asked. She felt that this other self always had a guilty feeling when talking about that child. But the words expressed between the lines indicated that she was quite familiar with Mou. He is considered a half-disciple, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong said lightly. What does that mean? Bibi Dong asked. A disciple is a disciple. What do you mean by half? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong sighed. I really am his teacher, but I haven't taught him anything, or rather, he doesn't listen to what I teach. I said the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. He stubbornly absorbed one of 4,200 years, almost dying on the spot. I said the limit for the second soul ring is 764 years. He forcibly absorbed one of nearly 8,000 years, and then lay in bed for a month. You're not joking? Bibi Dong felt doubtful. 4,000 years for the first soul ring? 8,000 years for the second soul ring? What kind of self-destructive start is this? Not joking. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong smiled self-deprecatingly. If it were a joke, that would be great. As his teacher, all I taught him were the most basic soul power cultivation methods listed in the Martial Soul Hall library. I haven't taught him anything else. Since she first hunted those 2 super long soul rings, she has been very unfriendly towards this newly acquired genius student. Because you shattered Yu Xiaozhang's theory and even rubbed those so-called soul ring theories into the ground. Just because you always like to refute those things. Her attitude towards him became worse and worse, even completely ignoring that he was her student. You broke through the limits, and, as a teacher, she should have been happy, but instead, she was gloomy because he disdained a certain coward's so-called authority. Even later, the more outstanding you became, the less she liked him. Clearly, he was her student, yet she resisted him everywhere just to maintain someone else's ridiculous authority. Teacher, are you okay? Hulaina gently nudged Bibi Dong, who was lost in thought. Nothing. Bibi Dong shook her head. Where did that kid go now? Back, Hulaina said. After I returned from the Wuhuan Academy, he went back up the mountain with the grand offering, and at that time, he ignored me when I called him. Such a good-looking kid, yet he didn't pay any attention to me. After a brief silence, Bibi Dong sat up straight. Nana, can you do me a favor? Just tell me, teacher. I will do it, Hulaina said firmly. Help me call him down from the mountain. That kid, Bibi Dong said. Ah. Hulaina's expression froze. Teacher, the mountain is the offering hall. I don't have the qualifications to go up. The Hall of the Pope is halfway up the mountain, while the offering hall, as the highest status in the Wuhuan Temple, is located at the top. Only those who reach the title Douluo level are qualified to step there. Usually, the Hall of the Pope is already the limit for ordinary soul masters to reach. Going further would be offensive. Even though she was the Pope's student, she couldn't do such a bad thing. You are my student, the future saintess of the Wuhuan Temple. You have the qualifications to go up, Bibi Dong said lightly. Hulaina was taken aback. Saintess? Me? Teacher, I can't do it, Nana. Bibi Dong held Hulaina's shoulders firmly. Believe me, as long as you practice hard, when you reach the soul sage level, I can appoint you as the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple. She knew that Qian Daoliu only regarded her as a worker, working for the Qian family. When Qian Rinxue returns in the future, that old man will take the Wuhuan Temple back. But she wouldn't let go. What she had worked hard to obtain, she couldn't possibly return. Once she completed the divine test of the Rakshasa god, Even if Daoliu was the offering of the angel god, he couldn't do anything to her. Chapter 10. Mutual Beating. The next day, Hulayina, who was tempted and tricked by Bibi Dong, quietly climbed the mountain. After all, she was still a child. With Bibi Dong's ability to paint big pies, the 10-year-old little fox couldn't resist, and coupled with the difficulty of disobeying her teacher's orders, she resolutely came. Then, resolutely got lost, since there were also small soul beasts on Pope Mountain. The previous offerings set up a large maze between the offering hall at the top of the mountain and the hall of the Pope halfway up, to drive away these small soul beasts and prevent them from offending the offering hall at the top. Hulayina was unaware of this, and this maze was only effective for those below the soul sage level, which led Bibi Dong to overlook this point. This was also the main reason why a child, could sneak up to the offering hall. There were no guards on the road between the offering hall and the hall of the Pope, because there was no need for them. Above were super Douluos. And even Daoliu, the limit Douluo, was stationed there year-round. Who would be foolish enough to go up there to seek death? Moreover, with the mental strength of the super Douluo, they would have already sent someone climbing the mountain. The fact that you could sneak up was actually the indulgence of these offerings. But Hulayina, who had just arrived, did not have such good luck. She was not like Mou, who was so familiar with this mountain path that he could navigate it with his eyes closed. Not long after entering the maze, she completely lost her direction, and now she couldn't even tell the direction of going up or down the mountain. Teacher, I'm done for. Hulayina, who had completely lost her direction amid the gradually darkening sky and the occasional howling of wolves, broke down. She, Hulayina, was going to die her doorstep before becoming a saintess. If she were eaten by the soul beasts on Pope Mountain, she would surely become a joke for the Wuhuan temple. What are you doing here? A somewhat puzzled childish male voice sounded in her ear. Hulayina suddenly looked up, and in the next moment, with lightning speed, she lunged at the bewildered Mou, knocking him to the ground. Montaku, what's going on? What are you doing? Mou asked in confusion. He hadn't offended this little fox, had he? Moreover, even if it was a sneak attack, there was no need to use zero soul power, right? I finally found you. Hulayina cried, tears streaming down her face, looking like a little crying bag. Hey, your snot got on my clothes, Mou said with a face full of disgust. Huh? Being reminded, Hulayina looked at the unabashed disgust on Mou's face and suddenly felt even more wronged. Isn't it because I got lost on the mountain trying to find you? Stop. Seeing the little fox about to burst into tears, Mou quickly interrupted. Don't cry. If you dare to cry, I'll leave you here to feed the wolves. He wouldn't comfort a child. If Hulayina started crying, he wouldn't know how to handle it. If Bibi Dong saw her and mistakenly thought he made her cry, that would be bad. Although he didn't want to become a tool in the hall of the Pope, he didn't want to offend Bibi Dong either. He still had to mix in Wuhuan City. Offending the Pope could result in being ambushed by her crazy fans at any time. Bibi Dong has many crazy fans. Huh? Feeling wronged, Hulayina forcibly held back her tears. She felt wronged, wanted to cry, but didn't dare to cry. She was really afraid that Mou would abandon her on the mountain. She didn't want to die yet. Get up, Mou said. Okay. Hulayina obediently got up and squatted down beside him. Mou also sat up. First tell me, why did you come up? The hall of the Pope and the offering hall had always kept their distance, and due to Bibi Dong's previous actions, the relationship between the two had always been bad. As Bibi Dong's disciple, Hulayina naturally was not favored by these offerings, especially Daoliu, who looked at how well Bibi Dong treated a wild child with no connections while treating his own biological daughter ruthlessly. It was natural for him to look at Hulayina unfavorably. The teacher asked me to find you and said to bring you down. Hulayina answered honestly since her life was in their hands. Bring me down? Montaku was puzzled. Hadn't he made it clear enough when he spoke to Bibi Dong before? Moreover, he was now a member of the offering hall. Bibi Dong wouldn't cause a conflict with Daoliu over someone as dispensable as him, right? The teacher said she wanted to thank you and apologize for what happened before. But it's inconvenient for her to come up, so she sent me, Hulayina explained in a low voice. She apologize? Mou seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the year. Bibi Dong would apologize? The sun must be rising in the west. You tell her it's not necessary. I don't need such a fake apology. Anyway, she will never change. Mou stood up from the ground and patted the dust off his pants. What fake apology? Hulayina didn't quite understand. You don't need to worry about it. Just paraphrase. As she spoke, Mou turned and walked ahead. Let's go. I'll take you down. Filled with confusion, Hulayina didn't say much and quietly followed. By the way, there are illusions on this mountain. It's better not to come up here without reason. If you get lost inside and have bad luck with no one to help, you could really die Moyu reminded without looking back. There are soul beasts here that are around 5,000 years old. With your current level as a great soul master and your martial soul being a charming fox, if you encounter one, it would basically be like serving a meal to the soul beast. I understand. Hyena obediently followed behind Moyu. If it weren't for her teacher asking her to come up here, how could she possibly run up to this place? The two walked down the mountain in silence. And although Hyena wanted to ask how Moyu could distinguish directions, seeing that he seemed unwilling to engage, she kept quiet. This is about it. You can go down by yourself now. After reaching the edge of the illusion, Moyu stopped. Remember, use your second soul skill, Fox Charm. At the moment Moyu turned his head, Hyena seized the opportunity and unleashed her second soul skill with all her might. Her eyes lit up with a purple glow, and an unprepared Moyu was caught off guard and became stiff. Sorry, but my teacher assigned me the task of bringing you down, she said, and then directly lifted the shorter Moyu onto her back and ran down the mountain. Daoliu, who had been observing in the shadows, felt speechless upon witnessing this scene. As expected of someone taught by Bibi Dong, playing the ungrateful game so well. Just saved her from the mountain, and she turns on him. This brat, who has lived a second life, really doesn't he know what kind of morals this master-student pair has? Don't they know to be on guard? Boss, did you forget? He hasn't obtained a soul ring yet, Guangling reminded while bored, watching the show. That little fox is still a great soul master, isn't he? Before Guangling could finish, his expression suddenly changed, and Daoliu's face was even harder to describe. Looking over, Hyena, who had been carrying Moyu and running just a moment ago, was now being held by Moyu, who was in his martial soul form, brandishing a holy sword against her neck. Hyena was also cooperatively raising her hands in surrender. Little brother, if I say I was just joking with you, would you believe me? Hyena said pitifully. What do you think? Moyu replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He knew this little fox was up to no good. She had been so honest along the way. Being a loyal lapdog of Bibi Dong, how could she possibly give up her task just because of a few words from him? Playing charm with me, huh? Moyu sheathed the holy sword. Doesn't he know that my martial soul is immune to mental attacks? Upon hearing this, Hyena was momentarily confused. Immune to mental attacks? Then what about just now? I can be immune, but there's no need, Moyu said, rolling up his sleeves and throwing a punch at the dazed Hyena, who was caught off guard and ended up with a black eye. Damn, you little brat. You shouldn't hit faces. Hyena covered her eyes in anger. She could accept being hit by this kid, but hitting her face would ruin her looks. She relied on her appearance to fight. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Taking a step back only made her feel worse. The next second, Hyena directly activated her martial soul and lunged at Moyu in midair. Damn, are you a dog? Why are you biting? Even a rabbit will bite when it's desperate. Watching the two great soul masters fighting like 3-year-olds, Daoliu silently averted his gaze. No wonder she was fooled by Bibi Dong. With a brain like this, she deserves it. Chapter 11. The Guilty Hyena. So, you just had a fight with him? Looking at the bruised and battered Hyena, Bibi Dong didn't know what to say for a moment. Should she say Moyu was too ruthless? But Hyena had bullied someone younger. A 10-year-old second-ring great soul master picking on a 6-year-old child who had just awakened his martial soul. The key point was that she hadn't T1. With age, soul power, and size all in her favor, she still fought Moyu to a standstill. Teacher, I wasn't serious with him. If I had been serious, I would definitely have one, Hyena said earnestly, sporting a flower-patterned face. You still want to get serious? Bibi Dong was somewhat speechless. You're a great soul master. You want to seriously fight a child who just awakened his martial soul? Aren't you ashamed? Suddenly realizing this point, Hyena softened. It was indeed a bit embarrassing. Thankfully, no one saw it. You're hurt like this. How is he? Seeing that Hyena's mind had returned, Bibi Dong asked again. Him? He's shameless. He actually wore a mask. His martial soul is so inexplicable. When he activated it, it came with a mask, which made it impossible for me to punch his face. I could only bite. And he called me a dog when I'm clearly a fox. Bibi Dong thought, what kind of disciple have I taught? I'm asking how badly he has hurt. Bibi Dong said wearily, he shouldn't be seriously injured. When I left, he could still fly, Hyena recalled. Fly? Bibi Dong was taken aback. What was his martial soul? She now remembered that she only knew Moyu's soul power was at least level 20, but didn't know what his martial soul was like. His martial soul. Hyena thought for a moment, feeling it was somewhat difficult to describe. After he activated his martial soul, his hair changed from white to light gold, and he had a pair of white wings behind him, plus a sword that looked messy. At first, I thought he had a sword martial soul. Wings? Bibi Dong recalled carefully. Angel? Yes. Hyena nodded vigorously. At that time, he felt very much like an angel to me. But his martial soul gave me a sense of danger, completely different from the kind of loving angels of our spirit hall. Moreover, if it's an angel martial soul, then what about that sword? An angel martial soul doesn't come with a sword, according to the information I saw in Spirit Hall. The holy sword of an angel martial soul is a soul skill, not something they start with. And Moyu hasn't even obtained a soul ring yet. How could he have a sword? Teacher, do you think he might be like you and have a twin martial soul? Hyena asked. Bibi Dong didn't answer and returned to her spiritual space. Is that kid's martial soul an angel? Bibi Dong asked. Yes, why? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly. What's wrong? Bibi Dong's face turned cold. You asked me what's wrong with an angel martial soul? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong played with her hair. Her angel martial soul is different from the Qian family's, so what is the problem? Bibi Dong was taken aback. Are you sure? The angel martial soul is a symbol of the Qian family in Spirit Hall. In the records of Spirit Hall, the angel god is the ancestor of the Qian family. So saying that the angel martial soul has nothing to do with the Qian family? Is that possible? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong propped her chin and casually said, If you don't believe me, you can feel it for yourself. His angelic martial soul is not only different in appearance, but its aura is completely devoid of the phony compassion of the Qian family's six-winged angel. If you sense it carefully, you can even detect anger. Moreover, once he obtains his soul rings, what you see will be even more intuitive. Anyway, I believe his angelic martial soul is the real deal, while the one from the Qian family feels somewhat like a wholesale product. It has healing-type soul skills, immunity to mental attacks, and after acquiring the corresponding elemental soul rings, he will also gain corresponding elemental immunity. Mou's angelic martial soul can reduce the Qian family's six-winged angel to rubble. Even though Qian Rinxue and Mou both have innate level 20, the same talent, and the same divine level martial souls, Mou became a titled Douluo at 18, a 97th level super Douluo at 22, and reached the limit of 99th level ultimate Douluo before the age of 26 without any divine examination assistance. But what about Qian Rinxue? Just wasting time, still a soul sage at 30, later purely relying on the angel god's examination to speed up her rise. That Tang San, too, easily became a titled Douluo with the help of the divine examination, inheriting the dual divine positions of Sea God and Shura God. Ironically, the most talented Mou, without even a divine examination, got stuck at 99th level and ultimately perished with a Shura God sword. How ironic. Teacher? Hyena gently tapped the dazed Bibi Dong, sensing that her teacher had been particularly absent-minded lately. Is there something troubling her? It's nothing. Bibi Dong shook her head and stood up. Since you couldn't bring him down, I'll just go again myself. No matter if I can win Mou over, I must try to maintain a proper relationship with him. After all, innate level 20 talent. As long as it's not wasted like Qian Rinxue, there's no problem becoming a titled Douluo before 30, especially with the support of the divine examination. No, she couldn't let her relationship with Mou become strained. With Qian Daoliu and that guy in her head protecting her, even if she wanted to eliminate the threat early, it wouldn't be possible. The angel god of the Qian family, Qian Daoliu, must be leaving it for Qian Rinxue. So that old man might very well send Mou to Sea God Island. With innate level 20 and a divine level martial soul, inheriting a divine position is almost a sure thing. If she falls out with Mou, it would mean falling out with the future Sea God. Even if she has the Rakshasa God position, there's no need to create unnecessary enemies for herself. Oh, then teacher, can I go with you? Hyena lowered her head and quietly asked. What do you want to do? Bibi Dong asked. I want to apologize. As she spoke, Hyena buried her head even lower. If it's about fighting, then forget it. There's no need to apologize for such small matters. Saying too much makes it seem pretentious. Bibi Dong said lightly. No. Hyena's face turned red, unsure whether to bring up the matter. What's wrong? Seeing Hyena's struggle, Bibi Dong was puzzled. After thinking for a moment, Hyena took a deep breath and decided to speak up. Today I got lost on a mountain, and he brought me down, but when I just got down, I used charm on him, trying to force him to come back to complete your task, although I failed. Hyena worriedly raised her head. Teacher, am I a bit ungrateful? But I really didn't think about it that much. I just wanted to complete the task, and The more Hyena spoke, the more guilty she felt, her voice growing smaller, her head lowering further. She truly hadn't thought that much at the time, and she didn't think her teacher would harm a child, but she indeed acted ungratefully towards Mou. Even though she failed, she still did it. Bibidong's expression became serious. You indeed have a problem with this matter. Hulaina lowered her head and did not refute. But I also have responsibility. Bibi Dong sighed. I forgot that there was a maze on the mountain, and I didn't make it clear to you that it was to invite him down, not to capture him. Ah. Hulaina was taken aback. Invite? Isn't that the same as capturing? Cough, all right, let's go. First, prepare some things for the apology. Noticing Hulaina's thoughts, Bibi Dong quickly changed the subject. When she usually used the word invite, it did have a coercive meaning, but this situation was different, and the meaning was also different. It seems she needs to spend some time teaching her about this aspect as well. Chapter 12. Unaware in the worship hall. Fighting with a little girl? Aren't you ashamed? Unlike Bibi Dong, Daoliu purely looked down on it. After all, although Hulaina was a great soul master, she was still a child. And what about Mou? First, he was a transmigrator, and then a reincarnator, an adult, fighting with a little girl. Isn't that shameful? What do I have to be ashamed of? Mou was completely unaware. I'm only 6 years old, just awakened my martial soul, and I beat a 10-year-old second-ring great soul master. What's there to be ashamed of? I am proud. You have no shame. Daoliu was speechless. Mou's angelic martial soul was incredibly unreasonable, and he roughly understood this after returning from the Pope's Hall yesterday. To be honest, he felt a bit inferior because Mou's angelic martial soul was far stronger than their Qian family's six-winged angel martial soul. First of all, it comes with healing skills, and it's the kind of perverse healing ability that can heal any injury as long as the soul power is sufficient. It can heal missing limbs. Then there are the passive skills of the divine-level martial soul. Immunity to mental attacks, which is true immunity, absolute immunity, regardless of level difference. Even a mental pressure of his ultimate Douluo can be absolutely immune. This is also the confidence that allowed Mou to dare to challenge a 10,000-year soul ring with his third soul ring, as the soul shock attached to a 10,000-year soul ring is also a kind of mental attack, and he is immune to it. Moreover, after obtaining the corresponding elemental soul rings, he gains elemental immunity. With a light attribute soul ring, he gains immunity to light elemental attacks. And with a fire attribute soul ring, he gains immunity to fire elemental attacks. Truly shameless. To be honest, he has never felt jealous of anyone in his life. Not even of his granddaughter's innate level 20 soul power and divine level martial soul. But now, he has to admit, Daoliu is jealous of Mou's angelic martial soul. TCH, I see you're just jealous of my good looks. Mou was completely unaware as he treated his injuries. He didn't use any heavy hands, just casually taught that ungrateful little fox a lesson. Although he looked bruised and battered, it was easy to find a healing soul master to fix it. And it didn't hurt much, just looked a bit embarrassing. I was much more handsome when I was young, Daoliu said lightly. Oh, you were even more handsome than me? Mou's expression was subtle. Then why didn't Poseidon pay attention to you? Daoliu's expression froze. She was not that shallow. Really? Restoring my handsome little boy image, Mou walked over to Daoliu with his hands behind his back. But I succeeded. What did you say? Daoliu narrowed her eyes, revealing a fierce look. Hey, old Qian, I didn't want to say this to hit you, but Mou's expression became serious. Back in the day, I single-handedly charged on a sea god island, and with just a few moves, I made those so-called 7 sacred pillars of sea god roll over. Then under the light of the sea god, I ran to the top of that broken staircase and threw that so-called broken divine artifact, the sea god trident, into the sea. You don't know, at that time Posey had just rushed back, and the way she looked at me was so affectionate. It was as if she wanted to elope with me on the spot. However, I had urgent matters to attend to and couldn't talk to her for long. But after I left, her heart-wrenching cry, oh, being too outstanding is also a kind of sin. There are crushes everywhere. Listening to Mou's description, Daoliu's expression gradually changed from indifference to something strange. Affectionate? Elope? Are you out of your mind? You hit someone's 7 offerings and even threw their divine artifact, the trident of Poseidon, into the sea. Poseidon must want to kill you. It's heartbreaking. You really ran fast. If Poseidon had used his divine power then, you would probably be lying on Sea God Island now. You little scoundrel, you're just jealous. I'm the man that Poseidon is always thinking about. Mou said with a pained expression. No, I should say, I'm the man that the entire Sea God Island is thinking about. Slap. Daoliu, unable to endure any longer, slapped the annoying Mou away. At the same time, as Mou flew out, the door of the offering hall opened just in time. And Rinshua, who had just returned from Heaven Do City, collided with Mou in midair. Slap. Mou was once again slapped away by the startled Rinshua and crashed into the wall of the offering hall. What was that? Rinshua, who had just finished fighting, wondered. It seemed like a big white, Rata just crashed into her. An annoying little brat. Qian Daoliu, who was kneeling in front of the angel statue, stood up, turned around, and looked at Qian Renxue. He had actually noticed Qian Renxue returning early and had perfectly timed Mou's slap into the air. It was a perfect collaboration between the grandfather and granddaughter. Qian Daoliu, the injured and swollen-faced Mou, stood up in anger. Just as Mou was about to threaten him, he paused upon seeing the suddenly appearing Qian Renxue. Have you eaten? Mou asked concernedly, treating himself while forcing the concern. It was fine to argue with Qian Daoliu in private, but it was better to show some respect in front of others, especially with Qian Renxue present. If he was slightly offensive, that silly girl would draw her sword and come at him. Not yet, Qian Daoliu said leisurely. It seems this kid still has some measure. Privately is privately. But in front of others, he has to act a bit. Who is he? Qian Renxue pointed at Mou, looking puzzled. Qian Daoliu explained, Montaku, the new arrival at the offering hall, is considered my 8th offering. Montaku interrupted Qian Daoliu. Didn't you say I could be the 8th? 8th? X2 not only Qian Renxue, but even Qian Daoliu looked confused. What 8th? Wasn't agreed upon before? Mou directly used another ability of his god-level martial soul, telepathy, to speak directly in Qian Daoliu's mind. When did I say that? Qian Daoliu asked. He was still thinking of matchmaking Mou with his granddaughter. After all, they were on the same front, and with Mou's potential to become a god, he would just match Qian Renxue perfectly. How could he possibly recognize this kid as a brother? That would mess up the generation. If you don't recognize me, I'll just escape to Sea God Island to retire. Montaku Triatnit. Go ahead, Qian Daoliu said indifferently. After all, looking at your attitude, you're bound to fight the Shura god sooner or later, and you will definitely come back. That's enough for me. He could certainly see Mou's anger towards the Shura god, regarding the personal involvement in breaking Tang San with the Shura god sword. Mou had no extra resentment. After all, skill is inferior to others, and life and death are determined by fate. However, for the Shura god, who acted against the law and forcibly intervened in mortal wars, Mou's anger was very heavy. He could understand Mou's thoughts. Losing was fine, after all. Planning is in the hands of man, while success is in the hands of heaven. But losing in such an unfair manner could never be put down, and it was very unpleasant. Chapter 13, Child Husband. Looking at the comically swollen little fat man in front of her, Qian Renxue found it somewhat amusing. This was her future self, guided by the angel god. Are you sure he can help me? Qian Renxue asked doubtfully in her mind. Of course. Take him away while that woman hasn't noticed him. Another Qian Renxue, the angel god image, said, Is it really that urgent? Qian Renxue, who had just returned from being an undercover in the Heaven Do royal family, didn't want to go back so soon. God-level martial soul, innate level 20. Angel martial soul. Do you think a genius like this would not be forcibly taken if discovered? The angel god, Qian Renxue, said gloomily. If they can't forcibly take him, will they eliminate him in advance? Qian Renxue was taken aback. Are you sure? Isn't this the same configuration as her? You can see how it is yourself, but it's best to hurry. The angel god Qian Renxue said no more, or rather, she had no energy to say more. Right now, she hadn't inherited the divine position, and there wasn't a trace of divine power in her body. If she wanted to seize control of this body, she would have to absorb some divine power from the angel statue while she could. She spent a long time explaining her situation to convince herself back from Heaven Do City, not only to take Mou away, but also to establish a connection with the divine power in the angel statue, so that when needed, the divine power could help her seize control of this body. With so many thoughts, Qian Renxue didn't ask any more questions, because to be honest, she didn't fully trust this angel god who claimed to be her future self. She even worried that it was an evil spirit from outside. Agreeing to return to the spirit hall and come to the angel temple was also to have her grandfather help check what this thing really was. But now, while Qian Daoliu and Mou were exchanging barbs, Qian Renxue looked up at the magnificent angel statue, feeling a sense of affinity she had never felt before, and she sensed a certain power entering her body. Could it be that what this guy said was true? Is she really her future self who will become god? Little Shui, meet your child husband, Mou. Qian Daoliu, who was in a heated argument with Mou, simply revealed his trump card. X2, not only Mou, but even Qian Renxue, who had just been lost in thought, was bewildered by her grandfather's words. What child husband? God level angel martial soul, innate level 20, the same talent. Isn't that a natural pair? Qian Daoliu said as a matter of course. What nonsense? Mou's eyes twitched. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Your granddaughter and I don't get along. Can you stop matching us up? No way, Daoliu said firmly. If in the previous life, it was because he saved Mou several times that the guy didn't just stand by, but in this life, this kid directly ran to the offering hall and laid it all out. What dangers might he encounter in the future? He was selling his granddaughter to create a bond for Mou, making it impossible for him to ignore the future of the spirit hall. Because of the gap between the God King and a first-level God, the God Ancestor, the original angel God, made it very clear that there was no comparability. The Shura God is still the enforcer of the divine realm, and in such a situation, wanting to change that damned fate in the future requires adding Mou. Who has the most hope of becoming a god? At least they must snatch the sea god's position, and only then would they have a chance in a 3-on-1. Moreover, based on his current observations, Mou's character was not a problem. This kid talks about being a scumbag, but in reality, he is emotionally clueless. A scumbag pretends to be confused. This kid is confused trying to act knowledgeable. With Mou's brain, he would even understand being a scumbag. So he didn't have to worry about Qian Rinxue being wronged in the future. All right, I'll take this child husband. Qian Rinxue agreed decisively. A child husband is just a little kid. If she doesn't like him in the future, she can just refuse, right? But with Mou's talent, she had to capture this guy first. At the very least, she couldn't let that woman take him. So it's decided. The grandfather and grandson came to an agreement, without considering the opinion of the other party involved. Can I refuse? Mou said weakly. No. To Daoliu and Qian Rinxue shook their heads in unison. Am I not pretty? Qian Rinxue walked up to Mou, half squatting on the ground, asking seriously. Mou glanced at her. Pretty. He wasn't the type to lie. But pretty is pretty, and her heart is truly ruthless, just like her mother. Qian Rinxue touched Mou's slightly chubby cheek and asked again. Then why do you want to refuse? It's not suitable. Mou brushed away Qian Rinxue's restless hand. What's not suitable? Qian Rinxue frowned, using both hands to cup Mou's face, making faces. I'm only 6 years old, still a child. Mou struggled. So what? I'm only 15, a mere 9 years apart, which is nothing for soul masters. Qian Rinxue chuckled. That's right. Daoliu agreed. With their qualifications, becoming gods is not a problem. 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years later, 9 years is nothing. Really no room for negotiation? Mou felt a bit speechless. How are these two the same as in the last life? In the last life, Daoliu was interrupted by Bibi Dong while trying to sell his granddaughter. And they had a quarrel. This time, he didn't associate with Bibi Dong, so he was isolated and helpless. Unless you can give me a reason that can convince me. Qian Rinxue said. Are you sure? Mou raised an eyebrow slightly. Did he really not have one? He was tempted by Bibidong's body. Isn't that enough of a reason? In the last life, he was killed countless times by Qian Rinxue for this reason, and this time, of course. Qian Rinxue nodded, not believing this child could have any reason that could convince her. Mou's expression turned serious. Then listen carefully. I'm tempted by. Before he could finish, Daoliu covered his mouth. You little brat. What do you want to do? Daoliu's eyes looked a bit dangerous. If this kid really said he was tempted by Bibidong's body, he was sure that Qian Rinxue would turn hostile immediately. It wasn't impossible for her to attack directly. Isn't she the one who asked me to give a reason? Mou communicated through thought. Is that a reason? Daoliu shot Mou a fierce glare. You're asking for death. Oh, you learned that asking for death pretty quickly from Tang Xiaosan. Huh? Montak you sneat. Isn't it you who insisted on matchmaking me with her? Shouldn't I let her know what kind of person I am first? To put it nicely, I'm a sea king. A man who could even become the sea god in the future. To put it bluntly, I'm just a heartless bastard, with honesty being one of my few virtues. Are you going to take away even that remaining virtue? How can you be so shameless? Daoliu felt a bit exhausted. Is this the first day you've known me? Montak you taught it confidently. Watching the two of them squinting at each other, Qian Rinxue felt a bit dazed. When did these two get so familiar? After the argument, Daoliu still lost to Mou's shamelessness. Let's talk about the child bride matter later. Daoliu looked at Qian Rinxue. He didn't want to see Mou say that sentence, and then be chased by Qian Rinxue with a sword. Although the relationship between mother and daughter was poor, he knew that in Qian Rinxue's heart, Bibi Dong held significant weight. Even this time-wasting undercover plan in the Tiando royal family was something Qian Rinxue took on to prove her abilities. Wasn't it just to change Bibidong's attitude toward her? But the reason Bibi Dong disliked Qian Rinxue wasn't because of this. It was merely due to the grievances of the previous generation. Plus the fact that Qian Rinxue inherited the Qian family's angel martial soul, causing Bibi Dong to think of that already deceased little brat every time she saw her. This was a shameful matter for the Qian family, something he couldn't speak of, and it shouldn't be his place to address it either. Qian Xuanji indeed made mistakes back then, but how much better was Bibi Dong? The Wuhuan temple nurtured her, provided her with resources, knowledge, and experience. But what did she do? She turned around and threw herself into the arms of that useless blue lightning tyrant dragon, a traitor who didn't know that for decades. The Wuhuan temple had been at odds with the so-called upper three sects. Bibi Dong, as the saintess of the Wuhuan temple, mixed with a discarded child of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Not only was it betrayal, but it was also an insult to the Wuhuan temple. A dignified saintess of the Wuhuan temple, only worthy of a useless child from the blue lightning tyrant dragon? After all, in the events of that year, these two were equally matched, and Qian Xuanji had already been killed by Bibi Dong. The position of Pope was given away, and any debts cleared. The Qian family owed her nothing, and the Wuhuan temple owed her nothing either. All right, Qian Renxue always listened to her grandfather. And since Mou was now a member of the worship hall and couldn't associate with that woman, that was sufficient for now. Moreover, there was no need to force the issue. She was merely interested in this child's talent and knew nothing of his other situations. There was no need to appear as if she was eager for this so-called child bride. No, take him away. The voice of the angel god, Qian Renxue, suddenly echoed in Qian Renxue's mind. Why? Qian Renxue couldn't understand. He was just a child, and now he was already in the worship hall's hands, with her grandfather watching over him. Why go hard on it? The angel god Qian Renxue found it hard to describe for a moment. Could she say that if Mou stayed here, she might have to face the awkward situation of competing with her own mother for a man again? Moreover, she hadn't said too much to her current self about Mou. She had only mentioned his talent value. In short, she didn't even want her current self to develop too much interest in Mou. She was the angel god, and also Qian Renxue. This current self was also Qian Renxue, but ultimately, they were two completely independent consciousnesses, essentially two people. And she didn't want to compete with another version of herself for a man. After thinking it over, the angel god Qian Renxue provided a fairly reasonable reason. The Pope's hall is right next door. With that woman's abilities, are you sure this child won't be misled? This made Qian Renxue hesitate. It was indeed very likely. Seeing this, the angel god Qian Renxue pressed the advantage. The early bird catches the worm. Your grandfather usually serves the angel god and won't be able to keep an eye on Mou much. In Wuhuan City, Mou's contact with that woman will definitely not be less, and over time, you should know that woman's means of winning people over, right? Qian Renxue fell into silence. This was indeed a problem. She was far away in the Tiando city, and could only return once or twice a year, and each time she came back, she would stay only a day or two before having to rush back. If she left Mou in Wuhuan City, it would be easy for problems to arise over time. Thinking of this, Qian Renxue pulled Qian Daoliu aside. Grandpa, can I take him to Tiando City to help me? Tiando City? Qian Daoliu was taken aback. What can he help you with now? To be honest, he is a bit reluctant, or rather, very reluctant. He originally disagreed with this so-called undercover plan proposed by Qian Renxue, but he didn't say much because she insisted repeatedly. Clearly, with Qian Renxue's talent, focusing on cultivation should be the priority, yet they waste time on such trivial matters, wasting her talents. A peerless genius at innate level 20, who has awakened her martial soul for almost 10 years, has only just reached the Soul King level. For others, even those with full innate spirit power at level 10, a 15-year-old Soul King might be unimaginable, but for someone at innate level 20, this progress is simply too slow. According to Mou, Qian Renxue will completely neglect her cultivation in the next decade, and by the time she turns 30, she will only be a soul saint. This kind of progress is comparable to Hu Liena, who has innate spirit power at level 10. What is this? Wasting top-tier talent like this? In contrast, Mou, with the same level of talent, reached the title Douluo at 18 without the aid of the divine examination, and he became a limit Douluo at 26. Although Mou's cultivation method is indeed a bit life-threatening, even if he didn't push himself so hard, he would never end up like Qian Renxue, still just a soul saint at 30. Of course, he won't say much about Qian Renxue's choice. After all, her future is set, and the path to godhood is right ahead. There is no need for her to cultivate desperately like an ordinary person. She just needs to start the divine exam when the time is right. Until then, Qian Renxue can enjoy her life as she pleases, whether she chooses to cultivate, play, or even engage in this boring undercover family game. It doesn't matter. As long as she is happy, it's fine. She can just return to inherit the divine position later. And no one can compete with her for the position of angel god. But Mou can't. The spirit hall has enough of Qian Ringshu wasting her time. They definitely don't need another one. Watching such great talent being wasted, he feels heartbroken. Grandpa, didn't you want him to be my childhood husband? I'm in Tiando City, and he's in Wuhuan City. We barely see each other twice a year. How can we develop a relationship? Qian Ringshu asked, and that woman is also here. If this goes on for too long, what if the kid gets misled by her? Qian Daoliu showed hesitation. Seeing this, Qian Ringshu continued, don't you know her abilities? She has only been in charge of the Pope's Hall for a few years, and she has already won over the hearts of everyone in the Spirit Hall. Mou is just a child, and besides, Qian Ringshu pointed at Mou not far away. He doesn't look very smart. Can he withstand that woman's sweet talk? Qian Daoliu thought for a moment, and felt that Qian Ringshu had a point. If Mou stayed in Wuhuan City, he would inevitably have more contact with Bibi Dong. From his observations, this kid has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. His brain isn't very sharp either. Even after falling for Bibi Dong once, he might fall for her again. Therefore, Qian Daoliu walked up to Mou and asked, why don't you go to Tiando City with Xiaoxue? After all, I see you have to guard against Bibi Dong here, and I can't keep an eye on you all the time. You can't just stay in the offering hall. You have to go out sometimes. Mou raised an eyebrow. Are you sure this ISN to set me up with her? Of course not, Qian Daoliu said seriously. He was mainly worried about Mou being accidentally harmed by the crazed Bibi Dong. That woman could even be ruthless to her own daughter, and Mou is no exception. It would be impossible for her to take advantage of him when she was in a bad mood. Mou sighed. Old Qian, it's not that I'm unwilling. Don't you know what kind of person your own granddaughter is? Just like her mother, she is too calculating and has too heavy a utilitarian mindset. I really can't stand it. It's too exhausting to be around her. When the time comes for the God Wars, she will definitely help me. So you don't have to worry about me running away. Therefore, there is really no need to tie me down like this. And if I'm just a coward afraid of dying, what is the use even if you set me up with her? When danger comes, I'll still run, right? He could see what Qian Daoliu was worried about. It was just the immense pressure from the Shura God. The gap between a God King and a level 1 God is significant. To be honest, if Shura were to personally intervene, even if he inherited the Sea God position, it would still be a lost cause. With Shura's combat power, defeating 3 level 1 gods would be like child's play, without any pressure at all. So right now, he has a bit of a laid-back attitude because he simply can't compete. How can he fight against a level 1 god and a God King? Plus, he might not even inherit the Sea God position. Back when Tang San had completed the Sea God trials, he went to Sea God Island to see if he could snatch Tang San's Sea God position. But even when he reached the top of the Sea God steps at that time, the other party still didn't react at all. Could the Sea God not see him? Of course, he could, but the Sea God just ignored him. So later, he got so angry that he picked up the Sea God trident and threw it into the sea. Otherwise, would he have risked being suppressed by Poseidon's divine power just to show off? Hearing Mou speak so bluntly about his plans made Qian Daoliu feel a bit embarrassed. He had underestimated the kids' relationship, but he wasn't entirely trying to bind Mou. He genuinely thought these two kids were quite a match. With the same talent and the same divine-level angel martial soul, it seemed very suitable. Forget it. Perhaps he was influenced by Mou's emotions. And Qian Daoliu no longer said much. Instead, he turned to Qian Ringshu and said, Xiaoxue, discuss it with him yourself. If he really doesn't want to, don't force him. After all, if this matter is forced, even if he goes to your side, he will just cause trouble. After speaking, Qian Daoliu walked directly into the real angel temple, leaving only Mou and Qian Ringshu together. In the spiritual space, the angel god Qian Ringshu sighed, forget it. Although she didn't know what happened these days that made Mou, this lecherous kid, reject her so directly, she understood Mou. When dealing with this guy, she couldn't be too hard. What joke? Am I unable to handle a mere child? Having been repeatedly rejected by Mou, Qian Ringshu felt annoyed. She had beaten those old schemers in the Tiando Imperial Palace. Now, facing a 6-year-old child, how could she not manage? With that thought, Qian Ringshu walked towards Mou. Are you sure you want to refuse me? Do you believe that once you do this, from now on, everyone you like will? Just as the words were on her lips, Qian Ringshu suddenly clutched her heart and crouched down, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. The incident that happened with Bibi Dong replayed itself with Qian Ringshu. What are you doing? Qian Ringshu glared angrily at the figure in her spiritual space. Just now, her soul power was suddenly blocked at the heart vein by a strange energy, almost choking her to death. I forgot to tell you, he is exceptionally sensitive to threats from others. If you had said that sentence earlier, he would basically have no connection with you, the angel god Qian Ringshu said. What do you mean? Qian Rengshu's eyes were filled with frost. The angel god Qian Rengshu explained, his thought process is quite strange. Because of his innate healing ability, no matter how many times you hit him or how hard you hit him, he doesn't care, as he can recover. However, correspondingly, he is very sensitive to what others say. If you threaten him, it will be hard for him to trust you again. Don't say it was a joke or a moment of impulse. What is said, and what is done. No matter the reasons, they can't cover up what has happened. Seeing the melancholy look on the other person's face, Qian Rinxue felt an inexplicable tug at her heart. Wasn't your mother almost going to kill her too? Regardless of the reasons, it is a fact that she tried to kill her own daughter. Are you okay? Seeing Qian Rinxue suddenly hurt and squatting on the ground, Mo was somewhat puzzled. How is this the same as Bibi Dong before? Mother and daughter share a heart? It's nothing. Qian Rinxue wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up. If you don't want to, then forget it. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the angel temple inside, leaving Mo alone. What is going on? Mo couldn't understand at all. How could she turn her face faster than flipping a book? One moment, she was ready to threaten him, and the next it didn't matter, shaking his head. Mo didn't want to think too much about it and turned to leave the shrine. It was late at night, and it was time to sleep. Next to the shrine, there was a small palace where Daoliu had arranged for Mo to stay. In fact, the shrine only had residences for 7 offerings, and they were more of a formality. These offerings usually didn't stay on the mountain, as they had their own cultivation places, all located near Spirit City. This small palace was specifically built by Daoliu for Qian Rinxue years ago, because Qian Rinxue was not well received by Bibi Dong and was even in danger after her martial soul awakened. So, Daoliu brought Qian Rinxue directly to the mountain to take care of her, after Qian Rinxue insisted on going undercover in the Tiando royal family. This place was left empty until Mo moved in. The not too big, not too small palace had no guards, and after passing through a small courtyard, Mo arrived in the main hall of the palace. It wasn't as luxurious as he imagined. The decorations were simple, and apart from a few chairs, there was no extra furniture since there wasn't much use for it. Further inside was a relatively spacious bedroom, and after Mo moved in, Daoliu had someone replace everything inside with new items. With no desire to cultivate, Mo simply lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. He was contemplating what to do next. Should he work hard to cultivate like in his previous life? There was no motivation, really no motivation, because he couldn't see any hope, having faced the power of the Shura god. The feeling of being in completely different worlds made it impossible for him to see any hope, even if he really inherited the sea god as position in this life. Teaming up with Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue for a 3-on-1 wouldn't bring much hope. The gap between a god king and a first-level god was simply too great. It was an absolute gap in divine ranks that couldn't be bridged by just solidifying the foundation during cultivation or compressing soul power. The distance between a human and a god, and the gap between gods, couldn't be changed by effort. Consider Daoliu, who at level 98 could barely defeat Daoliu at level 99. He could be said to be invincible among humans at level 99, but even he was still easily defeated in front of God King. No wonder everyone wants to become a god. It's really a leap to the heavens. The gap between a level 99 limit Douluo and a god is actually similar to that between an ordinary person and a limit Douluo. So, talent, effort, what is the use? Even if an ant is strong, it's still an ant. Does it really have to be done that way? Chapter 16. The Embrace of the Sister Kill. The next morning, Mo slowly woke up feeling as if something was choking his neck. When he opened his eyes, he saw Qian Rinxue, who had turned him into a pillow and was drooling at the corner of her mouth, and his mind was a bit confused. What's going on? Has my innocence just disappeared? Before Mo could think more, Qian Rinxue's embrace tightened, pulling him entirely into her arms, pressing him close, and then, like a pillow, she curled her legs up, completely controlling Mo. On Douluo Continent, Soul Masters would, just as Mo was about to suffocate. Qian Rinxue was still holding on tightly. Mo struggled with all his might, but Qian Rinxue held him too tightly, leaving him no room to exert his strength. Moreover, Qian Rinxue was a soul king, while Mo was just a 6-year-old child who had just awakened his martial soul. Even though he had innate soul power of level 20, he was no match against the 30-level soul power gap. Ugh! Who? Big sister. You're killing me. Finally, with great effort, Mo managed to lift his head and took a deep breath, shouting right at Qian Rinxue's face. With the power of a soul king, in an unconscious state, she could really squeeze the life out of him. This is no joke. Not funny at all. Huh? The sleepy Qianrenxue was finally awakened by Mou's cries for help. Groggily opening her eyes, she saw Mou, whom she was holding tightly, struggling desperately. In an instant, Qianrenxue became alert and immediately released Mou. As Qianrenxue let go, Mou quickly exerted himself, flipping off the bed and creating some distance. That was too close. He almost got suffocated to death by Qianrenxue. Damn! Embrace of the sister kill. The Bone King truly does not deceive me. He felt like his bones were about to break. Seeing Mou's appearance, the clever Qianrenxue quickly figured out what had happened. Last night, at the request of that angel god Qianrenxue, she had a long chat with her grandfather. Since she had hurried back from Tiano City, she was already tired, and in the middle of the night, she hazily followed the path in her memory to this small palace. And now, Mou was living here, and she had accidentally slept with this child. Mou, sleepy sister, you almost killed me. Finally coming to his senses, Mou raised his head and gritted his teeth, looking at Qianrenxue. But before he could speak, Qianrenxue, unwilling to be passive, took the initiative. How did you end up here? Mou's face twitched. Guess? I almost got suffocated to death by you. Guess? A mature-minded Qianrenxue naturally wouldn't panic over such trivial matters. Instead, she leaned on the edge of the bed with great interest, looking at Mou. I guess you can't bear to part with me, saying last night that you didn't want to be my child husband, then turned around and ran to warm my bed. TSK. You say you don't want to, but your actions are very honest. Huh? What the hell? Mou felt a pang in his heart. He almost got killed by this woman with such a terrible sleeping posture. How could she say such nonsense without changing her expression? Don't explain. An explanation is a cover-up. I don't like kids who lie. Qianrenxue interrupted, pressing on. However, if you regret it, I can give you another chance. It's still that question. Do you want to be my child husband? The kind that warms my bed. Oh, Mou, who was not good at verbal sparring, felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. And in the end, he could only say, I'll support your sister. After saying that, he angrily turned and left the bedroom. Who, after a long time, once Mou's presence completely disappeared from her perception, Qianrenxue took a deep breath and her face visibly flushed. So embarrassing. At this moment, Qianrenxue wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She had no psychological burden about sleeping with Mou. After all, he was just a child. However, she had slept too soundly. When she was undercover in the Tiando royal family, she hadn't had a good night's sleep for a day. After returning to this familiar environment, she let her guard down and fell asleep deeply. Mistakenly entering the wrong room and mistaking Mou for a pillow was one thing. She almost choked him to death, and now she saw her saliva on him. Oh no, her image. She slept so soundly that she drooled. She didn't used to sleep like this. Now look at this, they just met, and her face is gone. Embarrassed to the core, Qianrenxue buried her head in the quilt. She didn't want to see anyone. Did you sleep well? Mou, who had just walked out of the bedroom, instantly understood when he saw Daoliu sitting in the hall with a subtle expression. Well, I was almost choked to death by your precious granddaughter. Mou, you said stiffly, still feeling the lingering fear. Daoliu was taken aback. Choked to death? Could you consider the difference in physique and strength between me and her before causing trouble? Mou sneered. Do you think I was happy sleeping with her in my arms? Come on, with my small build, if she wasn't careful at night and just twisted a bit, I would be gone. Daoliu's expression froze. So that's how it is. Mou didn't say more and turned ahead to the bathroom. Shortly after Mou left, Qianrenxue sneaked out of the bedroom and awkwardly looked at Daoliu sitting in the hall. Xiaoxue, I know you have a lot of pressure in Tiano City, but it shouldn't be like this, right? Daoliu said helplessly. This kid didn't used to sleep like this when she was young. Looking at how Mou was just now, how much suffering did he endure? He was still hoping these two would get along because, in his view, Mou's claim that he and Qianrenxue were incompatible in the previous life was entirely due to this kid's infatuation with Bibi Dong. If it was just flirting with a few girls, with Qianrenxue's personality, she wouldn't care too much because she wouldn't think those women were qualified to compete with her. To put it simply, she looked down on them and didn't take them seriously, so naturally, she wouldn't care. This time, since Mou didn't get involved with Bibi Dong, the biggest conflict between him and Qianrenxue would naturally be gone. In this situation, two people with extremely similar talents and martial souls, under his matchmaking, wouldn't it be hard for them to get along? But he never expected that his granddaughter would rub her image on the ground during their first encounter. I didn't do it on purpose. Qianrenxue's cheeks flushed as she awkwardly picked at her feet. It was her first time sleeping so soundly, and it was just because she was too tired these past few days. Forget it, I shouldn't meddle. Daoliu stood up helplessly and walked toward the courtyard. The childhood sweetheart plan seemed hopeless now. After all, with this incident, Rinchue's first impression of Mou was not great. It seemed he needed to think about the interests and hobbies of these two, but how did it feel like there was even less hope in that regard? Chapter 17. Apology after washing up and changing clothes. Mou walked into the courtyard. I'm hungry. Old Qian, is there anything to eat? Mou shouted into the air. Why are you calling me Grandpa? Rinchue's somewhat dangerous voice came from behind Mou. Mou felt guilty. Why was Rinchue still here? You heard wrong. I meant dear great benefactor. As he spoke, Mou took small steps toward the gate. Avoiding trouble was better. However, before he could move a few meters, Rinchue grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Mou complained, Hey, big sister, I didn't offend you, did I? What offense or no offense? Rinchue turned Mou around and walked to the small pavilion in the center of the courtyard. Mou had given up resisting. If it were Hulaina, he could rely on his flying advantage to shake her off, but Rinchue could also fly, and faster than him. Unable to fight or run, he resigned himself to defeat. However, contrary to his expectations of being tormented, Rinchue soon returned from the kitchen with breakfast. 2 simple bowls of lotus seed porridge. Here, Rinchue handed Mou a bowl. Mou didn't take it. You didn't poison it, did you? I did. Rinchue said casually. Oh, Mou took it with ease. Watching Mou drink the porridge, Rinchue found it somewhat amusing. I poisoned it. And you're not afraid of dying? Not afraid. Montague replied. Then you. I'm immune to poison. Mou added. His god-level martial soul came with an inherent prestige. Immunity to poison and mental attacks, preventing him from being sneak attacked and dying unexpectedly. Rinchue. Good grief, I was just a little touched a moment ago. Thinking you trusted me, but now. Rinchue, who had been depressed by the straight man, stopped talking, lowered her head, and stirred the porridge in her bowl, lacking the mood to drink. Did you add salt? Mou asked. This is lotus seed porridge. It's sweet. Rinchue replied, speechless. Then why is this thing salty? Mou asked, puzzled. Salty? Rinchue was taken aback and then tasted it herself. It's not salty? Drink a bit more. It really is salty. Mou insisted. With doubts, Rinchue didn't think too much and lifted the bowl, drinking it all in one go. It's definitely not salty. Oh, then it must be my tongue that's the problem. Mou also lifted the bowl and drank it all. Tastes good, thanks. Rinchue's expression froze. Good grief. Have I been tricked? However, this kind of trick wasn't so annoying. Except for her grandpa, no one had ever cared about whether she ate or not, that woman. Why are you here again? A somewhat impatient voice from outside the courtyard pulled Rinchue back from her thoughts. I didn't go to your worship hall. Why you care so much? Bibi Dong retorted. Daoliu's expression froze. Then why are you here? I made it very clear to you that Mou is from the worship hall, and this was his own decision. What else do you want to do? I'm not here to steal him, Bibi Dong said coldly. I just came to bring him some things and to apologize for scaring him earlier. As she spoke, Bibi Dong pulled Hulaina behind her and walked into the hall. Just as Daoliu was about to stop her, Mou walked out, followed by Rinchue. Bibi Dong glanced at Rinchue behind her, a hint of complexity flashing in her eyes. However, upon sensing the aura of the 6-winged angel from Rinchue, the complexity quickly faded, replaced by a clear disgust. And this hint of disgust landed right in Rinchue's eyes, causing the little good mood she had just moments ago to vanish without a trace. Why? Why treat her like this? Rinchue really couldn't understand. Since she was young, her mother had hated her like this, and after she awakened her martial soul, that hatred even turned into murderous intent, almost killing her. What are you back for? Bibi Dong said coldly. Rinchue's heart tightened, feeling a bit flustered, tears welling up in her azure eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Bibi Dong interrupted her. Is the mission in Tiando City completed? Or is this your resolution? You stop. Seeing the mother and daughter about to erupt into a tearful drama, Mou quickly interrupted. I can't take it anymore. Really can't take it. The argument between these two people is really uncomfortable. If you want to argue, go somewhere else. This is my territory now. Saying this, Mou walked over to Daoliu's side. You said before that this place belongs to me. Noticing Mou's expression, Daoliu nodded. He also didn't want to see these two harboring deep grudges. The interrupted Bibi Dong didn't say anything more, took a deep breath, and pulled out Hulaina from behind her. Nana, go ahead. Huh? Hulaina, who was pulled out to take the lead, looked completely confused. Didn't we agree that you would go first? And this atmosphere seems really inappropriate, right? Seeing Hulaina's still visible panda eyes, Moyu felt puzzled. Isn't this little fox the one who cares the most about her image? Why would she be willing to walk around looking like this? I'm sorry. Hulaina took a deep breath, gathered her courage, took out the purple gift box hidden behind her, and walked up to Moyu, bowing deeply. However, as it was her first time apologizing, inexperienced Hulaina miscalculated the distance. The gift box she raised brushed against Moyu's nose and landed steadily in front of her chest. Montakyu, is this an apology or a murder? Looking at the twitching corner of Moyu's eyes, Bai Dong felt a bit awkward. This disciple of hers was apologizing for the first time in her life, and she had rehearsed this action in front of the mirror many times. I really know I was wrong about what happened yesterday, and I hope you can forgive me. Hulaina said sincerely, lowering her head. I shouldn't be ungrateful. If you're still angry, you can hit me or scold me. I absolutely won't retaliate. Hulaina weakly raised her head and asked, can you not slap me? Seeing Hulaina's humble appearance up close made Moyu want to laugh. In fact, he wasn't angry at all. After all, he had known from the beginning what Hulaina was capable of. Ungrateful? No, Hulaina hadn't thought that much at the time. In her heart, Bai Dong's words were like an imperial edict, not to mention binding him. Even if Bai Dong randomly pointed to someone on the street and ordered Hulaina to kill him, this little fox would have executed the order without hesitation, even if she would regret it afterward. But at that moment, this young girl wouldn't hesitate. From the moment she accepted the task, all she thought about was how to complete it, not about morality or righteousness. This also reflects the majority of people in this world, or rather, this world is inherently like this. Do you really know you were wrong? Yes, as long as it's not a slap. Is it okay anywhere else? Hulaina lifted her head in confusion. Where do you want to hit? Moyu frowned slightly. Are you backing out? No. Hulaina gritted her teeth and simply closed her eyes, sticking out her butt. Hit me. I'm coming. I'm really coming? As Hulaina waited nervously, the hand didn't land where she imagined. Instead, her head was pressed down by a small hand, and a gentle soul power gradually flowed into her body, causing the bruises on her face to dissipate. Hulaina opened her eyes in confusion and saw Moyu's little hand resting on her head. How come you? Moyu let out a soft breath and withdrew his hand. If you really know your mistake and can change, then I don't need to hold on to it. Otherwise, it would just be mutual torment. But if you're just putting on an act, then I have no reason to hold on to it because in the end, I'm the only one who cares about this matter, which is a waste of time. The future is long, yet also short. I don't want to waste my thoughts on these matters, so forgiving you is my choice. As for whether you really know you were wrong and will change, that's your business. So let's forget about this matter. Chapter 18, Special Nature of Soul Rings. After Moyu spoke those words that didn't match his age, the atmosphere between Bai Dong and Qian Rinxue became somewhat off. Noticing this, Qian Daoliu silently took Hulaina and Moyu away, leaving time for them. After a long silence, Bai Dong spoke first. You're back? The Rakshasa god Bai Dong came online. Yes, the angel god Qian Rinxue replied. What was the outcome? The Rakshasa god Bai Dong asked. Lost, the angel god Qian Rinxue answered. The Rakshasa god Bai Dong showed a calm expression, as expected. The angel god Qian Rinxue was momentarily speechless. Did you even need to ask? It seems he has also returned. The Rakshasa god Bai Dong changed the topic. Moyu didn't have this mindset at the beginning of his last life, and his attitude toward her was clearly too cold. She had suspected it before, and just now, hearing Moyu say those words was something he had once advised her. At that time, she was certain. What do you plan to do? The angel god, Qian Rinxue asked. What can I do? The Rakshasa god Bai Dong sighed. Rebirth with a dual soul. She might not listen to me. Moreover, the Shura god's power restrains my Rakshasa god power, and your angel god's power is also quite strong. Even if we were to fight again, there wouldn't be much hope. If Xiao Yu is willing to inherit the sea god position, then in the future, 3 against 1 might have a chance. Mom? Qian Rinxue's expression changed, clearly taken aback. Seeing her former daughter, the Rakshasa god Bai Dong felt a sense of guilt, and her eyes were no longer cold as before. The loving look that Qian Rinxue had imagined countless times in her dreams appeared on Bai Dong's face for the first time. Xiao Xue. Mom. Qian Rinxue's excitement was evident. A surge of indescribable emotions filled her heart, and her azure eyes welled up with tears, suddenly moistening her eyes. She rushed towards Bai Dong and hugged her tightly. The Rakshasa god Bai Dong did not reject the embrace, holding Qian Rinxue. Even though they were not in the same time and space, she was still her daughter, the daughter she owed for a lifetime. is the sun rising from the west. Daoliu, who had taken Mou and Hulaina aside, sensed the rapid approach of the two's aura and hurriedly looked over, just in time to see Qian Rinxue and Bai Dong embracing and crying. How should I put this? Happy, but at the same time this scene feels somewhat dreamlike. Bai Dong's mind actually returned. Hey, old shameless, are you peeping again? Seeing Daoliu frozen in place, Mou didn't need to guess to know he was paying attention to the situation over there. After all, Bai Dong had a past, so it was normal for Daoliu to be worried. However, he felt that with the words he had just said, the two of them wouldn't end up fighting. Of course, it was also impossible for them to recognize each other as mother and daughter. After all, what kind of person was Bai Dong? He had advised her for over 10 years to no avail. Those few words just now would at most make Bai Dong a bit more rational and not act against Qian Rinxue. But it definitely wouldn't be enough for her to let go of the past. Ahem, what are you peeping at? Seeing Qian Rinxue happy, Daoliu was in a good mood and didn't bother to argue with Mou. But how come you have this kind of awareness? Daoliu transmitted his thoughts. After living for more than 100 years, it's hard to let go of what you've seen clearly. Yet Mou seems to have understood it so thoroughly. Do you think I've lived these few lifetimes for nothing? Montague responded telepathically. After all the entanglements, I finally realized what's the point of being entangled. Life is only so long, and if I let these things disturb my mind and worry me, how many good days can I have left? If there are more unexpected events, then life will just pass by, filled with regrets and remorse until death. What's the point of being so serious? Letting go of others is also letting go of oneself. You've really become magnanimous, Daoliu sighed. Mou had been ignored by Bai Dong and Qian Rinxue for 20 years in his last life, yet still managed to risk his life for a promise to them. And regarding Tang San, who killed him, he didn't feel any hatred or even anger, just a bit of disdain. The only anger he had towards the Shura god was because the other party cheated. Such calmness was something even he couldn't achieve. Actually, if you also died a couple more times like me, I believe you would also be able to see through it, Mou said. Daoliu nodded, perhaps. Facing death can make people see many things clearly, but whether they can let go or forgive varies from person to person. Some people can get enraged over trivial matters. Just like Tang San, who follows the path of death in every situation, unable to endure the slightest grievance or loss, expecting everyone to cater to him. On the other hand, Mou, who has lived for over 100 years, is seeing someone who can truly be strict with themselves while being lenient with others for the first time. The so-called ability to recognize mistakes and correct them is often just an excuse for most people to ask for forgiveness when they err, but when others make mistakes, they instantly flip to the extreme, acting just like Tang San. And that so-called treating others well is treating oneself well. Please, it's just the same excuse. All demanding from others. People in this world are all double standard. They advocate what benefits them and discard or even scorn what doesn't. It's no wonder Mou can have a conversation with this kid and teach him everything he can, not just about Mou's angel martial soul, but more importantly, this kid has an angelic heart. However, this heart is a bit too warm, turning this guy into a scumbag. Hulaina, walking behind, looked at the strange atmosphere between the old and young, and her confusion deepened. Isn't the grand offering quite good? Why does the teacher say he is not a good person? By the way, when do you plan to obtain your soul ring? Daoliu suddenly remembered this matter. He had asked about it right after Mou awakened his martial soul, but Mou said there was no rush, so he was unsure what the kid was thinking. Even with the innate level of 20, if one doesn't obtain a soul ring, their cultivation would be restricted. Although one can accumulate soul power through persistent practice during this time, the speed is too slow, making it highly inefficient. This is why after their soul power is sufficient, soul masters from great families and powers prioritize finding suitable soul beasts to absorb. If one could improve the quality of their soul power without absorbing a soul ring, then why wouldn't the soul masters of the Spirit Hall do the same? The Spirit Hall, with a legacy of thousands of years, has tried everything in the past, and the mainstream cultivation methods that remain today already illustrate the issue. Any time will be fine, Mou said. I've been thinking about what my limit is these past couple of days. Last time, I used 4,000 years for my first soul ring and 8,000 for the second. Although that nearly killed me, I survived well, didn't I? So, I initially wanted to see if I could go straight for a 10,000-year soul ring for my first ring. Daoliu was momentarily stunned, thinking, good heavens, are you trying to shorten your life? But before he could say much, Mou continued, but I've realized it's unnecessary now. If it's just to gain a bit more energy from the soul ring, my current body is too weak. There is no need to take the risk of absorbing an overly aged soul ring. It's enough as it is. And absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring with my current body would likely lead to an explosion. Moreover, as cultivation progresses, the effects of soul rings diminish. Especially after reaching level 95, it becomes entirely about talent, and the impact of early soul rings becomes negligible. Of course, the most crucial point is that unlike you, the strength of the soul skills my martial soul gains after obtaining a soul ring is not closely related to the age of the soul ring. The main purpose of the soul ring is just to help me increase my soul power, which results in high-age soul rings not significantly enhancing me in the early stages. Daoliu was taken aback. How could soul skill strength be unrelated to the age of the soul ring? The essence of soul skills relies on one's own soul power to mobilize the energy within the soul ring, making it operate in a specific way to release the soul skills. Therefore, the higher the age of the soul ring, the stronger the energy contained within, and the more powerful the soul skills released. MOU's soul skill strength is unrelated to the age of the soul ring? What principle is that? At least the first 6 soul rings are like this, MOU said. My previous life as first 6 soul rings absorbed light, thunder, fire, wind, earth, and ice attribute soul rings, granting me immunity to these elemental attacks. The power of the first 6 soul skills completely depends on how much soul power I exert, not on a percentage of soul power consumption. I see, Daoliu nodded. MOU's divine angel martial soul is indeed special, entirely different from the general martial soul properties in Douluo Continent. Even the soul rings and soul skills are different. So what attributes are you planning to obtain for your 2 soul rings now? Daoliu asked. MOU has reached the limit Douluo and has his own path of cultivation. He doesn't need to say much, after all. No one understands his martial soul better than MOU. Of course, I will first get light and fire attributes, MOU said. Why? Daoliu was a bit curious. Your granddaughter has innate light and fire attribute damage. Shouldn't I immunize against those first? MOU said matter-of-factly. Daoliu was momentarily stunned. Good heavens! How many times did Xiaoxiu hit you? Chapter 19, Gift. On the other side, after satisfying Qianrenxue for a while, Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god, was forced offline, as she was currently occupying the line. Forget about what just happened, Bibi Dong said coldly. She didn't understand what that Rakshasa god was up to, nor did she know what the so-called future held that could make another version of herself let go of the past. But she couldn't. At least she couldn't accept Qianrenxue's existence right now. After being satisfied, Qianrenxue looked at Bibi Dong's cold demeanor and felt none of the previous resistance. Since the mother from the future can accept her, she can wait. Although the version of herself in her mind still doesn't want to tell her mother why she reacted so negatively, since their future selves could reconcile. She knows she can too. Don't smile. Seeing Qianrenxue blushing and grinning, Bibi Dong felt a pang in her heart. She didn't want to treat Qianrenxue that way. After all, she was her daughter, a piece of flesh from her body. However, every time she saw her and sensed that disgusting angelic aura emanating from her, she would think of that beast, Qian Xuanji, that beast who ruined her life. This made it completely unacceptable for her to acknowledge Qianrenxue's existence. Did you take the wrong medicine? Looking at Qianrenxue's flushed face, which even bore a hint of spring, MOU momentarily thought that the girl accidentally drank some aphrodisiac. What did you say? Qianrenxue cheerfully walked up to MOU, scooping him into her arms and playfully pinching his chubby face. I said, big sister, you are really beautiful. MOU, being genuine, didn't retaliate because to Qianrenxue, he was just a pretty ragdoll, at her mercy with no power to resist. Now he understood how incredible it was that the ragdoll cats he raised in the past could endure being held in his arms all day without retaliating. So annoying. Seeing you being so realistic, I'll let you off today. Qianrenxue, in a great mood, decided not to hold it against MOU. After giving his chubby face a final pinch, she set him down on the ground. MOU, feeling exhausted, wiped the saliva off his face. Indeed, regardless of gender, everyone is lustful. Women are especially unrestrained towards pretty children. What now? The distracted MOU was accidentally picked up from behind by someone. However, this scent was not Qianrenxue's but Hulaina's. I thought you didn't let anyone touch you. As she spoke, Hulaina began rubbing her face against MOU's, just like Qianrenxue did earlier. Damn, women, are you all annoying? Under the pressure of size, the 1.3-meter-tall MOU had no ability to resist in the hands of the over 1.6-meter-tall Hulaina. What's wrong? Let me touch it. It won't cost you any flesh. After figuring out Mou's good temper, Hulaina gradually became more bold. At first, she thought he was a cold and distant child, but judging by his earlier behavior, he was actually quite easy to get along with. Don't push me. Mou, being toyed with repeatedly, resembled a small cat that had been provoked. All right, how stingy, Hulaina reluctantly said after taking a bite, putting Mou back on the ground. She noticed that Mou was completely unaffected by the charm that came with his awakened martial spirit, and that he was quite interesting, occasionally offering profound insights while also being a bit of a joker, much better than the pretentious ones at the Martial Spirit Academy. However, after Hulaina took a bite of Mou, Qianrenxue, not far away, gradually darkened in complexion from her originally rosy face. Mou was her child husband. It was only natural for her to take a bite, but how dare this little fox do the same? With this thought, Qianrenxue walked towards Mou again, intending to take another bite to let this little fox know that Mou was hers. However, this time, Mou was already on guard. Seeing Qianrenxue approach slowly, without hesitation, he activated his martial spirit, turned around, and kicked off forcefully to escape. Old Qian, where have you been? Come back quickly. I'm in danger. Mou thought. Bibi Dong, who was standing behind him, was missed as Mou dashed straight into her embrace. Qianrenxue, I'm done for. Mou is going to suffer. Hu Lianal. I'm done for. The teacher is going to be angry. Mou had the same thought. After catching a whiff of the familiar scent, he stiffly raised his head, thinking, I didn't mean to. Oh no, he was currently in the form of his martial spirit. Bibi Dong saw that the angelic martial spirit was about to go crazy. Damn, old Qian, where did you go? Montague exclaimed. Come back quickly. I'm in trouble. Bibi Dong remained silent, her expression cold as she looked at the white wings that appeared behind Mou after he activated his martial spirit. They were indeed different from the six-winged angel martial spirit of the Qian family. Mou's could even manifest as a two-winged angel, and the aura was nothing like that of an angel. There was no trace of the compassion and warmth characteristic of the six-winged angel martial spirit. Only indifference and a hidden rage. It seemed that what she had said about the future was correct. Mou's angel martial spirit was not the same as that of the Qian family. With this in mind, Bibi Dong's expression gradually softened. As long as it had nothing to do with the Qian family, it was fine. Thank you for carrying me back to the Pope's palace earlier, Mo Xiaoyu. Huh? Mou, who was already ready to lie in bed for half a month, was momentarily stunned, but seeing Bibi Dong's softened expression, he quickly regained his composure. Oh, no need to thank me, it's only right. It seemed Bibi Dong was still sensible and could see that his angel martial spirit was different. Seeing Mou relax, Bibi Dong took out a purple crystal ring from her pocket and introduced, this is a storage soul guide with a storage space of 30 cubic meters. It also has a special space for living things. I put some daily necessities and some self-defense items inside as a token of gratitude. As she spoke, without waiting for Mou to refuse, Bibi Dong directly took his right hand and slid the ring onto his index finger, where it automatically fitted snugly. Impossible to shake off. Don't refuse, otherwise you'll be disrespecting me. Bibi Dong whispered in Mou's ear. Do you want to see what happens when you disrespect the Pope? Thanks, big sister, Mou said awkwardly while floating in the air. The gift wasn't important. He really didn't want to be on Bibi Dong's bad side. Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback. Big sister? That's acceptable. Then can you also forgive me for scaring you earlier? Bibi Dong asked. Scare me? Mou retracted his martial spirit and stood on the ground with a puzzled expression. When? It's nothing, just forget it. Bibi Dong gently patted Mou's head. Mou also didn't think too much about it, because he now felt two extremely intense gazes directed at his back. Hulaina, my storage soul guide, is only 10 cubic meters. His is 30 cubic meters, and it can store living things. This favoritism is too outrageous. Qianrenxue, I haven't received anything yet. Xiaoyu, I've arranged everything for the offering hall. Next, we're going to hunt. Just as Daoliu returned and saw Mou being sandwiched by Qianrenxue and Hulaina, he was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Mou thought. Just with a storage soul guide, my situation is getting worse. So high. It's truly high. Chapter 20. Camping. 3 hours later, high above. Not far from the Douluo forest. Since Mou chose to first absorb the light attribute and fire attribute soul rings, the fire attribute wasn't much of a problem. But light attribute soul beasts were rare throughout the Douluo Continent. Although they could be found in the soul-hunting forest exclusive to the Spirit Hall, they were relatively ordinary. Therefore, the Douluo Forest, the largest gathering place for soul beasts, naturally became the best choice. Why are you following us? As they were about to reach the Douluo forest, Daoliu, flying at high speed with Mou and Qianrenxue, stopped and looked helplessly at Bibi Dong behind him. Although his speed as a limit Douluo was not something Bibi Dong could keep up with, he slowed down considering Qianrenxue. Is it wrong to be curious about the capabilities of a god-level martial spirit with innate level 20? Bibi Dong countered, finally catching up with them. Damn this old hag. Flying so fast. Are you rushing to reincarnate? She struggled to see a little shadow. If it weren't for that Rakshasa god using divine power to help her speed up, she wouldn't have caught up at all. You don't want to do something underhanded, do you? Daoliu suspected. To be honest, he had no confidence in Bibi Dong's character at all. She said she was interested in a god-level martial spirit with innate level 20. Wasn't Qianrenxue also interested before? She didn't seem curious back then. Bibi Dong frowned slightly. Do I look like that kind of person? Yes. X3, even Qianrenxue couldn't lie with her eyes open. Her mother really could do such things. Seeing such a unified response, Bibi Dong's expression froze. Had her image become so entrenched in people's minds? You're a limit Douluo, and you're still worried I'll pull tricks? Bibi Dong didn't bother to argue. After all, Mou also seemed to be a reincarnated person, and she knew exactly what kind of person she was. There was no need to pretend, and as for Qianrenxue and Daoliu, she had a criminal record. You better behave yourself. Considering his granddaughter's emotions, Daoliu chose to compromise. At worst, he would just pay a bit more attention later. He didn't think Bibi Dong would dare to act recklessly under his watch. If he originally only cared about Qianrenxue inheriting the divine position, now, knowing the terrible fate that awaited the spirit hall, he had high hopes for Mou, the only one who could possibly change the situation. After all, he had no other options. The angel god had long since fallen, and now there was only a trace of divine thought left for passing down the divine position. The Rakshasa god on Bibi Dong's side had also fallen, but on Tang San's side, there was a living god king. To achieve victory in the divine battle in the future, they had to place their hopes on Mou, who currently had the highest innate talent. Before long, Daoliu brought Mou to the edge of the mixed zone in the Douluo forest. The outer circle was home to 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, and the gathering place of 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts, with the occasional 10,000-year soul beast appearing. The inner mixed zone was primarily inhabited by 10,000-year soul beasts, with soul beasts over 10,000 years and below 100,000 years living in this area. Occasionally, there were powerful 1,000-year soul beasts that could rival 10,000-year soul beasts. The 1,000-year soul ring that Mou needed was easiest to find at this boundary. In the dense forest, Daoliu and Bibi Dong acted as bodyguards in front and behind, while Mou and Qianrenxue leisurely walked in the middle. Speaking of which, your martial soul can gain immunity to the corresponding element after obtaining the relevant elemental soul ring. So why not look for multi-attribute soul beasts? Daoliu asked via voice transmission. Good idea, but unfortunately, it won't work. Mou shook his head and replied through mental connection. In my previous life, I tried it, but when absorbing soul rings with impure attributes, the strongest attribute would grant immunity to that attribute. If this bug-exploiting method worked, wouldn't I have full attribute immunity? I see. Daoliu nodded. It was reasonable that god-level martial souls had such limitations. After all, if there were no restrictions, they could artificially cultivate multi-attribute mixed soul beasts. Even if those soul beasts were weak, they wouldn't be much against elemental immunity. There aren't many light attribute soul beasts. We might have to put in more effort. Daoliu reminded as they walked ahead. This was actually directed at Bibi Dong, implying that she should stop following and go back to work in Spirit City. Bibi Dong naturally heard Daoliu's implication, but couldn't be bothered to respond. After working so hard for so long, what was wrong with taking a break? Especially in recent years, after finishing her duties at the Papal Palace, she had to quickly find suitable soul rings for her second martial soul and enter the Rakshasa secret realm for cultivation. She was so busy that she was glad to finally have some time to rest and didn't feel like rushing back. Seeing that Bibi Dong didn't respond, Daoliu didn't say much. After all, he had already arranged matters at the offering hall. Even if it took 10 days or half a month this time, it was fine. They could take their time and let Qianrenxue and Mou spend more time together. Before long, the sky gradually darkened. Then, Mou and his companions faced an awkward question: where to stay. Due to their hurried departure, Daoliu hadn't prepared for such things, or rather, he didn't think he needed them at all. If he rushed back, he could return to Spirit City in less than an hour without needing to stay overnight. Thus, Daoliu, who hadn't gone out in decades, completely overlooked the need for outdoor equipment. You're really unreliable. Mou complained. As the oldest person here, you didn't prepare anything. Daoliu felt a bit awkward. Cough. How about we go back first and come tomorrow? This was indeed his oversight. After seeing Bibi Dong and Rinshue hugging together earlier, he thought they had made plans, but when they appeared again, it reverted to the previous state, leaving him confused and forgetting these essentials. Mou shook his head. Forget it. Camping out isn't a big deal. I've done plenty of that before. Just you two. Mou looked at Rinshue and Bibi Dong. He didn't mind, as Daoliu was an old man without many requirements, but these two should care. It's fine. Camping out is fine, Rinshue said. She wasn't that delicate. Then what about you, papal sister? Mou looked at Bibi Dong. You don't need to worry about me. Saying this, Bibi Dong walked over to a flat area, waved her hand, cleared away the surrounding weeds and thorns, and took out a luxurious camping tent that she had prepared long ago from her soul guide, setting it up by herself. Montaku, Rinshue. Now even Rinshue thought her grandfather was incredibly unreliable. Papal sister, do you need help? Mou, not wanting to camp out, ran over to offer assistance. If you can overcome it when conditions are lacking, then seeking discomfort when conditions are available is just foolish. He wasn't that foolish. Mou grabbed a corner of the tent, looking sincerely at Bibi Dong. I can set up a tent too. Bibi Dong didn't speak. Lightly kicked the tent that she had laid on the ground to secure several support points, and in the next second, the tent's frame slowly stood up. In less than 10 seconds, a luxurious camping tent was formed. Montaku. Wow. High-tech? Looking at this tent that required no assistance, Mou wisely stepped back. The Pope was indeed extravagant. Even the tent was a specialized soul guide. However, he had never seen such a thing even after spending 20 years in the papal palace in his previous life. Bibi Dong lifted Mou up from behind. What are you doing? Mou asked in confusion. Aren't you going in? Bibi Dong pointed to the tent she had just set up. Mou shook his head. No need, I can stay outside. Why? Bibi Dong couldn't understand Mou's sudden dejection. Mou struggled lightly, landing on the ground. It's nothing. I just want to breathe some fresh air. After saying that, Mou flapped his little wings and found a decent crooked neck tree. Rinshue hesitated for a moment. Although she wanted to sleep with her mother, she knew the other party wouldn't accept it, so it was better not to create any unpleasantness here. Shaking her head, Rinshue flew to the branch next to Mou. Daoliu remained silent, quietly finding a tree nearby to lean against. The last time he slept like this in the Stardew Forest was decades ago. In the blink of an eye, half a lifetime had passed. Seeing himself so out of place, Bibi Dong also stopped talking and walked into her tent. What did you mean when you said you often camped out on the streets before? Rinshue, lying on the branch and looking at the stars, asked curiously. Mou rested his head on his arm, closing his eyes. It's nothing. I wandered outside for the past 2 years, until half a year ago when I was caught by the Spirit Hall Soul Masters and brought back to the orphanage in Spirit City. Back then, when I was thirsty, I drank dew. When I was hungry, I stole bird eggs, and occasionally mixed in some food from kind families. I lived quite well. At first, he didn't know he had crossed into the Douluo Continent. After all, the villages he had wandered through had no soul masters, and the villagers' martial souls were mostly tools like sickles and hoes. Moreover, he had little contact with those villagers and didn't pay attention to the existence of martial souls. He only occasionally encountered some roosters that chased after him, and at that time, he thought he had just crossed into a medieval fantasy world. He even dreamed for a while of traveling the world as a traveler. It wasn't until half a year ago, when he was grilling fish by a small river, that he encountered a group of soul masters from Soul City. After being questioned and confirming his identity as an orphan, an uncle directly recruited him. The rise of a new adventurer had thus begun. Although with the route he had been running around, it wouldn't be long before he reached a city near Soul City, gathered information, awakened his six-winged angel martial soul, and then got approached by Daoliu. After all, there was no escaping this angel martial soul. Who in Douluo Continent didn't know that angels were the symbol of the Spirit Hall? With this martial soul, his faction was already decided. Looking back now, he was quite lucky not to have wandered near the major sects. If he had awakened his angel martial soul in front of those sects that opposed the Spirit Hall, like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he might have died on the spot. You mean you've been wandering outside for 2 years? Rinshue hesitated. Currently, Mou is only 6 years old, having arrived in Soul City half a year ago, which meant he had been alone outside since he was just over 3 years old. Pretty much what's wrong? Mou asked. His physical condition was still quite good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to run around outside. After all, in those villages he stayed in, although there were no soul beasts, The ordinary poultry were quite fierce due to the presence of soul power. He remembered the first time he fought a chicken when he was over 3 years old. He almost lost. Moreover, he could absorb a 4000-year soul ring for his first soul ring, although the healing ability of the angel martial soul helped. His own physical condition was the key. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to recover in time and would have exploded. After awakening his martial soul, his current physical strength was much stronger than that of Hulayina, a great soul master, and should be similar to a soul venerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win overwhelmingly in the previous fights with the little fox. And your family? Qian Rinxue hesitated. None. Mou replied frankly. Ever since I can remember, I have been lying in a pile of ruins. I don't know what happened there, and I don't remember anything from before. Maybe I encountered a soul beast attack or met an evil soul master. Speaking of which, he had never been curious about his origins because no one had ever asked him. He once thought that he had crossed over and was just a 3-year-old child he woke up as. Of course, it was also possible that the original owner of this body had bad luck and died in that accident, and he had taken over. He had even felt fortunate that he had occupied a dead person's body, so there was no psychological burden. However, after awakening the divine-level angel martial soul, he negated the idea of taking over a dead person's body, as a martial soul inherited through bloodlines could not possibly appear in such a run-down village. Qian Daoliu had also tested this out of curiosity and confirmed that he had no bloodline from the Qian family. I'm sorry. Qian Rinxue showed a look of regret. It's nothing. After all, I can't remember anything from before. If I forget, then I forget. Mou said calmly. At least I'm still alive. I can breathe, run, and enjoy good food, rather than just being a cold, rotting corpse. Living again is already lucky enough. What more could I want? But you're the first person to ask me these questions. Mou said. No one has ever asked before. The teachers at the orphanage probably didn't want us to remember those sad pasts, so they never asked. They just encouraged us. As for his previous life, no one cared about it. After all, he himself didn't care. He lived without a care in the world, living in the moment, only looking forward to tomorrow. The past was the past, and there was no way to change it. Qian Rinxue fell into silence, communicating with another self in her mind. But the other side also fell silent. Obviously, she had never cared about these questions. Upon reflection, she seemed to have never cared about Mou. Or had she ever thought about caring for him before? On the other side, Bibi Dong, eavesdropping on the entire conversation with her extraordinary hearing relying on the title Douluo, also fell silent. In the mental space, is this the so-called important person you mentioned? Noticing the so-called Rakshasa goddess unease, Bibi Dong showed a mocking expression. Is this it? Not caring about anything. Not paying attention to anything, not fulfilling even the slightest duty of teacher, and still having the audacity to say this Mou is very important? She certainly didn't see any importance in it. Such importance was even less than her disdain for her daughter, Qian Rinxue. Although on the surface, she seemed indifferent to Qian Rinxue. She still occasionally investigated Qian Rinxue's situation in Heaven-Do City in private. But this so-called future self, claiming importance while having done nothing, just to move oneself? Bibi Dong continued her tirade. You're not much better off. The Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong frowned. At least I haven't deluded myself like you. Disgusting. Bibi Dong mocked. What about you, Xiaojiang? The Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong retorted. Aren't you just deluding yourself about that useless coward? Going mad for him. Do you think he cares? I won't allow you to speak of him. Bibi Dong's expression turned cold. The Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong showed a look of pity. Don't talk about me. You should take a look at yourself first. Chapter 22, Beast Tide. Speaking of which, Xiaoyu, what direction do you plan to take? Assault system or control system? Feeling that the atmosphere between the two was somewhat heavy, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but speak up, wanting to change the situation. Mou turned to look at Qian Daoliu under the tree. All systems. Qian Rinxue was taken aback. All systems? Yeah. Except for things like the food system that are predetermined. I can do everything, Mou said. As for the assault system and agility system, that's not a problem. I also have healing abilities. My martial soul has built-in skills. As for control, support, and defense systems, once I absorb an ice-type or earth-type soul ring, controlling or supporting or defending will be very simple. Wouldn't that be too scattered? Qian Rinxue expressed concern. If you cultivate multiple systems, you might not excel in any of them, like lacking damage, insufficient control, or not enough speed. I won't. Mou shook his head. I can do it. Qian Rinxue frowned slightly, just about to refute when the angel god, Qian Rinxue, interrupted her in her mind. He really did it, developing all systems. And each one is impeccable. Are you sure? Qian Renxue clearly did not believe such a thing. Of course. The angel god, Qian Renxue showed a nostalgic expression. You should know the gap between a level 98 super Douluo and a level 99 limit Douluo is almost insurmountable. To put it bluntly, a level 99 limit Douluo can defeat a level 98 with just one slap. Qian Renxue nodded. Grandpa Jean Crocodile indeed told her about this. Although the difference between level 99 and level 98 seems to be just one level, in reality, this one level difference is an insurmountable chasm. A level 99 limit Douluo is the limit of mortals, just one step away from becoming a deity. But when he was at level 98, he defeated his grandfather in a direct confrontation. The angel god Qian Renxue said seriously. Qian Renxue was stunned. Are you kidding? Defeating a level 99 with a level 98? What does that even mean? It's as exaggerated as a super Douluo's full power attack, not being able to kill a soul master. It's true, the angel god, Qian Renxue affirmed. At that time, I was undergoing the divine assessment, and he had just stepped into level 98. However, he had to leave for a while due to some matters. Before he left, he had a match with grandfather, right above the worship hall. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Both of them fought with all their strength for nearly 3 hours, and in the end, grandfather lost. Although MOU said he won narrowly. Grandfather later told her that if MOU hadn't pulled back in time during the final blow, he might have died. He didn't even have time to use the angel god's power. Then why doesn't he have a divine position? Qian Renxue was puzzled and asked the question she had wanted to ask for a long time. In her description of the future, MOU is undoubtedly a peerless genius, even reaching limit Douluo at the age of 26 without relying on the divine assessment. But since he was so impressive, why did he not even have a divine position? Tang San, who would later destroy the Spirit Hall, was merely a full innate soul power with twin martial souls, just like her mother. But why could that person obtain dual divine inheritances? Is this reasonable? Isn't the divine assessment based on talent? I also want to know this question. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong sighed. When she saw him upgrading in the title Douluo realm so quickly, she initially thought he had also obtained the divine assessment, but later found out he hadn't. He then disappeared for several years, and she thought he was going to take the divine assessment. However, when he finally appeared at the Jialing Pass, he was still immortal, without a trace of divine power or any signs of a divine assessment. The fact that MOU did not obtain the divine assessment was something she couldn't understand, and it even left her confused about what the divine position inheritance was based on. The little girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School on Tang San's side, along with a food-type little ghost, could actually make the goddess of 9 colors and the god of food personally come down to resurrect him. Why? According to the information she saw left by the Rakshasa god, the gods in the divine realm cannot participate in mortal affairs. So why did the Shura god and Sea god come down in person? Why did the god of food and the goddess of 9 colors also personally intervene? Was it just to resurrect that Tang San whose heart she crushed? After killing Tang San, she thought victory was assured. But then he turned around and got a dual divine position, and a Shura god at that. She really couldn't understand. Anyway, you don't need to worry about his cultivation issues, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong advised. As it stands, he is also reborn, and unlike me and Xiaoxue, who are dual souls, he only has one consciousness. Perhaps it's because of his special martial soul. After all, the thing gave me a strong sense of threat after I became a god. What sound? Feeling the unusual tremor, Bibi Dong hurriedly walked out of the tent. Qian Daoliu looked towards a core circle. It seems to be a beast tide. Something's not right. How could the Stardow forest suddenly trigger a beast tide? He did not sense any aura of a super Douluo, which meant there were no hidden old monsters hunting 10,000-year-old beasts, provoking the fury of the fierce beasts in the core circle. This beast tide is suspicious. Xiaoxue, Xiaoyu. Prepare to leave, Qian Daoliu said with a serious expression. He sensed the presence of fierce beasts. But weren't those fierce beasts supposed to be sleeping? How could they suddenly wake up? The night that should have fallen into silence turned chaotic as the roars and howls of soul beasts echoed, and the sound of explosive footsteps gradually approached. Seeing the beast tide approaching, Qian Daoliu had no time to think further. He quickly lifted Qian Renxue and MOU into the air. Bibi Dong, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Daoliu flew towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest with MOU, and Bibi Dong followed suit. This beast tide was no joke. According to the records in the Spirit Hall, there were beings in the core area of the Stardow forest that surpassed 10,000-year-old beasts, which the predecessors of the Spirit Hall referred to as fierce beasts. Among those fierce beasts, there were existences that could rival limit Douluos. Roar. Umans. Stop. Chapter 23. Conflict. With a loud roar, several enormous figures descended from the sky, blocking the direction in which Daoliu and the others were leaving. One was a giant bear over 30 meters tall, with a body even larger than a titan giant ape, radiating a dark golden light. Another was a fierce beast with 3 heads, resembling a lion, but more like a dog, each head's diameter exceeding 1 meter, with sharp, massive teeth exuding a deadly threat. Finally, in the center stood a black dragon with wings on its back, larger than the giant bear, covered in black scales, and possessing a pair of golden eyes. Seeing these old friends, Mou had an extremely ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next second, a terrifying cold wave rushed in, instantly freezing the forest within a radius of hundreds of meters, and a vague figure that could not be discerned appeared behind the black dragon. Fierce beasts? Daoliu's body tensed, his expression grave. 1,000 years ago, the predecessors of the Spirit Hall had explored the core area of the Douluo forest. That ancestor was also a limit Douluo, but he encountered a powerful black dragon in the core area and fought fiercely with it, resulting in no clear victor. Since then, the Worship Hall established an unwritten rule prohibiting super Douluos from personally hunting 10,000-year-old beasts in the core area of the Douluo forest because it would provoke the fury of the fierce beasts and could even trigger a beast tide, endangering the entire continent. This is also why, despite knowing there were 10,000-year-old beasts in the Douluo forest, the 6 super Douluos of the Worship Hall, including Daoliu as a limit Douluo, had never conducted a hunting operation on 10,000-year-old beasts. Not only did super Douluos lose interest in soul rings and bone from soul beasts after reaching that realm, but more importantly, they couldn't do it. We, the worshippers of the angel god, have no intention of starting a war. The black dragon, in a leadership position, spoke human words. Then what do you mean by this? Daoliu scanned the few fierce beasts around him. If it were just him alone, he could escape if he couldn't win. But now with Mou and Rinshue as 2 burdens, he wasn't so sure he could get away. Plus, there was Bai Bai Dong, who hadn't recovered from her self-inflicted injuries due to her earlier reckless behavior. Even the weakest of the 3-headed creatures here might not be something she could defeat, especially the black dragon. He would likely have to use his angelic divine power to contend with it, but the figure behind him, filled with ice attributes, wasn't far off in strength either. Hand over that child to us, and you may leave. The black dragon raised its massive claw and pointed at Mou, who was protected behind Daoliu. No way. Daoliu hadn't spoken yet, but Rinshue had already objected. The relationship between humans and soul beasts had always been one of life and death. If Mou fell into the hands of these fierce beasts, would he still have a chance to survive? What do you want with a mere child? Daoliu did not answer directly, but it was clear he wouldn't agree. Useful, but irrelevant to you, Emperor Tian, the black dragon, said quietly. Why waste words with him? Just take it. The hot-tempered Xiong, the dark old bear, said. Shut up. Emperor Tian grunted, and the terrifying aura of the golden-eyed black dragon king erupted, causing Xiong to instantly quiet down. He didn't want to get beaten. I have no intention of starting a war, but you must give me this human, Emperor Tian insisted. Then there's nothing to discuss. Daoliu's gaze sharpened as he secretly activated his angelic divine power. He could not hand over the only hope for the future of the Spirit Hall. Wait. The ice-blue figure floating behind Emperor Tian drifted forward, the icy mist dispersing to reveal a human-like appearance, with long white hair cascading down to her feet. Her sky-blue eyes were ethereal, seemingly able to see through everything in the world. Her slender figure was flawless, and although her white gown had no embellishments, it made her appear so noble and stunning, meticulously perfect like a snowflake or a cold plum blossom, standing out amongst others, proud against the frost. The strongest from the extreme north, the Ice Empress, she introduced herself. I can assure you, we will not harm him, the Ice Empress said softly. I don't find your assurance trustworthy. Daoliu was already prepared for battle, and he had secretly informed the golden crocodile in the offering hall through his angelic divine power to bring a few offerings for support. He did not believe they couldn't defeat the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall. The situation grew increasingly tense, with both sides unwilling to back down. Montague, who was hiding behind Daoliu, felt even more nervous and didn't dare to speak after seeing the Ice Empress appear. With the Ice Empress here, the Ice Emperor must have come as well. If he guessed correctly, these 2 had also been reborn since he had perished alongside them in the previous life. But that meant old Qian, don't act. After some hesitation, Mou stepped forward. I'll go with him. The sins he made must be borne by him. In his previous life, he had completely disregarded Tang San, thinking that with his innate rank 20 and divine angel martial soul, he could become a god early on. Tang San was simply not worth mentioning. Only later, after failing to inherit the Azura god position in the City of Slaughter, did he begin to take action against Tang San, having focused on his own development beforehand. During his Soul King period, he had gone to the extreme north, hoping to persuade the Ice Emperor and Ice Empress to offer sacrifices, as they would not be able to survive the coming heavenly tribulation. It was completely impossible for soul beasts to cultivate to godhood. However, after years of attempts, he had been beaten by the Ice Emperor countless times, and they still hadn't agreed. Although his talent and cultivation speed were indeed astonishing, so much so that even the Ice Empress believed he could become a god, they still wanted to cultivate and ascend to the divine realm themselves. Later, an unexpected event occurred when the Ice Emperor's heavenly tribulation was triggered early. He had relied on the special ability of his angelic martial soul to absorb the Ice Emperor's soul ring, preserving her consciousness in his spiritual space. The Ice Empress had a similar experience, except that it was voluntary for her. However, he promised to take both of them to ascend to the divine realm. But in the end, to be honest, he felt he had repaid his debt to Qian Daoliu with that last self-detonation. He owed nothing to Bai Bai Dong and Qian Renxue, but he truly felt ashamed in front of the Ice Emperor and Ice Empress. Originally, he had no intention of provoking them in this life. He would at least wait until he tried his luck on Sea God Island. If he could inherit the Sea Goddess position, then he would seek them out. It would be more secure. But now no. Qian Daoliu stopped Mou transmitting. What if they want to eliminate you, this human genius? After all, with your talent, you will need to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts to obtain soul rings in the future. And humans and soul beasts are inherently antagonistic. If you go with them, will you still have a chance to survive? Mou shook his head. It's fine. If they really want to attack, you can't stop them. Qian Daoliu's full power indeed compared to that of a demigod, but it had its limitations. They were not in the Spirit Hall, and it would take time for him to contact the angelic divine power in the angel statue in the offering hall. During that time, with Emperor Tian and the Ice Empress, he couldn't hold them off. Moreover, Emperor Tian's people hadn't all arrived yet. If a fight broke out, Qian Daoliu couldn't worry about them. So, there was really no need for a fight. Chapter 24. Time reversal, then let us go. The Ice Empress stepped lightly in the air toward Mou. Seeing Mou had made up his mind, Qian Daoliu no longer obstructed him, as he truly didn't have confidence in facing so many fierce beasts at once. I hope you can keep your promise, Qian Daoliu said, giving the Ice Empress a deep look. If something happened to him, don't doubt the strength of the 7 offerings of the Spirit Hall. If something happened to Mou, facing the Azura god in the future, Qian Renxue and Bai Dong definitely wouldn't be able to win. The destruction of the Spirit Hall would be inevitable. The fall of the angelic god and the collapse of the angelic faith would also be inevitable. If such a future were to come, he, as an angelic god offering, might have to go insane. After all, if they were all going to die, a little earlier wouldn't matter. Giving it his all, he might not be able to handle that black dragon. But the other fierce beasts, seeing the threat in Qian Daoliu's expression, the Ice Empress said nothing, grabbed Mou, and turned to fly toward the core area. Emperor Tian and the others stayed behind, stalemated with Qian Daoliu. To be honest, Emperor Tian also wasn't confident in subduing this angelic god offering. If it came to a real fight, he and this limit Douluo who could use angelic divine power would likely perish together, while Xiong Jun and Qi Wang were just cannon fodder. Are you polite? On the other side, the Snow Empress, who was flying toward the core area with Mou, stopped just before reaching the Lake of Life. Do you remember me? The Snow Empress looked at Mou, whose eyes were evasive. Although it was a question, she already got her answer. I'm sorry. After holding it in for a long time, Mou could only say these 2 words with his head down. What are you sorry for? The Snow Empress squatted in front of Mou, her icy expression melting away to reveal a sweet smile. I promised to take you all to ascend to the divine realm, but I'm sorry. Mou really felt too ashamed to say anything more. The Snow Empress gently cradled Mou's small head, their eyes meeting, but we chose to die together with you. At the last moment of the divine war, Tang San achieved dual godhood. At that time, Mou had already seen the defeat of the angel god and the Rakshasa god, but he had an agreement with Qian Daoliu. He had to help. So, knowing that he was targeted by the Shura god and could not obtain the inheritance of godhood, Mou wanted to forcibly remove the 8th and 9th spirit rings created by her and the Ice Empress and entrust them along with their consciousness to the Silver Dragon King. However, they refused because if Mou really removed the 8th and 9th spirit rings at that time, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to perish together with the Shura god, so it was their own choice. But that was indeed my fault. Mou could not deny this. He overestimated himself. At first, he looked down on Tang San, thinking he just needed to focus on cultivation and then go to the City of Slaughter to inherit the Shura god position, but the Shura god ignored him. Later, he went to Sea God Island to try. After all, at that time Tang San's divine test had not yet been completed, but the Sea God also ignored him. After that, wanting to forcibly break through to the 100th level to become a god, he came to the Douluo Forest and sought out the Silver Dragon King, trying to make a deal based on his martial soul's healing ability. However, the answer he got was that he did not possess the power of belief like the Sea God and Angel God, nor the elemental origins like the Fire God and Wind God. To forcibly become a god, he needed to completely shatter the 9 spirit rings and merge all the energy into his body to take a gamble. Moreover, becoming a god through this method not only had a worrying success rate, but the level of the divine position after becoming a god was also unknown. If lucky, during the process of becoming a god, he might encounter unclaimed divine energy, perhaps reaching the level of a divine king. But the greatest probability was being swept away by the turbulent flow of time and space, losing his soul. If it was just him, he would take the gamble, as it couldn't get worse. But he couldn't gamble with the lives of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress who coexisted with him. So in the end, but we were lucky, we didn't really die. The Snow Empress gently hugged the self-reproaching Mou. She didn't blame him, and neither did the Ice Empress. From a moment they chose to coexist with Mou, they were already prepared for life and death together. Whether Mou chose to forcibly break through or self-destruct, they would be with him. Moreover, we could be reborn, thanks to you, the Snow Empress said. Mou was taken aback. Me? Yes. The Snow Empress pointed to Mou's small wings. Your martial soul, this strange angel, contains the power of time and space. In fact, we are not reborn. Rather, your martial soul reversed time. Time reversal? Mou was confused. Was his martial soul that powerful? It could even manipulate time. How do you know? Did you forget that before taking us to die, you gave your life source to the Beastmaster, the Silver Dragon King? The Snow Empress reminded him. At that time, Mou knew he couldn't win. At most, he could compress all his energy to perish with the Shura God sword, giving the Angel God and Rakshasa God a glimmer of hope. So, before leaving the Douluo Forest, Mou gave his life source, granted by his angel martial soul after breaking through to title Daw to the Silver Dragon King. That was the source of his martial soul's healing power, which could help the Silver Dragon King recover quickly, as a way to leave a trap for the Shura God and those shameless divine envoys before dying. Mou was taken aback. His relationship with the Silver Dragon King was purely transactional. After all, the Dragon God was ambushed and cut in half by the Shura God during the battle with the Good God and Evil God. The Golden Dragon King remained in the divine realm, continuing to go mad, while the Silver Dragon King, knowing the source was separated and had no way to recover, plunged into the turbulent flow of time and space, hiding in Douluo Continent. Among those in the divine realm, the Silver Dragon King hated the Shura God the most, and he was also targeting the Shura God at that time, which was why the Silver Dragon King was willing to help him. He ultimately handed over that life source, containing healing power to the Silver Dragon King purely to leave a trap in the divine realm after his failure. Of course, he had no expectations of the Silver Dragon King. Even though she was a divine king at her peak, the Douluo divine realm had 5 divine kings. So his little tricks would only annoy those bastards in the divine realm. A few days ago, after I woke up, I came to the Douluo Forest with Bing Air to find Tion, hoping he would help find you, but the Silver Dragon King, who was supposed to be sleeping, unexpectedly woke up, the Snow Empress explained. She told us that she watched time start to rewind with that life source in her hand. And her injuries began to worsen. Everything was going backward until it returned to a few days ago, and that life source gradually disappeared. Mou's expression was strange. Was it really that magical? He knew that his angel martial soul had an unknown origin and contained a strange power, but that thing had never paid attention to him. However, reversing time was a bit too much, right? So, stop blaming yourself. The Snow Empress affectionately picked up Mou. And since you call us sisters, of course, the sister has to support her brother. Didn't I call you sister at your request? Mou said strangely. The Snow Empress had a subtle expression. But I remember you begging for mercy and calling me sister when Bing Air was chasing you. MOU's expression froze. Didn't we agree not to mention that? When he first went to the extreme north ice field, he happened to encounter the Ice Empress in her human form, and he didn't recognize her at the time, thinking she was just a little girl out hunting for ice attribute spirit rings, so he teased her for being short. As a result, he was chased and beaten by her for 3 days and nights. Finally, exhausted and fainting, he was taken back to the Snow Empress's place by the Ice Empress, and that was when they met. Fortunately, he had hunted the spirit beasts in the extreme north, and the first few spirit rings were all from ferocious and bloodthirsty spirit beasts. Plus, he didn't share the common view that killing them was justified, so those two didn't have strong hostility towards him as a human. After that, he would occasionally bring some things from human society to play with them, and over time, this friendship was established. Even the sixth spirit ring, the Ice Attribute Spirit Ring, was found for him by the Ice Empress. How to put it, soft rice really is delicious. Shelf introduction. This book is first published on QQ Reading, and it has 50,000 words upon release. For those who say I'm publishing now to make money, please think about it. How many people are reading this book now? Whose money am I making? You're not just insulting me for making money. You're insulting my intelligence. Chapter 25, Big Meat Worm, Tianming. Not right. Just before entering the Lake of Life, MOU told the Snow Empress to stop. Didn't I tell you I was in Wuhuan City? And I took you there. How could you still think of coming to the Star Doe Forest to seek help from Tian? Are you stupid? The Snow Empress tapped MOU's head. If we appear in Wuhuan City, do you think that the angel god servant, Daoliu, won't notice? I'm fine with it. But Bing Air is certainly no match for those servants. So, are you planning to ambush me in the Star Doe Forest? MOU found it hard to describe their actions. What if he hadn't come to the Star Doe Forest? They couldn't just wait forever, right? This could be one of the reasons. The Snow Empress placed a soul power barrier around MOU and led him into the Lake of Life, where the Silver Dragon King and Tian usually slept at the bottom of the lake. I also want to see if our soul beast co-lord will be like us. After all, she has your things, and there are good treasures here. You mean that big meat worm, Tianming, right? MOU couldn't help but chuckle. A long time ago, Tianming, that big meat worm, had barely escaped from the Ice Emperor's pursuit and made it to the Star Doe Forest. But due to its naive nature, it was bullied by the soul beasts here. After struggling for tens of thousands of years, it finally relied on its wits to become the leader among the soul beasts. Just when it thought it had turned the tide, it bumped into Tian, who was out for a walk and was captured back to the Lake of Life to serve as a nutrient for the Silver Dragon King. It wanted to escape, but was powerless to fight back, forced to release its own heaven and earth elemental power. It had been absorbed for over 10,000 years. And under normal circumstances, it would have to endure another 10,000 years, nearing death, before becoming Huo Yuhao's soul ring. However, Tianming had bad luck and encountered him when he came to the core area to find the Silver Dragon King. At that time, she was still asleep. After a relatively friendly exchange with Tian, they reached a collaboration. He used Tianming's powerful cultivation to infuse his healing power into the severely injured and sleeping Silver Dragon King to awaken her. He succeeded, but Tianming was instantly drained. Even though Tianming was the only million-year soul beast in Douluo Continent, the Silver Dragon King was half a dragon god, a being that was once as powerful as a god king at her peak. There was no comparison between the two. Fortunately, after awakening the Silver Dragon King, Tianming, with very little cultivation left, was credited as a power bank and became Tian's little brother, recuperating in the Lake of Life. Now, by the way, besides you and Sister Bing Air, who else remembers me? MOU asked. Tian and the others all remember you, the Snow Empress replied with a smile. All the fierce beasts sleeping in the dimensional space at the bottom of the Lake of Life were covered by your life essence during the time reversal. They all retained their memories from back then. MOU's eyes twitched. What did that Bear King's earlier demeanor mean? Why talk so much? Just take it directly. He might think you don't remember them, the Snow Empress speculated. But I think the most likely reason is that he wants to take revenge for being beaten by you back then. When MOU came to the core area of the Star Doe Forest to find the Silver Dragon King, he had a significant conflict with Tian and the others. The one who got beaten the worst was the Bear King, who led the charge, while the Red King had been protecting the three-eyed Golden Lion and thus wasn't beaten. The second worst was ZG, being the Hell Demon Dragon King, proud and arrogant. MOU had just defeated Daoliu and was in high spirits. The two had a prolonged confrontation. Because MOU didn't want to make enemies, he kept holding back, which only made ZG's anger grow. In the end, he had no choice but to beat her up. Lastly was Tian. Since MOU and ZG were controlling their power during their fight, and he even helped them recover from their injuries. Although Mou, who was at level 98, couldn't beat Ditian at that time. Ditian still graciously settled for a draw with Mou. That was one of Ditian's biggest regrets, because after Mou reached level 99, he could no longer be beaten by that guy. Even when ZG and the Bear King teamed up to attack, they couldn't win, which left Ditian feeling depressed. The way the three of them were acting just now was likely out of grudges. They wanted to scare Mou, but didn't expect to provoke old man Daoliu. So, that guy Tianming remembers me too? Mou had a bad feeling. Just then, the Snow Empress brought Mou to a special dimensional space at the very bottom of the Lake of Life, which was created by the Silver Dragon King to avoid being hunted by the Divine Realm before falling asleep. It could block all external spiritual probing, including that of God Kings. Oh, isn't this our self-destruct expert, the Holy Douluo, Lord Mou? Why do you look like a child after just a few days? As soon as he landed on the ground, Mou was greeted by the sarcastic remarks of the big meatworm, Tianming, who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. TSK, back to square one after one night, and you even lost your soul power cultivation. Tianming mischievously jumped in front of Mou. So pitiful. Look at me, my cultivation is back. Impressive, right? Million-year soul beast. Lord Tianming, Montaku, the Snow Empress. Do you know how annoying you are? Oh, where's Sister Bing? Mou directly ignored this vain big worm. And since he couldn't use that life source to heal the Silver Dragon King, he could only let Tianming bounce around. Inside, the Snow Empress also chose to ignore the annoying Tianming and walked with Mou towards the Silver White Hall. Anyway, this big worm won't be bouncing around for many days. Hey, don't you greet an old friend after escaping death? Tianming, who was ignored, was very angry. He is a dignified million-year soul beast. He especially came out to greet a little brat, and the other party actually ignored him. Hey, Montaku, did you hear me? Brother Tianming is greeting you. Hey, I can help you a lot next. Hey, acknowledge me, Mou. Tianming jumped around Mou like an abandoned pet. But unfortunately, knowing the character of the other party, Mou had no intention of paying attention to this guy. This one is the type to take advantage of others' kindness. And this guy is even more shameless, ready to climb up at any moment. Stinky bug, shut up. A green figure flew out from the hall and used a righteous flying kick to kick the annoying Tianming away. With a charming appearance, she had less pride than the mature Snow Empress, but more cold elegance. Her beautiful, fair face had 4 emerald green magic patterns on either side, and her dark green long hair cascaded down her back. Her skin was as white as ice and snow, with a translucent quality, and beneath the skin, a faint green light flowed. She wore a long green dress, one of the 3 kings of the extreme north, a fierce beast of nearly 400,000 years. The ice green Emperor Scorpion, the Ice Emperor. Sister Bing is still so generous. Mou unconsciously moved closer to the Snow Empress. He had been kicked by the Ice Emperor like this before, but he was chased and beaten, even worse than Tianming. The Ice Emperor turned to the small Mou, walked closer, and squatted down. What's wrong? Mou asked in confusion. He and the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress had coexisted for many years, so it was impossible for her not to recognize him, just because he had become smaller. The Ice Emperor seriously stretched out her hands and pinched Mou's cheeks, rubbing them. You were so cute when you were young. How come you became so annoying when you grew up? Montaku, can you be gentler? This sister really doesn't know her strength. You still know pain? The Ice Emperor gently held Mou's small head and pressed her face close to him. When you self-destructed into bits, did you think about whether it hurt you? You promised to share joys and sorrows, but you actually cut off our perception connection. Do you look down on me? Mou showed a look of shame. The Ice Emperor hugged him tightly. All right, stop thinking about those things. Your Ice sister won't blame you. On the contrary, I admire you for being so decisive in self-destructing. Mou. For a moment, I couldn't tell if you were praising me or mocking me. Chapter 26, Silver Dragon King. I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you want to reminisce, there's plenty of time. Right now, the master's matters are more urgent. Another tall figure in a green long dress walked out from the hall. The current leader of the Emerald Swan clan, a fierce beast of 500,000 years. Bai Ji, who is currently the second most powerful entity in the Stardow Forest after Ditian. However, she is a purely healing soul beast with almost zero aggressiveness. Of course, relatively speaking. Standing beside her was a figure covered in purple-black scales, tall and slender, with a rounded chest and long, straight thighs. Above her chest, white skin and a deep valley were exposed. Her long purple-black hair cascaded down her back, swaying naturally without wind. ZG, a fierce beast of 200,000 years. Her true form is the Hell Demon Dragon King. Although her cultivation is far from Tion's, in terms of bloodline purity and potential of her true form, she is not inferior at all. She is one of the rare pure-blood true dragons passed down in the Dragon Clan. Mou greeted, sister by G and Z. CG snorted coldly, interrupting Montague, Zeming Li Zoiking. Mou felt a bit awkward, but he really didn't dare to provoke ZG right now. Especially since she remembered that he had once beaten her up. This guy might take the opportunity to get back at him. Little you, the master is waiting for you inside. Hurry in, Bai Ji said with a smile. She shouldn't be planning to swallow me directly, right? Montague Polbet. The last time the Silver Dragon King was just awakened by him, feeling that life source in his body, she immediately tried to snatch it. If he hadn't promptly exited that special dimensional space at that time, that dragon would really have swallowed him. Don't worry, the master won't act against friends, Bai Ji assured. But she has to really consider me a friend. Mou said gloomily. The Silver Dragon King is not Guyu Na, or rather, the current Silver Dragon King does not have the personality of Nar. What exists is only Guyu, the soul beast overlord, and for her, the only thing that matters is the revival of the soul beasts. At least in the last life, he did not feel any goodwill from the Silver Dragon King. All he sensed was vigilance and indifference. In fact, this guy had always wanted to devour his life source because the healing power infused by Tian Meng could not fully restore the Silver Dragon King's injuries. It only awakened her prematurely. Most of Tian Meng's cultivation transformed into nutrients accumulated in her body. If she could devour his life source, she could recover her injuries at the fastest speed. Aren't you still able to self-destruct? Why worry about me swallowing you? A clear and pleasant voice came from the hall. But I haven't lived enough yet. I don't want to self-destruct. Mou said. To be honest, among the soul beasts here, he was most worried about this so-called soul beast overlord. Although Tian hates humans, he is dedicated to his responsibilities and respects his opponents. In the last life, after their battle, Tian still regarded him as a friend. As for ZG, Xiangjun, Qi Wang, and the others, even though he had beaten them, these guys are loyal. Bai Ji goes without saying. Because of his healing power, this big sister has always had a good attitude towards him. Lastly, there is the youngest three-eyed golden lion. Although he doesn't know why the auspicious beast was born ahead of time, that little guy has a good attitude towards him and is quite close to him. Only the Silver Dragon King, from beginning to end, he has not felt a shred of trust from her. Even when he left, he sent his life source to her. She was still worried about whether there was some dangerous backhand in that thing. To be honest, he couldn't understand. Is the Silver Dragon King really that smart? A person who can easily put down a so-called love that has been fabricated for millions of years, even turning against Tian. How could she be so guarded against him? In the name of the soul beast overlord, guarantee that I will not swallow you. The voice of the Silver Dragon King floated out again. Do you care about this title? Mou secretly complained his heart. However, considering the presence of these people, he still did not say it out loud. After all, the Silver Dragon King, as a split body of the dragon god, holds a high status among soul beasts. If he were to engage in yin-yang tactics in such matters, even if the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor stood by his side, it would still lead to unpleasantness. If you're worried, I can go in with you, the Snow Emperor said softly. She also knew that the Silver Dragon King had always been distrustful of Mou, and their leader had never told them the reason. No need. If she makes a move, I can just self-destruct. Maybe my martial soul will rewind time again. Mou waved his hand and walked toward the hall. But if it really comes to that, I wouldn't know what I could do. After all, that bastard Shura god had been looking for someone for decades. Hearing such a threatening remark, the Snow Emperor's expression tightened. Despite the Silver Dragon King's serious injuries, she was not someone she could contend with. Don't be nervous. The leader won't act recklessly, Bai Ji softly comforted. She also saw that her leader had been a bit excessive towards Mou. Clearly, Mou had helped them so much. But the Silver Dragon King's attitude towards him had never softened. Now it was slightly better. Mou slowly walked into the main hall. What he saw was a giant silver dragon, fully silver white, measuring 100 feet long. Even from a human aesthetic perspective, this giant dragon's form was still very beautiful. Of course, excluding those with a fear of large objects, as it was really too big. Upon sensing Mou's approach, the Silver Dragon King's huge dragon head slightly raised, and a pair of dragon eyes like purple gemstones slowly opened, staring at the tiny Mou before her. What do you want from me? Mou asked straightforwardly. He could say he was friends with the ferocious beasts outside and the three-eyed golden lion who had run off to play, but with the Silver Dragon King, even being partners was very difficult. Now you don't want to see me? The Silver Dragon King sighed, and Mou felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. Fortunately, she didn't have bad breath. Otherwise, he would have been suffocated just now, seeing that she almost blew Mou away with her breath. The Silver Dragon King felt a bit embarrassed, slightly closing her eyes, and her whole body emitted a faint light. In the next moment, a scene like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon appeared before Mou's eyes. As the silver light dissipated, a delicate silver-haired girl appeared. She had long silver hair cascading down her back to her ankles, the strands not only smooth, but also possessing a texture like silver crystal. She had a beauty that words could not describe. All depictions were insufficient to convey her stunning appearance. Her skin was slightly pale and fair, with purple eyes. Her eyes were incredibly beautiful, with long curled eyelashes, and the purple irises were clear and transparent, especially when her gaze held a hint of confusion. It evoked a feeling of helpless affection. Of course, Mou could not feel affectionate because this seemingly delicate and weak beauty in front of him could easily kill him. Moreover, he had seen the Snow Emperor. His Snow Emperor was no less than this dragon. Chapter 27. Dangerous Aura, you seem to not want to see me. The Silver Dragon King slowly approached Mou. Feeling that the elevated perspective was somewhat inappropriate, she actively shrank to the same size as Mou. Coco, you need to ask yourself. Mou crossed his arms and averted his gaze. Damn, why does this guy look so good in human form? And she can shrink, cuter than the three-eyed golden lion. Damn, is it because of my previous attitude towards you? The Silver Dragon King leaned closer, bringing her face close to Mou's as if trying to see him clearly like someone with severe myopia. However, the next moment, an embarrassing scene occurred as the Silver Dragon King sniffed at Mou's scent forcefully, resembling a lovesick person. What are you doing? Montag you was stunt. You're scent. The Silver Dragon King said seriously. It's very dangerous. Great High Priest, what happened? In the sky above the Stardow Forest, the golden crocodile rushed over with several other priests at full speed. However, upon seeing the few figures standing in the air emitting a fierce aura, the priests unconsciously tensed up. Very strong, especially the big guy in the middle covered in black scales. Feels stronger than our Daoliu. Little you was taken from us. Daoliu stared intently at the closed eyes of Emperor Tian across from them. Why are they taking a child? Golden Crocodile asked in confusion. I don't know. Daoliu shook his head. But Little Yu is very important to the Spirit Hall. He cannot have an accident. If Mou dies here, the future of the Spirit Hall will be completely dark. So what now? Do we fight? Guangling was eager to try. He had never fought ferocious beasts before. Except for the big guy in the middle, the other two could probably be beaten by their priests together. Don't rush in, Daoliu stopped him. The other two are fine, but the big black guy in the middle, I feel that even if I use the Angel Divine power, I might not be able to compete. The other bear seemed to be on par with his normal state, especially those claws. Even if Guangling and a few others teamed up 6 against 2, they might not win. Emperor Tian, what should we do? It seems like we've gone too far. Seeing Daoliu's increasingly grim expression, Bear Lord felt a bit worried. The other Super Daw was not anxious. Even if surrounded and beaten, he could escape. But this Angel Divine priest could use Angel Divine power, a limit Douluo, comparable to a demigod. Are you cowardly? The Red King isn't afraid. What are you afraid of? Emperor Tian looked down on him. Originally, the Snow Emperor had said to communicate well, but it was Bear Lord who suggested the previous setup, although he didn't oppose it. I just don't want to hurt our relationship, Bear Lord argued. Don't you know how terrifying it is when that kid Mou develops? A level 99 limit Douluo, without divine power, can't even beat him. That Daoliu over there has a good relationship with him. That kid holds grudges. I was just careless. Emperor Tian countered, feeling hit on a sore spot. Who knew that his self-created soul skill happened to restrain me? You don't know. Bear Lord looked at him disdainfully. That move of his is called Sky Feather Dragon Slaying Dance, specifically for slaying dragons. Can't you tell? Are you itching for a fight? Emperor Tian glared at Bear Lord fiercely. You can't beat him, so you take it out on me, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. You really are something? Bear Lord retorted. He couldn't beat Emperor Tian, but Emperor Tian certainly couldn't beat that kid Mou either. Are they arguing? Rinshua asked in confusion. It seems so. Daoliu also found it hard to understand, but it was quite normal for fierce beasts to fight among themselves. That dragon? Rinshua mustered her courage to shout. Slap. Unable to avoid the verbal retort, Emperor Tian slapped Bear Lord away and turned to look at Qian Renshue. Call me Emperor Tian. Oh, Mr. Emperor Tian? When will you return little Yu to us? Seeing that the other party was willing to engage with her, Qian Renshue continued to ask. I don't know. It depends on the situation, Emperor Tian replied. Depends on the situation? Qian Renshue became increasingly anxious. But you don't need to worry. We mean no harm to him. The attitude of Emperor Tian towards the descendant of the angel god is quite acceptable. On the one hand, it's because of MOU. After all, that guy was willing to charge forward to his death for the angel god and the Rakshasa god. And afterwards, this little girl of the angel god also responded, although she still lost. On the other hand, the angel god has only recently ascended to godhood, even watching the ascension thousands of years ago. That little girl did not participate in the war against the dragon god back then. Additionally, according to what their master said, the angel god is very likely to have been schemed against by the Azura god. After all, during the final battle of gods, the Azura god and the sea god shamelessly took to the battlefield, while the angel god remained completely silent. So this is the only possibility. Can you tell me why you're looking for him? Qian Renshue asked with concern. Emperor Tian paused, uncertain for now, saying they should wait and see. He also didn't know if Tian Meng's plan to create a god would succeed, even though that guy was the only million-year soul beast that broke the norm in Douluo Continent. However, MOU's strange angel martial soul could even reverse time, and it currently seems that this time reversal at least includes the divine realm. Therefore, Tian Meng's plan to create a second martial soul for MOU to increase his chances of becoming a god may not necessarily succeed. A human's twin martial souls need to have similar qualities to coexist, while MOU's angel martial soul is at least above the divine level. Tian Meng, can he create a martial soul beyond the divine level? What danger? MOU asked in confusion. You and your martial soul have given me a very dangerous feeling since the first time we met. That's why I've always been wary of you. The Silver Dragon King explained. Back when the Dragon God was ambushed by the Azura God, he split into me and the Golden Dragon King. I was severely injured at that time and voluntarily jumped into the time-space turbulence. Luckily, I ended up in Douluo Continent, and your martial soul feels very similar to the aura in the time-space turbulence. Even a God King cannot guarantee survival in the time-space turbulence. The Azura God and those gods from the divine realm likely refuse to give you the divine test for this reason. The time-space turbulence is the most terrifying disaster in the universe. Even the strongest dragon god was injured when facing powerful time-space turbulence. And a weaker divine realm would face annihilation even from the most ordinary time-space turbulence. MOU's strange angel martial soul is definitely not a product of the Douluo divine realm. It comes from another plane, and besides the aura of time-space turbulence, the core of this angel martial soul has an even more terrifying power, which was not affected even when MOU self-destructed and caused a time reversal. She has always been wary of MOU, fearing that he might be a wedge sent from another divine realm towards the Douluo divine realm. The current Douluo divine realm is the failed creation of the dragon god, and there are many other divine realms in the universe, all eyeing the powerful Douluo divine realm, intended to swallow it. However, after witnessing the incredible scene of time reversal, she dispelled this suspicion. Because time reversal is something even the peak of the dragon god could not achieve. Time reversal does not mean crossing time and space. It affects the entire universe. The dragon god is undoubtedly the most powerful god in the universe, and if he cannot achieve it, the weaker divine realms certainly cannot. Moreover, the time reversal triggered by MOU at least encompassed the entire Douluo divine realm. Otherwise, those gods would have rushed down long ago. Therefore, the power MOU possesses, far surpassing the God King level, is likely to come from outside the universe they are in. Chapter 28 Cooperation. So you don't feel danger now? MOU asked. No, the Silver Dragon King shook her head. You are still dangerous. It's just that I now know your enemies are those guys from the Douluo divine realm. And they're my enemies too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can cooperate. What kind of cooperation do you want? I still can't use that power to heal you, MOU said. And even if you recovered your original strength, you wouldn't be able to handle the Azura god, right? Even the dragon god couldn't withstand the siege of those gods. Besides, if I really get involved with you during the god battle in the future, I'll have to face more than just Tang San, who's just inherited godhood. Those god kings will definitely take to the field. After all, the remnants of the dragon god are the greatest threat to the Douluo divine realm. Even if what the Silver Dragon King said is true, the reason those gods in the divine realm do not give him the inheritance of godhood is because of the aura of time-space turbulence that his angel martial soul carries. Those guys are worried he is a vanguard from another divine realm, but right now he is very weak, and those gods wouldn't take him seriously. However, if he really gets involved with the Silver Dragon King, he would have to face more than just the corrupt Azura god, the other four god kings, representing destruction, life, evil, and goodness, along with all the deities of the Douluo divine realm, would become his enemies. He didn't think he had the ability to fight against the dragon god back then, and he also didn't see the need to take such a risk. Fighting against Tang San, who has just inherited godhood, if he uses that move, he might have a chance. The reason he didn't use it in his previous life is that he knew that what he self-destructed was merely his body and the soul power he had cultivated, while his angel martial soul could safely preserve his soul and the souls of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. Perhaps in 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer, they might have the opportunity to resurrect. But if he uses that move, he would truly be risking everything. He self-destructed the Azura God Sword, which was already quite benevolent. That thing is a super artifact, significant not only to the Azura God, but also crucial for the entire Douluo divine realm. Without the Azura God Sword, how would the Azura God face the impending catastrophe of the divine realm? He just didn't expect that his angel martial soul would bring him here and actually reverse time. Doesn't mean he was unhappy with how he fought. You will cooperate with me, the Silver Dragon King asserted. You are quite confident, you said, sitting down on the steps, having stood for so long and feeling tired. The Silver Dragon King followed, saying, you hate this world, so you will cooperate with me. You raised an eyebrow. Did the Ice Emperor tell you this? Why does this sister say everything? She did tell me. The Silver Dragon King sat next to Mou. You detest the rule that humans must hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings to advance, as it is a unique rule of Douluo Continent, established by those gods in the divine realm to suppress and exterminate soul beasts. You don't like fighting and killing, so even when hunting for soul rings for cultivation, you try to find those fierce soul beasts. This allows you to feel a bit more justified. And it is also because of your character that the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor are willing to be with you. You are indeed very kind. The Silver Dragon King said seriously. It's easy for the weak to be kind. After all, they're the disadvantaged party. But for a powerful person who holds the power of life and death to still maintain such kindness is difficult. Just like humans don't care about the lives and deaths of ants, the gods in the divine realm also don't care about the lives and deaths of mortals. The stronger one is, the more indifferent they become to the lives of the weak, because they look down on them and thus don't care. Yet Mou has never changed. That is not necessarily a virtue, Mou sighed. But from our perspective, that is a virtue. The Silver Dragon King said seriously. You don't have the demeanor of a high and mighty predator towards the soul beasts, and at least for now, you are quite friendly towards Emperor Tian and the others. Mou shook his head. You misunderstand. This is merely because I'm a rather superficial person. The Snow Empress and the Ice Empress are beautiful, so I like them and treat them well. Here, Bai Ji and Ziji are also very beautiful, so I actively maintain goodwill towards them as well. Just like with Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong on the human side, it is mostly due to my desire for their bodies. The Silver Dragon King secretly smiled. So what do you say about that angel god's offering? In the end, your insistence on participating in the divine battle was solely because of your promise to him, not because you desired those two mother and daughter. And what about Emperor Tian and Bear King? You can't say you desire their bodies, right? Do you like both men and women? No. Moyu denied. I'm a staunch old lecher and only like beautiful girls. Even if something happened and I turned into a woman, I would still only like girls. That stance won't change. As for Emperor Tian and Old Qian, that's another matter. The feelings between men, you wouldn't understand. He did indeed self-destruct for the promise to Qian Daoliu. After all, at that time, Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong did not think highly of him, and he was not the type to cling on shamelessly. Nor would he do something like turning into the wind and rain of the mortal realm to accompany someone. If he never received a response, he would not force it. It was the same for everyone. A forced melon is not sweet, and anyway, he wasn't lacking in melons. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress treated him well. And speaking of his little kitty, he still needed to find a time to take her away. You keep saying you desire their bodies, but why don't I see you XXOing with them? The Silver Dragon King asked curiously. Montaku, what kind of wolfish words are you saying? You humans say love is just for sex, right? The Silver Dragon King asked again. Based on what I know, you even have the mainstream idea of even if you can't win her heart, you should still have her body, which clearly shows that you regard such things as more important than feelings, or in other words, your purpose in romantic relationships is just to engage in procreation. Isn't it? You found it hard to describe. Although I don't know where you got this information, I can't refute it, since most of what I've seen indeed confirms it. Then you, Silver Dragon King, don't understand. She hasn't even seen you doing anything intimate, not even with the Ice Emperor or the Snow Emperor, at most just hugs and lifts. But you treats the adorable three-eyed golden lion the same way, and the little three-eyed golden lion hasn't even transformed yet. I value spiritual communication more, or rather, I care more about companionship, you explained. Even the most delicious food can become boring if eaten too much. People who like each other can't always be thinking about those things. If desire is treated as the pivot of feelings, then once the desire is satisfied, that relationship ceases to exist. Plus, I don't have any thoughts about having children. After all, what comes out might not necessarily be good. So wait, why are we talking about this? You suddenly realized that he was supposed to be discussing cooperation with the Silver Dragon King. How did it turn into this? Cooperation. The Silver Dragon King said, I want to establish a cooperative relationship with you. So, I naturally need to understand what kind of cooperation is stable. Did I agree to cooperate with you? Montagu hesitated. To be honest, going to fight the Shura God alone is already difficult. But if he cooperates with the Silver Dragon King to fight the Shura God, that would be hellish difficulty. Aren't you tempted by their bodies? The Silver Dragon King transformed back into the beautiful girl she was at the beginning. Then if you're tempted by my body, can't we establish cooperation? Montagu, what a powerful logic. I truly cannot refute it. Chapter 29 Coexistence? That was complicated for MOU, who was directly pinned down by the Silver Dragon King. This sister is too direct. I'm human, you're a dragon. Don't you dragons care most about bloodlines? If you mix with me, isn't that inappropriate? MOU said, this guy is beautiful, but he isn't attracted to just anyone's body, and he doesn't think the Silver Dragon King would have feelings for him. So he isn't interested in this kind of emotional transaction. The Silver Dragon King looked puzzled. I'm not trying to procreate with you. What's inappropriate about that? Montagu, so are you planning to establish an emotional transaction with me? Keep me hanging and then have children with someone else? Balancing career and love? You're so shameless. Get off. You got angry. Damn, how can you so boldly play this kind of trick on him? He has never suffered this kind of grievance in his life. Damn, you can ignore me, but you can't insult me like this. Let go, I'm not serving anymore. You struggled angrily, though it was of no use. Why are you angry? Didn't you say you care more about companionship? The Silver Dragon King asked in confusion. Also, when did I say I wanted to have children with someone else? You was taken aback. The Silver Dragon King became even more puzzled. Didn't your earlier words imply that you didn't want to reproduce? Is there a problem with what I said? Why is this guy so strange? Saying he doesn't want to reproduce? Isn't he just repeating himself? Why is he angry? What do you mean? MOU's head felt a bit dizzy. You seem to have misunderstood this silly dragon. Didn't you say you were lecherous? So if I'm with you, you desire my body. And then we can establish cooperation to fight against the divine realm, right? The Silver Dragon King explained. Not the Minotaur? MOU asked. What Minotaur? The Silver Dragon King was confused. Cough, it's nothing. MOU shook his head. But what benefit does this have for me? You wouldn't risk going against the entire Douluo divine realm just to lust after this dragon's body, right? Isn't your enemy the Shura God? The Silver Dragon King asked. I help you become a god, and then you help me fight against those gods, overthrow the Douluo divine realm, and regain control over it. This way, we can reset the cultivation rules of the Douluo Continent and change the current situation of mutual slaughter between humans and soul beasts. So, MOU showed a puzzled expression. What benefit does this have for me? Leaving aside whether the Silver Dragon King's claim about changing cultivation rules is true. His original plan was to kill the Shura God and then leave this world. What does the mutual slaughter between humans and soul beasts on Douluo Continent have to do with him? Did this silly girl misunderstand something? Is she treating him like a saint? What benefits does overthrowing the Douluo divine realm bring him? He isn't Tang, San, and has no thoughts of establishing a family divine realm. He doesn't want to manage anything. He just wants to leave after dealing with Shura and see the unknown world. The world is vast. He wants to explore it. Don't you hate this bloody cultivation method? The Silver Dragon King asked in confusion. So, MOU shrugged. I hate this world. So wouldn't it be better for me to leave? Do I have to change this world? Moreover, I'm not a child. I'm not that naive. I know very well that even if the cultivation rules of Douluo Continent are changed, humans won't stop hunting soul beasts for cultivation. Why? The Silver Dragon King couldn't understand. Since there were no longer any rules restricting them, why wouldn't the slaughter between humans and soul beasts stop? MOU sighed, looking helpless. Sister, how naive are you? Humans already kill each other. If they can't coexist, how could you naively think that humans could coexist with soul beasts? As long as life exists, the struggle won't stop, because struggle is the instinct of life. As long as humans have power, they want to stop plundering, whether they need that thing or whether it's useful to them. As long as that thing exists, they will want to seize it. I may not need it, but I can't be without it. That's human nature, unchangeable. Why hasn't it been resolved yet? Tianming lay on the steps outside the main hall. I'm still waiting to create the strongest martial soul in history, to become the great hero of Soul Beast Revival. You? A great hero? The Ice Emperor, lying in the Snow Emperor's embrace, glanced at him. Whether you can help him create a martial soul is still uncertain. MOU's angelic martial soul is completely different from the martial souls of Douluo Continent. They even heard from a Silver Dragon King the thing comes from outside Douluo Continent. Tianming wants to rely on his million-year cultivation to create another martial soul for MOU. To be honest, the hope is slim, because they can't coexist. The primary condition for the existence of twin martial souls is that their martial soul qualities are similar. Although Tianming is a million-year soul beast that has surpassed normality, he still hasn't reached the level of a god. MOU's martial soul is an existence that has surpassed the divine level. She really can't see any hope. Whether it works or not, we have to try and see. What if it succeeds? Tianming said, regarding creating a second martial soul for MOU. He actually has his own little thoughts. After all, staying here means he can only be oppressed by Emperor Tian and the others, releasing his heavenly origin power and being a tool. Once Emperor Tian and the others no longer need him, he fears he will become real nutrition, as his body is a great supplement for all soul beasts. If he sacrifices himself to MOU and becomes that guy's soul ring, even if he can't create a second martial soul, he would still be on the big thigh. Once MOU becomes a god, with that guy's character, he will definitely revive him. Being revived by a god means he becomes a divine beast. Although there are risks, if MOU fails to become a god, he will die along with him, but that is still better than living a cowardly life here as food. He Tianming Binqian, a soul beast with dreams. Moreover, Tianming secretly glanced at the Ice Emperor in the Snow Emperor's embrace. If he helps MOU like this, the Ice Emperor should be happy, right? As a highly intelligent Tianming Binqian, he can certainly see that the Ice Emperor really likes MOU and is even willing to die with him. Therefore, as a man and as a friend of MOU, he can only silently wish for him. However, if he succeeds, he will be the great hero of Soul Beast Revival. By then, fans will be everywhere. As the saying goes, there are plenty of flowers in the world. Why should one be infatuated with a single flower? So he is not sad at all. Really, not sad. Are you out of your mind? MOU kicked the door open and walked out of the main hall, startling Tianming, who was lying on the steps at the door. What is going on? Why did you start arguing? Didn't you say that humans and soul beasts cannot coexist? The Silver Dragon King chased after him, and humans themselves cannot coexist. So, MOU looked speechless. Do I have to help you destroy humanity? Why should I? Did you forget that I'm human too? For the sake of peace, I should help you destroy humanity? Betray my fundamental position? What are you thinking? And it sounds like soul beasts can coexist on their own. In the Stardow Forest, it's still a daily spectacle of mutual predation and devouring? You, and these ferocious beasts here, who dares to say they haven't killed other soul beasts? That BG has something to say. Shut up. Montaku into Hoptet. You are an exception, but what about the others? Has ZG never killed? Has the Snow Emperor or Ice Emperor never killed? Even Tianming, this weakling, has killed. With this, can you still say that soul beasts can coexist? In terms of mutual slaughter, humans and soul beasts are no different. Without soul beasts, humans won't stop killing, and without humans, soul beasts won't stop killing either. Wanting to achieve peace between one race by destroying another is not only foolish, but also a self-deceiving big fool. Chapter 30, We're Brothers. So what did you argue about? Just as the atmosphere between MOU and the Silver Dragon King reached a stalemate, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Turning around, a soul beast less than 1 meter long, covered in a layer of brilliant golden fur, approached. Its entire body appeared almost translucent like crystal, filled with a strange texture. Its overall shape resembled that of a lion, but its 4 paws were like those of a dragon, each claw stepping on a ball of golden flames. Its mouth was also longer than that of typical lion-like soul beasts, and beneath its fur, there seemed to be dense golden scales. In addition to its normal pair of eyes, there was a third eye present, but it had a vertical pupil. The normal eyes gleamed with gold, while the vertical pupil emitted a hint of eerie red. This 3-eyed golden lion, an imperial auspicious beast that had inexplicably descended early, now had only 1,000 years of cultivation. It usually stayed in the dimensional space at the bottom of this lake, sleeping alongside Tion and the others. Brother Yu, what are you arguing about? The three-eyed golden lion recognized Mou at a glance and jumped lightly, knocking him down to the ground. Looking at the little three-eyed lion before him, Mou sighed. I'm not arguing. I'm cursing those idiots in the sky. He knew that the Silver Dragon King's mind was not normal, and what she had said about cooperation was definitely just a bluff. Her hatred for the gods had even extended to humans on the Douluo Continent. She wanted to destroy humanity and reclaim the control of soul beasts over the Douluo Plain, rather than modifying the cultivation rules. All right, let us skip the cooperation. If you want me to heal your injuries, let's talk about it when I become a title Douluo. It's still too early now. Mou stood up, holding the small, three-eyed golden lion. Wait a minute. The Silver Dragon King pulled Mou back from behind. I can choose not to destroy humanity, but you have to cooperate with me. What does it matter to me whether you destroy humanity or not? Mou asked. I'm not helping you out of my position as a human, but I also have no obligation to save them. Saving the world is the responsibility of those gods up there, and I'm just a person abandoned by the gods. There's no need for me to meddle in their affairs. Then how can you help me? The Silver Dragon King still did not want to give up. The power of Mou's martial soul core gave her an impression that even surpassed that of the former dragon god. If Mou could use that power, the gods in the divine realm would be no threat at all, relying solely on herself. Even if she regained her former power and returned to the God King realm, she would still be unable to contend with the 5 god kings of the divine realm. Why do you think I can help you? Mou asked. He truly couldn't understand what abilities he had. He couldn't even defeat a Shura god. In the end, he could only exchange his life for someone else's weapon. What could he do to help the Silver Dragon King? Even if he successfully reached the God King realm, so what? With so many gods above and 5 god kings, how would he fight them? By charging in head first? His revenge against the Shura god was a personal matter because that bastard made him furious. But if he allied with the Silver Dragon King, they would become enemies of the entire divine realm. He wasn't alone. He had already brought the Snow Empress and Ice Empress once, and he couldn't take them along for a second time. To be honest, he only wanted to see if he could obtain the Sea Goddess position. If possible, it would be best to directly ascend with the Snow Empress and Ice Empress first, taking revenge against the Shura god slowly. There were priorities. His personal grudges had to be put aside. The Silver Dragon King fell silent. She didn't know how to describe it, because that power seemed to be something even Mou himself had not yet discovered, let alone mastered. Moreover, she truly couldn't think of any sufficient reason that could make Mou, as a human, help her revive soul beasts. After all, why should he just treat this as a transaction? But did she have enough leverage to make Mou take the risk? She was going against the entire divine realm. Sorry, it was my own assumption. Sighing, the Silver Dragon King turned and returned to her sleeping palace. Brother Yu, what does the master want you to help her with? The three-eyed golden lion asked in confusion. Tion and the others had not told the three-eyed golden lion too much, because this was not something a little child like her should worry about. No, the three-eyed golden lion could only be considered an infant of humanity now. She had only been born for a few years. She wanted me to fight those shameless bastards up in the sky, but she overlooked whether I have that ability, Mou complained. But brother Yu, aren't you very powerful? Even Uncle Tion isn't your opponent. The three-eyed golden lion said innocently. Powerful my ass. Mou held the three-eyed golden lion's head and leaned in. If those guys up there came for me, with a single slap, I would owe them several lives. This is a real world. The gap between gods and mortals is enormous, even completely incomparable. No matter how strong he was as a mortal, he could not defeat a god. A slightly weaker second-level god, third-level god, or priest might be a possibility. But a first-level god and god king were merely sending themselves to their deaths. After all, mortals use soul power, while gods use divine power. These two forces exist in entirely different dimensions. He could shatter the Shura god sword thanks to his special martial soul. Otherwise, rushing in would have been a foolish way to die. Then should I continue with the god-making plan? Tianming awkwardly moved closer. Why is the master arguing with Mou? Wasn't it agreed to prepare for cooperation? Should I still offer a sacrifice now? What god-making plan? Mou asked in confusion. Cough, of course, it's your brother Tianming here, planning to rely on my powerful million-year cultivation to do something unprecedented in the history of the Douluo Continent. Something worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Tianming stood up directly, as if a holy light was shining above his head. I'll create a martial soul for you. Montakyu. ISNT this the plot of Huoyu Hao? I messed up the Ice and Snow Emperors. And now Tianming is planning to perform too? Are you sure? MOU asked. This guy's situation in the Stardow Forest was not the same as before. Although he was still a tool, his status was similar to that of the three-eyed golden lion. After all, he was a preparatory supplement for healing the Silver Dragon King. Tianming jumped onto MOU's body and directly used his powerful spiritual power to speak in the other's mind. Brother Yu, I don't want to be a tool here. I want to go out and see the human world. Please disagree. You don't still have feelings for the Ice Empress, do you? MOU frowned. What are you talking about? Tianming shouted angrily. What relationship do I have with you? We're brothers. No, brother, I understand the principle of not taking advantage of a brother's wife. All right, but are you sure? I might not be able to become a god, MOU reminded. If I fail, you'll have to die with me. We're brothers. What does dying matter? A man dies for his confidant, Tianming declared resolutely. If he missed out on MOU, he would have to stay here as a tool for the rest of his life. The world is vast, and he wanted to see it. Chapter 31, Tianming's Sacrifice. I gladly accept, but will they agree? MOU asked. Although Tianming was a weak fighter, he was indeed a real million-year soul beast. If this guy was willing to sacrifice for him, the help would be significant. After all, even though he had immunity to mental attacks from his angel martial soul, this passive ability did not enhance his own mental power. Moreover, Tianming's soul ring energy could help the other soul rings evolve. Whether they were 100-year or 1,000-year soul rings, they could be upgraded to 10,000-year soul rings. For him, who has no divine examination, this is equivalent to an alternative divine examination assistance. If he had the help of Tianming in his previous life, there would have been a great chance to break through level 100 and become a god. Whether I offer sacrifices to them or not, they can't stop me. Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Moyu agreed, and he could finally leave this place. But whether I can leave after the sacrifice is another matter. Moyu reminded. Tianming jumped to the ground. Don't worry, we discussed everything before bringing you here. I will offer the sacrifice for you, as one of the prerequisites for our cooperation. After all, we weren't sure if you remembered what happened before. Tianming looked at the tightly closed palace doors. I just didn't expect your cooperation to fall through, and it seems like you were even arguing. He had thought that discussing cooperation would be easy and pleasant, as they had known Mayu's character for years. With the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor willing to be with him, he shouldn't have worried, but now, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's proceed with the sacrifice first, Tianming said eagerly. He had heard a lot from the Snow Emperor about the magical aspects of Moyu's angelic martial soul, such as absorbing elemental attributes of soul rings to gain immunity to those elements, and that there wouldn't be any elemental conflict when obtaining soul rings. Even the ice and fire, two opposing elements, could be absorbed simultaneously. Most importantly, this angelic martial soul could completely retain the consciousness of the sacrificer. After the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor offered their sacrifices, they could even appear in spiritual form to stroll around with the help of the angelic martial soul. Perfect. What do you think? Mayu looked at BG and ZG beside him. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor were on his side, while the three-eyed golden lion still didn't understand the situation. Emperor Tian and the others were confronting Daoliu. In this dimensional space, these two were in league with the Silver Dragon King. Don't worry, even if we don't reach an agreement, Tianming's sacrifice to you is also the master's intention. BG said softly, the sooner you reach title Douluo, the sooner you can help the master heal. The healing power possessed by Moyu's life source was something she couldn't compare to, and even the Silver Dragon King had said that the level of that life source was close to the life god king of the divine realm. That's why she wanted to swallow it to recover from her injuries. All right. Mayu stopped saying more. He wasn't someone who took advantage and acted coy. At the very least, he would help the Silver Dragon King heal. Then I'll begin. As he spoke, 10 golden rings appeared around Tianming, and the gold color was unique to million-year soul rings. Each of these 10 golden rings represented a spirit power of 100,000 years. Tianming was a dual-element soul beast of the mental and ice systems by nature, but because he'd been sleeping while absorbing a large amount of 10,000-year cold marrow, the racial advantage of the ice attribute had become something like a secondary attribute. However, with a million years of cultivation, it was enough to forcibly elevate this ordinary ice attribute to the ultimate ice attribute. By the way, the second martial soul I can bestow upon you should be of the ultimate ice attribute, but this martial soul doesn't seem to have a form yet. Tianming's gaze drifted toward the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor. Both of them had the ultimate ice attribute, so they might also need to offer a sacrifice later. Otherwise, his second martial soul might not take shape. Are you sure you can give me a martial soul? Before the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor could speak, Moyu interrupted. The condition for dual martial souls to exist is that the qualities of the martial souls are similar. My angelic martial soul is at least a divine-level martial soul. Are you sure you can create a divine-level martial soul? Tianming was momentarily speechless. He didn't know either. After all, a divine-level martial soul, as the name implies, could only be granted by God. Although he was a million-year soul beast, he was still not a divine beast. So, let's just try it, and besides, my second martial soul isn't urgent. Getting elemental immunity is the main thing, right? Moyu looked at the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, genuinely hoping that these two wouldn't offer sacrifices right now. At least they should play in the human world for a while. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor nodded. In fact, they had already discussed this. Since Moyu was a naturally level 20, they could offer sacrifices together later, and who goes first would be decided by rock, paper, scissors. Then let us start. Tianming radiated golden light, completely enveloping Moyu, while the 10 golden rings on him slowly moved toward the angelic martial soul behind him. The infusion of mental rings was a form of mental attack due to its large volume, so Moyu was immune. What the heck? Is your martial soul so unreasonable? Tianming, who was trying to infuse mental power, was completely dumbfounded. My million-year mental power is flowing in like free water. Moyu didn't speak. Although the mental power infused by Tianming had been harmlessly processed by the angelic martial soul, the amount was too large. Under this powerful infusion of mental power, Moyu's sea of consciousness expanded wildly from the original size of a small soccer field. Isn't this a bit too fast? BG said worriedly. Rapidly increasing mental power wasn't a good thing for Moyu, especially with Tianming's million-year level mental power. Even Emperor Tian couldn't match it. And Moyu was only a great soul master now. I want to stop, but his martial soul is pulling it. Tianming said aggrievedly. What was supposed to be him infusing, now the opposite side was drawing it. He couldn't stop it at all. Boom! With the infusion of Tianming's mental power and cultivation, the angelic martial soul behind Moyu suddenly rose in height, transforming from a small angel, similar in size to Moyu, into a gigantic angel over 10 feet tall. The golden light became even more dazzling, and Tianming's figure gradually disappeared. An hour later, Tianming completely vanished from everyone's sight, replaced by a giant golden soul ring surrounding Moyu. Xiaoyu? The Snow Emperor softly called out to Moyu, who was still sitting on the ground. However, Moyu did not respond, and the giant angel continued to maintain its form. Hey, this martial soul is still missing something. Can you help out? Tianming's voice floated out from the angelic martial soul. Missing what? The Snow Emperor asked anxiously. I don't know, Tianming said, bewildered. And the martial soul embryo I created for him is still not fully formed and is disappearing. It seems it really can't coexist. The gap was too large. The Silver Dragon King, who had been observing, suddenly flashed out from the inner hall. The martial soul embryo you created for him is too low in level to coexist with this angelic martial soul, so it's about to be absorbed. What should we do? Tianming said anxiously. This is the essence of my million years of cultivation. Besides, having 2 martial souls is a significant advantage over having just one. Although he spoke so boldly earlier, he didn't want to die. Having 1 more martial soul for Moyu meant 1 more chance to become a god. The Silver Dragon King hesitated for a moment. I'll give it a try. The divine power from the dragon god-S fragmentation might help preserve this martial soul. Moreover, she helped Moyu with this task, hoping that he would help her in the future. Chapter 32. Second Martial Soul. Boom! After the Silver Dragon King's power was infused, the enormous angelic martial soul erupted with an even more terrifying pressure, seemingly angry. Cough! The Silver Dragon King, targeted by this force, was instantly sent flying, spitting out blood. His already serious injuries were now worsened. Baiji hurriedly stepped forward to check on the Silver Dragon King's wounds. At the same time, the holy sword in the hands of the angel martial soul underwent a strange change. The originally simple patterned hilt gradually extended silver-white patterns, each seemingly containing a peculiar luster. Densely packed, resembling the scales of a longsword. What the heck? Where's my martial soul? Tianming exclaimed in confusion. Why is my martial soul still missing? Stop shouting. Moyu's tired voice interrupted Tianming. I knew you were unreliable. However, with a thought from Moyu, the massive angel martial soul instantly shattered into golden light particles and dissipated. In the next moment, a silver longsword, more exquisite than before and imbued with a hint of dragon might, appeared in Mou's hand. The martial soul is still here. Tianming's second martial soul was too low in rank, so the angel martial soul instinctively attempted to devour it. At the last moment, the Silver Dragon King forcibly infused his power of creation into his body, snatching away that martial soul embryo. Then, the martial soul embryo, fused with the power of creation, merged into his holy sword, effectively separating the holy sword while the angel martial soul was distracted. This action angered the angel martial soul, so Mou sighed, putting away the dazzling golden fur soul ring and the new martial soul, and squatted beside the injured and unconscious Silver Dragon King. Why do I always encounter such silly girls? Shaking his head, Mou activated the angel martial soul again, wanting to forcibly invoke its healing power. However, upon sensing the Silver Dragon King's body, the angel martial soul immediately retracted. Damn, brother, show me some respect. On the other side, are you guys playing me? With the slow rise of the sun, Daoliu's expression darkened completely. It had been a whole night. He had no news about whether Mou was alive or dead. Xiangjun was also somewhat puzzled. It shouldn't take this long without any news, right? Tianming was a sacrifice, not a direct absorption. Most of the power must have been sealed away and absorbed slowly. With Mou's ability, it shouldn't be like this. Should I go back and check? You don't mean to slip away, do you? Tian shot a glance at Xiangjun. On the opposite side, Daoliu had already begun to warm up the angel divine power, and the little girl who would become the angel god in the future was secretly helping. The most outrageous was that Bibi Dong. The extremely fierce divine power of the Rakshasa god had already locked onto him. What is going on? This guy doesn't look like he is, even at level 95. How could he possibly wield such powerful Rakshasa divine power? What are you talking about? Am I some kind of beast? Xiangjun retorted with righteous indignation. He wasn't really worried, because both dangerous powers opposite were aimed at Tian. Even if a fight broke out later, the other super Douluos wouldn't be able to take him down. Plus, with the Red King and the hidden support of the King of 10,000 demons below, he was in no danger. The only unfortunate one was Tian. The Rakshasa divine power and angel divine power were both targeting him. Tian let out a heavy breath. The pressure was a bit much. He could still manage to deal with Daoliu, who could wield angel divine power, but adding that little girl with a Rakshasa magic sickle. He couldn't win. He didn't want to be cut by the Rakshasa magic sickle. Wait, just as Daoliu could no longer tolerate it, Tian spoke up. Daoliu frowned. What for? Let me ask, Tian said. Mou and the others were currently in the dimensional space beneath the Lake of Life, where it was impossible to probe with mental power. Only the Silver Dragon King could sense the outside situation from within. For the rest, whether from inside to outside or outside to inside, they couldn't send messages. Xiangjun volunteered, I'll go ask. Red King go. Tian glared at Xiangjun, interrupting him. The Red King's cultivation was too low, only 250,000 years. If a fight broke out, he wouldn't be of much help. Xiangjun could still assist him here, at least to block that little girl with the Rakshasa magic sickle. All right, the Red King, upon receiving the order, shot off without hesitation. No kidding, he was the lowest in cultivation here. He could handle those super Douluos, but if that sickle-wielding little girl targeted him, what could he do if she swung her sickle at him? Watching the Red King flee at high speed, fearful of being pursued, Tian's face was filled with black lines. Since when did this guy become so cowardly after witnessing the divine battle? It's not like he could use divine power and had a divine artifact. Was it necessary to be so scared? Didn't he see that the opposite side was all targeting me? Something feels off. The angel god Qianrenxue felt strange. If the other party wanted to target Mou, they could just slap him down. Why waste so much time with them? Moreover, in the previous life, Mou's first few soul rings were all obtained from the Stardew Forest. After acquiring the first 2 soul rings, her mother stopped caring for Mou, and the subsequent soul rings were all obtained by her grandfather, taking Mou. This had never happened in the previous life. Give me your body, I want to ask. The angel god, Qianrenxue said. In her previous life, Mou had always been at odds with her mother, and being in the Pope's palace, while also getting close to the worship palace meant he was always on the fringes. After all, as long as one wasn't blind, they could see the relationship between Mou and the Pope was off. And who would dare to offend the Pope while mingling in the Pope's palace? Thus, whenever Mou was in a bad mood, he would run outside, and even his grandfather didn't know where he ran off to. There were several times he would be gone for a year or more. when he finally left the Pope's palace. He spent most of his time in the extreme North Ice Field, doing who knows what. In the last few years, before he opened the divine examination, after a fight with her grandfather, he completely disappeared, only to return during the divine battle at Jialing Pass. And he killed the remnants of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and a food-type little ghost right upon his return. No one knew where he had gone and what he had done during those years. It now appeared that Mo you had likely mixed in with those fierce beasts. And for some unknown reason, these fierce beasts also remembered MOU. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. After Qian Rinxue handed her body over to the angel god, the aura underwent a slight change, and Di Tian, who had been paying attention to the opposite side, also noticed this. Jialing Pass, sure a divine sword. The angel god, Qian Rinxue transmitted. C'est exploding fool, Di Tian replied. He really didn't expect this little angel god girl who died beside MOU to also remember. And that little Rakshasa god girl who also died beside MOU wouldn't remember, right? No wonder she could control that level of Rakshasa divine power before even reaching level 95. Wait, this little girl's aura is clearly different from just now. Could it be that there was an accident during time reversal, splitting into two consciousnesses? Chapter 33, Gambling, Explosive Update. Please continue reading and vote for monthly tickets. Having received the desired answer, the angel god, Qian Rinxue, relaxed. What do you want with him? Not entirely sure, but it's not bad for him, Di Tian replied. Then what is his current situation? Angel god Qian Rinxue asked, I don't know. I just sent the Crimson King back to take a look. Di Tian said helplessly. Bai Ji and ZG are both inside. Even if the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor can't leave, those two should at least be able to communicate, right? It's been a whole night without any movement. Could it be that they're sleeping? Before seeing them, they heard the loud shout of the Crimson King returning. So tired, still sleeping. The Crimson King, who fell back like a meteor, suddenly stopped in front of Di Tian. Do I look like a fool? Qian Daoliu frowned tightly. Still sleeping? At a time like this? Who are you fooling? Seeing the other party's nonchalance, Qian Daoliu's aura gradually rose. The angelic power he hadn't used in years began to flow again. And today he wanted to see what these fierce beasts were up to. Old Qian, don't hit me. I really am sleeping. MOU's tired voice suddenly rushed into everyone's minds. However, due to just having enhanced his mental power too much, MOU couldn't control it well at the moment, and the unprepared crowd instantly felt a headache. It hurts. The unfortunate Qian Rinxue directly fainted from the shock. Realizing this scene, MOU felt quite embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. What do you mean you didn't mean to? Everyone yelled in despair. MOU, I really didn't do it on purpose. Half an hour later, Qian Daoliu took the unconscious Qian Rinxue and a group of offerings directly back to Wuhuan City, while Bibi Dong quietly left. As for MOU, whatever happens, happens. After worrying all night, this kid gave them such a big surprise. Without any warning, that terrifyingly powerful mental force rushed into their minds, nearly blowing their brains up. And this kid was actually sleeping. Damn. Di Tian and Xiong were also feeling uncomfortable because they had no defenses at all. I think that kid did it on purpose, Xiong said angrily. He's just holding a grudge against us for scaring him last night. What do you want to do? Di Tian interrupted. Even if we are not in the extreme northern ice plains, the Snow Emperor can still hang you up and beat you. Xiong expression froze. Wasn't it just bullying him because of his higher cultivation? When he reaches 700,000 years, who is strong and who is weak is still uncertain. Also, he is now the master's friend. What do you want to do? Di Tian asked again. Xiong was at a loss for words. I wish him good health. Damn. Not allowed to retaliate. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the lake of life, after notifying Qian Daoliu and the others, although he caused a bit of trouble, MOU was simply too tired and fell asleep directly. Due to the mental force of Tian Meng being forcibly infused into his sea of consciousness by the angel Wuhuan, which expanded his originally small, football-sized mental space into a vast ocean. You couldn't adapt to this exaggerated mental force, which was even beyond the limits of his previous life as a limit Douluo, so it became a huge burden instead. What to do next? The Snow Emperor, holding the sleeping MOU, looked at the recently returned Di Tian, just to help MOU create a second Wuhuan. The already severely injured Silver Dragon King was now in worse condition and fell back into a deep sleep, not knowing when he would wake. Although MOU wanted to help the Silver Dragon King recover, unfortunately, he failed. It seemed that MOU's Angel Wuhuan was very unhappy about its holy sword being forcibly separated into another Wuhuan and didn't want to provide treatment to the Silver Dragon King. The culprit behind this result, even Tianming, the instigator of this incident, was locked in a small dark room to take revenge on Tianming, the holy sword, which originally only had a sword body, now had a sheath. As Tianming's spiritual awareness couldn't reside in Mou's sea of consciousness, but was sealed in the sheath of the new Wuhuan by the angel Wuhuan. It was a tragic scene. This also made the Snow Emperor and the others even more certain of their earlier speculation. Mou's angel Wuhuan has a certain level of consciousness, and the mask that the angel Wuhuan has never taken off might be hiding something. He needs to acquire soul rings of different attributes to gain elemental immunity. Now that he has the ice attribute, Tian's gaze unconsciously drifted to the side, where the Crimson King and Xiangjun were. What do you mean? I don't want to sacrifice. Xiangjun looked resistant. He still wanted to take revenge on Mou. How could he possibly sacrifice? Even if he had to sacrifice, it had to wait until later. I meant for you to find some suitable soul beasts. Tian said speechlessly. According to Bai Ji, the cooperation between the Silver Dragon King and Mou just now didn't reach an agreement, so the matter of fierce beast sacrifices would have to wait. After all, Mou now has 2 Wuhuns. No rush, take it slow. Although they understood that as long as they directly sacrificed, Mou wouldn't refuse and would definitely help. It felt somewhat morally coercive, so it was better to take it slow. Xiangjun was reluctant. What attributes? Wasn't there a mad, bright unicorn some time ago? Go and talk to him. Tian said casually. That guy seems to be over 20,000 years old, right? Xiangjun hesitated, and he's gone mad now. It's impossible to get him to sacrifice. Can Mou absorb that? It's not that he looked down on Mou, but this guy's body strength could only handle a 5,000-year soul ring at most. Anything more would be risking his life. The enhancement after Tianming's sacrifice only increased the mental power, without any help for Mou's body strength. After all, the Ice Silkworm clan doesn't have any decent body strength. Has he gone completely mad? Tian asked. Seems so. Xiangjun wasn't sure, as they hardly went out, and all this information came from outside. Seems like it's uncertain. You should go first. Saying that, Tian kicked Xiangjun out. Damn, can you have a better attitude when using me? Xiangjun's angry and helpless voice floated back. Ever since he failed the last challenge against Tian and got beaten up, he had completely become Tian's tool bear, unable to fight back. All right, now we can talk. After sending off the hot-tempered Xiangjun, Tian's expression became serious. Snow Emperor, if you want to sacrifice to him like last time, I won't say anything, but I hope you can help persuade Mou to help us. If he is willing to fight for the Soul Beast clan, I promise I will sacrifice myself to become his soul ring in the future. So do we. Bai Ji and ZG responded. Having witnessed the scene of time reversing, not only the Silver Dragon King, they also understood that Mou might be the last hope for the Soul Beast clan. In the Battle of the God of Jiaoling Pass, Mou, who could suppress all their fierce beasts individually, brought them an overwhelming sense of despair in front of the God King, completely shattering their hopes. Soul beasts cannot become gods and will always be vulnerable in front of gods. The so-called hiding and conserving energy is just self-deception leading to death. There are 5 God Kings in the Divine Realm, but even a Tang San who has just inherited the Shura God position still has absolute suppression over Mou. And soul beasts, even their master, the Silver Dragon King, at his peak was only strong enough to be a God King. But there are 5 on the other side. Even a Dragon God, who was once strong, still failed back then, right? Relying solely on their own strength. The Soul Beast clan may really be heading towards extinction in the near future, following the will of those gods in the Divine Realm. Even if placing their hopes on Mou is a gamble, this is their last chance to take that gamble. If they miss this opportunity, there may not be another. Chapter 34. The Proud and Angry Angel Martial Soul. Explosive update. Please support with monthly votes. They advised him, and the Snow Empress and Ice Empress showed hesitation. It wasn't that they were unwilling. From the standpoint of the Soul Beasts, they certainly wanted to contribute to the Soul Beast clan. However, if it meant using their sense of responsibility to coerce Mou, that might not be feasible. The Snow Empress looked guilty. If it were up to me, I would be willing to give everything. But Xiaoyu has died once, or rather, more than once, as you have seen. He is willing to sacrifice himself for a promise made to Daoliu. If we persuade him, he will definitely help. But they didn't want Mou to bear such a burden because of them. The Ice Empress had coexisted with Mou for over 10 years, and the Snow Empress had been with him for nearly 10 years. They understood Mou very well, perhaps even better than he understood himself in many ways. He was really easy to soften. Moreover, MOU despised this world because it openly displayed the most primal bloodshed without even pretending otherwise. However, he also knew that this bloodshed couldn't be changed, so he wanted to leave, out of sight, out of mind. Why does MOU seem not very smart? Carefree and easygoing? Is he foolish? No, he is not foolish. He is very smart. But he doesn't want to live too clearly or understand everything too well, because that is too exhausting and uncomfortable. So, he usually behaves like a simpleton, magnanimous and optimistic. It's hard to see him hold grudges about anything. Even against Tang, San who killed him, MOU has no resentment. This isn't because he's foolish, but because he genuinely doesn't want to waste his energy on calculations. He only wants to live in the moment, making the most of every second, rather than filling his mind with schemes, hatred, and self-torment. I'm sorry. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress slightly bowed. They couldn't coerce him into such matters just because MOU cared about them. If it was MOU's voluntary decision, they would support him, but persuading him would be no different from coercion. I understand. Emperor Tian nodded. This outcome was somewhat expected. How long have I been asleep? MOU drowsily opened his eyes. Over 3 days, I estimate. The Snow Empress replied. That is a bit long. MOU sat up, realizing he was still in the special space at the bottom of the Lake of Life. What happened to the Silver Dragon King? MOU asked. Before he fell asleep, he still couldn't summon the Angel Martial Soul. It seems he got angry. But it feels like if the Angel Martial Soul really wanted to devour that Martial Soul and reclaim its holy sword, it could still do so. It just considered his feelings and held back. Her injuries have worsened. She is still in a coma, the Snow Empress said. Montauk sighed deeply. He really didn't like owing favors. Once he owed them, he had to repay them, or he would feel uncomfortable all over. After a pause, MOU lifted his head slowly. Well, if I help her, you. MOU. Bro, let me out. Tian Ming's voice suddenly interrupted MOU. It's so dark in here. It's so oppressive. Tian Ming complained. This Angel Martial Soul is completely different from what you and the Snow Empress described. I'm directly locked in this sword sheath, unable to move. It's worse than being treated as a tool. MOU revealed the split holy sword in his hand. What's going on with this sword sheath? MOU pulled out the holy sword with many silver patterns, and as the blade emerged from the sheath, a fast-moving little black shadow rushed out. MOU, what's going on? Tian Ming, now in a spiritual form and only the size of a palm, pointed at the sword sheath with a grievance. Didn't you say this Angel Martial Soul has a big house and can come out to play anytime? Why am I locked in a small dark room? The Snow Empress and Ice Empress had previously described MOU's Angel Martial Soul's mysterious space as beautiful and fun. So why was he now trapped in the sword sheath? I don't know. MOU sheathed the blade, and in the next moment, the difficult-to-breathe Tian Ming was forcibly dragged back into the sword sheath and locked inside. MOU, Snow Empress, Ice Empress. Is this considered revenge? It can't be wrong. This is the Angel Martial Soul's revenge on Tian Ming. The holy sword was forcibly separated, which is equivalent to having one's belongings stolen. Why? Tian Ming's aggrieved cries came from the sword sheath. Wasn't I just trying to help MOU? Although I have my own little thoughts. Wasn't my main goal to help MOU? Why treat me like this? Besides, wasn't that martial soul taken away by the Silver Dragon King? Why is the revenge only on me? It should be because you're the main culprit. MOU helplessly pulled out the blade again. And Tian Ming jumped out once more. So I won't be stuck in here forever, right? Tian Ming said pitifully. Bro, I'm just trying to help you. Can you bear to see me locked in this dark room? Tian Ming blinked his bright eyes, hoping to soften MOU's heart. But I really can't do anything right now, MOU shrugged. I can't even release the Angel Martial Soul. This was a problem that had never occurred before. Then I'm about to cry, Tian Ming said. He still wanted to see the outside world. He wanted to live a good life, not be locked in a dark room. Let me think of a way. MOU covered his face. Tian Ming did help him a lot, and locking him in a small dark room was a bit unreasonable. After thinking for a while, MOU closed his eyes and tried to sense his angry and hiding Angel Martial Soul. In the sea of consciousness, MOU saw the Angel Martial Soul flying in the air, turn away from him. Can you help me out? Improve Tian Ming's environment. He's quite miserable, and he helped me a lot. I can't be ungrateful. After a pause, the Angel Martial Soul, still facing away from MOU, waved the holy sword in hand. But it seemed somewhat reluctant. However, MOU already sensed that the sword sheath had gained some brightness and the space had expanded significantly, upgrading from a small dark room to a small bedroom. Seeing that the other party seemed to be listening, MOU spoke again. Can you help the Silver Dragon King heal? After all, she's quite miserable too, her brain isn't good to begin with. And now she is seriously injured. Besides, she helped me. I can't repay kindness with enmity. There was no response. The angel martial soul looked down at the now greatly changed holy sword in its hand, seemingly displeased. I think it looks pretty good, Moyu mumbled. Previously, the patterns on the angel holy sword were just a simple gold color, but now there were these silver scales, which indeed looked better than before. They all look good. They all look good. Seeing that the angel martial soul seemed to be getting angry again, Moyu quickly changed his tone. In the previous life, this angel martial soul didn't have such awareness. Could it be because of the time reversal? Did this martial soul awaken? Just as Moyu was lost in thought, the angel martial soul, still facing away from him, suddenly accelerated and crashed into him, directly knocking Moyu out of the sea of consciousness. What the heck? Moyu, who was passively leaving the sea of consciousness, was completely confused. Is this angel martial soul really that temperamental? Wait, no, I think I can use it again. Moyu was surprised, trying to summon his angel martial soul. However, unlike before, as the holy sword was gone, the angel martial soul crossed its arms over its chest, looking quite arrogant. You're still easy to talk to, Moyu mumbled. He thought his angel martial soul was a big shot, but it turned out to just be a little proud. Moyu stood up. You all wait for me a moment. I'm going to check on her and see if she can wake up. Go ahead, the Ice Empress and Snow Empress smiled. They had just heard Moyu's murmurs, and if he wanted to help her. As expected, it was the same as before. Even after dying once, he still wouldn't change, still that good person. Chapter 35. New Accessory, Explosive Update. Please keep reading and vote monthly. A few hours later, Moyu walked out of the hall with a depressed expression. What's wrong? The Snow Empress asked with confusion. Look, Moyu turned around and pointed at the miniature, lowly version of a silver dragon king, who was clinging tightly to him. What is going on? Seeing Moyu's depressed expression, the Snow Empress found it somewhat amusing. I treated her injuries, and while I was at it, she shrank. Then, I wasn't paying attention, and she climbed onto me, and I can't shake her off. Moyu said gloomily, with the silver dragon king clinging to him like this. How could he leave? Was he going to take Tian Ming's place and become a tool here? Damn. Just when Moyu was feeling depressed, the little silver dragon king slowly moved on him, seemingly finding his back too hard, and changed positions to the front of Moyu. Moyu, what the heck? You picked up someone? Little you, what's going on with you? The Ice Emperor, who had just returned from stroll, looked confused at the little child hanging in front of Moyu. I just went for a walk, and you two went and had a baby without me? That's not how you play. The Ice Emperor said in a depressed tone. Montague, Snow Emperor. Sister, did you give birth so quickly? Montague complained. How long has it been? Even soul beasts can't do this. I've never given birth. How would I know? The Ice Emperor retorted. As she spoke, the Ice Emperor approached Moyu and pinched the little child's exposed cheek. But since she is here, let me see what she looks like. Who does she resemble? Why does she look so familiar? She is the Silver Dragon King, Moyu reminded her. I didn't mean to. The Ice Emperor instantly jumped back and gave a standard 90-degree bow. What's wrong? Bai Ji and ZG had also returned from outside. Moyu pointed to the little trinket hanging in front of him. Your master turned into this. What should we do? Master, a group of fierce beasts, including Tian, instantly lost control of their expressions. The master turned into a baby? How serious must the injuries be? Worried, Bai Ji quickly walked over to check the Silver Dragon King's condition. Strange, Bai Ji said with a puzzled expression. Why does it feel like there's no sign of injury anymore? Although she couldn't heal the Silver Dragon King's wounds, she could still sense the severity of them. But now she felt nothing. Can you help me get her down? Moyu asked for help. The Silver Dragon King definitely couldn't leave this dimensional space. After all, that bastard in the sky was always looking for her. But if she kept hanging on him, he wouldn't be able to leave either. Bai Ji showed a difficult expression. To be honest, if possible, I would even hope the Silver Dragon King could stay on you, Moyu, because then she could continuously absorb your healing power to recover herself. But that might cause your aversion. No, I'm still a child too. Look, is this appropriate? Moyu spread his hands, facing the group of fierce beasts. A child hanging on another smaller child. What is this? Nesting dolls? Master is probably unconscious due to the severe injuries, and your healing power attracted her. Bai Ji did not continue. It was clear that she also had no way out. The Silver Dragon King was attached to Moyu not by two little hands, but by spatial power. No one here could untie such a spatial bond. What should I do? Moyu looked at Tian. When the Silver Dragon King lost consciousness, he was in charge here. Why don't you stay here for a while? Tian suggested. Moyu looked speechless. If she doesn't wake up, am I going to have to stay here for a lifetime? That's not impossible, Bear Lord mumbled. MOU. Damn it, could these guys be doing this on purpose? Do they really think I can't do anything? MOU's expression hardened, and the angelic spirit suddenly appeared behind him. Hey, little silly dragon. If you don't let go of me, I won't hold back. As he spoke, MOU threateningly picked up the holy sword and placed it against the Silver Dragon King's neck. It seemed that sensing the threat, the little Silver Dragon King let out a pitiful whimper. Crying won't help. MOU lowered his voice. I'll count to 3. Either you let go, or I'll help you let go. 3, 2, Daddy. MOU's eyelid twitched. Calling Daddy won't work? Let go. Mommy? The understanding little silly dragon immediately changed his tune. Montakyu. I didn't mean it like that. Looking at their master calling MOU Daddy and Mommy, the feelings of the ferocious beast were hard to describe. Of course, there was still one person who found it funny. Seeing MOU's helpless expression, Bear King was struggling not to laugh. Karma. Karma. The soft-hearted MOU finally got his comeuppance. Little you, maybe you should, seeing MOU's helplessness with the Silver Dragon King in his arms. Snow Emperor wanted to advise. Forget it. MOU helplessly retracted the holy sword. Consider it my debt to her. As soon as he spoke, the six-winged angel spirit behind MOU instantly spread its wings, enveloping MOU and the Silver Dragon King within. A faint light flashed, and the angel spirit dissipated into the air. What is this? Dition was confused. What the hell? He couldn't sense the Silver Dragon King's presence anymore. Clearly right in front of him, but the aura had completely vanished. I sealed her aura in the special space of the angel spirit. Even the gods can't detect it. MOU explained. Really? Dition showed skepticism. He indeed couldn't sense it anymore, but could the gods, or rather, the God King, really not notice? If it's true, wouldn't we just have to try it out? With that, MOU walked towards a dimensional space. Dition reached out to stop MOU. Sorry. It's not that I don't believe you, but we can't take risks with this. If the Silver Dragon King leaves this space, she might be detected by the gods of the divine realm. In her currently injured state, if discovered, she would surely die. You guys are supposed to cooperate with me, right? You don't even trust me with this? MOU asked. Besides, if found out as a traitor colluding with the remnants of the dragon god, I would also have to die, right? Dition had no words to respond. He really wanted to trust MOU, but he didn't dare take the risk. One question, believe it or not. MOU's expression turned serious. If you believe, let me out. If you don't, I have ways to bring her down. And we can part ways from now on. No need to find me again. After struggling, Dition finally let go of his hand. It's a gamble. After all, the outcome couldn't be worse. This was also the Silver Dragon King's choice. Once Dition released his hand, MOU activated the angel spirit again and flew out with the Silver Dragon King hanging in front of him. A few seconds later, he flew back. Under the puzzled gaze of the ferocious beasts, MOU cleared his throat, walked over to Snow Emperor, and coughed. Let's go out together. Damn, I forgot this is the bottom of the lake of life. This lake is very deep, and, little you can't swim, Ice Emperor explained kindly. When they were in the extreme north ice field, MOU had accidentally fallen into the ice lake, and if she hadn't acted quickly to pull him out, he might really have drowned. MOU felt a bit embarrassed at being exposed. Sister, could you not so easily reveal my weakness? Didn't you see Bear King already eager to try? Chapter 36 Cooperation established. Explosive update. Please vote monthly. 1 minute later, the anxious group slowly floated to the surface of the lake of life. Shura, your ancestors. MOU, who was held in Ice Emperor's arms, suddenly shouted into the air. 10 seconds passed, and there was no response. See, I told you it would be fine, MOU said lightly. However, the group of ferocious beasts, including Dition, fell silent at MOU's shout. Brother, you're our brother. What if Shura really hears it? Phew. Dition let out a sigh of relief. Since there was no reaction to such direct insults, it seemed that the gods were not so omnipotent after all. So what now? Dition looked at MOU. Since the Silver Dragon King won't be discovered by the Shura god, MOU wouldn't plan to take the Silver Dragon King to the human world like this, right? If you're worried about her, you can come along too, MOU invited. I can also help you conceal your aura, but I feel it's unnecessary. The so-called ferocious beasts, whether it's the 200,000-year-old purple princess or the 800,000-year-old Dition, are actually nothing in the eyes of the gods. Just like he is nothing in the eyes of the God King, posing no threat at all. What those gods care about is only the Silver Dragon King. Anyway, the end point of the other soul beast cultivation is to die under the heavenly tribulation. Even if someone like Tian Meng miraculously dodges the heavenly tribulation and becomes a real million-year-old soul beast, they still cannot become a god. For a soul beast to become a god, they either have to take a gamble, find a talented human to sacrifice, and wait for them to take them up, or they have to transform and take a chance on that 1 in 10,000 possibility. However, the latter is also a dead end. Generally speaking, 100,000-year soul beast combat power is comparable to that of a titled Douluo and some with strong bloodlines. Like the Titan Great Ape and certain soul beasts with dragon bloodlines can even contend with super Douluos. However, after transformation, this power will instantly disappear. Before reaching Soul Sage, that is, before fully transforming into a human, titled Douluo can see through this disguise. And transformed soul beasts below level 70 can still produce soul rings and soul bones like ordinary soul beasts. This has led to all soul beasts that have attempted transformation so far ending up dead at human hands without exception. Ain and those 2 rabbits are not exceptions. There have been too many examples before them. The transformation of soul beasts is not a gamble for a glimmer of hope. It's a death wish. So, are you willing to cooperate with us? Dition asked nervously. Mo shrugged. What else can I do? You all gambled and let your master lie on me. How can I not care? We're not that kind of person. Thank you, Dition said sincerely. Wait, don't rush to thank me. Mo raised his hand to interrupt. I just don't understand. I've already lost once. I couldn't even defeat a Shura god. How could you have faith in me to resist the entire divine realm? I really don't get it. Even if my martial soul can turn back time, it doesn't help. If I can't win, I can't win. On their side, there's only an injured Silver Dragon King, plus me, a limit Douluo who can't become a god. There's no other combat power. With this, how can we fight? Do you really think everyone is like Lao Zhu, starting with a bowl and relying on luck for all equipment? What divine realm? The 3-eyed golden lion returned from wandering outside. Upon seeing the new accessory on MOU, the 3-eyed golden lion curiously approached. What is this? I can't sense any aura at all. MOU gently patted the silly dragon's head. It's your master. Mommy, the Silver Dragon King, who was hit on the head, once again let out a pitiful cry. Sister, I'm not your mom. MOU felt a wave of exhaustion. With such a large pendant, his daily actions were restricted. Well, since we've agreed to cooperate. Next, Xiongju's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Qi Wang. Come on, let's sacrifice something to liven things up. The Crimson King said. No. MOU quickly interrupted. We can take our time with the sacrifice. What I need now is elemental immunity. No need to be so extravagant. Besides, with the energy from Tianming, I can already get by in the early stages of my cultivation. Even if I have to sacrifice, it should be after I become a titled Douluo. For him, there were no bottlenecks in cultivation before becoming a titled Douluo. In his previous life, he reached titled Douluo at the age of 18. Although he had help from the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, even without their sacrifices, the time it would take him to reach titled Douluo would only be extended by a year at most. However, the later stages of cultivation were difficult. He spent 12 years desperately striving to become a titled Douluo, and then it took him another 7 to 8 years to reach the limit Douluo, starting from level 93. The progress from level 93 to 99 took him 7 years, averaging 1 level per year, which was a far cry from the previous speed of leveling up in just over a month. So, even if he really had to go all in for a sacrifice, it should be used in crucial moments. Otherwise, he would enjoy the benefits now, but suffer later after becoming a titled Douluo. That's true, Dition nodded. The cultivation becomes slower as you progress, so it's better to save the sacrifices for critical moments. The advantage of having twin martial souls lay here. After becoming a titled Douluo, others could only struggle to progress, taking years or even decades to make a breakthrough. But with twin martial souls, one could quickly level up by adding soul rings to the second martial soul. So, what kind of tribute soul ring do you need now? Dition asked. They were wasting sacrifices now, but other soul beasts could still be used. The intelligence of 10,000-year soul beasts had awakened, and for the future of the soul beast clan, he could have him sacrifice. Although soul beasts under 100,000 years couldn't choose to sacrifice by retaining their souls like them, such sacrifices were necessary for the future of their kind. MOU fell into silence. Wow, he was now leaning on the biggest support in the entire Douluo Continent. Whatever soul ring he wanted, Dition could directly call for sacrifices, which was nothing like his previous life where he had to struggle. Damn, the pressure was immense. Let's start with light and fire attributes, MOU said, no longer hesitating. He gambled. After all, he had died once. If he lost again this time, perhaps his angel martial soul could reverse time once more? But if he lost and had to start over, this felt a bit like Kira Yashiki's situation. Loser eats dust? 2. D. Tian was taken aback. Hadn't Tian Ming already sacrificed one? Mo, you summoned the newly acquired sword Martial Soul and added soul rings to it. The effect was the same. And although this sword existed in the form of a second Martial Soul, it was still an extension of the Angel Martial Soul. To be honest, if it weren't for the Angel Martial Soul considering his feelings and giving him face, this sword could be retracted at any moment. The Angel Martial Soul was indeed conscious, but not complete, and it listened to him well, just a bit Sundara. Isn't it said that dual martial soul cultivation requires adding complete soul rings to one martial soul first? The Ice Emperor wondered. That's what Bibi Dong said, and that's how Tang Xin did it. Adding soul rings to both martial souls simultaneously would produce a soul power too violent for a human body to withstand, leading to an explosion and death. But my Angel Martial Soul's first soul ring is Tian Ming, who has sealed all its energy and releases it slowly. So there is no pressure on me, Mo, you explained. And since you plan to go all in for sacrifices for me, I should at least provide you with a good place to stay. Oh, that's not fair. Tian Ming, who was building a small nest in the Holy Sword, suddenly burst out. Why do I have to be sealed in this little black room? They get to live in a big house? I want to see what it's like inside too. Although the space of the sword sheath had increased, and he could design structures inside, he still wanted to live in a bigger room. Ditian Wolkdover. Picking up the palm-sized Tian Ming in its spiritual form, his eyes narrowing. I plan to sacrifice in the future too. Do you want to live with me? Tian Ming's expression froze. No, absolutely not. Good night, Lord D. Tian. With that, Tian Ming zoomed back to the small room in the sword sheath. Seeing such a sincere Tian Ming, everyone couldn't help but laugh. However, D. Tian was somewhat confused, as he was just asking, not threatening. After all, Tian Ming had indeed helped a lot. Tian Ming, why don't you look at how terrifying you are first? Chapter 37. Work in the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was frowning as she dealt with a pile of documents that had accumulated over just one day. Damn it, I was only out for a day. How did so much pile up? She had been rushing for 3 days, yet there was still so much left. As the attendant at the palace, Zhu Douluo looked at Bibi Dong's dark expression and didn't dare to make sound. Normally, Bibi Dong would take an entire day to deal with the daily documents. But during this period, she had wasted time looking for people at the orphanage, got into a fight at the worship hall that left her dizzy for a day, then took Hulaina to the worship hall to apologize, and finally went to the Stardow Forest. After all this, Bibi Dong had unknowingly accumulated over 3 days' worth of work. So even though she had been working day and night for 3 days, there were still many documents left unprocessed. Although the Pope usually didn't need to handle so many affairs, Bibi Dong was hands-on to quickly take control of the Spirit Hall. Since her ascension as Pope, she had been this way for 3 years, which had led to her neglecting her cultivation. To this day, she still hadn't completed the soul rings for her second martial soul, because she simply didn't have the time. Of course, all this effort would pay off. Most of the authority and support within the Spirit Hall were already in her hands. In just a few years, she wouldn't have to be this busy anymore. Yu Guan, how much longer? Bibi Dong glared at Yu Guan, who was continuously handing her documents, her eyes turning red with anger. Based on your current speed, probably half a day more, Yu Guan replied somewhat timidly. He felt that the Pope had been acting differently these days. Her temper had become much worse, resembling her younger self. Half a day. Bibi Dong slammed the table and stood up. Just as she was about to complain, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and held back her frustration. This was her own choice. She would finish it even if it meant crying. Your Holiness, why don't you take a break first? Yu Guan advised. Bibi Dong had been reviewing documents for 3 days straight, and he had been accompanying her for 3 days, and he was tired just from passing things to her. Rest? Bibi Dong frowned tightly, glaring at the mountain of documents in front of her like they were her enemies. If I rest, who will help me with these? If I rest, tomorrow's will stack on top of today's, and I'll have to work overtime again. Rest? Or are you tired? Do you need a rest? Feeling the uncontrollable resentment of Bibi Dong, Yu Guan silently lowered his head and stopped speaking. Women. Yu Guan remained silent, and Bibi Dong, unable to vent her feelings, transformed her resentment into motivation and directed it at the memorials in front of her. In the spiritual space, Bibi Dong looked at the leisurely Rakshasa god Bibi Dong lying on a rocking chair. Can't you help me deal with this? I'll help you. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong slightly opened her eyes. This is your job, not mine. If it weren't for you, how could I waste so much time on that child? Bibi Dong retorted. If it weren't for this guy taking over her body and causing chaos in the worship hall, even if she couldn't win over that MOU, She wouldn't have wasted time apologizing with Ulaina, and in the Stardow Forest, facing those strange soul beasts, this guy took over her body again. But now, after all this, she still hadn't gained anything, only knowing that Mou was also reborn and had a very cold attitude towards her. So, after all her efforts, all she got was this body full of injuries and a pile of memorials that hadn't been dealt with in time. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, she had planned to bring Missouri Yu close to her for proper compensation, but after all this, that guy was also reborn and had a relatively cold attitude toward her. Even if she wanted to compensate, in Mou's eyes, it would only seem like a performance. Not to mention that the real owner of this body, she currently had no extra feelings for Mou, and the other party would not be willing to let her control the body all the time. So, fine, I owe you this one. Let me take over. You rest for a bit. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong stood up. She could share perception with her current self, but could also actively cut off perception. When she controlled the body, the other party could do the same, so they could actually take turns working, right? She had been tired for decades. Now that she was living again, how could she do such a thing? With this thought, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, after confirming that her current self really went to rest, directly used the power of the Rakshasa god to sweep away the fatigue from his body, and stood up. Yu Guan, here. Yu Guan lowered his head deeply. Help me deal with these things. Bibi Dong pointed at the memorials on the table. Yu Guan was taken aback, huh? You can't handle such trivial matters? Bibi Dong frowned. Yu Guan wanted to complain. He was a titled Do, not an all-around Douluo, and, as the elder of punishment, what did he know about these matters? I don't care. These things are handed over to you. If they aren't dealt with before dark when I come back, be ready to sweep the streets outside. After saying that, Bibi Dong directly left the administrative hall, leaving Yu Guan looking dumbfounded. With mixed feelings, Yu Guan approached the table, casually flipped through a few books, and decisively gave up on handling it himself. Where are all these things? Bishop Suwazi. Yu Guan shouted at several bishops in the side hall responsible for screening the memorials. You all handle these memorials. I'll come back in the evening to check. If they aren't handled well, be ready to sweep the streets outside. After saying that, Yu Guan also left the administrative hall, leaving behind several bewildered bishops with white beards staring at each other. How did this word come back? After leaving the administrative hall, Bibi Dong quickly disguised herself and began to wander around Wuhuan City. Speaking of which, since she became pope, she hadn't really rested. She had worked hard for decades, then started a war, fought, and finally died. She had never lived a few days for herself. Ever since she awakened her twin martial souls and was accepted as a disciple by Qiang Sunji, her life had been nothing but cultivation, until later when she met Yu Shaojiang. That guy was the only one who treated her with an equal attitude in the Wuhuan temple. The others all bowed and scraped to her because she was the Pope's disciple, the saintess of the Wuhuan temple, trying to please her in every way. People are just cheap, and she was no exception. Since she usually interacted with spineless people, she became curious about Yu Shaojiang, who came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, because he was the only one bold enough to call her by her name, and he was a great soul master. Looking back now, she really was foolish at that time. A great soul master, relying on his background from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and his father being the sect master, looked down on the ordinary soul masters in the Wuhuan temple, even ignoring the gap in cultivation between them, directly calling a soul emperor by name, an abandoned child of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, calling the saintess of the Wuhuan temple by name. Such rude and arrogant behavior surprisingly seemed to her at the time like a lotus that emerged from the mud without being stained. How foolish she must have been back then, as if she had never seen a man before, to take an interest in a useless person who suddenly entered her life, even wanting to leave the Pope's hall for him. Later, Qiang Sunji, that beast, destroyed her so-called love, ruined her later life, and since then, she had lived for revenge. But was it really Qiang Sunji who destroyed her? If she hadn't impulsively wanted to leave the Pope's hall with Yu Shaojiang, the saintess of the Wuhuan temple, and be with a useless person abandoned by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, directly rubbing the face of the Wuhuan temple and the Pope in the dirt, would Qiang Sunji still have angrily left her in that way? That guy had been her teacher for over 20 years, like a father to her. If he had truly always been a two-faced bastard, merely pretending in front of her, how could she not have seen through it in 20 years? Was she really that foolish? As the Pope, what kind of woman couldn't she get? Would Qiang Sunji act against her just because of lust? That guy had raised her for 20 years. He couldn't possibly not know what kind of personality she had. To win her over in such a way would inevitably face relentless revenge in the future. But why did he still choose to do it that way? As the Pope of the Wuhuan temple, didn't he have many means to keep her? Did he really have to use such despicable and foolish methods? Qiang Sunji is not an idiot, and Fenghao Douluo is not a fool. So why is that? Misfortune and fortune do not come from nowhere. They are summoned by oneself. Bibi Dong stood high above, looking at the spirit city that would one day become a sea of fire and ruins. Xiaoyu, is this what I brought upon myself? Chapter 38, Return to Spirit City. On the other side, Mou, who had just accepted the sacrifice of a 20,000 year light unicorn and a 40,000 year flame giant lizard, was on his way back to Spirit City. As for why he absorbed a 20,000 year and a 40,000 year soul ring, it was not because there were no higher year soul beasts of these attributes in the Stardow Forest, but because it was unnecessary. With Tianming as the first soul ring of his angel martial soul, the powerful natural energy he carried would gradually influence the remaining soul rings, allowing them to evolve into 100,000 year soul rings in the future. Of course, there was also a very practical reason. Sacrifices had to be voluntary from the soul beasts. Even though Dishiang was the absolute ruler of the Stardow Forest, it did not mean he could force other soul beasts to willingly sacrifice their lives for a human like him. Once sacrificed to him, their future fate would depend on the next 20 years, if he succeeded. Those soul beasts could be revived because the angel martial soul retained their complete souls during the sacrifice. But if he failed, those sacrificed soul beasts would die with him. However, reaching tens of thousands of years of cultivation for soul beasts requires unimaginable effort. How could they sacrifice their thousands of years of accumulation and future fate based solely on Dishiang's words? Why should they? To put it bluntly, even if he and Dishiang failed and died afterward, the remaining soul beasts could still live for thousands or tens of thousands of years, right? Don't talk about the righteousness of the soul beast clan. For all living beings, the most important thing should be themselves. So even if Dishiang could force soul beasts to sacrifice with power, he did not do so. Righteousness is meant to be demanded from oneself, not to give pretty speeches to ask others to die. Therefore, after searching around, the only willing and most suitable light and fire attribute soul beasts for sacrifice were these two. The 25,000 year light unicorn had recently been severely traumatized after a soul master group from the Star Luo Empire invaded its territory, killing its wife and children. It became mad due to excessive shock. Under Biji's comfort, it barely regained some sanity, but its will to live was too low, and it wouldn't last long. Thus, Dishiang used the condition of avenging it to make its sacrifice for Mou. The other one, the 40,000 year flame giant lizard, had a bit of a tragic story. A few days ago, Bear June and the others had just recovered from the shock of time reversal and transformed into human form to go out for a walk. As a result, this unfortunate soul beast recklessly charged into Bear June, who was in a bad mood and was severely injured by a slap for Bear June. When Bear June heard that Mou needed a fire attribute soul beast, he directly captured this creature to hand over. Bear June also did the communication work with the flame giant lizard. He didn't know exactly what was said, but in the end, it still sacrificed for Mou. Moreover, the sacrifice Mou accepted was not like Xiao Wu's. It was merely a sacrifice of cultivation while retaining the soul, making the absorption much more difficult. Most of the energy still had to be stored in the soul ring. Now, Mou was at level 25. I really owe you. Montaku, who was taken up by the Snow Emperor, let out a helpless and tired complaint. The tiny silver dragon king finally revealed her fangs after Mou absorbed the soul ring and began to absorb Mou's healing power vigorously. However, Mou's healing power required soul power as a catalyst to be used. So after just absorbing the soul ring, Mou, who should have jumped 3 meters high, was directly flattened by a sudden suction from the silver dragon king and couldn't even take off. Even after absorbing a 20,000 year soul ring and a 40,000 year soul ring, he only reached level 25, and the silver dragon king bore a significant responsibility. How about I supplement you with some soul power? Seeing Mou's exhausted state, the Snow Emperor found it amusing but also a bit heartbroken. No, Mou quickly stopped her. This ancestor just drained me dry and fell asleep. If you give me a boost, she might suck again. The Silver Dragon King had lost consciousness. Her calling for dad and mom was merely biological instinct. Now, she would only call for mom, and when she woke up, she would start calling, and once she started calling, she would start sucking, and after that, she would sleep again, waking up to call again. Mou had now directly become a cycle-charging treasure, even worse off than Tianming. Fortunately, she still has some restraint and didn't really drain me completely. She left me a bit, Mou said helplessly. The Silver Dragon King had left about 20% of her soul power. Mou looked exhausted primarily because she absorbed it too quickly. If she continues like this, won't you be unable to do anything else? The Ice Emperor asked. Currently. It seems so, but once she recovers for a while and regains consciousness, it should be fine. Montague replied. To be honest, if it weren't for her being so cute, I really want to. Want to what? A cold, eerie voice suddenly appeared, startling Mou. Isn't this Sister Ziji? You arranged everything so quickly? Mou said awkwardly. Dishiang and the others said that the soul beasts in the Star Doe Forest still needed to be arranged, and that it would take some time before they could come to protect the Silver Dragon King. But Mou knew very well that the main reason was that Dishiang was currently troubled about how to arrange the three-eyed golden lion. As an imperial auspicious beast, the soul beast of the Star Doe Forest needed the three-eyed golden lion. However, Dishiang and the others now needed to go to Spirit City with her to protect the Silver Dragon King. They couldn't leave the three-eyed golden lion alone in the Star Doe Forest, as she was still a young girl, or rather, a newborn baby. But it was also not suitable to take her along, as the three-eyed golden lion only had 1,000 years of cultivation and couldn't even transform. Appearing in human society as a soul beast was simply too conspicuous and inappropriate. So, as the father of the three-eyed golden lion, Dishiang was now quite troubled, neither bringing her nor leaving her behind. Therefore, they were currently in a meeting preparing to vote on whether the three-eyed golden lion should go next. I've sent all the Hell Dragon clan back to seclusion. If anyone dares to come out, I'll kill them, Ziji said lightly. Mou, Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, you really are efficient. Do you need me to help cover your aura? Mou asked. After all, your fierce beast aura is too conspicuous for a Super Douluo, and there are quite a few Super Douluos in Spirit City. You might run into some trouble. Also, you can't be too far from me, otherwise this covering effect will be ineffective. Of course, the latter sentence was a lie. Only for the Silver Dragon King did the complete covering of aura have distance restrictions. If it was just to cover Ziji's fierce beast aura to make her appear human, that was quite simple, as Ziji didn't need to worry about being seen by the gods above. He said this hoping that this hot-tempered big sister would not stray too far from him. Otherwise, based on his understanding of Ziji over the past 2 years, she could easily cause trouble. This sister would directly fight anyone she disliked. Ziji glanced at Mou and said, no need. If someone causes me trouble, I'll just fight. Mou complained. I'm worried that you'll cause trouble for others. But if you run into those 2 guys from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it will be dangerous. Mou said, the Super Douluo of the Wuhan Hall is not a big problem. Just a greeting from Qian Daoliu will suffice. However, the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo are also Super Douluo, and they can sense the aura of fierce beasts. Ziji had just overcome the 200,000 year heavenly tribulation with the help of the heavenly origin power from Tianming not long ago. This strength poses real danger against those 2. Ziji was taken aback. Danger? All right. Not knowing what she was thinking, Ziji pulled Mou away from the Snow Empress's embrace. Come on. Mou showed an awkward expression. Sister, can't you see that I am very weak right now? Can I rest for a bit? Then you rest. Ziji continued to fly forward without changing her expression while holding Mou, completely ignoring the increasingly dark expressions of the Snow Empress and Ice Empress beside them. So this is how it is? They have started to fight over him, right? Ziji is the leader of the Hell Dragon clan, always proud and lofty. It hasn't been long since she left the habitat of the Hell Dragon clan to come to the Star Doe Forest. Initially, she was actually here to confront Ditian, of course for a fight. However, Ditian's cultivation is too high. Ziji has only been around for 200,000 years, while Ditian has been around for 800,000 years. If they really fought, Ziji wouldn't even be able to withstand a slap from Ditian, so they haven't fought until now. However, in his previous life, Mou, like a reckless youth, charged straight into the core area of the Star Doe Forest, declaring he was here to fight, and even provocatively threw the Bear King he encountered along the way in front of Ditian. Ziji had never experienced such a shock. She has always been the one to cause trouble. When has her territory been invaded? Furious, Ziji immediately transformed into her true form and charged forward. Montague, wanting to avoid provoking Ditian too much, after all, he was only at level 98 at that time, and couldn't compete with Ditian, had been holding back during the fight with Ziji. However, the Bear King's combat power in the Star Doe Forest is second only to Ditian. Mou, who couldn't even defeat the Bear King, managed to stall Ziji for so long. Anyone with a bit of sense could see that he was holding back. Then, Ziji got even angrier because, for the Dragon Clan, holding back in battle is seen as a sign of contempt. After that, Mou cooperatively gave her a beating, as he couldn't go against a woman's will. Since then, Ziji, who'd been beaten by a human, had set her sights on Mou, finding excuses to fight him often. Although she had never won and always ended up bruised because Mou treated everyone the same in battle, regardless of gender, he showed no mercy. Over time, as the ones closest to Mou, the Snow Empress and Ice Empress naturally noticed that the Hell Dragon King seemed to have some unusual thoughts about him. It was fine before, but now they were actually fighting over him in front of them. No, it was about taking him away from them. What does this mean? Do they really think the three kings of the extreme north are like ice sculptures? Chapter 39, An Awkward Battle. Outside Wuhuan City, a world-shaking battle was brewing. With Ziji, the leader of the Hell Dragon Clan, and a rising star of the Dragon Clan on one side, and the long-established Ice Emperor, the second of the three kings of the extreme north, on the other. Although their cultivation levels differ by nearly 200,000 years. Ziji has the powerful bloodline of the Dragon Clan and might not be unable to fight against the nearly 400,000 year Ice Emperor. Therefore, the outcome of this battle remains uncertain. As the instigator of this battle, Mou is currently lying in the Snow Empress's arms, enjoying the coolness. As for why he didn't stop the two, it was a joke. Could he stop them? With this ancestor in his arms, he was barely able to protect himself, and even using his martial soul was a struggle. So how could he persuade anyone? Moreover, even if these two really started to fight with the Snow Empress around, he wouldn't be worried at all. A slap from her would easily extinguish the fire. Aren't you going to persuade them? Looking at Mou, who was comfortably lying in her arms, the Snow Empress had a strange expression. These two are fighting for you. Would it help if I persuaded them? Montak Yuli tartet. The Ice Empress would hit him without hesitation, even now, and Ziji had been beaten badly by him in his previous life. Not taking revenge now would already be giving him face, and he was supposed to persuade her? How do you know it wouldn't work if you didn't try? The Snow Empress roughly figured out what Mou was worried about. It was simply the fear of drawing fire onto himself, that if these two stopped fighting, they would turn to beat him instead. Mou shook his head. I feel it wouldn't work. I'd better not provoke them. Besides, isn't there you? Even if these two combined, they wouldn't withstand a slap from you. I'm not worried. The Snow Empress was a fierce beast with nearly 700,000 years of cultivation. Although this wasn't the extreme north ice field, her combat power was still second only to Dtion. The Ice Emperor had nearly 400,000 years of cultivation, and Ziji had just crossed 200,000 years. Facing the Snow Empress was like two super Douluo facing an ultimate Douluo. She would crush them. Is this considered living off a woman? The Snow Empress said with a smile. Am I not supposed to live off your kindness? Mou said naturally. If possible, I'd like to eat off your kindness for a lifetime. Who wouldn't want to live off someone? Who wouldn't want to lie down? Working hard is for lying down. Striving is for enjoyment. If one could skip the former, who would willingly seek suffering? It's all for a living. Just as Mou was comfortably lying down, the Ice Empress and Ziji fell into an awkward situation. To fight or not to fight? If they fought, would Mou be unhappy? After all, that guy really doesn't like fighting, or rather, he hates violence. But if they don't fight, they had already adopted such a stance. If they did nothing, wouldn't they lose face? What a whimpering situation. The two awkwardly cast glances at Mou, hoping he would speak up and give them a way out. Come on, the sooner you finish, the sooner we can enter the city. I haven't eaten for several days. I'm starving. After shouting, Mou returned to the Snow Empress's embrace. In this hot weather, being cool was quite comfortable. And surprisingly, the silly dragon lying on him didn't mind the heat. What were they doing? A green figure approached from afar. The late arriving Baiji walked over to Mou and the others. Fighting, Mou turned his head. Why don't we go into the city first? After all, they won't finish fighting anytime soon. Although Ziji can fight above her level thanks to her dragon bloodline. The gap in cultivation between her and the Ice Emperor is evident. She definitely cannot win. He also believed the Ice Emperor would know her limits and wouldn't hit too hard. Plus, with Baiji and him here, a few minor injuries wouldn't matter. Won't there be a problem? Baiji looked back at Wuhuan City, worried. With these two making such a commotion here, the super Douluo of Wuhuan City can't possibly turn a blind eye. Don't worry, I just greeted Daoliu. The 7 offerings in the offering hall 1T intervene, and I've masked their fierce beast auras, so even if other titled Douluo intervene, they wouldn't be able to compete with them. Montagu explain it. ZG's strength is roughly equivalent to a 97-level assault-type Super Douluo, while the Ice Emperor in her peak state is about the same as a 98-level Super Douluo. Therefore, apart from the 7 offerings in the offering hall, no one here can pose a threat to them. The highest cultivation among the titled Douluo in the Elders Hall is just Yu Guan and Gue Mei, and they are only at level 94, so there's no need to worry. If you're in a hurry, you and the Snow Emperors can go into the city first. I'll keep an eye on them here, Bai Ji said. No need, they know their limits. Mou stood up and pulled Bai Ji towards the direction of the Spirit City, with Xue Di following behind. And look at this ancestor on me, Mou said, puffing out his belly as the Silver Dragon King still slept soundly on him. If anything happens to her, I have to rely on you. Although Bai Ji hadn't taken care of the Silver Dragon King for long, she was aware that the Silver Dragon King's existence was also relatively short. Di Tian had been sleeping at the bottom of the Lake of Life, guarding the Silver Dragon King, and he had only known Bai Ji, Qi Wang, Wan Yao Wang, and the others for a few hundred years, thanks to the nourishment of Tianming. Di Tian initially thought that Tianming, this strange million-year soul beast, would help the Silver Dragon King recover, so he brought her back to that dimensional space. However, after more than 10,000 years, the Silver Dragon King showed no signs of reaction, which caused Di Tian to lose interest in Tianming. But losing such a rare million-year soul beast would be a pity, so Di Tian took Tianming out to attract other ferocious beasts in the Stardew Forest. It was during that time that Bai Ji and Qi Wang officially met Di Tian. As for Xiangjun and Ziji, they only got involved with Di Tian a few years ago due to the prematurely born three-eyed golden lion. At that time, Xiangjun sought Di Tian to compete for the three-eyed golden lion, and Ziji also had similar intentions. She wanted to bring the Emperor's auspicious beast back to her clan. However, after learning that Di Tian had just survived an 800,000-year heavenly tribulation with the help of the three-eyed golden lion, she gave up on that idea. There was simply no way to win. Only Xiangjun, with his reckless temper, stubbornly fought Di Tian and ended up beaten nearly to death. Since then, Xiangjun became Di Tian's toolbearer. So, while Di Tian is considered the leader of these ferocious beasts, in reality, they do not share the same bond that would develop over thousands of years. As they have only known each other for a short time, the emotions between soul beasts are typically accumulated over thousands of years. So, in terms of relationships, he is actually on par with them. By the way, why hasn't Di Tian come yet? Mou asked. Di Tian is currently considering where to place the three-eyed golden lion, whether to keep her in the core area of the Stardew Forest or to knock her out and put her in that dimensional space. Be replied. Mou was taken aback. Knock her out? Since when did Di Tian learn such tricks? However, the three-eyed golden lion wanted to see what the human world was like and heard that they would all be coming here soon, so Bai Ji sighed helplessly. Right now, the three-eyed golden lion is crying and making a fuss. Di Tian can't do anything for the time being. He can only let me keep an eye on the master while he slowly thinks of a solution. With Xue Di as their combat power, Mou had no problems on her side. Even if they encountered an unsolvable crisis, she and Ziji could just sacrifice themselves. After all, they had twin martial souls and plenty of empty slots. They were only a bit early, and their cooperation had been confirmed. Mou was willing to fight for the Soul Beast clan, and they naturally had to respond. However, the three-eyed golden lion was still young, just a child, even an infant. Even if they all failed and died, they hoped that the three-eyed golden lion, as the Emperor's auspicious beast, could lead the remaining soul beasts to continue living, even if it was just barely hanging on, but at least there was some hope. After all, their cooperation with Mou was a gamble, and it was a gamble with very slim chances of success. If Mou was originally facing only a Shura god, now with the addition of the remnants of the Dragon God from the Silver Dragon King and the idea of overturning the Douluo Divine Realm, what they had to face was the entire Douluo Divine Realm. Chapter 40. The plan, by the way, I previously asked the Silver Dragon King, but she didn't answer me. Now I want to ask you again, Mou said, looking at Bai Ji. You clearly saw my failure. Why are you still willing to follow this foolish dragon and cooperate with me? Where does your confidence come from? Bai Ji paused and said, actually, we don't have much confidence either. Then you don't understand, Mou. Even if it's just barely surviving. At least there is still a few tens of thousands of years of time. But we don't want to miss this opportunity with you, Bai Ji said earnestly. Your battle with the Shura god made us clearly see the absolute gap between the god king and mortals. So, no matter how hard Di Tian tries, as long as he cannot become a god, he won't even be able to defeat a first-level god, let alone the 5 great god kings of the divine realm. You're not the only choice, but you're the best choice we believe in. If they missed MOU, would they encounter another person willing to fight against the divine realm for the soul beasts? They didn't know, but at least she had no confidence. She grew up in the Stardow forest and had seen too many humans. They would not have the slightest sympathy for soul beasts, only viewing it as a natural law of the jungle. As MOU said, this world is deformed. Can a deformed world raise normal people? Moreover, MOU's talent was already at the peak of mortals, with a martial soul surpassing the divine level, innate level 20 soul power, and a combat power that exceeded demigods without touching divine power. Could humanity produce another genius like her? Even if there was, would that genius have the same sympathy for the Soul Beast clan as MOU? The future is uncertain. Perhaps they might have better options in the future. But Tion and the Silver Dragon King were unwilling to gamble on such an uncertain future. They would rather risk everything here than wait to die. If I lose, will you hate me? MOU asked. No, Bai Ji denied without hesitation. You are willing to help us, and that is enough. As for the outcome, that is not something we can control. But you put this pressure on me, making me feel like if I lose, I'd be somewhat inhumane, MOU said helplessly. A bunch of ferocious beasts waiting for sacrifice. A great privilege, right? But everyone has high expectations of you. If you accomplish nothing, what does that count for? He simply couldn't accept such a thing with a clear conscience. Man proposes, God disposes. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if we lose, we all just die together. Going on the journey neatly is also a kind of happiness. Shuedi comforted. MOU patted the foolish dragon on his front. But I haven't lived enough yet. I don't want to lead you all to your deaths. He could gamble once, but not a second time. He could lose once, but not a second time. He could gamble with his own life, but he couldn't gamble with others' lives. Not far down the street, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, who had left her duties to wander around, encountered a small problem. Where's this? Bibi Dong asked expressionlessly in the spiritual space. The city tower? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong replied awkwardly. Didn't we agree to go rest? Why are you still checking in? Oh, the city tower. So what should you or I be doing right now? Bibi Dong continued to ask. Rest? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong said quietly. Bibi Dong, give me back my body. She should never have trusted this guy. Really, she shouldn't have trusted this guy. They agreed to handle affairs, but he turned around and ran out to wander around. If she hadn't kept an eye out and checked in, this fellow would probably be playing all day. Didn't we agree that you should relax a bit? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong refused. She hadn't even had a proper rest yet. How could she just go back to the spiritual space and sleep? What about my memorials? Bibi Dong asked. I'll let you unhandle them, replied the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong. Can he? Bibi Dong questioned. Does it matter whether he can or not? The Rakshasa god responded. Give me back my body. Bibi Dong insisted. No. The Rakshasa god refused. Return it to me. No. What happened to her? MOU, passing by, looked at Bibi Dong, who was standing there muttering to herself, a bit confused. Her mental state might be a bit off, Bai Ji explained after observing. By the way, Tion told me that both she and that Qianrenshua might have some minor issues. They likely have 2 consciousnesses now. MOU was taken aback. 2 consciousnesses? What does that mean? Bai Ji thought for a moment and said, Tion said it might be an accident caused when your martial soul activated time reversal. Since both of them died right beside you, and time reversal started with you as the core. So, it's very likely that they had some kind of accident during that process. MOU had self-exploded, his energy scattering in that area, and Bibi Dong had also self-exploded afterward. Qianrenshua, unable to win, made the same choice and self-exploded as well. Their shattered souls were in the area after MOU's self-explosion, so it's very likely they retained memories from before the time reversal. However, that environment was unstable, leading to the 2 of them waking up with split consciousnesses, one being the current consciousness and the other the original consciousness. Furthermore, this kind of mental split is very dangerous. If the 2 consciousnesses clash, it could lead to their direct collapse, Bai Ji warned. This was a reminder from Tion to alert MOU. Although it seems that the 2 consciousnesses of Qianrenshua and Bibi Dong can still coexist for now. Over time, the conflict between them will grow, and the split will become more apparent. MOU felt somewhat at a loss. No wonder he sensed Bibi Dong's attitude towards him fluctuating. It was strange, and it turns out it was this situation. Qianrenshua also seemed a bit odd. After all, he had just arrived at the worship hall, and Daoliu hadn't notified her of this matter yet. She couldn't just leave her responsibilities in Tiando City to come here. How do we treat this? MOU asked. If Bibi Dong, and Qian really had issues. The Spirit Hall would directly lose the Rakshasa god and the Angel god, and that would mean he would have to fight alone in the future. Bai Ji shook her head. I'm not really sure. I've never seen anything like this kind of mental split before. And since their split was caused by time reversal, even human doctors with experience might not be able to help. Montaku found it. What a pile of trouble. Xiaoyu? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong snapped back to reality. When did you come back? Just now, Mou shrugged. Take it slow. After all, he doesn't know how to face the Bibi Dong and Qian from the past. Or rather, these two probably realized he has been reborn, but since they didn't say it directly, it means they also don't know how to face the current him. If he brings it up directly, it would be awkward for everyone. So, it's better to just let it be for now. Two consciousnesses, Qian was fine. Her attitude towards him hadn't changed much in the end, but there might be some small conflicts between Bibi Dong and him. After all, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang, some were on the same side, and Tang San and Shura were on the same side. In the future, he would definitely inherit the Shura god position, and he had no intention of stopping that, because the Shura god with a divine position and the Shura god without it had two entirely different concepts in terms of combat power. Or rather, which would you choose? A Tang San who just inherited the Shura god position, or a fully powered Shura god? It's obvious which one to pick with a bit of thought. When Tang San just inherited the divine position, he was also at his weakest as Shura. That time was the best opportunity to attack the God Realm. If the Silver Dragon King could awaken the sealed Golden Dragon King and let him go wild in the God Realm, causing the gods to be unable to focus on the war in the mortal realm, even if just for a little while. Taking advantage of the time difference between the God Realm and the mortal realm, the fully restored Silver Dragon King, along with the Rakshasa god and the Angel god, could then find a way to take away the Shura god sword. In that situation, a God King plus two primary gods could easily kill a newly ascended Tang San and shatter the Shura god position, without the restraint of Shura god power. The remaining four God Kings would probably find it quite difficult to stop the rampaging Golden Dragon King, and that would be the best time for him to stir things up and negotiate conditions. In a time of crisis for the God Realm, they wouldn't want to have another potential enemy that could lead to their mutual destruction. What's wrong? The Snow Empress gently nudged the dazed Mou. Mou came back to his senses. It's nothing. I just fear I might have to act like a villain next. In his previous life, he acted like a gentleman and ended up losing because there were villains on the other side. In this life, he couldn't afford to lose again. So when dealing with villains, he would have to use villainous methods. Big Sure, Houki Insect, Little Bunny, Een. Little Sand, don't blame me. I don't want this either. I really don't want to go through dying with them again. Chapter 41. The Emotional Defect of Soul Beasts. So who are they? Bibi Dong glanced at Bai Ji and the Snow Empress. Sister type, how did this old pervert manage to hook up so quickly? And with two? Wait, this white one looks a bit familiar. Bai Ji, a 500,000-year-old emerald swan, my friend, Mou introduced without hesitation. Snow Empress, a nearly 700,000-year-old ice goddess. My sister, the Snow Empress interrupted. Bibi Dong looked skeptical. Sister? Are you kidding me? I know what kind of person this old pervert is. Don't say sister. He could even make you his little sister. What about her? Bibi Dong pointed at the chubby baby in front of Mou. Picked her up on the road. Mou said seriously. Mama? It seemed the Silver Dragon King sensed Mou mentioning her, gently lifting her head. Bibi Dong's eyes twitched. She probably guessed it. This little girl was most likely a soul beast, but a transformed soul beast. She couldn't sense the green Bai Ji and the white Snow Empress due to the vast difference in cultivation. But how could this little child have no aura at all? Also, didn't Mou dislike children? How could he tolerate her being on him? Xiaoyu? Just as Mou and the others were lost in thought. The Ice Empress and the Purple Empress caught up after finishing their fight, because Mou used the Angel Martial Soul to mask their fierce beast aura. A special connection formed between them. Mou could sense where they were, and they could also find him in return. Bibi Dong looked intrigued. Who are these two? What's going on with this kid? Hasn't he been gone for a few days and hooked up with so many? No, these guys should have been hooked up with Mou in the last life. Otherwise, there's no way for humans and fierce beasts to be so harmonious. 200,000-year-held Dragon King, Purple Empress, nearly 400,000-year Ice Emperor Scorpion, Ice Empress, Mou introduced. By stating their titles so bluntly, he was also trying to warn Bibi Dong, or rather the current Bibi Dong, not to have any ideas about them, or she would end up dead. Hello, everyone. Bibi Dong greeted them. To be honest, she didn't think much of these fierce beasts. After all, she was the Rakshasa god. The fierce beasts were indeed powerful, but before God they were nothing. So she decided not to disturb the Pope while shopping. Seeing that Bibi Dong had no reaction, it seemed that her consciousness was occupied, so Mou directly took a few people towards Pope Mountain. There was no need to worry about that consciousness. It should be rational. Yeah, Bibi Dong subconsciously wanted to speak up to stop them, but then she remembered that she had no connection with Mou at all, and Mou wasn't from the Pope's palace, so she really had no right to interfere. TSK, and you say I'm humble towards Xiao Gang. Aren't you just as bad towards this kid? Bibi Dong in the spiritual space mocked. I owe him nothing, what about you? The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong retorted. I don't know that coward a thing. Bibi Dong was annoyed and wanted to refute, but the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong gave her no chance. Don't mention that guy. It's nauseating. After saying that, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong directly blocked the other. It seemed that her split personality was a bit serious. Mou, who detected Bibi Dong's abnormal changes with her strong mental power, didn't know how to describe her feelings. Let her have her share. You don't owe her anything. The Ice Emperor said with a strange tone. She had lived in Mou's martial spirit for more than 10 years and knew this guy well. Mou really seemed to be on a stubborn path with Bibi Dong, even to the point of not turning back after hitting a wall. All because of his excessive sympathy. Indeed, she felt quite sympathetic towards Bibi Dong's plight. But shouldn't there be some limits to this sympathy? After more than 10 years of persuasion with no response, she even almost got Mou killed in return. She was quite displeased. Are you jealous? Mou asked oddly. The Ice Emperor's change was quite significant. If it were before, she would have first given him a punch and then rushed to beat Bibi Dong up. Not holding back at all, just like Ziji. Jealous? What's wrong with that? The Ice Emperor asked back with a stern face. If you ever get tempted by her again, I'll knock her out and put her in your bed. Let's see if you're still tempted. If you like her, just go and snatch her. It's such a simple thing. Why make it so complicated? Besides, that Bibi Dong doesn't seem like someone who would listen to advice. After more than a decade of persuasion, she should have some feelings. But what does she do? She turns around and strikes hard. They say soul beasts are cold-blooded and emotionless, but humans are even harder to tame. They're all ungrateful. Seeing that the Ice Emperor seemed genuinely angry, Mou wisely walked over and grabbed her hand. Don't be angry. Let's go eat something delicious, okay? Then are you still tempted by her? The Ice Emperor asked. Not tempted. I'm tempted by you. Don't be angry, okay? Mou comforted her. Really not tempted? The Ice Emperor was somewhat skeptical. To be honest, it wasn't a threat. She just thought Mou's slow approach was too uncomfortable. If he was still tempted, she could just knock that woman out and bring her over. Look at me. How can I be tempted? Mou spread his hands helplessly. First of all, he was still a child, and secondly, there was always the Silver Dragon King hovering around him, constantly calling for his mom. What could he do? Oh, the Ice Emperor nodded. Got it. You are still tempted, just without the ability. Let's talk about it later. Come on, I want to eat something expensive. The Ice Emperor scooped up Mou and headed towards the food street in the martial Soul City. Mou didn't resist. It was better to appease her first. Have they always been like this? Looking at the way these two quarreled like enemies, Bai Ji found it somewhat amusing. In the Stardow Forest, although there was the deterrent of the Emperor Tian, generally, fierce beasts wouldn't fight, but they were still wary of each other. The playful interaction mode like that of Mou and the Ice Emperor was almost non-existent. If one were to say when their relationship started to improve, it should have been on the day Mou broke into the core area. Due to Mou's powerful martial prowess, the Bear King, who always respected power, gradually began to associate with Qi Wang and the others, thinking that if one person couldn't win, they could always gang up on him. Gradually, the Bear King was no longer as violent as before. Most of the time, he resembled the silly character Mou described. As for Emperor Tian, over time, he no longer harbored hatred towards humans and began to think that perhaps there were humans like Mou who were willing to coexist peacefully with soul beasts. Therefore, he advised the Silver Dragon King, who once wanted to exterminate humanity many times. Although soul beasts can reach a certain level of cultivation and possess intelligence comparable to humans, human emotions always remain a flaw for soul beasts. The reason why soul beasts risk death to come to human society for 100,000 years is to learn and experience these emotions. Only by truly possessing human thoughts and feelings can transform soul beasts truly become human. These fierce beasts actually don't understand human emotions very well. At least, their only point of understanding so far has been Mou. The other humans they encountered in the Stardow Forest were all eyeing their spirit rings and spirit bones, never treating them with an equal gaze or attitude. Mou was the first. This is also why the Bear King, with such a violent temper, didn't refuse their sacrificial plan. After all, Emperor Tian didn't force anyone or threaten them with the righteousness of the Soul Beast clan. Sacrifices always require consent. Friends, that's the main reason the Bear King was willing to offer sacrifices. Otherwise, why not just survive? Being heir, and he have indeed always been like this. The Snow Emperor also felt somewhat helpless. Since they met, they've always been bickering. Although it's always been Bing Heir beating him up, Xiaoyu has always been accommodating her. Playful bickering isn't common in the world of soul beasts. Besides, fighting among soul beasts is for survival. And the only playful bickering occurs between family members or a few kin. At other times, fighting means killing. But didn't everyone bicker for years in the last life? The Snow Emperor linked arms with Bai Ji and walked towards Mou's direction. Indeed, during those years, the Bear King's temper was cured. In just a few years, Mou became one with them. Of course, at first, it was literally fighting, but later they gradually became friends. The friendship between humans and soul beasts is truly quite dreamlike. Chapter 42, Building Houses. Do you mean they will live here in the future? Looking at the Snow Emperor and others who were unabashedly releasing their fierce beast aura, Daoliu felt quite complex. It wasn't that he didn't want these fierce beasts to live next to the worship hall. On the contrary, having these super warriors here would strengthen the martial soul hall. But the problem was, why were they all female? What the hell is this kid doing? Those three weren't male soul beasts when they faced off in the Stardow Forest. How'd he bring back 4? No, including the ornament in front of Mou. That's 5. Damn it. What about Xiao Shui? Is that okay? Mou was a bit confused by Daoliu's attitude. It didn't seem like a rejection, but he also didn't seem willing to accept it. Daoliu gave Mou a speechless glare. No problem. He wasn't blind. How could he not see the unusual relationship between these fierce beasts and Mou? If they were to spend 10 or 20 years together, there might be a chance for his little Shui. With complex feelings, Daoliu didn't want to say anything and turned to leave directly. The fierce beasts present didn't particularly understand humans, and the only one who did, Mou, was a bit clueless. So they didn't bother to figure out what was wrong with Daoliu. Shall we expand this place? The Ice Emperor suggested. It feels a bit small. If Mou lived alone, it might be just right, but with so many of them together, after a while, Emperor Tian, Bear King, Red King, 10,000 Beast King, and even the three-eyed Golden Lion would come over, and there wouldn't be enough room even for sleeping. Don't worry about this. I just talked to old Qian. He will send specialized soul masters to expand it soon, Mou said. There are specialized soul masters responsible for building houses, and with their unique martial souls. Their efficiency is incredibly high. No, the Ice Emperor refused. This is our house, our home. I want to build it myself. She built her and the Snow Emperor's home in the extreme northern ice field, and it looked great. Mou hesitated, but this isn't the extreme northern ice field. You can't just build a house out of ice, can you? The little palace of the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor was indeed built solely by the Ice Emperor. Made of pure ice, and it looked quite impressive, but those below the rank of Soul King couldn't survive in that kind of cold for long. Allericht, Bing. Stop showing off your ice sculpture skills. Come here. I need to talk to you. The Snow Emperor directly pulled the Ice Emperor away. It didn't seem suitable to use ice to build a house here. Although Mou had absorbed the ice attribute Soul Ring from Tianmeng and wasn't afraid of the cold anymore, it still felt a bit strange. In human society, it's better to go with the local customs. What kind of style do you like? Mou looked at Bai Ji and ZG. You can roughly describe it to me, and then I'll communicate with them later. Bai Ji, something quieter. ZG, something more imposing. Mou, imposing? For a house? What kind of imposing? Mou found it hard to understand the dragon's idea. Like the Pope's palace we saw when we climbed the mountain earlier, ZG said seriously. That Pope's palace looked really imposing. When she returns to the Hell Dragon clan, she wants them to build one too. Mou looked helpless. But that's not a place to live. The Pope's palace is certainly imposing, but it's the facade of the Spirit Hall. If we talk about craftsmanship and decoration, even the Offering Hall isn't as elaborate as the Pope's palace. Otherwise, why is this mountain called Pope Mountain? The Spirit Hall nominally still has the Pope as the highest leader, so the Pope's palace looks quite impressive. But if he built a house on the mountain that's even more imposing than the Pope's palace, is that appropriate? Isn't it possible? Seeing the troubled expression on Mou's face, ZG's expression tightened. Was her request too high? Well, it's not impossible, Mou sighed. It's just that it somewhat conveys a declaration of war against the Pope's palace. If ZG's idea were implemented, it would be like showing up to work in a car fancier than the boss's, dressed better than the boss, and living in a place more upscale than the boss's. What does that mean? If you don't want to do it, just say so. Forget it, I'll go communicate. You all take a break first. Mou waved and flew down the mountain. This kind of thing still needed to be discussed with Bai Dong first, otherwise, it would be a slap in the Pope's face, and he didn't want to create tension with Bai Dong. It wasn't that he was afraid, but adding potential enemies for no reason was just unnecessary. People who are universally seen as enemies either have serious grievances or serious issues. Being enemies with everyone makes it seem like you're something, right? He didn't think that being universally seen as an enemy was imposing because those who put themselves in that position often had something wrong with their heads. Or, in general, such people were a bit foolish. Did I cause him trouble? ZG worried. Don't worry. If Xiaoyu thinks something is troublesome and doesn't want to do it, he will say it directly. The Ice Emperor stepped out. As long as he doesn't explicitly refuse, even if he complains, he just wants some benefits. If that happens, just let him have a little advantage. Xiaoyu is very easy to talk to. Of course, Mou is only like this with pretty girls. With men, he usually served them with a big mouth and then said, "Can't you do it yourself?" Bear King had been bullied by Mou for a long time. Take advantage? Bai Ji and ZG didn't quite understand. The Ice Emperor thought for a moment. Well, simply put, hug him, or let him hug you, kiss him, or let him kiss you. In short, it's very simple. Xiaoyu is really easy to talk to. You could try it yourselves. Kissing, hugging, lifting high. Be asked in confusion. Isn't that what Mou loves to do with the three-eyed golden lion? They could all see that Mou's favorite in the core area was the little three-eyed lion. Whenever he had free time, he would take her around to play. And he always slept while hugging the little three-eyed lion. The Ice Emperor nodded. Yeah, anyway, that's how it is with Schwer and me. If you want something or want to do something, just act cute. That's right, just act cute and coax him. There's no need to think too much about it. This was directed at ZG, as Bai Ji was the strongest healing soul beast in the Stardow Forest, the Beastmaster, and her interpersonal skills should be quite good. However, ZG had been in seclusion for a long time and didn't understand these matters very well, making her a bit more clueless than Bai Ji, who was always fighting in the extreme north. ZG seemed to have a vague affection for Mou, just like how she initially liked to chase after him to beat him up. However, she wasn't very clear about this feeling yet. She noticed it when they were fighting outside the Spear Hall earlier. But even she had triggered a heavenly tribulation by accident in her previous life. And Mou hurriedly used his angel martial soul to help her consolidate her shattered consciousness. At that time, she recognized this feeling. So ZG didn't think that this silly dragon could be smarter than her. So, she wasn't worried at all. Moreover, she hoped that Mou could be happy, and that their family-like atmosphere could continue. If Mou liked something or wanted something, she would support him anyway. After all, she was the only Ice Emperor and was irreplaceable in Mou's heart as his Binger sister. Chapter 43. The Standards of Qiang Sunji. As the sun set, in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was forced to return after wandering for half a day. There was no way around it. Unfortunate workers have no holidays. Not even the Pope. Of course, the main reason was that she suddenly lost interest, seeing the few transformed fierce beasts that Moyu brought back. Bibi Dong's mood became complicated for a moment, and even she didn't know how to describe it. Perhaps it was like returning to a time when that delicate little child, who used to care for her all day, was now indifferent towards her. Or perhaps it wasn't indifference. It was just that Moyu had been too enthusiastic in the past, and now his indifference made things feel strange. Not cherishing what one had when it was present, and now missing it when it was gone. Wasn't she just being petty? Yu Egguan, did you handle all this? In the administrative hall, Bibi Dong was reviewing a small pile of documents that she had handed over to Yu Egguan before leaving, which even she would need at least half a day to deal with. Yu Egguan hesitated. He had been assigned as Bibi Dong's guard by the former Pope when he first joined the Spear Hall, so he was well aware of his own capabilities. Administration? What the hell did he know about that? But if he told the truth and threw these documents back, would Bibi Dong get angry? Just say it. I know your capabilities. Bibi Dong said lightly. Yu Egguan slightly bowed. Yes, Your Holiness, I handed these administrative tasks over to several bishops. Good. Bibi Dong casually flipped through them, noting that they were handled well. Or rather, her experience in dealing with these matters came from those bishops. In the future, it would be enough for them to report important matters during their selection. As for the rest, they could handle it themselves. Bibi Dong instructed. Of course, I will conduct random checks. If anything seems off, Yu Egguan, you are the elder in charge of punishment. You know what to do, right? Yu Egguan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly bowed in response. Yes, Your Holiness, but what level of matters are considered important? In fact, the workload of the former Pope was not heavy at all. Bibi Dong was so busy mainly because she was too strict. She personally oversaw both major and minor matters, which took away nearly half of the workload from those bishops in the administrative hall. Of course, the results were good, due to Bibidong's strict measures. Much of the embezzlement that had arisen during the former pope's indulgence had almost disappeared in these years, and many bishops were dismissed. This was also a key reason why Bibidong managed to win over the hearts of most people in the Spirit Hall in just 3 years. This pope really knows how to manage affairs. Important? Bibidong paused slightly. It seemed she hadn't considered this question. How did the previous pope handle it? She recalled that Qiang Sunji, that bastard, seemed quite leisurely. Most of the time, he was just putting on airs. In Moyu's words, he was good at pretending, but useless in action. He hadn't done much in terms of actual business, but when it came to maintaining the pope's imposing image, Qiang Sunji could be said to be the most skilled pope in the last few hundred years. When Daoliu was pope, he didn't have as much fame as Qiang Sunji. At least in terms of being a pope, that old guy was more known for his strength. The sky was invincible, and before his narrow defeat to Tang Chun, Daoliu's title as Angel de Law was unmatched. However, she always felt that Daoliu had somewhat lowered his intelligence in his battle with Tang Chun because he could fly. Tang Chun, armed with a hammer and unable to fly, yet Daoliu, knowing that his opponent's moves needed to charge, still stood there waiting, really just watching. When Moyu learned about this from Daoliu, he laughed at her. That old guy was such a fool in his youth. Didn't he know to interrupt the charging? When someone was about to smash you with a hammer, couldn't he dodge? Wasn't he this guy invincible? Where's his speed? He just had to stand there and take Tang Chen's most powerful blow. As a result, he lived his whole life in the shadow of that one hammer strike. Daoliu was a bit foolish, really. In battles among soul masters, one should play to their strengths and avoid weaknesses. But he insisted on clashing head-on with the formidable Haotian hammer. Wasn't he that a bit brainless? It was hilarious. The former Pope Yueguan slightly raised his head, nervously observing Bibidong's expression. Bibidong dropped the document in her hand and casually said, "Don't be nervous. That bastard is already dead. I want to bring his past troubles to you." She had already figured out that matter from years ago. Not to mention Yueguan, her bodyguard assigned by Qiang Sunji. Even Daoliu, that old guy, didn't he know that Qiang Sunji had acted on his own accord? If Daoliu had handled that matter, he would likely have found some evil soul master, eliminated Yu Xiaojing first, and then seen if he could stabilize her. If not, killing her wouldn't be a problem either. She could dislike Daoliu, but she could only do so in terms of him being the father of that bastard Qiang Sunji. If we talk about the old guy's character, there was really nothing to criticize. So she still couldn't understand why Daoliu would give birth to someone like Qiang Sunji. It was just misfortune in a prestigious family, like the Haotian sect. Yueguan was nervously observing Bibidong's reaction, but couldn't discern any flaws. It felt as though the Pope was even more inscrutable than before. "Your Holiness," the former Pope had only one standard for handling affairs. Yueguan steeled himself and reported, whether it jeopardizes the overall interests of the Spirit Hall. Bibidong paused slightly. What kind of standard was that? Can you elaborate? Yueguan took a moment. To put it bluntly, unless there is a conflict of the level of war between the Star Luo Empire and the Tiando Empire, otherwise, there is no need to interfere at all. Bibidong was stunned. The entire administrative hall fell silent. After a long while, Bibidong spoke again. Isn't that the same as not managing anything at all? A war like that between the Tiando Empire and the Star Luo Empire? Since ancient times, who has dared to declare war on the Spirit Hall? Do they really think that those old fogies in the worship hall are just for show? Across the continent for thousands of years, the Spirit Hall has had the existence of ultimate Douluo in almost every era, because only ultimate Douluo can serve as the angelic god's worshipper. So even if one's talent doesn't compare to the likes of Daoliu, with the help of the angelic god, it is clearly recorded in the Spirit Hall's documents that the highest worshipper in the worship hall is at least level 98, and there is only one instance of that. Moreover, after reaching level 97, the lifespan of Tidal Doa increases slightly. They can live at least 200 years, and those at level 98 can live up to 300 years. The longest lived among the ultimate Douluo, protected by angelic power, has even lived for over 500 years. Who would dare to declare war on the Spirit Hall? Who knows if the previous high worshipper of the Spirit Hall is dead? Once a level 99 ultimate Douluo strikes, it's a dimensionality reduction attack on all soul masters. What a soul saint and soul Douluo, waving a hand can take away a large area, and most titled law can be easily wiped out. More than 1,000 years ago, the Spirit Hall recorded an instance of such a limit Douluo making a move. and that battle nearly slaughtered all the titled Douluo on the continent. She does not believe that the royal families of the two great empires would have no record of such history. So isn't Qiang Sunji's standard just to not care about anything? The former pope was indeed rarely involved in political affairs. Yu Guan awkwardly replied, "To be honest, Qiang Sunji only issued orders and never cared about the specifics of how things were done. I said, just get me the results, how to do it, and whether you can do it is your business." This is a vivid portrayal of Qiang Sunji. Also, with the comparison of this slacker pope, Bibi Dong's brilliance after taking office becomes even more evident. Compared to the previous pope, the current one is simply too responsible. Damn, Bibi Dong couldn't help but curse. No wonder she has been so busy these past few years. It's all Qiang Sunji's mess. Bastard. Chapter 44, Dominance. Tell them that such trivial matters don't need to be reported to me in the future. Bibi Dong simply categorized the documents on the table. For uncertainties like this, give me a solution first. As for confidential reports, I'll handle them personally. Yes. Yu Guan earnestly noted down the standards mentioned by Bibi Dong. To be honest, with less work for Bibi Dong, he, as the elder in front of the hall, would have a bit more free time. Situations where he has been busy for 3 days and nights nonstop, like these past few days, were not uncommon before. By the way, if they are shorthanded, find some qualified candidates. They can almost be promoted. Bibi Dong said. The old men responsible for political affairs in the political hall look like they are about to be buried. Some can't even hold documents steadily anymore. It's time to change them. Yes. Yu Guan quickly nodded. He saw that those old men were about to collapse. With mountains of documents that made him anxious just looking at them, yet those old guys still looked at them one by one. Furthermore, following her previous life's experience, Bibi Dong commanded all the rules and regulations that would have taken another 10 years to establish in one go. Having helped so much, shouldn't she be able to let him play with her body occasionally now? Your Holiness, someone requests an audience. The ghostly figure who had just returned from the Spirit Hall Academy walked in. Bibi Dong raised her head. Who? A child, with a token from the offering hall. The ghostly figure respectfully replied, seeing the child as clothing, made of the same material as what Qian Renshua used to wear. Could he be the illegitimate son of the former pope? Or perhaps a grandson of a certain offering? Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback, then felt a surge of joy and instructed to let him in. Yes. The ghostly figure turned and walked toward the hall's entrance. By the way, you don't need to come in later, Bibi Dong added. Yu Guan roughly guessed who the visitor was, and seeing Bibi Dong rarely show such a happy mood, he said no more, picking up a large pile of documents from the table and walking toward the side hall. Meanwhile, outside the political hall, Mou, who came to discuss matters with Bibi Dong, was organizing his thoughts. How should he reasonably convince Bibi Dong to agree to build a palace on the mountain that is even more imposing than the Pope's Hall? This matter was somewhat complicated because those high up in the Spirit Hall, especially the Elders' Hall in the middle, were well aware of the ongoing power struggle between the Pope's Hall, led by Bibi Dong, and the Offering Hall over the years. The Offering Hall does not handle affairs. If they want to make a name for themselves or seek more benefits for themselves and their families, they must lean towards the Pope's Hall, which holds real power. However, this would undoubtedly leave a negative impression on the Offering Hall, which has the highest status in the Spirit Hall. So far, the only ones in the Elders' Hall clearly supporting Bibi Dong were the two generals, Yu Guan and Ghostly, as well as the only female titled Douluo in the Elders' Hall, Douluo Lingyuan. The other titled elders were still observing. They didn't want to offend the Offering Hall, nor did they want to give up the actual benefits the Pope's Hall could provide, until there is reconciliation between the Offering Hall and the Pope's Hall. Or one side clearly concedes they would not speak up. If he requests to build a palace next to the Offering Hall that is even more imposing than the Pope's Hall at this time, it would give the impression of a confrontation between the Offering Hall and the Pope's Hall in the eyes of those with ulterior motives, or rather, in the eyes of most people. He didn't want to create trouble for others, just as Mou was brainstorming for reasons. The ghostly figure who went to report returned, saying, "The Pope requests your presence." Oh. Mou nodded and walked into the familiar yet strange Pope's Hall. Although he chose Bibi Dong in his previous life, in fact, it felt like he hadn't chosen anyone at all. After forcibly absorbing 2 super long-term spirit rings, Bibi Dong stopped caring about him, meaning she was only his teacher for less than half a month, after which he became free-range. He read books, cultivated on his own, and occasionally mingled with Daoliu, a special figure caught between the Pope's Hall and the Offering Hall. The Pope's Hall kept their distance from him due to Bibi Dong's attitude, while the elders from the Offering Hall treated him well, because Daoliu had facilitated his connection with Renxue. Therefore, this time, although he chose the offering hall, in reality, his situation wasn't too much different from the previous life, as he didn't have many acquaintances here. Shortly after, Mou arrived alone at the entrance of the political hall. Standing at the open door, he could see Bibi Dong sitting high up handling affairs. But he didn't know which version of Bibi Dong was present now. "Hello, Your Holiness." Mou walked into the great hall and slightly bowed. He held the offering hall as token, and his status was equivalent to that of an offering, so he didn't need to be overly ceremonial. Just a slight gesture would be sufficient to show respect. "Is there something you need?" Bibi Dong pretended to be very busy, as if expecting something, but Mou was sure to disappoint her. "I want to build a house on a mountain. Ziji wants it to be more imposing, so I came to ask if you mind," Mou stated bluntly. Bibi Dong was taken aback. "What is there to ask about building a house? Do you need me to send a professional construction team from the Spirit Hall to help you?" "No, the grand offering has already spoken to me. Montagu decline it. It's just that this small palace might be built rather extravagantly, which could clash with your Pope's Hall." "Clash?" Bibi Dong showed confusion. What could clash about a building? Simply put, it might involve what the Heaven Do Empire calls usurpation. Mou explained that the system of the Spirit Hall is not like the feudal empires of Tiando and Xinghua. It is more like a special state between feudal capitalism and imperialism. However, in the later stages, Bibi Dong completely led the Spirit Hall down the path of imperialism. Logically speaking, this kind of imperialism would be an advancement for the backward feudal systems of Tiando and Xinghua, given the immense power of the Spirit Hall. A war of unification initiated in this context should not fail, but unfortunately, there's a cheat on the other side. Tang San successfully maintained the feudalism of the two empires, directly stifling the emergence of a more advanced capitalist imperialism, and effectively delayed the progress of this world by tens of thousands of years, truly deserving the title of Great Benefactor Tang. "What do you want to build?" Bibi Dong asked in confusion. "A larger palace. How can that be considered overstepping? The standard of the Pope's palace is already the highest on the continent. Even the palaces of the two empires cannot compare, or rather, they dare not build such a thing, even though the two empires are ruled by nobles. This world ultimately respects the strong. The Pope is a title d'honneur. An ordinary title d'honneur in the two empires will be treated as an ancestor. The Spirit Hall has nearly 50 title Daoliuos, and the two empires would not be foolish enough to compete with the Spirit Hall in this regard. A majestic palace." Mou said seriously. "How majestic?" Bibi Dong asked. "Quite majestic," Montagu replied. Bibi Dong fell silent for a moment. To be honest, she didn't think Mou would build anything very majestic because he didn't understand these things, or to put it bluntly, he had a bit of a countryside kid vibe. He really hadn't seen much of the world. She had never discussed these matters with him or taken him to see anything. And this guy spent almost all of his previous life buried in cultivation. Even when he went out, it was to the Stardow Forest or the extreme North Ice Field. He probably didn't even know what luxury was because he never truly enjoyed it before he died. Moreover, Mou had no concept of the buildings in Spirit City, and he couldn't discern their value. So what he considered majestic could very well be something strange. For example, "I want to make a large statue, one made of pure gold," Mou said earnestly. "I knew it," Bibi Dong replied. Chapter 45. First soul skill, go ahead and build it, Bibi Dong said helplessly. She should have realized earlier that Mou hadn't seen the world. His understanding of luxury was still stuck on such superficial things. Gold. Pure gold. This is Mou's understanding of luxury. He always thought that gold was the most valuable, so he hoarded several soul guide devices worth of gold. The treasure vault of the 7 treasure glazed tile school was filled with valuable items. But this guy didn't want any of it, just the gold. That statue will require a lot of gold, Mou hinted. "I'll have someone provide it for you," Bibi Dong said, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. If only she had spent a little more effort on Mou. He wouldn't have treated gold as a treasure. "What use is it?" "Thank you, Your Holiness." Mou respectfully performed a deep bow. "By the way, I'll find someone to help you with the design," Bibi Dong added. "This is my condition for funding. You can't refuse." She was genuinely worried that Mou would end up building something ridiculous on the mountain. Just thinking about it was embarrassing. Oh, Montagu nodded. He actually didn't understand design. His only criteria for these buildings were that they should be majestic and good-looking. "Wait, I've already agreed to help you. Shouldn't you show some response?" Seeing that Mou seemed ready to slip away, Bibi Dong quickly called out. "This kid is completely clueless about social etiquette. Clearly, he is as good as her in weighing pros and cons. How could he have such a naive flaw?" "Huh?" Mou looked momentarily stunned. "Response? What response?" "Don't worry. I won't ask you to join the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong stated in advance. She knew that Mou no longer held any expectations for her, so she wouldn't waste any more time. What'd I do then? Mou asked in confusion. Didn't you obtain 2 soul rings? Let me see how your soul skills are, Bibi Dong said. In fact, this was her requirement now. To put it bluntly, she still didn't believe that Mou could absorb super-aged soul rings. Is that it? Mou asked doubtfully. For now, yes, Bibi Dong affirmed. Given their current relationship, it wasn't realistic for her to ask Mou to do anything more. Oh, Mou didn't think too much about it and directly mobilized his soul power, summoning his second martial soul, the Dragon God Sword, into his hand. This name was given by the Ice Emperor. It sounded more majestic since the sword was born from the power of the Silver Dragon King. Saying Silver Dragon Sword felt odd, so Dragon God Sword was more appropriate. A sword martial soul? Bibi Dong, who was in the spiritual space, showed a look of confusion. This feeling, how could it completely lack the aura of the previous angel? First soul skill, Radiance of All. As Mou's voice fell, a terrifyingly strong light burst forth from the blade of the Dragon God Sword, instantly enveloping the entire Pope's palace. Except for Mou, the soul skills caster, even Bibi Dong completely lost her sight, and even her sensory abilities were blocked. Your Holiness! Two anxious shouts came from outside the hall, and at the same time, Yuguan and Gue Mei rushed towards the administrative hall with all their might. Stop! Seeing that Yuguan and Gue Mei were about to attack Mou, Bibi Dong urgently shouted to stop them. Thus, the 2 guardians of the spirit hall, with 18 bright soul rings surrounding them, halted just before making contact with Mou at the last moment. Oh, what do you want to do? Mou retracted the shining holy light, resting the Dragon God Sword on his shoulder, looking disdainfully at the 2 guardians. 10,000-year soul rings? Yuguan and Gue Mei stiffly stared at the 2 pitch-black soul rings floating above Mou. This kid wouldn't be a new offering from the Hall of Offerings. Would he? A twin martial soul? Forgive us, offering. X2 Yuguan and Gue Mei seemed to have a telepathic connection as they quickly retracted their martial souls and knelt on one knee before Mou. Oh, this kid, who looks only 6 or 7 years old, is most likely of the same type as the 5th offering, the Light-Winged Douluo. However, while the Light-Winged Douluo seemed to be 14 or 15, this guy only looked 6 or 7. Moreover, if he was a new offering from the Hall of Offerings, he would at least be level 96. Fighting them would be like child's play. Old Thousand has already informed me that I'm old 8? Mou asked in confusion. But didn't that old man refuse before? Forgive us, 8th offering. X2 upon hearing the terms Old Thousand and Old 8. Yuguan and Gue Mei buried their heads even lower. Oh, it really is the 8th offering. You 2 get out. Bibi Dong looked at the 2 cowards in disbelief. Just because they saw 2 10,000-year soul rings, they assumed he was like her with a twin martial soul? Could they be any more reckless? However, how could he have 10,000-year soul rings? And it felt like the ages were not low, at least 2,000 and 4,000. What was going on? Yuguan and Gue Mei didn't dare to move. They really didn't dare to move. A level 96 Super Douluo could easily kill them. Moreover, for the Spirit Hall, a 96th level Super Douluo offering is worth far more than the 2 of them combined. Not to mention their SA Grand offering on the offering hall side. And these 2 are on Bibi Dong's side. If this new offering were to directly kill them, Bibi Dong would have no way to intervene. Get out. Mou was also a bit confused by the stance of these 2. Is it really necessary? Even if he were to become the 8th offering, it would only be nominal. He wouldn't truly be an offering until he reached level 96. Before that, he was just a decoration. Forgive us, 8th offering. X2 Yuguan and Gue Mei hurriedly expressed their gratitude, and then quickly fled at lightning speed. Mou was even more puzzled. What was going on with these 2? They must have mistakenly thought you were a title Douluo with twin martial spirits, Bibi Dong said wearily. Plus, you called Qian an old 8. Sigh, how embarrassing. What a blunder. If she hadn't known a bit about the situation beforehand, she might have also mistakenly thought Mou was a title Douluo with twin martial spirits. After all, a 10,000-year soul ring is something that a grand soul master cannot absorb. What about your soul ring? Bibi Dong looked puzzled. Mou's body had barely managed to absorb a 3,000-year soul ring, and absorbing a 4,000-year soul ring was entirely reliant on the healing ability of his martial spirit. On one hand, the violent soul power was ruthlessly destroying his body, while on the other hand, the healing skill was repairing it, destroying and restoring, a complete life-risking endeavor. When she watched Mou absorb the soul ring back then, it was like his whole body would bleed and crack open 1 second, then slowly heal the next, only to crack open again, then heal again in a continuous cycle. Mou forcibly absorbed the soul ring beyond its years through such self-harm. However, a 10,000-year soul ring was absolutely beyond Mou's capacity to absorb. He would explode directly. There wouldn't even be time for any sort of repair. It was a sacrifice, Mou said. A 20,000 year light unicorn and a 40,000 year flame giant lizard. There was nothing to hide. After all, his family had so many fierce beasts already. Sacrifice? Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. It could be done like that? Chapter 46, Second Soul Skill. What is the situation with your first soul skill? After a brief moment of shock, Bibi Dong regained her composure. Mou knew so many fierce beasts, so she could understand the sacrifice. It's actually a supportive skill, Mou said. It grants myself a holy light, increasing all attributes by 50, while all attributes of other soul powers below mine decrease by 50. Then I can charge forward. 50% increase in all attributes? Bibi Dong was stunned. How can this kid's light attribute soul skill be even more absurd than the last life? As for the blinding strong light from earlier, Montaku Shulgit, it's just a side effect, and it has a certain mental disturbance effect, but I'm not sure how strong it is. Moreover, this soul skill has a very significant drawback. What drawback? Bibi Dong asked. Mou spread his hands. It's indiscriminate. Anyone illuminated by the light, aside from me, will receive a debuff. Well, I truly am a lone star, completely not needing teammates. His soul skills were quite straightforward and brutal, similar to last life. Plus, he felt that this soul skill was not determined by the soul ring. The angel martial spirit skills are fixed, and every element's acquired skills are the same. However, this light attribute soul skill, in his last life, only became 50 when he reached the limit of tidal daw. Before that, it was always 20. This angel martial spirit surprisingly retained his progress bar. This soul skill of yours is really overbearing. Bibi Dong momentarily didn't know how to describe it. It was a bit unfair. This soul skill directly meant that soul masters with soul power below Mou, you would have no chance of winning against him. A 50 reduction in all attributes? Who can withstand that? It would simply render them useless. The name of this soul skill is almost like illuminate all beings. Poison all beings. Next up is the second soul skill, scorching heaven and boiling sea. Mou, you suddenly thrust the dragon god sword into the ground. And in the next moment, a terrifying high-heat energy exploded outward from the sword, causing the floor of the Pope's palace to start cracking, emitting a hot red glow like molten lava bursting. Seeing that this explosion was still spreading, Bibi Dong hurriedly interrupted. Wait, stop. Are you planning to demolish my Pope's palace? Oh, Mou pulled out the dragon god sword and retracted it. This fire attribute soul skill is also very simple. It just burns. Whether thrust into the ground or raised high to the sky, it will emit a high temperature, destroy, and spread until everything that can sense this heat is burned to ashes. Thus, scorching heaven and boiling sea. Of course, this soul skill also has a similar drawback. It's indiscriminate, a non-discriminatory attack aside from himself, unless someone can withstand this high temperature. This soul skill is quite similar to the effect in his last life, except this time it added a supplementary soul skill, flame impact. It's just raising the sword, aiming at the target like a gun, and the sword tip will gather flame impact, which can be used like a gun, firing freely until the soul power is exhausted. Indiscriminate attack. Bibi Dong's eyelid twitched slightly. She knew that because Mou's soul skill in the last life was also like this. After activating the soul skill, everyone except him would become attack targets. If it weren't for the fact that Mou could gain corresponding elemental immunity, this soul skill might not even spare himself. Yet Mou was quite good at finding a fresh and unique reason for such forced isolation. A true strong individual doesn't need teammates. So this guy's later development towards all attributes isn't arrogance. It's a necessity, as the characteristics of his soul skills destined his battles to always be in a state of isolation and helplessness. To make up for the debuff of the Lone Star brought by his powerful soul skills, Mou had no choice but to strengthen all attributes. Is there any other requirement? Mou asked. He had finished demonstrating these two soul skills. As for the ice attribute soul skill brought by Tianming, it probably wouldn't be useful. Speaking of which, as a million-year soul beast, Tianming had given Hui Yuhao 4 soul skills, but only 2 for him. 1 mental attribute, 1 ice attribute, and that was it. Wait, what is going on with your martial spirit? Wasn't he an angel before? Bibi Dong asked. It's a twin martial spirit, and Mou shrugged. Or rather, my martial spirit split. It seems it saw me working too hard. So it became a twin martial spirit to give me a break. One martial spirit is already quite burdensome after becoming a title Douluo, but two martial spirits can directly enable one to level up effortlessly after becoming a title Douluo. One could just stack higher level soul rings directly. Bibi Dong, now at level 94, should not have completed attaching the soul rings of her second martial spirit. Otherwise, she would have at least been able to reach level 96. It's just that the Rakshasa God trial is a bit of a trap before Bibi Dong truly inherits the divine position. The divine power of the Rakshasa God will actually weaken her, because the Rakshasa Goddess will constantly interferes with her thoughts, guiding her towards corruption. If Bibi Dong truly falls before inheriting the divine position, the Rakshasa God trial will directly declare failure. The Rakshasa demon scythe will devour the defeated Bibi Dong as nourishment, waiting for the next person with enough resentment to appear. After all, she has a batch of tests from the divine examination. I just don't know if the two consciousnesses of Bibi Dong will suffer from the invasion of the Rakshasa divine power again. MOU has left. Bibi Dong is sitting on the high platform, holding her head. She is feeling a bit depressed now. No doubt about it. She is depressed. Her attitude towards MOU in her past life, aside from him rubbing the theory of Yu Xiaojiang on the ground, is something she is unwilling to admit. MOU also rubbed her on the ground. The first spirit ring of 4,000 years. The second spirit ring of 8,000 years, the third spirit ring of 10,000 years, directly crushed her pride as a dual martial soul. Moreover, MOU forcibly absorbed the spirit rings in front of her in such a brutal, yes, brutal way. In his previous life, every time MOU absorbed a spirit ring, it was almost life-threatening. Relying on his so-called cheating healing ability, he didn't care at all about the damage caused by the over-limit spirit rings. For MOU, as long as it couldn't directly kill him, it didn't matter. As long as he could still recover, as long as he wouldn't die directly, he would go all out. This guy is completely insane. You have to know that healing ability can only heal him, but the pain from being injured does not diminish in the slightest. He destroys while healing until his body can withstand such pressure. What kind of cultivation is this? The divine examination doesn't play like this. Has he always been this outrageous? Bibi Dong wondered in the spiritual space. You haven't seen anything more outrageous. The Rakshasa God Bibi Dong said depressingly, when he unleashes those more than a dozen self-created soul skills, you will better understand the disparity of the world. Were we geniuses, just slightly more talented than ordinary people? That guy is a madman who can nearly cripple Daoliu at level 98 with his self-created soul skills. Bibi Dong, self-created soul skills, more than a dozen, nearly crippled Daoliu? Huh. The Rakshasa God Bibi Dong took a deep breath and stood up. To be honest, it is only now that she truly realizes that her attitude towards MOU is more out of jealousy. Jealousy towards geniuses and madmen. After witnessing so many outrageous things from MOU, she had long lost interest in Yu Xiaojiang, and even later under MOU's influence, she became indifferent to Yu Xiaojiang. If it weren't for the Rakshasa God position needing her to maintain enough strong resentment, she probably would have been completely broken by MOU. The real breaking point is not failure, but the sense of despair brought about by being completely crushed in every field, even in her strongest field. MOU's impact on her even surpassed that of the beast Qian Xuanji, because Qian Xuanji only destroyed her ridiculous love, while MOU made her genuinely feel that her so-called dual martial soul genius is a joke. Chapter 47, Self-Harm Type Cultivation Method. After gaining Bibi Dong support, the palace next to the offering hall officially began construction. There was absolutely no conflict arising from overstepping, as MOU was a country boy, and ZG and the others did not understand the etiquette hierarchy of the human world. Therefore, the newly constructed palace had only two requirements. It should be beautiful and imposing, and the clever architects felt no pressure at all. Isn't it just about being beautiful and imposing? How simple. Of course, this was their initial fantasy. After construction began, they realized how difficult it was to introduce advanced architectural design concepts to a country bumpkin. Too flashy, too fragile, looks like it would break easily, too plain, too gaudy. Various requirements completely bewildered the construction team's leader and the designers. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. Anything that reflects style was deemed gaudy. Any design concept representing high-end was belittled as self-indulgent. In summary, what they wanted as beautiful was something that could be recognized as beautiful at first glance. What they wanted as imposing was something that could be recognized as imposing at first glance. In simple terms, they didn't want complex designs, they didn't want flashy things, and they didn't want anything that could reflect status. In the end, it was actually Qian Rinxue, far away in Heaven Do City, who reminded these designers. MOU doesn't like flashy things. What you design and build must be practical. Or rather, it must have some use. No matter how small its function is, it at least has to be useful. Completely decorative things, vases, are very annoying in the eyes of MOU and ZG. Upon receiving this clear requirement, the designers had an epiphany. No wonder the low-key or high-key designs they added to reflect status would draw the question, what use does this thing have? Is it beautiful? The beauty that MOU and the others referred to must include practicality. Otherwise, it is not beautiful. After clarifying these things, the speed of the palace's construction greatly increased. In less than 2 months, an imposing palace rose not far from the offering hall. How to say it? Looking at this house, which was completely out of style with the offering hall, all the offerings felt an indescribable sensation. This thing is unexpectedly pleasant to the eye. Having seen so many flashy things, looking at this palace feels extraordinarily refreshing. There are no complicated decorations, and each design clearly shows its usefulness. Completely the opposite of the luxurious offering hall and the Pope's hall. Boss, I feel like we can also change our style, Guangling said seriously. After seeing MOU's minimalist and practical design, looking back at the flashy large palaces they had built to reflect their noble status, it looked more and more out of place. Indeed, this practical style looks much more comfortable. Genie agreed. As the oldest offering, he actually didn't like these flashy architectural styles either. They were too ostentatious, too many decorations made them look rather annoying. Simplicity is better. The Pope's Hall had only become flashy in the last 100 years, especially during Qian Xuanji's tenure, when it underwent a renovation, making the Pope's Hall's specifications exceed those of the palaces of the 2 great empires. This was also a reason for the dissatisfaction of the top 3 sects with the Spear Hall. The Pope's Hall, in terms of ceremonial specifications, even surpassed the 2 great empires' royal families. What kind of intention was that? Who can't see through it? In the eyes of these sects, including the so-called top 3 sects, the resplendent Pope's Hall itself is a form of overstepping. In simple terms, kneeling for too long makes it hard to stand up. Even though they are titled Ba, there is still an inherent sense of inferiority towards the royal nobility of the 2 great empires. Only the Spirit Hall, which promotes capable individuals over the mediocre, does not have this ridiculous inferiority. By the way, where shall you? Jin Yi asked. He want to get the 3rd spirit ring, Qin Daoliu said lightly. The 3rd spirit ring. The other 6 offerings were stunned. It's only been a few months? He already at level 30? Qian Rinxue wasn't this exaggerated back then. That kid has a cheat, Qin Daoliu said irritably. In these past few months, MOU has been wandering around the Spirit City with those fierce beasts. Playing here for a few days, playing there for a few days, I haven't seen that kid practicing at all. As a result, yesterday that kid came to me swaying, saying he was level 30 and wanted to go out for a few days to hunt for spirit rings. God knows how chaotic he felt at that time. 2 10,000-year spirit rings boosted MOU to level 25 great. He can understand. After all, the age of the soul ring is too high. With such an improvement, although there is no precedent, he can still accept it. But it's only been a little over 4 months. In the time it takes to renovate a house, that kid has gone from level 25 to level 30, and there isn't even a hint of soul power instability. The main point is, he hasn't seen MOU practicing. That kid has been playing around for the past few months. Is this what a genius is? Xiao Xue isn't like this. Well, actually, he has been practicing, Guangling said. When? Qian Daoliu asked in confusion. How come I haven't seen it at all? When I was playing with him. Guangling pointed to a small mountain outside the city. We practiced there, but his way of practicing. Saying this, Guangling's expression became a bit strange. Boss, the common way of soul power cultivation relies on meditation to accelerate the flow of soul power within a body, absorbing external energy and converting it into one's own soul power, right? What's wrong? Qian Daoliu nodded. Isn't this common knowledge? Guangling continued. Then in this process, soul masters constantly temper themselves, and their meridians are gradually strengthened to accommodate more soul power. The higher the physical strength of the soul master, the more soul power they can contain. What do you want to say? Qian Daoliu interrupted. Guangling's expression became serious. But what if one uses a more domineering method to strengthen their meridians and then plunder the energy between heaven and earth? MOU doesn't use the meditation cultivation method. His way of practicing, to describe it in one word, may be inappropriate, but I can only use this word, self-harm. In our sparring, The speed of his soul power operation is simply exaggerated, and his body's meridians cannot withstand that violent way of operating soul power. So while he violently pours out soul power, he suffers great harm. In my eyes, his meridians are breaking every moment, and then the healing power from his martial soul slowly restores those injuries. However, because he keeps violently driving soul power, he keeps getting hurt and keeps healing. In this process, his body is forcibly adapting to become stronger. Jean Ao said solemnly, just like some martial artists practice martial arts, constantly pounding hard objects. The bones in their hands and legs will wear down, break, and then self-repair. Through repeated cycles of breaking and repairing, the bone density in those areas will increase, and their hardness will rise. Mo's violent operation of soul power, while healing his injuries, is accelerating this process. No wonder this kid's cultivation speed is so outrageous, right? Guangling nodded. This way of practicing cannot be called cultivation. It's more like forcing his body to evolve, evolving to withstand his own violent self-destruction in this process of repair. The broken meridians absorb external energy faster, so Guangling looked at Daoliu. Boss, this way of practicing is fast, but it's a bit life-consuming. Relying on his healing ability, he's reckless. His cultivation speed is indeed fast, but this way of practicing seems quite wrong. The pain of having all the meridians broken. Even we Super Douluo wouldn't want to experience it, but what exactly has Mou done before to master such a skilled technique? Has he been too harsh on himself? Even if his martial soul's healing skills can heal him, doesn't he it hurt? The pain of having all the meridians shattered, let alone Mou being just a child. Even seasoned soul masters would struggle to endure it. They would break down. But looking at Mou's completely unresponsive attitude, it's not that he can't feel it. It seems more like he has gotten used to it. So what has this kid been doing before? Even the death warriors raised by the spirit hall wouldn't play like this. Daoliu was speechless. He has now completely figured out how Mou managed to become a title Douluo at 18 and a limit Douluo at 26. Even the fact that this kid at level 98 can defeat him no longer surprises him. This is what he deserves. Chapter 48, Guarding One's Body Like Jade. In the Hall of the Pope, after categorizing the affair she needed to handle, Bibi Dong clearly felt much lighter. Her workload was reduced by more than half, and cultivation was back on the agenda. By the way, is the Rakshasa god still alive? Bibi Dong asked. Not sure, I haven't seen him. The Rakshasa god replied. Even when I officially inherited the position of the Rakshasa god, he didn't show up. Only this sickle was in the Rakshasa secret realm. Her understanding of the Rakshasa god comes solely from the Rakshasa demon sickle. She is completely unaware of anything else. However, even if the Rakshasa god is alive, it doesn't matter. She doesn't think he would help her. After all, during the final divine battle, both the Shura god and the sea god personally intervened, and there was no action from the Rakshasa god. By the way, pay attention to one thing. Before completing the Rakshasa god trial, do not use the Rakshasa divine power. The Rakshasa god reminded. That thing has a problem. After she inherited the divine position and became the new Rakshasa god, she discovered this point. The Rakshasa divine power had been tampered with and was not pure. Only after she completely mastered the Rakshasa divine personality did she expel that strange thing, but even now, she still doesn't know what that thing was. Then why did you previously use my body? Bibi Dong said with a dark expression. I'm different from you. The Rakshasa god retorted. I can perfectly control the Rakshasa divine power. What about you? You would even be interfered with in your thoughts by the Rakshasa divine power. If it weren't for me, do you think you could be as clear-headed as you are now? Bibi Dong was momentarily speechless. This is indeed true. After she came into contact with the Rakshasa god trial, she had been interfered with by the Rakshasa divine power, and this interference made her resentment grow stronger. To be honest, she now struggles to understand why she had such strong resentment when she is clear-headed. The Rakshasa god is indeed a collection of resentments in the world, but that doesn't mean that the one who wields the Rakshasa god is a madman driven by resentment. The Rakshasa god said, the Rakshasa god is the existence that drives resentment, but the Rakshasa divine power you are currently receiving is guiding you toward corruption. This is problematic. That Tang San inherited dual divine positions, and whether it was the sea god or the Shura god, both helped him everywhere, even breaking the rules of the divine realm and personally intervening to resurrect Tang San. But on my side, the Rakshasa god not only doesn't help, but also turns around to harm me. This matter seems off no matter how you look at it. What god would do this to their own successor? What do you mean? Bibi Dong felt there was more to the other person's words. I feel that the Rakshasa divine power you can accept now has been tampered with by someone, because this power is different from the divine power I wielded as the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa god said, "Could it be the Shura god you mentioned before?" Bibi Dong asked. "It's possible." The Rakshasa god nodded. Mou had told her that the Rakshasa god had harmed the last divine position successor of the Shura god, Tang Chen. So could it be that the Rakshasa god has already been killed by the Shura god? Otherwise, how could the Rakshasa god watch helplessly as his divine power was mixed with other things? However, you don't need to worry about that now. Just enter the Rakshasa secret realm. I can now directly wield the Rakshasa demon sickle to connect with the origin of the Rakshasa god's divine personality and grant you a divine gift soul ring. The Rakshasa god said. Bibi Dong was taken aback. A divine gift soul ring? This is a unique ability of the god, and absorbing the soul ring granted by the god is a perfect match, making the soul skills obtained the most suitable. The Rakshasa god explained to Bibi Dong. However, if I successfully connect to the essence of the Rakshasa god's rank, it means that the current Rakshasa god is truly dead. To be honest, she can now basically confirm that the Rakshasa god has fallen, because when she previously used the Rakshasa god's power, the Rakshasa demon scythe did not feel like it had a master at all. There was no sense of resistance whatsoever, which is not how a divine artifact with a master would react. I really owe her. On the way back to the spirit hall, after absorbing a 50,000-year purple lightning Tyrannosaurus soul ring, Mou, as expected, was drained again by the Silver Dragon King, a 50,000-year dragon-type soul beast. Especially the extremely ferocious purple lightning Tyrannosaurus only allowed Mou to level up by 2 levels, while the rest of the energy was forcibly converted into healing power and absorbed by the Silver Dragon King. Don't you feel like she's grown a bit? The Snow Empress comforted the depressed Mou. Grown? Mou looked at the Silver Dragon King in his arms with some disdain. She has indeed grown a little. Maybe if you absorb a few more soul rings, she can wake up? The Ice Emperor said. Mou's eyelid twitched. A few? It took him nearly 5 months to level up from 25 to 30, 1 level a month, because he was just starting out, and his self-harming training method was exceptionally effective. But now his body strength is close to that of Soul King, and that violent training method will not be applicable for a long time. Therefore, it will take him at least a year to slowly cultivate to level 40, and about a year and a half from 40 to 50. The later it gets, the slower the leveling up. Just absorb a few more soul rings? If this thing really has to wait until he becomes a title Douluo to wake up, even if his soul rings have soul beasts actively offering sacrifices, that would be at least 10 years later. Is she really planning to stay on him for 10 years? Shall you be optimistic? Maybe she will wake up when you become a soul sage? The Snow Empress comforted him. After reaching soul sage, Mou's healing ability will greatly improve. According to the current progress, he should be able to absorb the 7th soul ring when he is 14. But that still means she has to stay for another 7 years. Mou felt depressed. Although the small Silver Dragon King is very cute, having her on him doesn't affect his training much, but it is very annoying when he is being intimate with the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor. It's really very annoying. She occasionally calls out Mama, which scares him, but there is nothing to be done. After all, she got seriously injured just to help you. The Snow Empress comforted. Although the Silver Dragon King's previous injury was severe, it wasn't enough for her to end up like this. To help Mou create a second martial soul, the Silver Dragon King used the power of the creation god rank while in a severely injured state, which consumed a lot of energy, and then was counterattacked by the angel martial soul, which is what turned her into this baby-like state. I know that. Otherwise, do you think I could be so patient with her? Mou said helplessly. The Silver Dragon King is absorbing his healing power, so he knows her injuries best. It's a bottomless pit. When she was awake before, she was in a state of barely hanging on, and afterward, she forcibly used the power of the creation god rank, and was hit by his proud angel martial soul, nearly dying on the spot. Well, anyway, you're still a child now. She can't delay anything on you. It's just right that she can help you restrain yourself, the Snow Empress hinted. What do you mean? What do you mean? Mou suddenly perked up. What kind of person do you think I am? What do you mean she helps me restrain myself? I have always been very self-disciplined, okay? He is very pure. At most, he just takes a little advantage. Isn't it because you haven't had the chance? The Ice Emperor sneered. She knows that Mou's heart is full of yellow and pink. This guy does have self-discipline, but to say he is pure? That would be a blatant lie. If it weren't for the fact that both she and the Snow Empress later became spiritual entities and couldn't do anything inappropriate, could Mou really have remained pure? This guy saying he craves someone else's body is genuinely craving, not joking. After all, even Mou himself admits that honesty is one of his few virtues. No chance? Mou's expression was strange. Are you sure I have no chance? The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor have both turned into soul rings, existing in his martial soul as spiritual entities. Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue also don't think highly of him, so he really has no chance with them. But what about others? He took the risk of being chopped by Qian Renxue and flirted with quite a few girls, but if you dare to touch them first, then don't even think about touching me again, the Snow Empress said in the softest tone while saying the coldest words. Montakyu, this is the main reason. Chapter 49, Purpose. Time flies, and a year and a half has passed. Mou is 8 years old. After starting his training, he quickly grew from a 1.3-meter porcelain doll to a 1.5-meter big doll, with his baby fat gone and a handsome profile emerging. Over the past 2 years, Mou's life has been quite similar to his previous life, but this time it has been much livelier, with a few more mature women accompanying him. Although they can't do much, it's still pleasant to look at. Bibi Dong's attitude towards him is not as cold as in his previous life. She is not overly warm either, because it seems that the Snow Empress has said something to her, but Mou is not clear about the specifics. As for Qian Renxue, she is still executing her undercover plan in the Heavendo Empire, returning to the Spirit Hall about once every 6 months, which is much more frequent than the once every 1 or 2 years in his previous life. Additionally, Di Tian and Xiong have moved in, and the three-eyed golden lion has also been brought along. There was no way around it. Di Tian was worried about the Silver Dragon King and the three-eyed golden lion, who had been raised by Di Tian since birth, undoubtedly regarded him as a father. Seeing his dad about to go far away without taking her along, the little three-eyed golden lion turned into a little crybaby. Di Tian had no choice but to bring the three-eyed golden lion along. Since then, the 6 great ferocious beasts of the Starred Doe Great Forest, Di Tian, Xiong, Baiji, Ziji, Qi Wang, and Wan Yao Wang, all came to the Spirit Hall, effectively becoming Mou's bodyguards. Coupled with the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress, it is not an exaggeration to say that as long as the gods do not intervene, Mou can walk sideways across the entire Douluo star. Even that 999,000-year deep-sea demon whale king would have to take a couple of big hits if it encountered Mou. On the way to the developmental site of the Tang God in Nodding City, a large carriage is speeding along. The driver is a young man about 1.9 meters tall, with a distressed expression, in a humanoid form of Xiong Di Tian, Baiji, Mou, the three-eyed golden lion, and the Silver Dragon King. As usual, lying in front of the Mou, are sitting inside the carriage. The other ferocious beasts did not come along this time, and stayed in the Spirit Hall. Di Tian, as the strongest combat force, has hardly left Mou's side, while Baiji is the important medical personnel, and the little three-eyed golden lion just wants to go out for some fresh air. Isn't Tang San's father Tang how a title Douluo? How could he be in such a small place? Or is he some kind of work-study student, standing over 2 meters tall and exuding an air of authority? Emperor Tian asked. Over the past 2 years living in the Spirit City, he had gained quite a bit of knowledge about humans. That Tang Hao, title Douluo, even though he didn't dare to show his face due to the previous conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect. How could a title Douluo be in such a pathetic state? He even heard from Mou's complaints that this Tang Hao had become an ancestor when Tang San was only 3 years old, making a 3-year-old child take care of his daily needs. Are human cubs really that hardworking? Complaining about the hardness of the carriage, Mou turned over while leaning against the three-eyed golden lion and said, "The Tang family members generally don't think straight, don't overthink it. That guy is just completely giving up on himself. As a title Douluo, even if he didn't reveal his identity, with his forging skills, he could easily forge a few items to sell for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins in no time. But unfortunately, Tang Hao just liked to live a hard life, suffering from not having enough to eat. To put it bluntly, it's pathetic. When he was incapable, there was no choice. But when he had the ability, he still chose that kind of life. Other than being pathetic, Mou really couldn't find another word to describe it. But we can't make a move against Tang San now." BG showed a puzzled expression. Mou sat up and sighed slightly, saying, "Sister, haven't I said this many times? Tang San is not important. He is just a wedge to deal with the Azura God. Killing Tang San is useless. Let's not even talk about whether we can kill him or not. Even if we could, would it be useful? I still need him to inherit the Azura God position. The one he needs to deal with has never been Tang San. It has always been the Azura God. The one who decides the future is not Tang San, but the Azura. Tang San inheriting the Azura God position is a significant weakening of the Azura God, and it is also the only opportunity to break the Azura God position. If we kill Tang San, who knows who the Azura will find as the next heir? So what are we going to do now? Xiong-jun, who had been outside the carriage, poked his head in. Mou shrugged, causing trouble. Directly making a move against Tang San would alert the Azura god, but making a move against the people around him would subtly influence him, prompting this hypocritical guy to tear off his disguise. Let the gods of the divine realm see what kind of thing the Azura has chosen, and whether the Azura, who chose such a thing, is blind or if they're all in the same boat. What significance does this have? Tian didn't understand. Mou sighed, big brother, when you say you are against the divine realm, you don't really intend to be enemies with all the gods, right? Not all gods in the divine realm are like the Azura. Back then, when the dragon god initiated the divine realm war, wasn't it to ensure that the spirit beast clan would completely dominate the divine realm? Is it wrong for those gods to resist? Please don't come to me with the idea that the dragon god initiating the divine war to unify the divine realm is destined, and that the gods of the divine realm killing the dragon god is despicable and shameless. Mou stared seriously at Tian. If this guy really thinks like this, then their cooperation may need to take a different approach. He agreed to help resist the divine realm, indeed with the idea of helping the spirit beast clan. But that is not everything. What he truly wants is what the Silver Dragon King spoke of, to change the cultivation rules of the Douluo Continent, because this world disgusts him. But if everything he does ends up in Tian's eyes as helping the spirit beast clan become the new overlord, then sorry. But that's not what he wants. He wants the world to move forward, not just to replace one emperor with another. Tian was speechless. To say he did not want to regain control over the Douluo plain and restore the former glory of the spirit beast clan would definitely be a lie. But he also knew that it was already impossible. After the fall of the dragon god, all the deities of the spirit beast clan perished and their divine position shattered. And after millions of years of recuperation, the divine realm has already recovered. With just a few of them, it is completely impossible to overthrow the divine realm. What's wrong with you? It seemed that sensing the atmosphere was somewhat off, the three-eyed golden lion, who had been sleeping after getting on the carriage, woke up. I've made it very clear before. I'm here to help the spirit beast clan change the current situation of being heavily hunted by humans, not to help you destroy humanity. Similarly, I'm here to help you resist the divine realm, not to help you destroy it. Mou's expression remained unchanged. Not to mention that destroying the divine realm is completely unrealistic. Even if I could do it, I wouldn't. To help one side by destroying the other, what is that? While criticizing others for being disgusting, doing the same disgusting thing, or even something worse, what does that count as? What I am willing to do is only to liberate the spirit beast clan from the oppression and persecution of the divine realm. It is absolutely not what you think. Helping you become the new rulers. Little you, brother? Seeing the atmosphere between Mou and Tian becoming somewhat tense, the three-eyed golden lion wanted to ease the tension. But BG pulled her away. The issue being discussed now is a matter of principle. Mou will not back down. The Silver Dragon King has fallen into a deep sleep, and Tian is the spokesperson for the Spirit Beast clan. Only he can clarify with Mou what this cooperation is truly for. Is it to liberate the Spirit Beast clan, or is it like the human world? Just a change of dynasty? If it's the latter, Mou's attitude is very clear. He is unwilling. Therefore, whether the cooperation continues depends on how Tian chooses. What you want, is it peace, or to become the new rulers? Mou said seriously. Previously, due to the Silver Dragon King directly risking his life to help him fall into a deep sleep, he hadn't been able to clarify these fundamental issues before starting to cooperate with Tian and the others in a muddled way. But now, he could see that Tian's attitude was clearly off. This guy has problematic expectations of him. He originally planned to wait until the Silver Dragon King woke up to clarify, which was also the main reason he made those fierce beasts sacrifice later. But now it seems that, when it comes to principle, it's better to clarify first. Chapter 50, Frankness. After a long silence, Tian still couldn't give a clear answer. I'm sorry, I don't have the authority to determine this matter, Tian said, slightly lowering his head. Mou's expression remained unchanged. It's fine if you don't have the authority to decide, but you need to tell me your thoughts. And you all. Mou looked at BG and Xiong-jun. He hadn't asked before, but now he needed to clarify what they truly wanted. Of course, your answers won't affect what I do next. I will still help where I need to, but the question is, what does this cooperation actually count as? Is it mutual assistance between friends, or merely a pure transaction? I want to know what you all are thinking. Do you see me as a friend, or like Tian Meng, just to use me to escape from difficulties? That Tian Meng, who was located in the dragon god's sword sheath, awkwardly crawled out. Why is this being said so directly? Your answers won't affect what I do next, but they will determine my attitude towards you. Mo said seriously, I don't like beating around the bush. I say what I mean. The carriage continued to move forward, but the atmosphere inside had become frozen. Mo, you only wanted an attitude. That's just the kind of person he was. He didn't like to guess slowly because he knew he wasn't a clever person and would likely guess wrong. He didn't want to be a self-indulgent clown. In Nodding City, the stalemate continued. Since Tian still hadn't spoken, Baiji and Xiangjun also felt it inappropriate to express their opinions, and Mo didn't ask further. After they arrived, he left. Mo was now at level 42 and had absorbed an 80,000-year dragon eagle soul ring a few months ago, gaining a wind, a tribute soul ring. With his strength, unless he encountered Tang Hao, he wouldn't face any danger in Nodding City. Why are you being so coy? Xiangjun asked in confusion. If Tian didn't consider Mo a friend, how could he be willing to lead the sacrifice? It's not that I'm coy. It's that I don't know how to answer that question, Tian sighed. I do consider him a friend, but at the same time, this cooperation feels more like moral coercion. We understand him. After Master helped so much, Mo won't just ignore it. And I know this, so, to put it bluntly, we calculated him. Calculating a friend, what is that? To put it simply, Tian's reluctance to answer Mo's questions stemmed from his guilt. Mo regarded them as friends, and to help them. He shifted from dealing with just a Shura god to calculating the entire god realm to fight for hope for the soul beast race. But what about them? Xiangjun fell silent as well. This situation indeed felt a bit unfair. In Nodding City, unlike the depressed Tian and Xiangjun, Baiji followed Mo toward Nodding Academy, while the three-eyed golden lion was placed in the storage soul tool that Mo had received from BB Dawn. I'm sorry. Baiji, who had been silent, spoke softly. We indeed did something wrong. To put it plainly, even if the Silver Dragon King hadn't been injured and fallen asleep while creating the second martial soul, they still had another plan, essentially forcing themselves onto Mo. They knew that Mo couldn't just ignore such a situation. Mo paused, turned around, and looked at Baiji, who had her head down. Do you know where you went wrong? We shouldn't have calculated you under the pretense of friendship, Baiji said with regret. No, that's not it. Mo shook his head. You and Daoliu made the same mistake. You don't believe in me. Daoliu worries that I might run away in the future God War, so he wants to tie me down with his granddaughter. You're pretty much the same. Even if the Silver Dragon King hadn't been injured while creating the second martial soul, you would find other ways to make me owe a favor, right? I'm sorry. Baiji buried her head deeper. That was indeed their plan. They initially intended to force the sacrifice because of Mo's personality. Even if he knew he was being calculated, as long as he owed a favor, he would help. You've only considered the issue of interests, but the problem is, it seems you've forgotten one thing. Do I care about those things? Mo asked. To put it bluntly, even if you don't sacrifice, I will still try to see if I can change the status quo of Douluo Continent, because I want to, because I wish to do so, not because I owe you a favor and feel forced to do it. From the beginning, I knew what you were thinking, but I didn't say anything. I thought you would voluntarily bring it up, but it's been almost 2 years, and you've all been playing dumb. This even made me start to doubt if I was overthinking. It was just an accident. But just now, Tian's hesitation showed me his guilt, your guilt. What do you think of me? I thought we were friends, but your actions make me feel like this is just a transaction. And I've been fooled into being a fool. He really couldn't understand why everyone was like this. He just didn't want to care. But that didn't mean he was a fool. He knew everything. He just didn't want to say it because he felt it was unnecessary. But does being a good person mean being held at gunpoint? I'm sorry. We Baiji don't know what to say. Don't apologize, okay? Mo interrupted. What I hate most is this kind of apology. Is it useful? If you kill someone and say sorry to their corpse, can they come back to life? Mo walked closer to Baiji, looking straight into her green eyes. What I want is for you to be more honest, because I don't want to be calculated by those around me while calculating others. I don't care about gains or losses. It's just that it makes me look like a fool, a clown, and I hate that feeling, you know? Baiji showed a look of shame, unable to avoid his gaze. Okay, I understand. Can you promise me to speak plainly in the future? Mo said seriously. He really didn't care about gains or losses. For him, what he did or didn't do was purely based on willingness. If he was happy, he would help. If he wasn't, he wouldn't. This was the real him. Di and the others knew very well that he wasn't the kind of nice guy he appeared to be. He wouldn't be a person who was morally coerced. He wasn't a good person either. The Ice Emperor had said that his personality was like a mirror that reflects and magnifies. Better than good, worse than evil. Baiji nodded seriously. Baiji looked bewildered as Mo suddenly pinched her cheek. Are we talking about serious matters now? Just knowing is enough, there's no need to emphasize it. As for me pinching your cheek, consider it compensation. After speaking, Mou smiled again and pulled Bai Ji forward. Still the same saying. Those who know their mistakes and correct them don't need to be held on it tightly. Those who refuse to repent aren't necessary either. Letting others go? No, this is merely to let oneself go. Chapter 51, Nodding City, Martial Soul Branch. Just as Mou was playing the rogue under the guise of preaching, Bibi Dong, who had secretly followed, wore an unpleasant expression. I knew this kid would go after that swan. Mou was fine everywhere except for one thing. His greatest flaw was being lecherous. Fortunately, this guy had some principles. He valued lust, but not debauchery. He knew how to keep it in check. Otherwise, what were we here for? In the spiritual space, Bibi Dong wondered. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, still pretending? Would she not know that Yu Xiaojiang was right here? What's there to pretend? Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged. Although she hadn't been as obsessed with many things as before with the help of her future self over the past 2 years, she still couldn't let go of Yu Xiaojiang. Fine, do as you please, but I also need this body, so don't think about rekindling old flames with that coward. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong said. Then what are you doing here? Bibi Dong asked in confusion. Mou had said he was going out to play when leaving the Martial Soul City. But this guy had directly used up her agreed-upon activities for the next month just to follow Mou. I want to see what he plans to do. Speaking, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong quietly followed along. With her help over the past 2 years, she directly filled the soul rings of her second martial soul through the divine bestowed soul rings, and her cultivation has now reached level 98. Even if she encounters Tang Hao now, she can treat him like a grandson. However, considering that guy helped her kill Qian Xuanji, treating him like a son is enough. At the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City, before heading to Nodding Academy, Mou brought Bai Ji to confirm whether Tang Xiaosan had already enrolled and how long he had been in school. Along the way, Mou scanned with his mental strength, which was comparable to a limit de law, but did not find Tang Hao's trace, so he was somewhat uncertain about the current situation. Moreover, he only had the token from the offering hall, which generally only soul masters from the Wuhuan temple would recognize. Ordinary people wouldn't know what it was. He was also not interested in playing the not knowing the Great Mountain Act in such a place, so it was better to come to the Wuhuan temple first and have the local authority take him there. With the guidance of passers-by, Mou and Bai Ji crossed several streets and arrived at the Wuhuan temple. The tall dome was overall brown, and the main entrance was marked by a long sword, indicating that this was the lowest level Wuhuan branch. Gentlemen, please show your soul master credentials. The guards at the entrance stopped Mou and Bai Ji. Due to their exquisite clothing, it was obvious they were not ordinary people, so the guard's attitude was noticeably better. However, Mou had no soul master credentials and directly took out the offering hall token. When the two guards saw the familiar angel pattern on the token, they appeared somewhat at a loss. They had never seen it before. Please ask the person in charge of this branch. He should know. Mou said. The two guards exchanged glances, and one of the guards turned to walk inside the hall, while the other continued to guard the entrance. Please wait a moment. Mou said nothing more and stood quietly at the entrance with Bai Ji. Inside the Wuhuan temple, an old man with white hair was sitting at a desk reviewing documents, while a young man in his 20s stood beside him. This was Matthew Nuo, the person in charge of the Nodding City Wuhuan branch, and a legendary blind Douluo Su Yuntao. This year's situation is still pitiful. Matthew Nuo flipped through the data of Su Yuntao awakening his martial soul over the past few months. Although he had anticipated it, he still occasionally had a bit of hope. Perhaps a golden phoenix would emerge from his jurisdiction? Master Matthew Nuo, actually this year there is still a good seedling. But unfortunately, the martial soul is blue silvergrass, such a useless martial soul. Su Yuntao said regretfully, innately full soul power. Martial soul, blue silver, grass. Matthew Nuo looked at the information in his hand, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Indeed, it was innately full soul power. And if it were any slightly aggressive weapon martial soul, he could report this good news. But unfortunately, blue silvergrass, who would believe that such a useless martial soul would have innate full soul power? Although cases of innate full soul power need to be reported directly to the Wuhuan Sacred Hall, and then Wuhuan City would send someone to receive it. If he reported that blue silver grass had innate full soul power, what awaited him would probably not be a reward, but a punishment. After all, mixing these two things together would feel too childish for lying. Master Matthew Nuo, just as the two were lamenting, a hurried sound of footsteps and the guard shouts came from outside. What are you doing, clumsy? Su Yuntao scolded. Masters, two unidentified noble guests have arrived outside the hall. The guard said in a panic. What do you mean? Matthew Newell raised his hand to signal Su Yuntao to be quiet. The guard took a deep breath and said quickly, Master Matthew Newell, those two people are dressed very elegantly, unlike the people of Notting City. And the leading child took out a token with the angel pattern of the Wuhuan temple. But we have never seen one with only the angel pattern. Angel? Matthew Newell was taken aback. Only the angel? Are you saying that the token he took out has only the Wuhuan temple's angel? Matthew Newell's face turned pale in an instant. Could it be? Such a big shot wouldn't he come to such a poor place, right? It's only the angel. And that angel pattern was holding a holy sword. The guard recalled. Matthew Newell was completely stunned, and Su Yuntao's face also turned pale. Not good. Only the angel pattern, and that angel was holding a holy sword. This is the legendary offering hall token. Where are they? Matthew Newell anxiously grabbed the guard's shoulders and said nervously, They're still outside. Before the guard could finish, Matthew Newell and Su Yuntao burst out with a speed difficult to capture with the naked eye, rushing out the door and down the stairs. Damn, ignorance is terrifying. If we offend them, everyone here will pay the price. But how could such a big shot come to such a poor place? Outside the Wuhuan temple, waiting out of boredom, Mou took out two small stools from his soul guide and handed one to Bai Ji, and the two sat directly at the door of the hall. The little rabbit you mentioned, I think I've encountered it before. Beautiful. However, the Stardew Great Forest is too vast, and the last time we met was thousands of years ago. The Stardew Great Forest is not only large, but each piece of land has a clear ownership. Unless necessary, soul beasts will not leave their living areas to wander into others' territories, as it can easily be seen as encroaching. I feel like the little rabbit you mentioned is not the same one I'm talking about. Mou said, Are there many? Bai Ji asked in confusion. She has no combat power and has always been protected in the core area by powerful 10,000-year soul beasts and a few 100,000-year soul beasts. In recent hundreds of years, she has gone to that dimensional space to take care of the Silver Dragon King, so she has no idea what has happened outside. However, she seemed to have heard from the Red King that there were a few 100,000-year soul beasts guarding the outskirts of the core area, one of which was the rabbit she encountered back then. There are two, but the bigger one was killed by Bibi Dong after transforming, and now the smaller one has also transformed and come to human society. Montague explained it. I see. Bai Ji showed a look of regret. 10,000-year soul beasts are not easy to cultivate. Even with high talent, they have to undergo tens of thousands of years of hard training. And very few soul beasts can withstand the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. Most soul beasts would die under the first heavenly tribulation of 10,000 years. Those two little rabbits probably knew they couldn't withstand the second heavenly tribulation, so they chose to transform. Sir, just as Mou was about to comfort Bai Ji, two dark figures suddenly knelt down in front of them. Oh, what are you doing? Mou's eyes twitched. He wasn't dead yet. Why kneel before him? Cursing him? Your Excellency's arrival. We have failed to greet you properly. Please forgive us. Matthew Newell said nervously. He had clearly seen the token the child was playing with at the entrance. It was the pattern of the offering hall token he had seen before. Outsiders only know that seeing the Pope is like seeing the Pope. Only those of them who have received training know that above the Pope's hall, there's an even more prestigious offering hall. Every one of those inside stands at the pinnacle of the continent, existing only in legends as super Douluos. Even the Pope must show respect when facing the offering hall. How dare these small figures offend? Chapter 52, Nodding Academy. You two get up first, Mou said helplessly. He had never been knelt to like this in Wuhuan City. Although, considering his age accumulated over several lifetimes, it wasn't a big deal for these two to kneel to him. He always felt that only the dead needed to kneel. Why should the living kneel? To wish him an early death? Thank you, my lord. After receiving permission, Matthew and Su Yuntao stood up with a sigh of relief, but still bent over, not daring to raise their heads. You two can go in and talk first. Sensing the increasing number of gazes around them, Mou directly pulled Bai Ji into the Wuhuan hall. He didn't want to be treated like a monkey. Meanwhile, the overly anxious Matthew and Su Yuntao didn't care about their dignity at this point and hurriedly followed. Half an hour later, Mou briefly explained his intentions to Matthew and reminded him not to make this matter widely known because the Pope was also coming. Mou naturally knew that Bibi Dong was following behind. He just didn't point it out. Over the past 2 years, he had forcibly absorbed mental power at the level of 100,000 years from the heavenly dream, turning himself into a mental-type title Daoliu. He could now easily kill a soul sage with mental shock. If he used the mental soul skill from his first soul ring to launch a sneak attack, he could even take down a title Daoliu. However, this was of no use, as he usually stayed in Wuhuan City, and the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor rarely left his side. Even if they temporarily left, Di Tian would be around him. The title Douluo he could easily kill would be nothing more than a slap for Di Tian and the others. So with protection, why bother to act himself? Nodding Academy. After receiving the news that Tang Xiao San had not yet gone to the Wuhuan Hall to collect his money and that Nodding Academy was about to start school, Mo had Su Yuntao bring him over to take a look under the pretext of understanding the people's sentiments. My lord, did the Pope really come too? Su Yuntao walked nervously in front, glancing around from time to time, looking as if he were a thief. She's here, squatting on the rooftop, Mo joked. Of course, that was just a joke. The level of mental power was too overwhelming for him to use most of the time, as it would tire him out immensely, even putting him to sleep on a few occasions. Also, don't call me my lord. It sounds strange, Mo said. Then how should I address you? Su Yuntao asked nervously. Mo thought for a moment and said, just call me young Master Mo. Yes, young Master Mo. Su Yuntao silently noted this down for someone he would never meet again in the future. We'll go find that little rabbit directly later. Mo communicated with by Ji through mental connection. After all, she was also a soul beast, although she had taken on human form. She should contribute to her own kind. He hadn't mentioned to Bai Ji and the others that this little rabbit would eventually become the mother-in-law of their master, the Silver Dragon King. After all, why talk about things that haven't happened yet? This little rabbit was just brainless, not thinking of avenging her deceased mother, wandering in the human world, and after becoming a god, she didn't care about her own kind, allowing Tang San to scheme against the soul beasts, and later even leading to the extinction of the soul beast clan without saying a word. How should one evaluate this? One could only say that this little rabbit truly comprehended the essence of humanity. After all, humans exploit their own kind in numerous ways, right? The number of people who die due to infighting among humans is incomparable to those who die at the hands of soul beasts. Little Wu's indifference to the extinction of the soul beast clan is just like humanity's indifference to their own kin suffering in dire straits. Should we say Little Wu is at fault? What fault does she have? Is not helping a fault? Wouldn't that make all of humanity unforgivable? Even in the world of his previous life, there were countries ravaged by war for years, and with the developed network information, the whole world knew where the wars were happening, where people were starving to death every day. And then, who went to help? Therefore, he had no intention of condemning Little Wu. She merely became a true human. What fault does she have? Would humans help strangers unrelated to them? At most, they would care for their own families, right? And Little Wu, didn't her little brothers Deming and Erming become divine beasts? Didn't she care for her own family? So, Little Wu merely became a true human. She was even doing well. She just didn't care. Unlike humans who turn around and persecute their own kin. No, wait. Little Wu isn't a true human yet. She should join Tang San in dealing ruthlessly with the Soul Beast clan. Then she would be considered a true human. That would be the essence of humanity. What are you laughing at? B asked curiously. Mo shook his head. It's nothing, just suddenly remembered something funny. Sure enough, Little Wu was still kind. If it were a true human, how could it allow Tang Shun Wang to scheme against the Soul Beast clan? With so many chives, wouldn't they do something big? Stop. A scolding voice interrupted Mo and Bai Ji's casual chat. Looking over, the guards at the gate of Nodding Academy were confronting an old man and a young man. And a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard quickly came out. It was a classic scene. Tang Xiao San wanted to kill the tricky guard, and fortunately, Yu Xiaojiang arrived in time, and the master and apprentice both entered the academy. I'm sorry, this matter was indeed not done right by our academy. I apologize on behalf of the academy, Yu Xiaojiang said, ignoring the guard who was almost scared to pee by Tang Xinwang, and apologized to Old Jack. Old Jack, who had been an honest man all his life, had never seen such a scene and immediately felt grateful to this master who stepped in to uphold justice. Can I see your proof? Yu Xiaojiang's gaze unconsciously fell on the proof that Old Jack had just picked up from the ground. He had heard the words innate, full soul power from afar, and, upon observation, this plain-looking child exuded an aura that was definitely extraordinary. Here you go. Old Jack respectfully presented the proof issued by the Wuhuan Hall with both hands. Mo quietly watched this scene from a distance, without any intention of interrupting. After all, he should still be able to witness the grand ceremony of 3 kneelings and 9 knockings when they pay respects to their teacher. Let us not mention that he was someone from a different world in the 21st century. Even in this world, kneeling was only present among parents and blood relatives. Tang San, being from the feudal society of ancient times, was actually the real rarity. However, if you remember correctly, the teacher-student ceremony in feudal society required the consent of parents and elders, right? After all, once a teacher, always a father. The title of master is not just for show. The teacher and father are equal. This Tang Xiaosan, with his father still alive, directly took it upon himself to recognize a stepfather. He hasn't learned the feudal rituals properly. This is indeed the proof issued by the Wuhuan Hall. Yu Xiaojing's tone carried a hint of excitement. Innate full soul power. It really is innate full soul power. Oh heavens! You finally opened your eyes. A hint of tears even flashed in Yu Xiaojing's eyes. The heavens do not fail those who strive, and it comes without effort. He could finally put his theory into practice and make those who look down on him regret it. After calming down a bit, Yu Xiaojing noticed Mou and the other two watching from the side. The moment he saw Bai Ji, a hint of infatuation flashed across his face. After all, Bai Ji was truly beautiful, and she had that gentle, mature charm that was very attractive to someone like Yu Xiaojing, who was extremely lacking in confidence, yet also somewhat arrogant. This young lady, are you also here to attend Notting Academy? Yu Xiaojing smiled. TSK. Seeing such a disgusting smile, Mou's mood soured immediately, and he pulled Bai Ji towards Notting Academy. When a gatekeeper saw that the well-known Su Yuntao from Notting City had brought these two, he didn't dare to stop them and let them enter the academy. Yu Xiaojing, who was ignored, felt a bit awkward, but the innate full soul power in front of him was obviously more important. Kid, I'm a teacher at this academy. Next, I will take you to complete your enrollment procedures. The small-statured Tang San did not respond to Yu Xiaojing. His attention was drawn to the departing Bai Ji. He felt a sense of familiarity from that beautiful older sister. What could be the reason? Once again ignored, Yu Xiaojing's expression was starting to crack. But with the innate full soul power at stake, he endured. Just wait and see how I will use my knowledge to make you admire me. Chapter 53, The Easily Frightened Rabbit. What's wrong? Bai Ji found Mou's somewhat strained expression amusing. A bit disgusting, Mou complained. To be honest, after seeing those old men in the worship hall, he had developed an aesthetic pressure regarding elderly men with refined, flamboyant, or suave styles. Encountering a greasy, unkempt middle-aged man like Yu Xiaojing was really unbearable. Qian Daoliu was old but handsome. The lion Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo had that domineering and flamboyant charm, while the Qing Wan Douluo and the Qian Jun demon suppression Douluo had that suave type of charm. These old men gave a comfortable feeling. But Yu Xiaojing, damn it, was unkempt and looked so sleazy no matter how you looked at him. You can be old, and you can be unattractive, but at least be a bit clean. Don't you have any standards? Hanging around at Notting Academy, getting a monthly subsidy from the Spear Hall, and you can't even clean up your beard? Or do you think that your messy appearance is charming? It's too greasy. Remembering that greasy smile just now, Mou shivered. Also, that Tang San looked at you with a strange gaze. Indeed, Bai Ji nodded. She noticed it too. That Tang San's gaze didn't seem like a child's. At least, it was completely different from the human children she had seen in Spirit City over the past few years. He has half of the blue-silver Emperor bloodline, and you are the healing type Emerald Swan, so he might feel a sense of closeness. Mou analyzed. So, Xiao Wu's little rabbit being close to Tang San should be similar. After all, blue-silver grass, rabbits, isn't that food? Do you need me to interact with him? Bi asked. What good would your interaction do? Mou shook his head. For Tang San, love and family affection, which he has never had before, are truly powerful. I can't let you be his stepmother because I don't want to be his stepfather. Bai Ji had a strange expression. Is this considered a confession? Well, I've been craving your body for a long time. Mou confessed. Honest as he is, Mou never concealed his lust. Unlike those hypocritical pretenders, he is an honest old lecher. Bai Ji's expression became even more peculiar. Although she already knew this guy was after her, did he have to be so rash about it? She heard from the Ice Emperor that when Mou confessed to them, it was a matter of life and death. So touching. Why was it so hasty with her? Was she not worthy? Excuse me, do you know how to get to the 7th dormitory? A cute and lively voice interrupted their strange atmosphere. Otherwise, Mou might have witnessed how gentle Bai Ji could get angry. Looking over, a lively little girl stood less than 5 meters away from them, about the same height as Tang San they met earlier, with a pink little face and long black hair styled into a scorpion braid hanging down her waist, her big, watery eyes full of curiosity. She was the 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit, Xiao Wu, who was full of curiosity about the human world. You just delivering yourself to me? Mou was somewhat surprised. He thought he would have to look for her. Xiao Wu's heart tightened at the thought of being delivered. No way. Only a titled Douluo could see through her true form. This child couldn't possibly figure it out. Little rabbit, have you decided on braised or spicy? CursesQuin. Whoosh. Xiao Wu slipped away. Mo raised his right hand, and a terrifying vortex of wind formed in his palm, and the little Xiao Wu, who had only run a few steps, was directly sucked back. Using the self-created soul skill, Universal Sky Draw, from the fourth wind, attribute soul ring. He could forcibly draw things lighter than his body to his hand. Caught by the scruff of her neck and lifted into the air, Xiao Wu instinctively became obedient. I have something to do. Can you let me go? Xiao Wu nervously averted her gaze. But I want to know how the meat of a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit tastes. Mo said with a friendly smile. Do you know? I don't know. Xiao Wu's anxious eyes glistened with tears, looking quite pitiful. It can't be. Is it really that unlucky? She had just left the Star Do Great Forest. How could she be seen right away? Can you help me? I'm really curious about how the 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit tastes. The meat must be pretty good, right? As he spoke, Mo opened his mouth wide and lunged at Xiao Wu, overly nervous and caught by the scruff of her neck. Xiao Wu gave up resisting and closed her eyes in resignation. Mommy, I'm coming. Slap. Xiao Wu felt a tap on her head. Her throat, which she imagined being pierced by sharp teeth, was still intact. Are all rabbits so easily frightened? Mo set Xiao Wu down on the ground. Can it be scared like this? Bai Ji said somewhat helplessly. How could a transformed soul beast not be afraid when recognized? She had no ability to resist at all. The day Xiao Wu looked weakly at Mo. Seeing this, Bai Ji gently released a hint of her fierce beast aura to express goodwill. However, upon sensing this aura from the depths of the Star Do Great Forest, Xiao Wu's hair stood on end, her eyes turned white, her body stiffened, and she fell backward. She fainted from fright. B. Are rabbits really this easily scared? Half an hour later, the fainted Xiao Wu woke up, trembling and curled up in a corner, looking tearfully at the two super strong men in front of her. The 2-meter-tall Tian and the 1-meter-90 Bear King were recklessly releasing their fierce beast aura. Do you two have this kind of hobby? Mo asked in confusion. This scene, this atmosphere is so wicked. Hobby? Tian, who had just apologized to Mo, looked puzzled. He was just expressing his dissatisfaction with this little rabbit, who betrayed the Soul Beast clan. Did it involve any strange human hobbies? Bear King, who had seen quite a few human novels over the past 2 years, reacted, saying, I'm not interested in such weak soul beasts. How could the dark old fearsome bear clan be willing to mate with a weak race like rabbits? Wouldn't that be a waste of bloodline? He couldn't afford to lose that face. Tian might be possible. After all, dragons do not discriminate. The various bizarre subdragon races explain the problem. Moreover, which soul beast in the Star Do Great Forest that can fight above its level doesn't have some dragon blood? My lord, did Xiao Wu do something wrong? Xiao Wu, filled with fear, summoned her courage to ask. Hearing this, Tian instinctively glared at Xiao Wu. As a soul beast clan, she willingly turned into the sheath of the Shura God's sword to help that Tang San inherit the Shura God position. Mo also died because of the Shura God sword, and as a friend, he felt an indescribable anger toward Xiao Wu. But after a moment's thought, this was something that had not yet happened. If he were to act against this little rabbit for something that had not happened, or might not happen, what would that count as? Wasn't that a baseless accusation? Chapter 54. Not needing doesn't mean there isn't. Forget it. Sighing, Tian turned and walked aside. The 100,000-year soul beasts chose to disperse their cultivation and transform into humans, which meant they had given up their identity as soul beasts. He had no reason to demand anything from them based on the soul beast perspective. This little rabbit was no longer a soul beast. Besides, a few years ago, this little rabbit's mother was hunted down by Bibi Dong in the Star Do Great Forest, and he didn't interfere. Given this, why should he demand her help for the soul beasts? Talking only about obligations? Influenced by Mo's thoughts, Tian no longer said anything. But Mo couldn't let it go. He was very vengeful. This little rabbit had transformed into the sheath of the Shura God sword, and he was also cut by the Shura God sword. In other words, he had been attacked by this little rabbit. He had justifiable reasons. With this thought, the bully Mo logged on. The Dragon God sword appeared in his hand as Mo laid the sword flat on Xiao Wu's shoulder. Do you recognize this thing? Xiao Wu looked at the Dragon God's sword with trepidation, feeling a faint dragon might emanating from it, as if it had a natural suppression over her, making her face even paler. Sword? Xiao Wu replied tentatively. Mo frowned. Do you really need to ask? Slap. The sword's blade tapped Xiao Wu's head again. Xiao Wu hugged her head and cried silently, afraid that if Mou was displeased, he would just get rid of her. I know you have 2 little brothers in the Stardow Forest, but don't expect them to help you. My 2 brothers can take care of your little brothers in an instant. Mou pointed at Di Tian and Xiongjun. So, now I give you 2 choices. Either listen obediently, or I'll get rid of you and your 2 little brothers. I will listen. Xiao Wu will listen. The rogue rabbit immediately surrendered without hesitation. Can't you at least pretend to resist a little? Mou expressed some dissatisfaction. This little rabbit surrendered so readily. How could he take personal revenge? No. How could he carry out righteous punishment? Huh? Xiao Wu was obviously stunned. Is it wrong for her to be so sensible and surrender? Forget it. Mou put the sword away. He was not that stingy. It was just a small matter of being struck once. I now have a daunting task to assign to you, one that concerns the revival of the Soul Beast clan. Are you willing? What task? Mou once again placed the dragon god sword against Xiao Wu's neck, saying, Are you willing? I am willing. Xiao was a sensible rabbit. Mou, you put the sword down again. This task might require you to go against your conscience. To deceive the feelings of a 40-year-old virgin, then dangle him. Abandon him. Trample on him. Ravage him. Make him feel the world's malice. Make him collapse. Make him confused. Make him at a loss. Make him be reborn. Mou raised the sword again, placing a hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder, and said with righteous fervor, Are you willing? Xiao Wu, can I refuse? This sounds so evil. Little rabbit. Mou positioned the sword blade across Xiao Wu's throat with a resolute expression. As the ancient said, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on a person, it must first torment their will, labor their muscles and bones, starve their body, deprive them of their needs, disrupt their actions, so that they may strengthen their resolve and enhance their capabilities. You might think the words I said are not good, but this is all for his own good. Do you understand? Can you comprehend my heartfelt intentions? Montag you soulfully questioned. Xiao Wu was confused. Mou brought the sword blade close again, saying, You understand. Xiao Wu's eyes welled with tears. I understand. Xiao Wu understands. Di Tian, Xiongjun. What the hell? Where did that righteous Mou I knew go? This guy's been possessed, right? Damn. The lurking Luocha god Bibi Dong looked constipated. This is the real Mou. The righteous one was fake. This guy's a white cut black. Has he always been so shameless? Bibi Dong was bewildered. This was the first time she had seen someone speak shamelessly so refreshingly. What a talent. However, she usually saw Mou as harmless. How could it be? Did he ever say he was a good person? Luocha god, Bibi Dong retorted. Bibi Dong was stunned. Mou often said he wasn't a good person. So, it turns out he wasn't joking. He was being honest. Don't think he's being humble. He basically doesn't joke. Luocha god Bibi Dong rubbed her forehead. She understood Mou quite clearly because this guy's scheming was not inferior to hers. The reason he seemed foolish and brainless was simply that he didn't want to think. But not needing to doesn't mean he doesn't have it. However, her misunderstanding of Mou was that this guy had always been acting with her. So her attitude toward him had always been indifferent. No one would like someone who made them feel a sense of crisis, and she was no exception. Mou not only crushed her in talent, but was also no simpleton in schemes, so she never regarded Mou as a child. Therefore, she found his childish behaviors bothersome. It wasn't until later that she understood that Mou generally wouldn't use his not inferior intellect. The foolishness Mou displayed was not an act. He was just too lazy to think. He was genuinely foolish, genuinely shameless, and genuinely smart. The most miraculous thing about Mou was that he was always telling the truth, never pretending. No matter how you saw him, it was the real him. Then it's settled, my dear little rabbit. No, my dear Daoliu. Mou patted Xiao Wu's shoulder with righteous fervor, while taking out a book from his storage soul guide that he had bought for 2 gold soul coins from a black market in the Martial Soul City, and solemnly handed it to Xiao Wu. This manual is what I painstakingly researched, and it will greatly benefit your upcoming task. But remember one thing, you are acting. You must not take it seriously. Otherwise, you will end up with broken bones and pulled tendons, thrown into a hot pot, suffering the agony of clear broth and spicy broth. You will never recover. Your 2 little brothers will also become supplements for my 2 brothers. So, for the future of the Soul Beast clan, for your own future, for the future of your 2 little brothers, promise me. Do your best, okay? Mou looked sincerely at the rabbit's reddened eyes. He was not joking. If this little rabbit dared to betray him under such circumstances, he would really want to taste what a 10,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit was like, and whether the Titan Great Ape's monkey brain could replenish the mind, or if the Tianqing bull python's bile could be used for brewing wine. He was really curious. Xiao Wu understood. The rogue rabbit nodded firmly. Mou comfortingly patted Xiao Wu's head. Don't be nervous, just relax. That little virgin can't resist your lively charm. Your biggest challenge is your brain. Don't forget what you said today, or else. Mou leaned close to Xiao Wu's ear, returning to his originally cold tone, and said softly, You will die a very ugly death. Xiao Wu's expression froze. A chill surged from her feet straight to her crown. Tears of grievance unconsciously flowed out. Who did she offend? Is the human world that terrifying? Mou reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of Xiao Wu's eyes and said with a solemn expression, Little rabbit, don't blame me. I don't want this either. However, a gentleman does not live long, while a villain can live for 10,000 years. I also want harmony. I want you well. Me well. Everyone well, but the facts prove that sometimes you die, I live is the only choice. I don't want to die, so I can only ask the friends standing opposite me to obediently go die. He also wanted to be straightforward. In fact, he had already been straightforward once. But what was the result? From the moment the resurrection divine light shone on the world and Tang San inherited the dual divine positions. He was completely speechless about this ridiculous world. Damn gentleman, only the victor is king. If he lost, not even a tombstone would be erected for him, nor would anyone remember him. So, since he had to play dirty, let's see who is dirtier. Chapter 55, Skading Dang Xiao San. After a round of rational communication, Xiao Wu transcended. That Tang San is not a good person, and his father is not a good person either. They deceived the Blue-Silver Emperor into sacrificing, taking away the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Who knows what mischief these father and son will do in the future? Xiao Wu is here to eliminate harm for the people. Yes, that's it. Mou. The child can be taught. This is your sponsorship, and there are some books with knowledge of the human world. Next, you need to infiltrate behind enemy lines. We can't help you, and for a long time in the future, you will be fighting alone, but never forget, your brother Yu is your strongest support forever. Mou placed the pre-prepared storage soul guide wristband in Xiao Wu's hand and said solemnly, I will do my best. Xiao Wu, who had already been confused by the glorious greatness, responded, I have to say, soul beasts are indeed simple, even though they possess intelligence not weaker than humans. Transformed soul beasts are as naive as newly born human babies. So easy to deceive. Don't think that just because they have lived for tens of thousands of years. They are cunning and treacherous. Intelligence is a mysterious thing. Don't compare humans with soul beasts. Don't you see? Even the king of a whole race like the Blue-Silver Emperor was deceived into being sacrificed. With a mission, Xiao Wu bounced away to put things down after Mou completely concealed her soul beast aura. Next, she would become a sharp knife deeply infiltrating enemy lines. In the future, perhaps no one would know her name, but her contributions to the Soul Beast clan would forever be remembered. Can you really deceive like this? Bai Ji's tone was a bit strange. They saw everything from beginning to end, and that naive little rabbit was truly deceived. The righteousness of the Soul Beast clan, the rise and fall of the world, the tragic encounter of the Blue-Silver Emperor, the despicable past of the Haotian father and son, a whole bunch of irrelevant things, appealing to emotions and reasoning. To be honest, Mou just now was a perfect example of a human kidnapper. Don't say this, naive little rabbit. Even an adult human might not withstand such brainwashing. She was already confused. I just don't want to deceive, but that doesn't mean I can't deceive. Mou looked at the departing Xiao Wu, feeling a bit of guilt in his heart. After all, if Xiao Wu followed Tang San, she could at least become a divine beast. Although she would eventually be sacrificed to help the God King obtain the power of the deceased wife, Douluo, at least she could live a good life for a long time, with children and a happy family. Isn't that the human world she yearns for? But now, this not-so-smart little rabbit has been led astray by him and is on a path of no return. On the other side, Yu Xiaojing gave an impassioned explanation, forcing all of Tang San's hidden weapons to his sleeves. But at the last moment, the master proved himself worthy of the title, relying on his eloquence. Dancing on the edge of the knife, he successfully acquired a devoted disciple who knelt 3 times and knocked his head 9 times. Once a teacher, always a father. This saying does not exist on the Douluo Continent, which means this principle was brought by Tang San. Can I see your second martial soul? Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Yu Xiaojing wanted to satisfy his curiosity. Naturally, Tang San, who was impressed by Yu Xiaojing's knowledge, would not hold back, even though his old father had repeatedly instructed him not to expose his second martial soul. But in Tang San's view, the master in front of him had already become his teacher, akin to a father figure. What was wrong with showing his secret to his father? However, if Tang Hao saw his son acknowledging Yu Xiaojiang, this famous waste of the continent, as a father, he might just faint from filial piety. This is the Haoyan hammer? Upon seeing the familiar hammer, Yu Xiaojiang's expression froze. The Haoyan sect had long since retreated after the battle with the Spirit Hall years ago, and half of its disciples had died or been injured in that battle. All Haoyan sect disciples were summoned back to the sect, and looking at this child's age, it couldn't possibly be a love child left behind when a disciple of the Haoyan sect went out, right? After all, if not, how could the bloodline of the Haoyan sect fall to the point of being a work-study student? Thinking of this, Yu Xiaojiang felt a bit relieved. Since he was not a formal disciple of the Haoyan sect, he didn't have to worry about the other party coming to find him. Tang-san, put away your second martial soul, and absolutely do not let others see your second martial soul in the future. Yu Xiaojiang instructed. Once the Haoyan hammer is revealed, it will definitely alert the Spirit Hall. If Tang-san were executed by the Spirit Hall under the pretext of eliminating rebels, who would verify his theories? Who would help him clear his humiliation? Yes, teacher. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang say the same words as his father, Tang-san trusted this new father figure even more. Once confirming his innate, full soul power disciple, Yu Xiaojiang remembered another matter. By the way, Tang-san, do you know the background of those two people you met at the door just now? Not to mention that woman. Just that child's temperament is definitely not that of an ordinary person. Such a noble person coming to a poor place like Notting Academy. There must be something wrong. Could they be from the Spirit Hall? Sent by Bibi Dong? Teacher, you wouldn't be interested in that beautiful big sister, would you? With a heart full of filial piety. Tang-san had already started worrying about the lifelong affairs of his single father. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Tang-san, I'm already old. I don't think about such things anymore. Besides, she is in her prime. How could she be interested in an old man like me? Tang-san firmly shook his head. No, teacher, if she knew about your talents, she would definitely. Would what? Mou's cold voice floated over, interrupting Tang-san. Tang-san, who was caught discussing behind the scenes, instinctively felt a bit embarrassed. The person is old enough to have self-awareness. You, this child, still have no insight. Mou showed a look of disdain. Seeing a pretty girl and wanting to indulge in fantasies, the atmosphere at this academy is truly hard to commend. And you're still a teacher? Ridiculous. What do you mean? Tang-san's gaze sharpened, saying that was one thing, but the latter part was clearly referring to his teacher, right? Can't understand? Or do you need me to put it more simply? If the child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If the teaching is not strict, it is the teacher's laziness. Isn't he your teacher? What kind of virtue do you have? Isn't he the one who taught you? Mou asked. Or do you want your disciple to bear the burden when there are troubles, but be a good teacher when there is nothing? You. Tang-san's left hand behind his back was already prepared to strike. Insulting his teacher, this person had already chosen the path to death. What do you want to do? Mou glanced at Tang-san's left hand behind his back. You're not thinking of making a move, are you? Little friend, you better think it through. Mou's eyes narrowed, and the pressure of a level 40 soul master surged out. Facing this immense soul power impact, Tang-san was directly knocked to the ground. His limbs numb, unable to lift his wrist to aim, and the prepared hidden weapon completely lost its value now. The master beside him was shocked, turning pale at the overwhelming soul power pressure. His cultivation was too low to sense Mou's soul power level. But this feeling of oppression far surpassed that of the dean of the Notting Academy. In other words, this child might be a soul king, or even a soul emperor. Chapter 56. The Blind Bibi Dong. What are you doing? The principal of Notting Academy and a group of teachers, disturbed by the fluctuations of Mou's soul power, quickly rushed over. Upon seeing Tang-san lying on the ground and the pale-faced master, the principal's expression immediately fell. Did he not know that Yu Xiaojiang was his subordinate? Hitting Yu Xiaojiang's face was equivalent to hitting the face of Notting Academy. Hitting his face. You two are not guests of Notting Academy, are you? Principal Uxia stepped forward. Is it not allowed to come in for a visit? Montak Yuvi tartet. Notting Academy is also a public institution funded by the Spirit Hall. As long as one is a soul master, they can enter for a visit. It is not a private academy. In fact, aside from the pretentious Shrek Academy, there are virtually no private academies on this continent. Soul Master Academies either rely on the Spirit Hall or on various small or large sections. Most Junior Soul Master Academies are backed by the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, where would the work-study students come from? Visiting is fine, but hitting someone is not right, is it? Uxias said sternly. Who did I hit? Mou asked. You. Uxias took a closer look and found that Tang-san lying on the ground. showed no signs of injury. His clothes were indeed worn, but they bore old scars with no new wounds. Coupled with his pale face, it seemed he had merely been frightened. Principal, you misunderstood. He didn't hit anyone. Seeing the principal's awkwardness, Yu Xiaojing quickly stepped in to smooth things over. To be honest, the aura that child had just unleashed was such that if Uxius had acted, he would have had no chance of winning. The force that could cultivate such a genius was definitely not a small sect. So it was better to gloss over this situation. TSK, your academy is really interesting. Yu shook his head. The students you recruit like to fantasize about girls behind their backs, and the teachers are not good either. When caught, they want to kill to silence witnesses, yet they turn out to be so timid that a glare makes them weak in the knees. And you, principal, without asking the reason or caring about the facts, just put a label on me. Yu looked at Uxius and said, I say, you wouldn't really take this academy as your private property, would you? This young friend, we already know we were wrong. There is no need to be so aggressive, right? Yu Xiaojing stepped forward again. Yu found it somewhat amusing. What? That S being aggressive? Don't just learn a word and use it randomly, okay? I just stated a couple of facts, and that S considered aggressive? Just forget it. He couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Yu directly turned around and walked away with Bai Ji. He had merely released a bit of his soul power to scare Tang San. But he did not expect that this cold-blooded hidden weapon master would actually be frightened to the point of collapsing on the ground. Truly possessing the will to kill, but lacking the awareness of being killed. As he watched Yu's retreating figure, Tang San felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. He had actually been scared to the point of weakness. Scared by such a small child. Xiao San, are you okay? After thanking the principal, Yu Xiaojing finally helped Tang San, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, to his feet. I'm fine, teacher, Tang San said, lowering his head. I'm sorry, teacher. I embarrassed you. Although he had just become the teacher's student and had not learned anything yet, the bond of master and disciple was already established. They shared glory and loss. Being frightened to the point of collapse by such a small child was an insult to his teacher as well. Seeing Tang San's thoughts, Yu Xiaojing sighed. Xiao San, don't overthink it. That child may look young, but a soul master's age cannot be judged by appearance. Some soul masters look to be in their teens, but are actually over 100 years old. Tang San was taken aback and asked, Teacher, do you mean that child is likely an old monster? Yu Xiaojing nodded. Yes, the soul power he unleashed just now even surpassed that of Principal Uxius, which means he surpassed the soul ancestor level. Do you think a child that small could possibly be a soul ancestor or even a soul king? You looked to be only a couple of years older than Tang San. Even if he also had full innate soul power, there was no way he could have such a large span. Tang San nodded in agreement. Indeed, if that guy wasn't underdeveloped, he must be an old monster who maintained a child's appearance through some special method. Otherwise, how could he possibly be scared by a child? Exactly. Aren't you going to take a few more glances? After returning her body to her current self, the Rakshasa god Bai Bai Dong entered spectator mode. She had originally thought this guy would act impulsively, rush over for an old lover reunion, and then be forcefully interrupted, but unexpectedly, he just glanced casually and walked away. Strange, something's not right. What do you want to see? Bibi Dong asked. Of course, I want to see your reaction, the Rakshasa god Bai Bai Dong replied frankly. This is your long-desired old lover. Now that you've finally met, shouldn't you take a few more glances? Are you sick? Bibi non retorted. Without the interference of the Rakshasa god's power, her obsession with Yu Xiaojing was weakening, and she was no longer so fixated on the past. Especially in the last 2 years, watching you level up every 2 months and spontaneously create soul skills had surprised her so much that she had become numb. Or rather, her standards had risen. Plus, after comparing the theories proposed by Yu Xiaojing and the precious materials collected by the Spirit Hall, she found many astonishing similarities, which directly depressed her. She used to think that stuff was amazing. Wasn't it just organizing and summarizing the Spirit Hall's precious materials? How did that become his work? How could she have been so blind back then? She even helped Yu Xiaojing publish the so-called top 10 core competencies of martial souls. The precious data accumulated by the Spirit Hall over thousands of years was leaked by that guy, and he published it under his own name. What a mess. No wonder the old guys managing the Spirit Hall's library never liked her, even after she became the Pope. It turned out that Yu Xiaojing had secretly taken a lot of confidential materials under the guise of her title as the Saintess, then copied them and selflessly relayed them to countless soul masters, taking the Spirit Hall's accumulated knowledge and claiming it as his own. What a good Yu Xiaojing. What a good master. Why didn't he take out his own blue lightning tyrant dragon's materials to share? Being so righteous while taking advantage of others. Now she truly found Yu Xiaojiang increasingly displeasing, especially in the last 2 years. After investigating Yu Xiaojiang's whereabouts after leaving the spirit hall, she discovered he was mixed up with her cousin and almost got married. Hilarious. With Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical knowledge, how could he not analyze that Lu Erlong's martial soul was a variant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon after knowing her for so long? It wasn't until Yu Lumian personally intervened to stop it that he realized Lu Erlong was his cousin. To be honest, just looking at the data was amusing. With Yu Xiaojiang's abilities, how could he possibly fail to recognize Lu Erlong's background? Most likely he was pretending to be foolish and letting the mistake go. To be honest, letting the mistake go was one thing. There were plenty of families in this world that sought high-quality inheritance for their martial souls through close ties. And Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong were only cousins. While it was a bit close, there were precedents. If Yu Xiaojiang had just acknowledged it head-on, having truly gotten together with Lu Erlong, she could still say this guy has some backbone, but what happened? As soon as Yu Luomian showed up and exposed him, this guy immediately turned into a softie, sneaking away to the poor and remote nodding city, relying on his relationship with the dean here to get by. All these years, he hasn't taken on a single student, nor has he taught any courses at the academy. He is just a freeloader. Seeing that Tang San, who is innately full of soul power, was so gentle and coaxing, trying to guide others to become his disciples, it made her feel nauseous. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Aren't you cursing yourself? Chapter 57. Who Wins is a Gentleman. At the entrance of Nodding Academy, Mou and Bai Ji were waiting for Xiao Wu to finish unpacking. Although they had the support of soul beasts, it was still necessary to cultivate simple feelings. Or rather, if you want someone to work for you, you have to at least save face, right? Do you think this little rabbit will execute the mission well? Mou rubbed the face of the Silver Dragon King in his arms and asked inexplicably. He had a premonition that this not-so-smart little rabbit would defect. It should be fine. Bai Ji initially wanted to say affirmatively, but seeing Mou's worried expression, she also felt uncertain. I'm not very clear on the thoughts of soul beasts. After all, I can't even understand human thoughts well. I might be okay with analyzing human nature, but the human heart is hard to fathom, and I completely don't get that, Mou sighed. Shapeshifted soul beasts, apart from their experiences, have become no different from humans, so this rabbit has a strong instability. He understood the thoughts of soul beasts, or rather, fierce beasts quite well. They tend to be simple-minded. Although they're an anomaly like Tianmeng, most fierce beasts are quite straightforward, especially in matters of emotions. They are too pure. If this little rabbit spends day and night with Tang San, will it follow the old path in the future? He wasn't sure, but he had doubts. You seem to be softening again, Bai Ji asked. It's not about being soft. I just feel that what I'm about to do will be a bit disgusting. Mou said. To be honest, if this little rabbit really gets invested, it won't harm me. On the contrary, I can act more justifiably toward her. However, knowing that she might get involved and still indulging her, what does that count as? It's like placing a cake in front of a child, warning him that he can't touch it, or he'll be punished, but I know he is very likely to touch it. This cake is a bait I intentionally set to lure him into making a mistake, which means I'm the one making him err. But when he really makes a mistake, I stand up and condemn him with righteous indignation. Punish him? What is the purpose of my actions? To prevent him from making a mistake, or to wait for him to err, so I can justifiably punish him. After all, I could have prevented this mistake from the start by not giving him the cake, but I did. I indulged the mistake. One could even say that this mistake exists because of me. But should I blame this child for the mistake? What does that count as? Mou's heart was struggling. He wasn't incapable of taking action, nor was he unable to do such things. It's just that he used to hate such things the most, right? But now, he was becoming the person he despised the most. To win, he was starting to resort to any means necessary. Didn't you say you're not a good person? Be Chenkov. It really is, as Xue Di said. Mou has too many self-imposed restrictions. Before Tang, San inherited the Sea God's position. He could have killed the Grand Priest of Sea God Island and those 7 offerings to buy time, but he didn't. He only had a heart-to-heart with the other party before Poseidon's sacrifice, without doing anything else. To put it bluntly, does the destruction of the Spirit Hall have anything to do with Mou? He is alone and has never been involved in the glory of the Spirit Hall. Even if the Spirit Hall were gone, how much impact would it have on Mou? He could easily fly to the Sun and Moon continent and, with his invincible strength, spend a few hundred years collecting belief power, becoming a god isn't difficult. To put it simply, the challenge isn't becoming a god for Mou. The key is that he doesn't have the time. I really am not a good person. To be honest, I can do anything. Mo shrugged. It's just that what I'm about to do is indeed a bit disgusting. He was very clear about what he was doing, and he was also clear about what he was sacrificing. Etiquette and morality are useless except for self-fulfillment. In fact, they are purely restrictions, decorations used to gloss over the dirty and hypocritical nature of humanity. Human nature is inherently evil, merely following the most primitive law of the jungle. Those who say human nature is inherently good, why don't they talk about how many ants they killed or how many anthills they destroyed when they were children and didn't understand anything? Human nature is inherently good? What a joke. It's just that they lack the ability to do evil. Otherwise, where does the simple folk come from? Where does the innate goodness come from? How many people would think that a child killing a few ants is a great sin? As for me, I admire the strong, and I have no sympathy for the weak. That's what it means to be human. So, he really couldn't understand why soul beasts would choose to become a species like humans. Is it really that good? Seeing the struggle in Mou's heart. Bai Ji felt a bit of pity. But what needs to be done still has to be done, Mou sighed. There are priorities when I don't have responsibilities. My happiness is the most important, just like in my last life, being a gentleman. Even if I lost or died, at least I felt satisfied psychologically. But this time, what I want is to win. After all, I'm just an unbearable person. To be a gentleman, one must have strength. Without strength, no matter how noble, great, selfless, or upright one is, as long as one loses, they are just a clown. Daoliu kept his promise, which led to the collapse and destruction of the spirit hall that had lasted for thousands of years. The angel god he served his entire life was utterly shattered. He acted as a gentleman, and what did he get? Nothing. He also endured not doing those disgusting things in his last life. And what was the result? A gentleman? Only winners are qualified to be gentlemen. Winners are the gentlemen. Seeing Mou's resolute heart once again, Bai Ji said no more. Mou made his choice, and they must not hesitate any longer. The future is either winning or dying. There are no other choices left. Not long after, the little rabbit bounced out. But behind her was a thin little black boy, Tang San. Upon seeing Mou and Bai Ji standing at the gate, Tang San instinctively paused for a moment. But the pride of coming from the Tang sect made him stand tall again. Mou found it a bit incomprehensible. It had only been a few minutes. Xiao Wu had already hooked up with Tang San. Seemingly sensing Mou's confusion, Xiao Wu ran over with her hands behind her back and whispered, "Brother Yu. I just had a fight with him in the dormitory, and now I'm the boss of the 7th dorm. Then I saw he didn't have a blanket. So I thought." Mou showed a strange expression. "You're applying what you learned, huh? Practice is the only criterion for testing truth." Xiao Wu said seriously. "The first rule of the slut handbook, take the initiative, leave a deep impression on the other party, then act as if nothing happened, keeping them hanging." She had just fought with Tang San and beaten him up. Now, as the leader, she was showing him favor, but she didn't treat others the same way. This kind of differential treatment during their first meeting would surely lead Tang San to have wild thoughts. Next, she would pretend that nothing had happened and let Tang San pursue her on his own. Perfect. Mou cast an approving glance at Xiao Wu. As expected of a soul beast that had transformed after 100,000 years, her intelligence and talent were top-notch. The things she learned from the book were absorbed really quickly. For a middle-aged virgin like Tang San, this kind of tugging, combined with Xiao Wu's innocent and lively image, would surely deal critical damage and true harm. Chapter 58, the first scene. "Let's go, bro. I'll take you shopping." Mou put his arm around Xiao Wu's shoulder and led her towards the shopping district of Nodding City, with Bai Ji smiling and following alongside. She knew Mou was up to something. The little black guy followed behind. Tang San stood stiffly in place, not moving. "What little black guy? Is he really that dark? He seems okay to me." "Little San, keep up," Xiao Wu called back. "If you don't come, you're not giving Sister Xiao Wu face." "Do you want to know what happens if you don't give Sister Xiao Wu face?" Tang San's expression froze. He really had no way to deal with this little girl's soft skills. If she truly wanted to make a move on him, he would probably be beaten for a long time to come. "Here he comes." Tang San reluctantly followed along. "By the way, this is my brother Yu." Xiao Wu turned around to introduce. "Brother Yu, this is little San, my new little brother." Mou remained expressionless. "We met, little black guy." Tang San frowned slightly. "It's Tang San." Seeing the somewhat awkward atmosphere between the two, Xiao Wu looked puzzled. "Do you have a grudge?" Mou's attitude was not surprising. But wasn't Tang San just getting acquainted with them? "There's no grudge to speak of. I'm not interested in arguing with a little kid," Mou said lightly. In fact, if it were truly a child saying that kind of thing, it wouldn't be a problem. Children speak without restraint, just scare them a bit, and it's over. But Tang San was different. He was a 30 or 40-year-old virgin who understood everything. Why pretend to be innocent and carefree? He had never done that. Moreover, in this world, speaking carelessly could come with a price. If luck was bad and he spoke carelessly to a noble young lady or a sex family member, even if the other party was a child, it could lead to a dead end in no time. After all, although the combat power level of this world is not high, it is still a fantasy world, a cruel and competitive place where the strong dominate. And there are no laws protecting minors. Tang Xin paused. This friend, I already apologized just now. You should call him Brother Yu. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San with an unfriendly expression. This is Sister Xiao Wu's Brother Yu. You also have to call him that. Are you joking? Those two familiar yet strange auras just now frightened her for tens of thousands of years, coming from the deepest part of the Star Doe forest. And those two big guys are clearly led by MOU. This means that the lives of Deming and Air Ming are in MOU's hands. Sister Xiao Wu is already given in, and Sister Xiao Wu is already calling him brother. How could her little brother not follow suit? Tang San looked unwilling. All right, don't force it, MOU interrupted. I'll treat what just happened as if it didn't happen. But you must remember, when you're out, you must not speak carelessly. This time you were lucky to meet me, someone easy to talk to. But what if you encounter someone with a bad temper? Do you think you might die? Tang San was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? What I mean is, if you meet someone with a bad temper, those few words just now could be enough to sentence you to death. MOU said seriously. He had also visited Heavendo City, and such things were not uncommon. Just look at that guy Shui Peng, who claimed to be hiding his talents and said he was a playboy just to save his life, bullying the weak everywhere. But in reality, he was indeed doing those things. Shui Peng's hidden talents had caused many deaths, but for the royal family, a few lives were nothing. Under MOU's cold and indifferent gaze, Tang San felt a chill in his heart. He could clearly sense that this person was telling the truth. This world really was like this. So, I'm giving you a painless lesson. Whether you listen or believe is up to you. MOU shrugged and continued walking forward. After a while, Tang San's somewhat embarrassed voice floated over. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. To be honest, this guy hadn't done anything just now. He could clearly feel that if MOU wanted to kill him, it would be effortless. He had even heard from the teacher that the other party could probably easily defeat the strongest dean of Notting Academy. Strong people could act with impunity, even in his previous world, let alone in this world of soul masters where the strong were respected. Whether you're sorry or not is up to you. But for a long time to come, you'll have to help keep an eye on Xiao Wu. She's very lively. MOU began the serious talk. Tang San was taken aback. Sister Xiao Wu? I believe you've noticed I'm not an ordinary person, and neither is Xiao Wu. After all, it's impossible for someone to have innate full soul power everywhere and still be a labor student, MOU said. It's just that there's been a little problem at home, and Xiao Wu can't stay at home. Upon hearing this, Tang San, who had been a disciple of the Tang sect in his previous life, immediately imagined a grand drama of internal sect struggles where the elders of the sect, to avoid harming their descendants, had to send her to a remote village for safety. In an instant, Tang San's gaze towards Xiao Wu changed. No wonder such a little girl could suppress him. It turned out she was being cultivated by her family. Coupled with Xiao Wu's serious expression, Tang San became even more convinced of his guess. As for why MOU would say such things, it was simply because he viewed him as a country bumpkin and thought that at only 6 years old, how could he understand the cruelty of sex struggles? It was reasonable. In reality, Xiao Wu's serious expression was merely because she hadn't reacted yet. What kind of plot is this? Extraordinary origins? Does the Star Doe Forest count? Why didn't you give a heads up before upgrading the script? Sister Xiao Wu has just started. What if she makes a mistake? I don't want to die yet. Deming and Air Ming don't want to die either. Just thinking about the possibility of making a mistake and then being eliminated by MOU. Xiao Wu's big eyes instantly filled with mist. However, remembering that she was acting, Xiao Wu forced herself to hold back her tears. This scene just happened to fall into the eyes of MOU and the others. Tang San, I was right. This bittersweet feeling of being away from home and living in fear. I understand. MOU, this little rabbit's acting is so good? No, how can she cooperate so well? Could it be that she is truly a genius in this aspect? By gee, why is this little rabbit so frightened? The few people, each with their own thoughts, fell into a strange silence. Seeing that the effect had been perfectly achieved, MOU also revealed a timely sadness, placing a hand on Xiao Wu's shoulder and walking forward. Bai Ji quickly followed. Tang Xin stood in place for a moment, unsure of what to think, and followed along. Good acting, your learning ability is a bit terrifying. MOU communicated telepathically. Huh? Xiao Wu was taken aback. Just getting my treasured secret manual can lead to such skills. Given time, she will surely become a great talent. Mou patted Xiao Wu's shoulder with satisfaction. Xiao Wu, not knowing why she was being praised, nodded blankly. It seems I won't be eliminated after all. However, I still need to remind you, don't get too deep into character. Otherwise, whether it's spicy or clear soup, you and your companions will become a pot of familiar beasts. Mou warned coldly again. This nail, Xiao Wu, is necessary, so even if this matter is disgusting, Mou still has to do it. A certain master of magic once said that only magic can defeat magic. Similarly, only a small person can deal with a small person. As for gentlemen, they're already dead. They chose their fate. Chapter 59. Win or Die. More than 2 hours later, Mou sent Xiao Wu and Tang San back to Notting Academy. After a joint performance, Tang San had come to a self-assured guess about Xiao Wu's identity, suspecting she was the child of an elder from special sect. As for Mou, he guessed that Xiao Wu's relative must be an old monster, maintaining a child appearance through some special means, probably to conceal their identity. The clever Tang San believed he had seen through everything, but due to his own identity, he could only play dumb. However, he was already planning to befriend someone from such a powerful force. This person might help him revitalize the Tang sect. It's just that Mou always treated him like a little brat. So if he wanted to gain this person's help and trust, he would have to start with this little girl. At the entrance of Notting Academy, you all rest for a bit. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the soul hunting forest to obtain soul rings, Mou said. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt somewhat moved. This person, although having a bad temper still, after all, I see that this broken academy probably doesn't have anyone capable of getting you good soul rings. Mou said disdainfully. Tang San frowned, about to refute his knowledgeable teacher, but Mou interrupted him. I won't comment on your teacher. After all, discussing others behind their backs is not the behavior of a gentleman, Mou said lightly. I can only say that I've heard of his deeds. I can't determine their truth or falsehood, so you should see for yourself what kind of person he is. Tang San was slightly taken aback and then nodded. He indeed didn't know much about this teacher. Becoming his disciple was more due to the other party's knowledge. Just from a report, he could guess his twin martial souls. This ability, at least so far, is only possessed by the master. However, Mou also had a point. Knowing people by face, but not by heart. Though a capable person can be a teacher, it doesn't mean they have good conduct. It's just that he had already become a disciple. Once a teacher, always a father. If this master really has some faults, he can only try to prevent them. Are you trying to help him? Bai Ji couldn't understand Mou's actions. Helping Tang San obtain soul rings? Supporting the enemy? Even if Tang San isn't important. Just being a wedge against the Shura god, what does supporting the enemy mean? If I don't help him, how can I see him as ungrateful? Mou said softly. I not only want to help him now, but also in the future. I will help him a lot, and then I will wait to see his performance. To repay kindness with resentment and be ungrateful. This is the successor personally chosen by the Shura god. This is the future enforcer of the divine realm. This is the iron-faced impartiality of the divine realm. Among the 5 great divine kings, the Shura god currently has the strongest combat power. Although the good and evil gods are the oldest divine kings, they are more just high in status. In terms of strength, the 5 divine kings are led by the Shura. The god of destruction is restrained by the Shura god, and the god of life dislikes conflict. But they are a couple. Good and evil are a pair, and destruction and life are a pair. This is also the main reason why the Shura is the strongest yet cannot dominate the divine realm. One-on-one, he is indeed the strongest, but they are all in pairs. With 2 against 1, he is bound to lose. To confront the divine realm, relying solely on their few people's strength is far from enough. In the best-case scenario, if his combat power is calculated at the peak of a first-level god, with the Silver Dragon King's injuries fully healed, possessing god-king level strength, plus the Rakshasa god and the angel god, this small number of people wanting to confront the divine realm is completely delivering food. Therefore, to win, they must create problems for the other side. Once the Shura gets into trouble, the Divine Realm Committee will surely fall into chaos. By then, all the gods will see the Shura's disgrace, and the hearts of the Divine Realm will be disunited. The god of destruction, who has long been displeased with the Shura, will definitely stir up trouble. If the sealed Golden Dragon King encounters problems again, good and evil will have no time to care about them. By then, as long as they can successfully shatter the Shura god position and the Shura god sword, the Divine Realm will be thrown into complete turmoil. But what if he really gets fooled by you? Be-isked. Mou looked at her speechlessly, saying, Wouldn't it be better to say that the Shura actively gives up the pursuit of the remnants of the dragon god and voluntarily changes the cultivation rules of Douluo Continent, altering the current one-sided slaughter of soul beasts by humans? What kind of person is Tang San? Is he someone who can be fooled? This disciple of the Tang sect is not a child. His mind is already mature, and his worldview is firmly established. Moreover, being able to navigate the assassination sect of the Tang sect and even sneakily acquire the Tang sect's ultimate skills, Tang San's mental fortitude is so strong. How could he be swayed by anyone? Aside from Tang San's position as an enemy, Mou had no malicious intent towards him. After all, coming from a low background, how can one rise without some means? Live as an honest person for a lifetime? Be a beast of burden forever. Why should that be? Tang San, as an outer disciple, purely relying on his own efforts to reach such heights, if he hadn't been exposed early and hunted down by those elders, but instead waited until he brought out all the Tang sect's hidden weapons and climbed step by step to the top, becoming the Tang sect's master. A small character reversing his fate to become a sect leader. Isn't that inspiring enough? Means? Who doesn't have a bit of dirt on their hands when they rise? Who doesn't want to clean up their reputation after succeeding? Who doesn't want to be open and above board? You cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Some people sacrifice their lives for righteousness. Some use any means to achieve their goals. Some are remembered for eternity, while others are condemned for 10,000 years. But they're all the same. They simply chose what they wanted. This is also the difference between a sage and an ordinary person. The sage sacrifices his life for righteousness, while the ordinary person, of course, has to think of himself. Moreover, in the adult world, where is the right or wrong? Where is the justice or evil? There is only the victor and the vanquished. But what if? BG asked, what if this Tang San really gets tricked by you? There is no what if, and Mou shook his head. What Tang San lacks the most and cares about the most are family affection and love. I will slowly destroy his teacher, his father, and that tortoise the Haotian sect. Of course, I won't let his mother go either. I'll bring her back to warm the bed. As for love, Montakuzite. No matter how Xiao Wu chooses, she is a sharp blade aimed at Tang San. As long as Tang San develops feelings for her, no matter how the little rabbit chooses, the result will be the same. To make Tang San stop hiding himself, he must be completely broken down. Family, friends, lovers, none can be spared. All must be dealt with. Am I being a bit too evil? Mou suddenly asked. BG was taken aback, not knowing how to respond. Is it evil? It is indeed evil. Mou's plans and methods sometimes even disgusted her. However, Tang San is the enemy. What good or evil can be discussed with an enemy? Not to mention humans. Even soul beasts use every means to hunt their prey. Either kill the prey to sustain themselves, or let the prey go and starve themselves. What is the choice? They are now in a life-and-death relationship with Tang San, the inheritor of the Shura god. Therefore, pitying Tang San? Even she couldn't do that. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. If she had even a trace of compassion that she shouldn't have, it would be irresponsible to Mou, who has gambled everything to help them. After all, Mou originally didn't have to do these things he hated. He could be his gentleman's self, but to help them, to win, Mou chose to be a petty person. So why should she and they pretend to be gentlemen? Everyone is a petty person. There's no difference. In this life and death game against the divine realm, they can only use any means necessary to have a glimmer of hope. Is it wrong to fight for survival? You've changed too, Mou sighed. If it were the old BG, she wouldn't accept such methods. Tion couldn't accept it either. He couldn't even bear it. But now, after being beaten down by reality, no matter how disgusting it is, it has to be done. This is not about condemning anyone, not about truth, goodness, and beauty, not about overthrowing the Tang God King. This is merely a gamble for survival. Either win or die. Chapter 60, The Soul Hunting Forest. The next day, on the carriage heading to the Soul Hunting Forest, with Mou's intervention, Yu Xiaojiang was unable to send warmth or chicken legs to Tang San. And now Tang San regarded Yu Xiaojiang with a hint of scrutiny. Even under Xiao Wu's instigation, Tang San did not inform Yu Xiaojiang about this trip to hunt for soul rings. However, this does not mean that Tang San trusts Mou. Mou is very clear that what he had previously shown has led Tang San to regard him as someone who could be utilized. Currently, Tang San believes that he comes from a low background, and if he wants to climb up, he needs to find someone with a certain influence in this world to help him. Relying solely on himself has no way out. Even in his previous life, he achieved that level of success by standing on the shoulders of the ancestors of the Tang sect. Moreover, if it weren't for the help of the Tang Lon Old Master, he would have ended when sneaking into the Tang sect's forbidden area. Therefore, Mou, with an unknown background, who can make him think that knowledgeable masters are somewhat wary of him, is a good choice. Brother Yu, what soul ring do you want us to hunt? Xiao Wu asked curiously. The first 6 soul rings formed from soul beasts can be condensed by oneself without needing to hunt soul beasts. So she was curious about how Mou planned to deal with Tang San. Trick him? Show me your martial soul. Mou, lying in Biji's arms, slightly opened his eyes and glanced at Tang San. Tang San promptly summoned his blue-silver grass martial soul. This is my martial soul, blue-silver grass. What route do you want to take? Mou yawned. Control system, assault system, or support system? Tang San was taken aback. He really didn't understand these matters. Mou sat up and said, let me clarify something first. Your martial soul is not blue silvergrass. Not blue silvergrass? Tang San was stunned. Can blue silvergrass have full innate soul power? Mou looked at him as if he were joking. The level of a martial soul determines how much innate soul power you have. How could a weak martial soul like blue silvergrass possibly have level 10 soul power? Having 2 or 3 levels would be good enough. Because Bibi Dong didn't care about him. He had flipped through the library of the Spirit Hall countless times. Plus, he was a person who had cultivated to the limit of a Douluo, easily crushing 99 of people in theory. Can't I be an exception? Tang San retorted. Exception? Montague chuckled lightly. The only 2 possibilities for a waste martial soul to have high innate soul power are either a mutation of the martial soul or, as I just mentioned, that your martial soul is not blue silvergrass at all. But if blue silvergrass mutated, it generally means an attribute mutation, either having strong healing properties or devouring properties, and your blue silvergrass doesn't have those special attributes. Therefore, it can only be a downgraded version of a high-level martial soul, and it might undergo a second awakening in the future. Second awakening? Tang San's curiosity was piqued, and Xiao Wu beside him didn't know much about these things either. That thing is far from you. Knowing it is useless. Mou stopped the topic. He certainly couldn't mention the blue-silver emperor matter now, because he didn't plan to let Tang San awaken the blue-silver emperor. All right. Mou didn't want to say much, and Tang San didn't dare to probe further. After all, as a disciple of the Tang sect, he knew very well that knowledge is the most precious wealth. Mou is not related to him. So how could he reveal everything? But isn't there another possibility? Like a twin martial soul? Xiao Wu suddenly interjected. As soon as she said this, Tang San obviously froze for a moment. Will this expose him again? It's possible. Mou said lightly. Then is it possible that Xiao San's martial soul is really blue silvergrass, and the other martial soul is some high-level item? So his soul power is so high. Xiao Wu provoked again. Hearing this, Tang San unconsciously clenched his fists. Both his father and teacher had told him not to reveal his second martial soul, but why could everyone he met guess this? Impossible, Mou denied. The primary condition for the existence of twin martial souls is that the levels of the 2 martial souls must be relatively close. Otherwise, they cannot coexist. If his martial soul is really a useless blue silvergrass, then his other martial soul can only be a low-level martial soul. 2 low-level martial souls. How could they possibly have innate, full soul power? It can't be as you say, Tang San rebutted. The accumulation of data from the Spirit Hall over the past 10,000 years has never shown the exceptions you speak of. Mou interrupted. Of course, if you insist. I won't argue, as long as you're happy. After saying this, Mou turned over to sleep. What needed to be said has been said, and he wasn't interested in debating these matters with Tang San. It's like arguing with a child about why 1 + 1 = 2. You say it's a rule, it's fundamental, and they ask why it can't equal 3 or 4. Is it meaningful? It's just a waste of time. Yu Xiaojing did steal a lot of secret documents from the Spirit Hall, but similarly, many hypotheses were proposed by him. Only those hypotheses had not been verified yet, and no one was willing to be the guinea pig. After all, if the verification succeeds, the credit goes to Yu Xiaojing. If it fails, everyone will just say that the person who volunteered is foolish. Can't you see that? Deserved. It's the same everywhere. Everyone only looks at the results. In the soul-hunting forest, Mou walked slowly at the front, Bai Ji walked at the back, while Tang San and Xiao Wu walked in the middle. Are you sure you want to go with the control system? Mou confirmed again. Yes, Tang San nodded. Based on Mou's explanation, he believed that choosing the control system was the most suitable for him. After all, the hidden weapons of the Tang sect often require surprise attacks. And with control over the opponent, the hit rate of the hidden weapons would greatly increase. Do you want a safer soul ring or a more violent one? Mou asked again. What is the difference? Tang San was puzzled. A safer option would be to absorb a plant-type soul ring, while a more violent option would be to absorb an animal-type soul ring. Of course, the latter carries certain risks and is not 100% applicable, Mo said. Absorbing a plant-type soul ring through a plant martial soul is not something Yu Xiaojing invented. Many people have tried it before, but it can easily lead to problems and is unstable. Therefore, the Spirit Hall has sealed this type of information. Yu Xiaojing must have seen those things and mistakenly thought he discovered some treasure, but the fact is that this method has been tested in the past, and it is not safe. Absorbing a soul ring is not child's play, and there is no way to turn back if something goes wrong. A soul master's life could effectively be ruined here. So if there are safer options, why take risks? Does it make you look brave? It's fine if you succeed, but what if you fail? Why was Yu Xiaojing expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? In the last life, according to the backstabbed Douluo, this guy fooled a genius inner disciple with innate level 8 to absorb a plant soul beast as the first soul ring, resulting in an accident that turned the disciple's first soul skill into a decoration. That inner disciple later even committed suicide due to depression after being mocked by his peers, not reaching even level 20. What does innate level 8 mean? It means at least a soul Douluo in the future. And there was a great hope of becoming a title Douluo. But because of Yu Xiaojing, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect lost a title Douluo. That incident, even though Yu Xiaojing's father was the sect master, could not be suppressed. The elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, who were all soul Da, even wanted Yu Xiaojing to pay for it with his life. In the end, it was still due to Yu Yuanjin that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon merely expelled Yu Xiaojing from the sect and buried that disgraceful incident completely. So, a theoretical master? It's just like a general achieving success at the cost of countless lives. It's all about using others' lives to make a name for oneself. I want to try an animal soul ring, Tang San said. A voice inside him told him that an animal soul beast's soul ring was more suitable for him. As long as you're willing, Mo didn't argue. He had already said what needed to be said. How Tang San chose was none of his business. He just needed to treat Tang San well and help him, and that was enough. As for what results this help would lead to, it was not important. Chapter 61 Common Sense 2 hours later, Tang San faithfully encountered the mandala snake. Looking at Tang San's excited expression, Mo felt a bit strange. This snake couldn't have been arranged by Shura, could it? Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? They had come to the soul-hunting forest several days earlier than Yu Xiaojing originally did. How could they still encounter this thing in such a vast forest? Are you sure you want this thing? Mo pointed to the 400-year-old mandala snake, which he was holding like a chick. Tang San nodded. I feel this snake is very suitable for me. Then do as you wish. Mo casually tossed the half-dead mandala snake to Tang San. Tang San didn't waste any more time, took out the dagger from his arms, and stabbed it into the mandala snake's eye. A yellow soul ring gradually floated up, and Tang San began to absorb it according to the method Mo had mentioned earlier. Brother Yu, didn't you say he is not a good person? Why are you still helping him? Xiao Wu couldn't understand. There was nothing like this in the handbook for cultivating a bad girl. If I don't help him, how can he repay kindness with enmity? Mo said lightly. If he doesn't repay kindness with enmity, how can I act with great righteousness? What I want is a righteous reputation. Tang San is the wedge that will plunge the divine realm into chaos. Once the reputation of the Shura God is in jeopardy, the ever-watchful destruction God King will not miss this opportunity. The enforcers of the divine realm, openly violating the law for personal gain, not only tarnishes his own reputation, but also turns the divine realm into a joke. Gods are all high-ranking beings, and they naturally care about face and reputation. Therefore, in such a situation, once destruction takes action, Shura will be attacked from both sides. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Repaying kindness with enmity? Xiao was taken aback. This guy is just like his father, Mo said. His father, in order to have a 10,000-year soul ring, treated the Spirit Hall like a knife, but this simple-minded guy didn't consider the gap between the Haoyan sect and the Spirit Hall. Because of him, the Haoyan sect almost faced extermination. If it weren't for Qian Daoliu intervening due to an agreement with Tang Chun, the Spirit Hall, after killing the Pope, would definitely have wiped out the Haoyan sect without leaving a single one alive. Are you talking about Sister Ain? Xiao Wu asked. The Blue-Silver Emperor left the Star Doe forest many years ago. Her mother said that the Blue-Silver Emperor also transformed, but was discovered and later sacrificed to a human. Now she realizes that this Tang San is the son of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Mo shrugged, that idiot. I don't know why, but transformed soul beasts are very naive. When Ain met the Tang Hao brothers, they were already soul Da, while Ain was just a soul emperor. How could the Tang Hao brothers not see her identity as a transformed soul beast? But what about her? She naively thought that humans were good, invested in what she called love, and ended up being schemed against by Tang Hao. Why was it that when Tang Hao reached level 90, the Spirit Hall just happened to start hunting these two? Why did Tang Hao refuse to find even a little time to add his 9th soul ring, while the Spirit Hall was hunting them for months? No time? Don't joke around. Things from back then were not simple at all. They were mixed with too many calculations and surprises. Not long after, Tang San successfully absorbed the soul ring of the mandala snake, and when he wanted to share his joy like a child, Yu silently turned and left. Xiao Wu just finished absorbing her soul ring. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with a surprised expression, and she cooperatively showcased her newly formed first soul ring, a 400-year yellow soul ring, neither more nor less. In the carriage, Yu briefly explained some simple things to Xiao Wu before sending the two back to Nodding Academy. Sister Xiao Wu, has he always been like this? Tang San asked in confusion. Yu's demeanor had always been cold. He previously thought it was dissatisfaction towards him, but after spending this little time together, he realized that Yu was like this with everyone. Yes, Xiao Wu nodded. Brother Yu seems to have a lot on his mind. He's always been like this. Ever since she met Yu yesterday, she felt that he was burdened with thoughts. Tang San wanted to inquire more about Yu from Xiao Wu, but a hurried figure not far away interrupted him. Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang rushed over anxiously. Where have you two been? I haven't seen you all day. What does it matter to you? Xiao Wu made a face at Yu Xiaojiang and skipped away. She didn't like this messy uncle either. Sorry, teacher. We went out to hunt for soul rings, Tang San said, feeling a bit guilty. It was inappropriate not to inform his teacher about such a significant matter as absorbing a soul ring beforehand. Hunting for soul rings. Sure enough, upon hearing that Tang San had unilaterally obtained a soul ring, Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't even shared his theory with Tang San. Yet this kid had taken the initiative to absorb a soul ring? If something happened to Tang San, how would he validate his theory? How could he make those who looked down on him regret it? I'm sorry, teacher. Noticing Yu Xiaojiang's grim expression, Tang San immediately knelt down, looking just like a filial son. This was my mistake. You can hit me or scold me. Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback, clearly stunned by Tang San's kneeling. However, his anger over Tang San's unilateral absorption of the soul ring couldn't subside, and he could only maintain a stern face while helping Tang San up. Forget it. Since you've absorbed it, there's no other way. It's just the first soul ring. There's still plenty of time. Plus, with the twin spirits, you'll have many more opportunities. But what kind of soul ring did you absorb? Yu Xiaojiang wasn't expecting much, even feeling that this kid probably just absorbed a 10-year soul ring. After all, how could two children deal with a 100-year soul beast that even he, as a great soul master, found difficult to handle? Teacher, look. Tang San excitedly and expectantly revealed his 400-year soul ring. The moment Yu Xiaojiang saw this deep yellow soul ring, he was clearly taken aback. How is this possible? Without my guidance, how could this kid absorb a soul ring of such age? This is the perfect age. Moreover, plant spirit absorbing animal soul rings wasn't his exclusive domain. Where did this clueless kid get the guts to absorb an animal soul ring? Was it a fluke? Teacher, what's wrong with you? Tang San asked, puzzled by Yu Xiaojiang's complex emotions. Tang San, how did you absorb such a soul ring? Yu Xiaojiang questioned. Also, even a few soul respecters would find it difficult to deal with a 400-year mandala snake. How could you and Xiao Wu, being just kids? It was Yu who helped me, Tang San replied. Yu? Yu Xiaojiang looked puzzled. Tang San's expression flickered with a hint of discomfort. He's the one who had a little conflict with us yesterday. You mean him? Yu Xiaojiang's face stiffened. Tang San continued. He also taught me a lot about soul rings, as well as control systems, support systems, and assault systems. It was he who recommended that I absorb this mandala snake, and he helped me catch it. Yu provided suggestions for various development directions. As for how to choose, it was up to him. He recommended that you absorb an animal soul ring. A glimmer of light flashed in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. Could this person know about my theory? Yes. He also mentioned that there are significant risks involved when a plant spirit absorbs an animal soul ring. Although it can often yield unexpected surprises, it can also easily lead to accidents. He told me to think carefully before making a decision, Tang San explained. Yu Xiaojiang held a good impression of Yu. After all, the previous conflict was initiated by him, and during their interactions yesterday and today, he noticed that Yu had a very special relationship with that older sister named by Ji, likely couple. Given that he said such things, it was normal for the other party to get angry, so he forgave Yu. Did he mention the 10 core competencies of martial spirits? Yu Xiaojiang asked eagerly. The 10 core competencies of martial spirits? Tang Sen was taken aback. What is that? Yu Xiaojiang's expression froze. How did he know about these things? Could that kid be using my theory to make a name for himself? Doesn't he know that the 10 theories are my patents? Who in this continent doesn't know that? Tang San asked in confusion. Yu Xiaojiang, when did my patents become common knowledge? Under a series of questions, Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew increasingly grim. Most of what Mo Yu mentioned was his theory, yet that guy actually claimed it was common knowledge. What did that mean? Was he trying to claim credit? Teacher, he also said that my blue-silver grass cannot be a waste martial spirit, Tang San tentatively said. Not a waste martial spirit? Yu Xiaojiang looked puzzled. What else could the blue-silver grass be if it wasn't a waste martial spirit? He said the primary condition for twin martial spirits to exist is that the quality of the two martial spirits must be similar. Otherwise, they cannot coexist, Tang San stated. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. There was such a condition? Even Bai Dong hadn't told him about this condition. He also said that if my blue-silver grass were a waste martial spirit, then even if I have twin martial spirits, the other martial spirit could only be a waste martial spirit like the blue-silver grass. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to coexist, Tang San added. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's surprised expression, Tang San sighed inwardly. It seemed that his teacher didn't know everything after all. When he mentioned his twin martial spirits, it was likely just a guess. After all, the teacher firmly believed that his blue-silver grass was just an ordinary waste martial spirit, and he could sense that both the teacher and his father valued his second martial spirit more. What else did he say? Yu Xiaojiang asked. Since there were things he didn't know, it seemed that Bai Dong had kept many secrets from him. He also said that my blue-silver grass martial spirit might be a downgraded version of some high-level martial spirit, and that it might undergo a second awakening in the future, Tang San recalled. A second awakening? The worry on Yu Xiaojiang's face was evident. Another unfamiliar term. Indeed, there were still many things in the spirit hall that he had not been exposed to. If he had been able to stay in the spirit hall a bit longer, perhaps he could have encountered solutions to the problems of his martial soul mutation and his insufficient talent that prevented him from breaking through. What a pity. In the shadows, Tang Hao, who had just arrived, overheard their conversation. He felt a hint of disdain for this once-renowned master, Yu Xiaojiang. Is this the theoretical master? He doesn't know this. He doesn't know that. Even his son's twin martial souls were probably fabricated. However, Yu Xiaojiang, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's sect master, should be able to act as a bridge to connect with that old dragon in the future to jointly resist the Spear Hall. As for the title of master, let's consider it as being disgusted by a dog. After all, it was his son who chose it himself. But that MOU, he had never heard of such a genius force emerging on the continent. Could it have arisen in the years he had been in seclusion? However, that guy didn't seem to have any ill intentions toward Xiao San and could be utilized as long as Xiao San could win over that girl. Meanwhile, MOU and his group were hastening their journey towards Holy Soul Village after leaving Nodding City. It was quite a coincidence that Tang Hao was returning. MOU looked back at the distant Nodding City, feeling somewhat emotional. He had thought he would have to wait for a while, until Tang Hao appeared in Nodding City before he could make his move. But who would have thought that just after he sent Xiao Wu and the others back to Nodding City, Tang Hao's aura would appear? The timing was just too perfect. What are we going to do next? The driver, Xiong Jun, asked in confusion. MOU had not outlined the plan beforehand, as it was uncertain. He had even doubted whether Tang San and Xiao Wu had been reborn before coming here. As for Yu Xiaojiang, before he perished with a Shura God sword, he had casually eliminated Yu Xiaojiang, who was watching the battle, which had caused Tang San to lose his mind on the spot and unleash his full power to activate the Shura God sword, allowing him to destroy the sword as he wished. Looking for my mom, MOU replied candidly. You should have felt the commotion from the Blue-Silver Emperor's sacrifice a few years ago, right? The disturbance from the Soul Bee sacrifice was very significant, and a 100,000-year Soul Beast already possessed a trace of divinity. During the sacrifice, that trace of divinity would also be released. Even though Di Tian and the others were far in the Stardow Forest, they could still sense that sadness. What do we need the Blue-Silver Emperor for? Xiong Jun didn't understand. What's wrong with the Blue-Silver Emperor? In the past hundreds of thousands of years, he had seen other Blue-Silver Emperors. The thing only had the ability to escape. It didn't have much combat power. Could the Blue-Silver Emperor withstand a slap from him? To cultivate grass, MOU replied matter-of-factly. He knew that someone like Xiong Jun wouldn't understand the intricacies of the calculations, so it was better to explain using his most straightforward objective. Is there any grass more prestigious than the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor? Mou asked. Zitian, Seongjun, BZ, can you be a bit more serious? No way. Is Mou actually thinking about the blue-silver emperor? Noticing the strange looks from the three, Mou felt a bit embarrassed. Is it that obvious? You're impressive. Xiangjun could only give such an evaluation. To be honest, he often felt that Mou had a bit of dragon bloodline. After all, dragons are inherently lustful. This kid really seems to have no taboos when it comes to desires. ZG is a hell demon dragon. Bai Ji is an emerald swan. Bing Di is an ice emperor scorpion, and Shui Di is an ice snow woman. These are all animals, but the blue-silver emperor is just a plant. How should I put it? Impressive. I'm such an outstanding person, and with just this one flaw of being lecherous, can't I be satisfied a bit? Mou said indignantly. After all, he was once a limit Douluo, and he didn't have any bad habits or tendencies towards killing. Isn't he just a bit lecherous? So what? Compared to those who start wars and commit massacres, he's practically a saint, right? It really can't be considered a flaw. Tion agreed. Strong individuals are indeed qualified to have more. Aren't those useless royal families filled with wives and concubines? Mou is just flirting with a few people. It really doesn't count for much. Even he, over the years, has been concerned about the future of the Silver Dragon King and the Soul Beast clan, which is why he hasn't focused on these matters. Otherwise, the dragon race's reproductive instinct is very strong. The stronger the bloodline, the lower the success rate of reproduction. Saying that dragons are inherently lustful is unavoidable. After all, one has to try more, or else it would be a waste of such a powerful bloodline. The issue of being lecherous isn't that big, but you can't just want the pretty ones, right? Xiangjun couldn't understand this. I can understand Bai Ji and the others. After all, it's a strong alliance, and who knows, they might give birth to even more powerful offspring. But what use is a plant? What use is a blue-silver emperor? This is what Xiangjun found puzzling. Being lecherous is indeed a minor issue, but you can't just be lecherous, right? When it comes to reproducing descendants, you have to pay attention to quality, right? Mou's talent is indeed strong, but what excellent bloodline can come from plant? Mou, you mother, are you breeding? Chapter 63, Pressure. The waterfall not far from Holy Spirit Village. Mou directly relied on his powerful spiritual power to conduct a carpet search and found the blue-silver emperor that Tang had placed in the waterfall. After 100,000 years of cultivation, it had become this way. Looking at the dying blue-silver emperor, Bai Ji felt a bit reluctant. Although she had a cultivation of 500,000 years, her actual lifespan was less than 100,000 years, but the blue-silver emperor was different. This race could only possibly gain intelligence after living for over 10,000 years. And the 100,000 years of cultivation she had spent might have taken her much longer than that. Who can blame anyone for this? Mou dug the blue-silver emperor out of the ground. Under Bai Ji's soothing aura, the blue-silver emperor showed no sign of resistance, indicating that they had known each other for a long time. Always thinking that the outside world was beautiful, but is it really that good? Mou said helplessly. Soul beasts are curious about the human world. They transform more to gain insight into human society, and they don't really have high hopes for becoming gods. After all, there are very few humans with exceptional talent who have become gods, let alone soul beasts targeted by heavenly tribulations. It's just a pity that her soul bone is not here, Mou said. 100,000-year soul bone. Tang Hao would definitely not throw it away in a place like this. Or maybe he didn't care much about the blue-silver emperor. Placing a plant in such a dark and sunless waterfall, was he worried that the blue-silver emperor would grow too well? Even though there is currently no science of photosynthesis on Douluo Continent, surely they understand the common knowledge that plants grow towards the sun? But Tang Hao just had to put the blue-silver emperor in this cursed place. Who knows what he was thinking? Shaking his head, Mou stored the blue-silver emperor in the special space of the angel Wuhuan, along with the sleeping silver dragon king. This was a small help from the angel Wuhuan after he absorbed the fourth soul ring and was drained by the silver dragon king once again. It directly opened the special space that could only be accessed by a tidal Douluo. Then, without any hesitation, Mou tossed the silver dragon king, who had been lingering in front of him, inside. He was finally free. What if Tang Hao comes back and finds the blue-silver emperor missing? Bai Ji asked. What can he do? Mou retorted. Can he have a god's perspective and know that I took the blue-silver emperor? Even if he knows, what can he do? I just took the blue-silver emperor. What can he do? Would he dare to come knocking on my door? Tang San needs to inherit the Shura god position. But Tang Hao is merely a tool for him to deal with Tang Xiao San. If this tool is not used to his satisfaction, then doesn't need to exist anymore. In Tiando City, with the help of the angel god Qian Renxue has successfully seized the position of the crown prince, eliminating all the other princes except for Shuebong. As for why she kept Shuebong, of course, it was because, after playing with me for so many years, this adorable little brother cannot die so easily. Transforming into the appearance of Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue stood on a high building, coldly watching the dandy Shuebong on the street. She initially thought that Shuebong was not a concern. Killing him would instead affect her legitimacy as the crown prince. After all the other princes had died, which looked quite strange. Now it seems, what a foolish mercy. At that time, she deliberately left the useless Shuebong to share the pressure of assassinating the other princes, but she never expected this kid to be so patient. If she had known, she should have killed him early. After all, there was only Xue Qinghe left among the princes. Would Xue Yi dare to give birth to another at his age? Throughout history, royal siblings fighting for power has always involved mutual slaughter. Such events have occurred in Tiando and Xinglua empires before. Anyway, with only one prince left, would the old emperor dare to act against this remaining crown prince? No matter how ruthless a son is, he is still his own. However, once a son is crippled, an emperor with no sons, surrounded by nobles, does the Tiando Empire want to change dynasties? Miss, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has sent good news. Ning Fengzhi's daughter, Ning Rongrong, has awakened the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower Wuhuan with an innate soul power of level 9. Shui wants you to pay a visit. A black-robed porcupine Douluo quietly appeared behind Qian Renxue. Ning Rongrong. Qian Renshue's eyes gradually turned cold. Nine-color goddess. God of food. Resurrection, divine light. This ridiculous divine realm. Miss. Feeling Qian Renshue's uncontrollable killing intent, the porcupine broke out in a cold sweat. As a title, Douluo, facing a soul king like Qian Renxue, he actually felt a deadly threat. Get ready. I need to pay a proper visit to this little princess. Qian Renxue retracted her aura, a subtle smile appearing on her face. Shui wanted her to pay Ning Fengzhi a visit to pull in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to counter the increasing pressure from the Wuhuan Hall in recent years. If she could also get her hands on the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it would be a close connection. Shui would surely be very satisfied, right? After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has 2 super Douluos, perfectly compensating for the lack of high-end combat power in the Tiando Empire. Although Prince Xuexing has courted a Dugabo, that old poison master can bully even a stronger soul Douluo. What a disgrace to title Douluos. If he could also win over the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, with all the civil and military officials, who would dare say he was not half as good? By then, even if she admitted that the other princes were killed by her, those guys would probably pretend they heard nothing, right? They might even praise her behind her back as courageous and determined. This weak and decayed Tiando royal family finally produced such a capable crown prince. Surely the ancestors of the Tiando royal family would be very pleased, right? Looking at the beautiful smile on Qian Renshue's face, the porcupine felt a chill down his spine. The young master has become more terrifying over the past 2 years. In Wuhuan City, at the Pope's Palace, Bibi Dong's expression turned strange upon seeing the message from Qian Renxue. Xue Qinghe intends to marry the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong? Little Xue is quite the player. It seems she still holds a grudge over the matter of the resurrection divine light. Your Holiness, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has also sent us an invitation. Would you like to? Yuguan whispered. Were they? Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed. Do they even qualify for me to go in person? Saying she has no resentment over the resurrection divine light would definitely be a lie. Sure, God, sea god, god of food, 9-color goddess, teaming up to resurrect a Tang, San who should have died, and yet they claim to be so righteous. Disgusting. Scared by Bibi Dong's imposing aura, Yuguan quickly lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. The Pope has been getting stronger so fast these past 2 years. He was about the same as him before, but now he has just broken through to level 95, and he still cannot comprehend Bibi Dong's strength. It's not that he can't see through it. He just can't understand. Completely incomprehensible. How has Nana been lately? Bibi Dong retracted her aura, changing the subject. Yuguan breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Your Holiness, Nana just broke through to level 33 a few days ago. Level 33? Bibi Dong nodded. She's still working hard. At 12 years old, having reached level 33 Soul Master, though she cannot be compared to that monster MOU at all. Her progress among her peers is already quite terrifying. Have Nana represent me to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to express my congratulations. Bibi Dong instructed. You, and Gay, may should also go and take a look at our crown prince. See how he plans to arrange a marriage with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. To be honest, given the current situation, the success rate of Qian Rinchua's marriage is extremely low. Because of the rules of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Support-type soul masters must find a battle soul master who can protect them, and the Tiando royal family is known for its uselessness. That big white goose martial soul looks good, but in terms of combat power, it's a joke. So, even though Xue Qinghe is the crown prince of a nation, Ning Fengji might not necessarily agree. Forget it, I'll go too. Bibi Dong called out to Yu Guan, who had just reached the entrance of the Great Hall. If I want that guy Ning Fengji to agree to the marriage with our crown prince, I need to put more pressure on him. Zhen Xin, Gu Zong, the two proud protectors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, if they are easily defeated in front of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, will the sect master Ning be scared? After all, if the Pope of the Spirit Hall personally pressures the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, isn't that a kind of alternative threat? Will Ning Fengji, under this kind of pressure, hurry to find allies to share the burden? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's cowards will definitely not dare to speak up. A huge sect with only one title de law as the sect master. And the Haotian sect has been beaten to the point of not showing their face. The so-called top 3 sects are just a joke. Besides aligning with the two empires to resist the pressure from the Spirit Hall, does the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have any other options? Chapter 64. Not a Grievous Death. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? After wandering around outside and slowly returning to the Spirit City, Mo, you also received this news, but he wasn't very interested. After all, Ning Rongrong had been killed by him once, although she was later revived by Shura's trickery. He really had no feelings for this little girl, considering he was still the greatest enemy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The battle to exterminate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was led by him, and he even brought along Guangling and Qianjun Jiangma, two super Douluos, to kill Chun Xian and Gu Rong on the spot, and Ning Fengji wasn't spared either. As for why he participated in this matter, part of the reason was that Ning Fengji, that scoundrel, had disgusted him with his dealings in the Tiando Empire. And the other part was that he was very interested in the wealth of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which could rival a nation. Bibi Dong planned to go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to show off her strength and put pressure on Ning Fengji to help with little Xue's marriage plans. Aren't you going to join in the fun? Daoliu hinted. His little Xue had come back a lot in the past 2 years. But there was no news from MOU, and he was quite anxious. To be honest, he didn't care much about these fierce beasts. After all, both MOU and Qian Rinxue could become gods in the future, completely on a different level from these fierce beasts. What I need to go for? Montak Yuli Tartet, a level 98 Pope who can arm wrestle with you, a limit de law, isn't enough to deal with that bunch of merchants from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji was a merchant. If it weren't for his daughter already mingling with Tang San's side, he could have brought the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to submit to the Spirit Hall. The reason he took a path of no return was that the current sect master had conflicts with the Spirit Hall over matters in the Tiando Empire, and he had a significant disagreement with him. He even fought with Chun Xian back then, and in the end, Gu Rong and Chun Xian teamed up, nearly causing him trouble. It was only because Qian Daoliu arrived in time and slightly intervened that he managed to severely injure the forcibly advancing Chun Xian at level 97. Afterwards, considering his friendship with Chun Xian's father, Qian Daoliu let them go. Otherwise, he could have wiped out everyone present. On the other hand, and more importantly, Ning Fengji had already bet too much on Tang San. Ning Rongrong almost got forcibly arranged to Tang San because of the fairy grass incident, and the conflict between Tang San and the Spirit Hall could not be mediated. Ning Rongrong, as the next sect master, was also mixed up with Tang San. What could he do? He could only hold on. Therefore, he and Ning Rongrong actually had a vendetta against each other. Gu Rong, Chun Xian, and Ning Fengji were all killed by him. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, he had a little scheme and teamed up with Guangling to infiltrate the Soul Master team that ambushed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. When the 4 elders of the Elder Hall were beating up Yu Engine, he and Guangling acted as the 6th wheel, directly ambushing and killing Yu Engine. There was also the later incident with the Haotian sect. So it turns out he didn't die in vain. The main characters have completely offended him. Even the opposing Xinglua Empire. He also stirred up Guangling and Qianjun Jiangma, directly charging into the Xinglua Empire's palace, rubbing the current Emperor Dai Tianfeng on the ground in front of everyone in the imperial city, and even Dai Mubai was killed on the spot. Thinking back a bit, He has indeed offended quite a few people. Didn't you say the war initiated by the Spirit Hall in the future is too brutal? Daoliu chose to persuade Mou from another angle. Can't you think of a way to directly bring the Seven Treasure glazed tile school over? Wouldn't that result in less slaughter? He didn't agree with the war that Bibi Dong initiated, because if the Spirit Hall wanted to rely on force to destroy the two great empires and unify the continent, they could have done it long ago. The strength of super Douluos and limit Douluos is not something ordinary soul masters can resist. The reason for not doing this is because of the angel god worshipped by the Spirit Hall. Mercy is not just a slogan. This is also one of the reasons he tolerated Qian Rinxue going undercover in the Tiando royal family. After all, if blood could be reduced, it should be minimized. I think the two of them can do it, right? Although he had some thoughts. Mou really didn't want to have too much entanglement with Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue at the moment. The divine battle was a matter for the future. It was still early. If they can do it, would you still witness that kind of massacre in your last life? Daoliu retorted. The Haotian sect and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon definitely can't be left. These two sects rely on their own martial souls for inheritance and cannot join the Spirit Hall. But the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is different. This support-type sect is very similar to the Spirit Hall. They both rely on interests to attract powerful soul masters from outside. The backbone of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School consists of external soul masters, unlike the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and Haotian sect. Therefore, this interest-based sect can be lured by benefits. Isn't that just their brain being messed up? Mou complained. Qian Rinxue seems shrewd, but is actually arrogant. Once she fails, she will get angry and then destroy what she can't have. Bibi Dong is even more of a lunatic, filled with thoughts of killing. Don't even talk about how hard it is to pull them in. Even if it was easy, both of them would probably be too lazy to bother because they find it troublesome. And after Daoliu opened the divine test for Qian Rinxue and finally made a sacrifice, Bibi Dong completely let herself go, saying that anyone who stands in her way will die, completely without any thought. Then will you help or not? Daoliu asked. Help with what? Mou looked unwilling. Just show a bit of strength. Let the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School see that the younger generation of the Spirit Hall possesses the power to crush them. Daoliu said seriously. The older generation holds an absolute advantage on the Spirit Hall's side. However, in the younger generation, at least for now, I haven't seen anyone capable of supporting the burden. After all, Mou doesn't care about things. So even if Mou is just putting on a show, it would be enough to strike a blow to them. Mou raised an eyebrow. You want me to go to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to show off? Don't you like this kind of show off? Daoliu looked down on him. What kind of person is Mou? Praise a little more those who can float up at any time. Although this kid's self-created soul skills are a bit brutal, making him feel inferior, but he can't be praised. This kid cannot be praised. It's not that he doesn't like it, but Mou has a strange expression. This operation is the Spirit Hall putting pressure on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, forcing Ning Fengji to mix with the Tiando Empire, preferably to arrange a marriage with your granddaughter, right? What if I take action and directly cause them to go into depression? Ning Fengji would be in despair. Then turn to the Spirit Hall. What do you think the other sects and the two empires would do? Would they immediately unite to resist the Spirit Hall? Daoliu's expression froze. There is this possibility. Chapter 65. Poor old man. No, it can't be in the name of the Spirit Hall. You can use Xiaoshue's name. Daoliu suddenly realized. If you stand on Xiaoshue's side, then the person the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School invests in is Xueqinghe, not the Tiando royal family. In the future, if Xueqinghe leads the Tiando royal family to surrender to the Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would do the same. If Xueqinghe suddenly attracts a genius like Mou, the Tiando royal family and the nobles of the Tiando Empire will definitely turn to support Xueqinghe. Now the troubles Xueqinghe faces will almost disappear because he holds the future. In her name? Mou looked reluctant. Don't even think about it. I'm already exhausted worrying about the future divine battle, and I can't get involved in these trivial matters. Daoliu was stunned, but didn't know what else to say. After all, what he cared about wasn't how the two empires would choose or how these sects would choose. In short, even if all these sects stood with the Spirit Hall, as long as they lost the final divine battle, these people would immediately switch sides. He wanted Mou and Qian Rinxue to have more contact, but this kid, for more than 2 years, has been resistant. So, what exactly did Xiaoxue do to make a lecture like Mou refuse so decisively? Well, if you don't want to get involved, then don't. Daoliu shook his head and left Mou's room. After Daoliu left, the Snow Emperor walked in slowly. I think you should clarify things with this old man. The Snow Emperor sat beside Mou. You and that Qian Rinxue are really not on the same path. Mou shook his head. silently leaning against the Snow Emperor. This matter is hard to say. Currently, Daoliu's impression of Qian is still stuck on that innocent little angel from when she was 6 or 7 years old. He still doesn't know that his granddaughter has grown into a person like Bibi Dong. The mother and daughter really are very similar, valuing interests and power, while also being love-struck. Similarly, there's a hint of cold-heartedness. They're practically cut from the same mold. Emotions in their eyes are merely commodities that can be sacrificed for exchange. As long as the value is sufficient, anything can be discarded. Standard political animals. And he is different. He is very emotional, prioritizing happiness above all, indifferent to gains and losses. The main reason he is at odds with these two women is not because he is fickle, but because their worldviews do not align. Daoliu has no expectations left in this life. He was struck down by Tang Chun in strength and was rejected by Bibi Dong in love. The only thing he values is his faith in the angel god. Mou showed a helpless expression. Qian established a connection with the angel god statue when awakening her martial soul, becoming the designated heir of the angel god's remnant. From that moment on, he has only lived for Qian, the future angel god. For this, he can endure the pain of losing a child, can tolerate Bibi Dong, and even allow the Qian family's Millennium Foundation to be misused by Bibi Dong, all just to make Qian a little happier. Bibi Dong said that what matters most to Daoliu is his faith in the angel god, which is actually wrong. That was in the past. For now, in the future, what Daoliu cares about most is Qian, his only granddaughter. I feel this old man is really quite miserable, losing his wife in middle age and losing his son in old age, sacrificing himself to help his granddaughter become the angel god. Now he knows that the future angel god is gone, and the spirit hall is also gone. Just think about how desperate he must be. In the Star-Do Great Forest, after being taken away by the Snow Emperor, Daoliu really intended to fight to the death. Knowing that kind of damned future, and being helpless, he can only place all his hopes on him. So, when he might get into trouble, Daoliu even felt a bit on the edge. The spirit hall that has lasted for thousands of years, and the angel god, Daoliu will lose everything. This blow to Daoliu far exceeds that from Tang Chun and Bibi Dong. Qian combines his faith in the angel god and his love for his granddaughter. Therefore, to preserve all of this, Daoliu can do anything. This old man indulges him like this, actually still a bit worried that he might run away. Daoliu is afraid. To be honest, he really can't stand it because this lonely old man has always been good to him. Regardless of whether it is because of his martial soul or whatever, the fact is, Daoliu has always treated him well, even when Qian doesn't like him. Daoliu's attitude has never changed. Just based on this, he can't say anything or do anything to explicitly hurt Daoliu because he can't justify it in his conscience. This old man knows that he needs to sacrifice in the future. His time is short. Therefore, he wants to find a better place for his granddaughter in the end. Looking around, among the short ones, he could only choose me. Mou sighed. He has even hinted to me many times in the past 2 years that if the future is really hopeless, then don't fight anymore. Take Qian and leave. If the spirit hall is destined to be destroyed, then at least we shouldn't accompany it to the grave for this helpless fate. Watching a 100-year-old old man constantly living in fear while pretending to have nothing, he really feels quite uncomfortable. Daoliu was once a spirited genius, but now he's ended up like this. So, are you planning to keep dragging this out? Dragging it until this old man sacrifices himself, at least to make him a bit happier when he leaves? The Snow Emperor asked. Mou showed a helpless expression. What else can I do? Just say it directly? Let this old man die with his eyes open? The Snow Emperor gently cradled Mou's head. Aren't you going to try again? After all, I see that little girl-less attitude towards you. Try what? Montak you into Hoptet. Right now, I can still treat them both as teammates for the future divine battle, but if it happens again, I will really become estranged from them. I don't want to lower the winning rate of the future divine battle over such matters. If both of them really have even a tiny bit of regret about the past me, as long as they don't betray me again, that is all I hope for. I have no expectations beyond that. He is currently in an awkward atmosphere with these two people. As long as everyone plays dumb, this false balance can continue to be maintained. However, if he breaks this disguise and tears off the mask, his original plan of 3 against 1 to shatter the Shura divine position will probably come to nothing. In simple terms, the most important thing now is the future divine battle. He will not take risks that lower the chances of victory for some trivial matters. As long as these two don't go crazy, he will be grateful. He won't consider or expect anything else. Seeing Mou's troubled expression, Shwedi didn't say much more. After all, last time, Mo was truly hurt. Chapter 66. Face is valuable Tian-Do City. While the attention of the royal family and nobles was drawn to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, the Tian-Do Royal Academy welcomed an unexpected guest. What do you want? Do you know who my grandpa is? My grandpa is Douluo, a title Douluo. Douluo shouted, bound in a strange position. Where did you learn this technique? Mo looked dumbfounded at ZG. The rope was folded in half, looped around the neck, and the ends hung down from the chest, tied at the relevant positions on the collarbone, sword protrusion, and pubic bone. Then it was pulled through the crotch, up the spine from behind, until it reached the rope loop behind the neck, with knots tied at intervals. After passing through the neck loop, the two strands of rope were separated to the left and right, wrapped under the armpits back to the front, and threaded through the front and back loops from top to bottom, tightening the loops while adjusting their positions. This is the legendary tortoise-shell binding. I learned it from a book, ZG said innocently. Is there a problem with that? Is there a problem? The corners of Mo's eyes twitched. Sister, don't you think this binding method is somewhat inappropriate? Isn't it too lewd? Especially with Douluo's blushing face. What do you want? Noticing Montak Yuskaza. Douluo's expression grew increasingly uneasy. Are you trying to rob me? Nice figure. Mo complimented. Where's your grandpa? What do you want from us? Douluo noticed that Mo and his group seemed to completely disregard her grandpa, which gave her a bad premonition. Is he in the Sunset Forest? Mo asked again. Who are you? Douluo said nervously. My grandpa is a title Douluo. Before she could finish, ZG pressed her dragon scale sword against Douluo's neck. Answer what I ask. No nonsense, ZG said coldly. Douluo, intimidated by ZG's aura, felt a chill run from her feet to the top of her head. How could this aura be stronger than her grandpa's? Speak. ZG commanded. I'll speak. I'll speak. Douluo was also someone who knew the situation. My grandpa is not in the Sunset Forest. He went to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Really? Mo retracted ZG's sword. It wasn't necessary to be rough with a child. Your grandpa has such social skills? Douluo had no connection with the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Even if Ning Fengji was hosting a wedding banquet and invited Douluo, that old toxic man with terrible social connections would likely not go, right? After all, the Spirit Hall was also present. Would that old fellow dare to show up in front of Bibi Dong? Really? Douluo gathered her courage to meet Mo's gaze. Mo placed his right hand on Douluo's head. I have a special soul skill that can detect lies. Think carefully before answering my question, okay? Douluo was taken aback, her eyes instinctively dodging. What I said is true. Falsehood. Mo leaned down, his crimson eyes locking onto Douluo's. I said think it through. What I said is true. Douluo insisted. Mo shook his head and took out the Pope's order. Do you recognize this? Douluo's expression stiffened. You are from the Spirit Hall? She knew her grandpa had been invited by the Spirit Hall a few years ago when he was promoted to title Douluo, but he refused and even fought with the Spirit Hall's Ju Douluo. In the end, he was forced back by Prince Xueshing in the name of the Tian-Do Empire. Since then, her grandpa had become enemies with the Spirit Hall. So were they here for revenge? Mo shook his head. I'm not from the Spirit Hall, but I can represent the Spirit Hall. Previously, Yueguan and Gue Mei failed. Now, I can give him another chance to join the Pope's Hall, or Mo's gaze sharpened, to have the Biphosphor Serpent Emperor completely vanish from this continent. In his previous life, Douluo was also killed by him because that old toxic man was too troublesome. Without an antidote, once things went wrong, anyone below title Douluo would have no chance of survival. Therefore, before the Spirit Hall launched the soul-hunting operation, he had already dealt with Douluo. It was also at that time that old scoundrel Ning Fengji, under the pretense of randomly killing the innocent, had Chen Xian and Gu Rong take action against him. At that time, he was already at level 96, and Chen Xian couldn't possibly defeat him. Then Gu Rong joined in, and the two old fellows barely managed to fend off his attack. However, at that time, he was still being restrained by Gu Rong's spatial soul skill and couldn't escape. If it weren't for Qian Daoliu arriving in time to block Chen Xian's full force attack, he might have really capsized. Of course, there were gains as well. Stimulated by Chen Xian's attack, he quickly broke through to level 97 and personally led the team to destroy the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Except for Ning Rongrong, who left early, all others from the Seven Treasure glazed tile school were wiped out. My grandpa is a worshipper of the Tian-Do Empire. Douluo mustered her courage, seemingly wanting to battle Mo again. Would the Tian-Do Empire conflict with the Spirit Hall over a deceased title Douluo? Montaku interrupted. Douluo Yan's expression froze. My grandpa has already refused. Why would you? A walking poison bomb. If it weren't for worrying about Douluo going crazy in his dying moments, do you think he could run away? Montak Yuli Tartit. If Douluo were just an ordinary title Douluo, it wouldn't be worth the spirit hall investing so much effort. But this old fellow was a poison master. He was also a title Douluo capable of launching large-scale poison mist attacks. How could the spirit hall tolerate such a walking poison bomb wandering around uncontrollably? If it weren't for the fact that this old guy has the burden of Douluo Yan and has joined the Snowstar faction after failing to win him over, the Spirit Hall would have directly issued a hunt order. Of course, there's also a more practical reason. Douluo is too arrogant. All the title Douluo on the continent are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, nominally serving as honorary elders of the Spirit Hall. The symbols on the Pope's order, such as the hammer, sword, and dragon, illustrate the issue. Even though the Haotian sect has been intimidated, the Spirit Hall still maintains that hammer. However, Douluo is not strong and has a big temper. The other title Douluo at least give the Spirit Hall some face and name. But Douluo gives none at all, even refusing to affiliate with the Spirit Hall. Isn't that slapping the Spirit Hall in the face? If it weren't for the fact that everyone knows this old poison master is the gatekeeper of title Douluo, and that even many-souled Douluo can bully him, someone would have already started saying that the Spirit Hall is powerless. The reason they don't say it is purely because this old poison master is not capable. If it came to a fight, any title Douluo from the Elder Hall could easily overpower him. What if my grandfather doesn't agree? Douluo Yan asked worriedly. Didn't I just say it? Montaku smeeded. Douluo Yan looked stiffly at the smiling little boy in front of her. Is this guy a devil? Is it really necessary to go this far? The disappearance of the Biphosphor Snake Emperor is clearly to prepare to solve them both, grandfather and granddaughter. So, for your little life and your grandfather's little life, you should persuade your good grandfather well later. Mo gently patted Douluo Yan's dazed little head. Face is valuable, but life is even more precious. Chapter 67, Douluo. Not long after, in the Sunset Forest, Douluo Yan still maintained her shameful tortoise shell binding, walking in front, leading Mou and the others towards Douluo's medicinal hall. Apart from the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, who were checking the situation in the extreme north, and the Red King and the King of 10,000 Monsters, who were in closed-door cultivation, the others, including Tion, all followed along. Those who know the times are heroes. Douluo Yan is already 12 years old and is not that brainless little girl. If she insists on dying rather than submitting, these people would really kill her. Is there something special about this medicinal hall? Tion asked in confusion. The Ice and Fire Dragon King died here. Do you think it's special or not? Montaku replied. The Ice and Fire Dragon King. Tion's expression became somewhat uncontrollable. The Ice and Fire Dragon King, who was severely injured and missing during the Divine War, actually died here. Don't get excited. They've been dead for too long. And the remaining dragon soul is like a candle in the wind, Mou said. He had also been here before going to find the Silver Dragon King. In the deepest part of the Ice and Fire 2E, the dragon soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King was in a state of slumber. He had tried to awaken these two dragon souls, but failed completely, with no response at all. I brought you here to see if the Silver Dragon King can awaken the dragon soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Mou looked at the dopey dragon sleeping in his arms. Douluo was a side matter, although it would be easier to kill him. He was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as he was not provoked, he wouldn't bother with it. In his previous life, it was because Douluo insisted on showing off his brotherly loyalty and was close with Tang San, even mingling with Shui Beng to disgust him, that he directly killed this guy. Otherwise, just crippling him would have been enough. Given the current state of the master, the hope is slim, Tion said regretfully. It's worth a try, Mou said. The Ice and Fire Dragon King had been at the peak of level 1 god power when alive. Even though now only remnants of the soul remain, this remnant soul still possesses demigod power. Although it is of no use against true gods, he has to make every effort to seize any help he can get. After a while, Douluo Yan led Mou and the others to a green mist. My grandfather's medicinal hall is inside. Douluo Yan revealed a pleading expression. Can you let me persuade my grandfather first? Please don't act immediately, okay? Although she didn't know how strong these people were, seeing their indifferent attitude toward her grandfather, they must at least be titled Douluo. And among these people, the child who obviously held a leadership position was even stronger than her. Such a genius. Of course, I may be someone who kills without blinking, but I'm not a bloodthirsty person, Mou said. Douluo Yan, killing without blinking? Not bloodthirsty? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? This thick fog. Is it toxic? Saying this, Xiangjun took a breath of the poison barrier set by Douluo, savoring it carefully. The toxicity is not enough. Ditian, Ciji, Bi, Moyu. When going out, don't say I know you. Knowing it's toxic, you still take a breath? What kind of brain is that? Unlike the speechlessness of Mou and the others, Douluo was a bit confused. Her grandfather had said that even a titled Daoliu would have to avoid this poison barrier. This person actually took a breath on purpose? And looking like nothing happened? What's going on? If you feel dizzy later, don't expect by G to detoxify you. Mou raised his right hand, and a vortex of wind appeared out of nowhere in his palm. He gently pushed it forward, and a gap was opened in the poison barrier that stretched hundreds of meters. Let's go. Mou looked at Douluo, signaling her to continue leading the way. Although he could rely on his powerful spiritual power for a carpet search, it was unnecessary. Why do it himself when someone is leading the way? On the other side, Douluo, who was suppressing snake poison beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, sensed that his poison barrier was breached. Who is it? Douluo's gaze is sharpened. This is the depths of the sunset forest. His poison barrier is not just a thin layer. It cycles. If it were a soul master team hunting for soul rings, they wouldn't be foolish enough to barge into a place that looks wrong. With that thought, Douluo stood up and hurried toward the gap in the poison barrier. This is his territory, and who dares to act recklessly here? Speaking of which, how well are you controlling your snake poison? Mou suddenly patted Douluo's shoulder and asked. Huh? Douluo was taken aback. Your snake poison hasn't started acting yet? Mou asked. Douluo looked confused. What snake poison? Ever since I started cultivating, my body has indeed been filled with the poison of the Bailin snake. And if I need to make contact with someone, I have to divert my attention to control the poison on my body. Speaking of which, she had controlled the snake poison on her body today, and these people had touched her so many times without any reaction at all. If we say that the woman with purple hair should be high level and therefore unafraid, what is up with this kid? Montauk, you noted. It seems this old man has spent a lot of effort on you. The toxicity of the Bailin snake is very strong. Douluo is already cultivated to the level of a great soul master, and soon she will be a soul sovereign, yet the toxicity hasn't shown any obvious signs. Douluo still has some skills. Where did you come from, kid? Before he even saw the person, he heard Douluo's scolding voice come from the forest. This is my territory. I'll give you a chance, leave. As soon as his voice fell, a huge green snake head rushed out from the dense forest, stopping about 50 meters away from Mou and the others. Yu Yin, Douluo, who was about to put on a show, instantly lost control of his expression upon seeing Douluo bound by the turtle shell. Pervert. Douluo glared angrily at the tallest figure, Ditian. After all, anyone would think he was the boss given Ditian's imposing image. Ditian was taken aback. Pervert? Who are you talking about? Let go of Yin. Douluo roared angrily. At the same time channeling his soul power, he suddenly pushed off the ground and charged towards Douluo. Quick-witted Mou grabbed Douluo by the neck, placing the fruit knife he carried against her throat. What do you want to do? Douluo, less than 3 meters away from Mou, stopped in rage. Despicable. Using a child to threaten? What kind of hero are you? Douluo still stared at Ditian. Ditian was speechless. It seemed like he hadn't done anything. This strange binding was done by ZG, and the threat was also Mou's doing. What did he do? Hey, look here. Moyu interrupted Douluo. I'm the real culprit. Can you look at me when I'm talking? Your granddaughter is in my hands. Douluo glanced at Mou, completely disregarding this child, and turned his gaze back to Ditian. What do you want to do? Mou, ignored, turned dark. Damn, this kid's image is just troublesome. Chapter 68, Ownership of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Are you going to be proactive? Or should I be? Mou looked at Douluo and asked. Douluo nervously nodded and looked at Douluo Grandpa. They are from the Spirit Hall. Douluo's expression froze. Spirit Hall? No, I'm just casually representing the Spirit Hall. Montaku collectet. Alright, I'll give you 2 choices. Either join the Spirit Hall, or Mou slightly tightened his grip on Douluo's neck. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your granddaughter, right? Douluo's expression stiffened. I have already refused. Why do you have to force me? Such means to pressure me into joining the Spirit Hall will only give you a useless person who is disloyal. Is that meaningful to the Spirit Hall? Mou nodded seriously. It is meaningful. What meaning? Douluo didn't understand. Although he was a titled Daoliu, the Spirit Hall didn't lack titled Daoliu. To his knowledge, there were at least 10 titled Daoliuos stronger than him in the Elder Hall, let alone that legendary worship hall, which had another level of super Daoliuos. Montaku schloget em willing. Douluo's veins slightly bulged. and his face turned a bit dark. This kid is messing with him, right? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Mou said helplessly. To be honest, no one would believe it, so he had to say something conspiratorial. You're currently a worshipper of the Tiando Empire, or in name, aligning with Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing, right? Douluo's expression tightened. What do you want? This kid wouldn't want to use his hand to kill the prince and provoke internal strife in the Tiando royal family. Would he? Mou's expression turned serious. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, the current crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xuexing, is from the Spirit Hall, and the other several princes who mysteriously met their demise were all eliminated by the Spirit Hall. Douluo was stunned, and Douluo, who was held by Mou, was also stunned. What a shocking secret. What do you mean by saying it so casually? Are you making fun of me? Douluo's eyes twitched slightly. If this news is true, how could it be said so easily? After a pause, Douluo continued. The Spirit Hall wouldn't want to use this news to eliminate the crown prince of the Tiando royal family, and then support that waste, Xuebing, to rise to power, right? You figure that out? Mou looked surprised. Hiss, you're actually this smart? Douluo, is this kid mocking him? Damn. Mou clapped his hands in admiration. Since you think so, let's settle it this way. You go spread this news. Xuexing has just gone to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. With this crown prince's abilities, he should be able to easily win over the old cunning Ming Fengji. Then, the Tiando Empire can eliminate this closely related crown prince to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and replace him with the waste, Xuebing. A wise move. Douluo's eyes twitched wildly. Damn, this kid is mocking me. At such a time, spreading this kind of news, regardless of whether it's true or false. Who would believe it? The suddenly exposed negative news about the crown prince Xuexing, who is in his prime, benefits whom the most? Isn't it Prince Xuexing, who supports Xuebing? If this leads to a rift between the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the Tiando royal family, who knows what that confused old Emperor Shui will do? Moreover, most of the nobles in the Tiando Empire have already sided with Xuexing. With such news, even if there is no evidence, those people would turn any evidence into a false accusation. This means that, regardless of whether this matter is true or false, it has to be false. Otherwise, the Tiando Empire would be thrown into chaos. I cannot help you with such a thing. Douluo refused. Are you sure? Mou's finger gently slid across Douluo's face. The touch was nice, smooth. Douluo, little lecher. Stop it. Damn. Why is this kid not affected by the phosphor snake poison? The phosphor snake poison on Yin Yan's body is clearly not controlled. What lecher? Don't say such harsh words. Montagu gently pinched Douluo's cheek. I'm just being kind. After all, you're about to die. If I don't take care of it, who knows when your granddaughter will be left to rot in the wilderness? Douluo's expression darkened. Do you think you can easily take me down? I'm... Slap. Before Douluo could finish his sentence, the impatient Xiangjun moved, striking Douluo directly into the ground, firmly sealing him. Not much skill, but a bad temper. Xiangjun disdainfully said, Can't even withstand a slap. What's so tough about it? Grandpa. Looking at the suddenly disappeared Douluo, Douluo let out a desperate cry. Her grandfather was gone. Don't panic, he's not dead yet. Mou gave Xiangjun a speechless look. Can't you let him be convinced by virtue for once? Not dead? Looking at the deep pit before her, Douluo's eyes brimmed with tears, wanting to cry but unsure whether she should. Mou released Douluo, walked to the pit, and conjured a milky white healing light, tossing it onto the unconscious Douluo. Wake up, if you don't wake up. I'll sell your granddaughter into the mountains as a village woman. Douluo, who had regained some blood from Mou's healing power, struggled to rise from the pit. Let's talk, we can negotiate. He had softened. So strong. That slap just now nearly killed him. Is the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall this terrifying? Looking at Douluo's face, which was filled with submission, Mou was somewhat unaccustomed. I still appreciate your previous rebellious demeanor. Douluo's expression stiffened slightly. Rebellious? If he continued to be rebellious, he would probably turn into a puddle of mud. A few minutes later, under Douluo's guidance, Mou and his group finally arrived at their destination for this operation, the Ice Fire Tuinai. Due to the impact of the Ice Fire Dragon King's fall, a wonder was formed, one side icy to the bone, the other side fiery and passionate. There's indeed a dragon's aura here. Dition said excitedly. He had already felt that powerful dragon aura. If you can withstand the fire poison or cold poison, you can go down and take a look. They both died down there. Mou pointed at the large double pot. It's not deep, probably just over 1,000 meters. Dition's expression froze. Over 1,000 meters. And it's not deep. For a short time, it was manageable, but if he dove down, he couldn't withstand the intense fire poison and cold poison. However, over 1,000 meters, no wonder no one has discovered it in all these years. Who could go down there to see other than Mou? Who is immune to ice and fire? Dragon Clan? Douluo looked puzzled. Are there spirit beasts here? By the way, let me briefly explain. Mou released the Silver Dragon King from the special space of the Angel Spirit, and as soon as the little Silver Dragon King left that comfortable space, it immediately climbed in front of Mou, firmly sealing him. Having gotten used to it, Mou patted the silly dragon's head and introduced, "This is the place where the Ice-Fire Dragon King fell. Everything here is nurtured because of them, and this." Mou pointed at the Silver Dragon King. "This ancestor is the father of the Ice-Fire Dragon King, the heir of the Dragon God. In other words, everything here is her property. As the second of the Dragon God's 9 sons, the Silver Dragon King, as half of the Dragon God, is the closest heir to the inheritance of their deceased legacy." So his explanation was completely valid. Here is the property of the Silver Dragon King. Douluo's eyes twitched slightly. Although he completely disbelieved Mou's nonsensical explanation, he did not refute it either. The situation was stronger than the person. What could he do if this kid directly said he wanted this place? Resistance? Reasoning? What reasoning? This kind of natural wonder is truly a place for the capable. He just happened to discover it decades early and relied on the ice and fire toxins here to suppress the deadly toxins of the Phosphor Snake Emperor. The things here indeed have little to do with him. Chapter 69, 10,000 Years Spirit Bone. After Mou detailed the origins of the ice, fire, Tuin-I. Douluo fell into silence. How to say it? Although this kid's words were absurd, he had a vague feeling that what this kid said was true. After all, the ice fire Tuin-I, such a wonder, must have a reason for its existence, right? By the way, as compensation for you managing this land for these years, I can help you solve your poisoning problem. Saying this, Mou looked at Douluo and her poisoning problem. Douluo's expression froze. How do you know I am poisoned? Don't mind how I know. Just tell me if you'll treat it or not. Mou asked. The poison problem of Douluo is something that anyone with a bit of research on poisons can see. For example, the who guards Xian Rinxue in Tiando City has already noticed it, but he just didn't say it out loud. Because there's no point in saying it. When it comes to the study of poison, Li is not inferior to Douluo. Seeing Douluo, a title Daoliu known for poison, being poisoned to such a state by his own poison, even affecting his descendants, what can be said? This still has a bit of sympathy for Douluo, as they are both titled Daoliu who study poison, which can be considered mutual respect. However, since Douluo stands with the Tiando Empire, that has no interest in helping, so he pretends to know nothing. Can you really help me? Douluo's emotions were somewhat collapsing. Among the soul masters who awakened the Baihun Snake Martial Soul, no one had ever successfully cultivated beyond level 70 before him, because the toxins carried by this martial soul are too strong. Even a user would be harmed by the poison. Previous Baihun Snake Soul Masters dared not continue cultivating after reaching the Soul Emperor level. But he did not give up. After fortuitously finding this piece of treasure land and successfully suppressing his snake poison, he struggled for decades and successfully reached the title Douluo level, evolving his martial soul into the Baihun Snake Emperor. It was also for this reason that he could continue to suppress the Baihun snake poison within Douluo. But he knew very well that the poison within him could not be suppressed for much longer. What would happen to his granddaughter after he dies? The backlash of the Baihun Snake Martial Soul's poison was not originally so terrifying. It was all because of him. In order to cultivate the Baihun Snake Martial Soul into the Baihun Snake Emperor, he used too much poison on himself, and that poison, like a curse, was passed on to his son. Granddaughter. Because of this mastery of poison, his family was ruined. Her poisoning is not deep, it's simple. But you are different. You have cultivated for most of your life using the wrong methods, and the poison has penetrated to the bone. To completely heal, you can only give up this mastery of poison or undergo conservative treatment to avoid feeling as miserable as you do now. But sooner or later, you will not be able to suppress this thing. Mou said. He had just carefully examined Douluo's condition with his spiritual power and found that this guy was really beyond saving. Either disperse this mastery of poison or slowly wait to die. Using Tang San's method of transferring the poison to the soul bone is a kind of delaying treatment. If Douluo stops cultivating and no longer uses this mastery of poison, Tang San's method is indeed feasible. But is it possible? A poisoned Douluo not using poison? Give up my mastery of poison. Douluo's emotions changed significantly. This is impossible. He had already lost too much for this mastery of poison. How could he throw away the fruits of his lifelong efforts? Even if he dies, he must take this mastery of poison with him. I'm just suggesting. As for how you choose, I don't care. Mo shrugged. Solving Douluo's poison problem was purely a whim. This guy owed him a favor, and in the future, whether it was about Tang San's matters or the issues with the Tindo Empire, Douluo would be a very useful tool. What you call conservative treatment. How long can I live? Douluo asked. Giving up this mastery of poison is no different from being useless. For a titled Douluo, becoming useless is worse than death. So he absolutely cannot give up. As long as you use less poison, living to about 100 years old shouldn't be a problem. Mo said, the lifespan of an ordinary titled Douluo is actually not much different from that of ordinary people. Only after reaching level 97 will there be an increase in lifespan. Before that, soul masters only have powerful strength and robust bodies compared to ordinary people. Douluo was taken aback. Then how long can I live if I'm completely cured? About 100 years too. Mo looked at him as if he were foolish. How long do you want to live? A twitch appeared at the corner of Douluo's eye. What's the difference? Anyway, he could live normally until he died. So why should he give up his poison skills? The difference is, Montak you pause it. Complete healing is relatively simple. You can enjoy your old age, while conservative treatment is more painful. And you can't use your poison skills recklessly like before, or else there's a risk of toxin spread, and you could die suddenly. Douluo fell silent. It wasn't that he doubted Mo wanted to harm him. After all, he had just been knocked out by this big guy with one slap. If Mo wanted to attack him, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. However, if this kid saved him, he would really have to submit to the Wuhuan Hall. Grandpa? Douluo gently tugged at Douluo. What was it he said about poisoning? Mo said so much, but she barely understood. Looking at his granddaughter, Douluo paused slightly, then bowed to Mo and said, please. If he died, it would be his own fault. Practicing poison skills had led to the demise of his entire family. But his granddaughter was innocent, and even if Mo could only save Douluo, he couldn't refuse. Have you thought it through? Mo asked. Douluo was no child. He could definitely see why Mo, despite being in an absolute advantage, still wanted to show kindness. It was simply to make him willing to cooperate. Earlier it was just coercion, but now, this old guy owed him a life debt. What he did or didn't he do would no longer be up to him. I've thought it through. Douluo nodded. He had lived a carefree life, and now, at his age, for Douluo, he accepted it. That's good. Mo took out several large bones, emitting an enticing aura from his storage soul guide, and looked at Douluo. Pick one. Consider it your welcome gift. 10,000 years soul bones. Douluo's expression went out of control. For pieces of 10,000 years soul bones. And the years weren't low. Is the Wuhuan Hall that rich? Give it to me? Douluo looked at the precious soul bones in disbelief. It seemed even a titled Douluo would find it hard to obtain this stuff. The soul bone from the head of the bright unicorn. The right arm bone of the flame giant lizard. The left leg bone of the purple lightning tyrannosaurus. And the trunk bone of the dragon eagle. Were respectively 2,000 years, 4,000 years, 5,000 years, and 8,000 years. Mo introduced. See which one you like. Soul Beast guarantee a 100 soul bone yield, and he had 4 soul rings, naturally having 4 soul bones. Moreover, he didn't absorb such things. Even in his previous life, he had never absorbed any soul bones because he wasn't interested. He didn't want someone else's bones in his body. Are you really giving this to me? Douluo looked at him in disbelief. Saying she didn't want it would definitely be a lie. Which soul master could refuse a soul bone? Especially such high-quality 10,000 year soul bones. But why should she take something so precious? Seeing that Douluo seemed reluctant to touch it, Mo directly took back the 3 smaller ones and placed the largest trunk bone in Douluo's hands. This one has the highest age and best quality. Take it. The trunk bone has the lowest yield rate among soul bones. This 8,000-year dragon eagle trunk bone would be a treasure even in the Wuhuan Hall. If it were in his last life, he would have sent these things early to Bibi Dong to help her win people's hearts. But in this life, he had no interest in that. Giving it to Bibi Dong would only earn him a round of false praise. While giving it to a girl like Douluo would earn him a devoted little fan, and he would feel good about it. Chapter 70. The undesired 10,000-year soul bone. Sorry, we can't accept this. Before Douluo could say anything, Douluo took the soul bone and returned it to Mo. Treating the snake poison had already put him in debt to this adult. If he accepted this soul bone, he would have to go through fire and water. There was no way to justify it. Moreover, the 8,000-year trunk bone is a treasure of the world. To put it bluntly, this is not something that they can possess. If discovered, Douluo might not survive until the next day. Even he, a titled Douluo, Couldn't T protect her? 8,000 years. Still an extremely rare trunk bone, even if the people from the Wuhuan Hall didn't T act. The old dragon of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus and those two old geezers from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect would definitely be interested. This gift is too precious. They cannot afford it. I'm not giving it to you. So why are you butting in? Mou unhappily pressed the soul bone into Douluo's hands. Listen to me. Take it. We can't take it. Douluo interrupted. Not taking it means you're not giving me face. Mou said with an unhappy expression. Are you sure you want to not give me face? Life is more important than face. Douluo insisted. He wanted this thing too, but he knew very well that they couldn't keep this soul bone. This isn't a treasure. It's a ticking time bomb. Once Douluo absorbed it, he would be completely under Mou's control. After all, as long as Mou leaked the news of the soul bone in an instant, let alone the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, even the reclusive Haoyan sect would come to snatch it. This is not something common. It's an 8,000-year trunk bone. He even suspected that this kid had secretly stolen it from the Wuhuan Hall's treasury. Otherwise, how could such a precious thing be so casually given away? Sorry, I really can't accept it. Douluo reluctantly returned the soul bone to Mou. Although she wanted it very much, she wasn't foolish. What value did she have to deserve a 10,000-year soul bone that could drive a titled Douluo crazy? Moreover, she had heard from her teacher Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng that even for a super sect like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, a 10,000-year soul bone could be considered a supreme treasure for sect inheritance. The 8,000-year trunk bone before her was not something she could possess. Fidgeting, clearly wanting it but not accepting it, humans are so hypocritical, Xiong sneered. These two were obviously starry-eyed at the sight of those soul bones a moment ago. But now they wouldn't even take them if given for free. How fake. Because they have brains. Tian shot a disdainful glance at Xiong. After living in Wuhuan City for these years, they didn't even take the initiative to understand the situation of humans. For soul bones of this level, even those super Douluos in the offering hall would be tempted. How could these two weak humans dare to take them? For humans, the allure of soul bones is similar to that of Tianming and auspicious beasts, but such precious things also come with dangers. Without sufficient strength, can one possess Tianming? Can one keep the three-eyed golden lion by their side? You're worried this thing will bring about a calamity, right? Mou looked at Douluo. Or are you worried I'll use this to threaten you in the future? Both, Douluo admitted frankly. The lives of the two of them were entirely in this kid's hands now. Death he could accept, but if he were forced to do something disgusting he didn't want to do because of this, he couldn't accept it. Montague was speechless. Why was it so troublesome to send a small gift when he was in a good mood? Although he had such thoughts, well, if they didn't want it, then forget it. Mou smacked his lips and put the soul bone away. In this day and age, good things couldn't even be given away. Douluo, is this just a simple good thing? They didn't accept it, and Mou didn't insist anymore. After all, this thing indeed carries a lot of risks. He couldn't dare to take the 8,000-year torso bone, but the 4,000-year right arm bone should be acceptable, right? Mou stubbornly took out the right arm bone of the flame giant lizard. The soul bone of the purple lightning Tyrannosaurus was not suitable for Douluo, and he felt that the 2,000-year light unicorn head soul bone was too low level. So this right arm bone should be fine, right? Even if this thing was discovered and you couldn't defeat them, you could just cut off her right hand, couldn't you? Mou said. Upon hearing this, Douluo instinctively covered her right hand with her left hand. She didn't want to become disabled. Mou frowned slightly. If you don't take this thing, I'll really be unhappy. The head and torso soul bones indeed carry great risks, but even if the hand soul bone is exposed, it wouldn't lead to death. If you can't even bear this kind of risk, I seriously doubt your safety. Just take it, Douluo said. He had figured out, if they refused again, their grandfather-granddaughter duo would probably be done for. Soul bones not only win people's hearts, but also serve as insurance. Not accepting that torso bone was understandable. But if they were resolutely refusing this right arm bone, that really didn't make sense. Why does it seem like I'm begging you to accept it? Mou was quite displeased. This was a 10,000-year soul bone. He could easily use this to pull in a title Douluo at the Elder Hall. Absorb it. I want to see you absorb it. Mou pressed the soul bone into Douluo's hand. Oh, realizing that she seemed to have misunderstood Mou, Douluo felt a bit dizzy. This guy really seemed to just want to give her something. While Douluo absorbed the soul bone, Mou began to observe the various celestial herbs here. He recognized all of them. He had read through the collection in the Wuhuan Temple's library, and he also looked through the treasure materials in the offering hall. With a brilliant mind and strong mental power, he could remember things to a certain extent. Now, After absorbing the million-year level mental power from Tianming, he could even replay and analyze every single moment of the past frame by frame in his mind. This knowledge of celestial herbs was completely effortless for him. However, he was not interested in these flowers and plants. In his previous life, he had once whimsically come here to take a water fairy jade bone and a heartbroken red, but he hadn't touched anything else. The water fairy jade bone was for his little cat, while the heartbroken red was just for fun. Moreover, he hadn't absorbed those things because he didn't think his talent needed any enhancement from them. Without the cheat of the divine examination, he could become a title Daoliu at 18 and a limit Daoliu before 26. Did he really have any room for improvement in such talent? He felt there was none. He hadn't even absorbed the 100,000-year soul bones from his 7th soul ring or the soul bones of the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor. His 99th level soul power was purely cultivated by himself. Therefore, whether it was soul bones or celestial herbs, he truly looked down on them. He didn't need these things. Even in his last life, he didn't value them. And with so many ferocious beasts waiting to be sacrificed in this life, he valued them even less. The only thing he lacked was the opportunity to become a god. If he were given a level 1 divine position, he could definitely beat Tang San, who only inherited the sea god position, to a pulp. Of course, he couldn't do the same against the Shura god Tang San, because the rank of divine power, the rank of the god king, has absolute suppression over a level 1 god, and there is simply no such thing as fighting across ranks. Plus, with that super artifact, the Shura god holds a significant advantage against god kings of the same level. So if a level 1 god faced a god king, it would be purely handing over food. Chapter 71. MOU's Treatment. Before long, Douluo successfully absorbed the 4,000-year right arm bone of the flame giant lizard, and she even successfully leveled up from 25 to 28. I have to say, the improvement brought by this soul bone is indeed significant. How do you feel? Douluo asked excitedly. This is a 4,000-year soul bone. His head soul bone was only 10,000-year-old. After absorbing the soul bone, Douluo looked at MOU with a bit of fiery passion in her eyes, but considering the situation, she still restrained herself. This fire attribute soul bone has added a fire poison property to my emerald green snake's venom, and this fire poison also has a very strong corrosive nature. Saying this, Douluo summoned her emerald green snake Wuhuan. Unlike before, the current emerald green snake Wuhuan had a distinct fire attribute aura. After the Wuhuan manifestation, Douluo's pupils changed from their original emerald green to fiery red vertical pupils. Emerald green, fire poison, Douluo shouted, and a piece of what looked like external armor appeared on her right arm, which was exactly the right arm bone of the flame giant lizard that she had just absorbed. A wave of light, red, poisonous mist surged from Douluo's right hand, rushing towards a tree 10 meters away. Douluo looked puzzled. What is this? Even someone as experienced as Douluo was astonished by the scene before him. The light, red, poisonous mist, upon contact with the tree, seemed to burn the bark away with high temperature, and the inner trunk appeared corroded. After the red, poisonous mist passed, the thick tree trunk, over a meter in diameter, visibly decayed and aged. Death. If this were used against a person, wouldn't it turn into corpse water? No, corpse mist. MOU rubbed his chin and said quietly, why is this 10,000-year soul bone so powerful? This fire poison would be disastrous for anyone below the Soul Emperor. Douluo was delighted. This soul bone had directly multiplied Douluo's combat power several times. He couldn't say for sure about Soul Kings, but within the Soul Sect, absolutely no one could get close to her. You have to know, Douluo is still just a great soul master. Why not absorb this torso bone and see the effect? MOU curiously took out the dragon eagle torso bone. If this 4,000-year right arm bone has such an effect, wouldn't this 80,000-year torso bone be incredible? No way. Douluo quickly waved her hand to refuse. She really couldn't take any more. One soul bone was already more than she could repay. How could she take another? But I'm really curious about what this thing can do, MOU said somewhat regretfully. He definitely wouldn't absorb these things. But he was very curious about the effects after Douluo absorbed them. Soul bones are surprisingly magical. You won't plan to give my soul bone to someone else in the future, will you? A cold voice floated over from Ziji. MOU turned his head, looking strange. Of course, I have to keep your bones for myself. How could I give them to others? Why would I give my own? In his previous life, he had kept the soul bones of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, and after becoming a title Daoliu, he directly placed the soul bones in the special space of the Angel Wuhuan, where only he and the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor could access them. That's good. Ziji nodded in satisfaction. She knew MOU was unwilling to absorb soul bones, But if this guy intended to give her soul bones to others, she absolutely wouldn't accept it. Bai Ji didn't have this concern, as she had talked to the Snow Emperor a lot and had a sense of what MOU could do. Just like now, MOU was purely curious about what effects the soul bones could bring. It definitely wasn't the kind of thing this little girl had imagined. All right, the soul bone has been absorbed. Now it's time for treatment. You go first. MOU looked at Douluo. Although he still didn't know what poison he had been afflicted with, Douluo cooperatively sat cross-legged on the ground as MOU requested. Next, clear your mind and hand over control of your soul power to me. Don't resist and don't fight back even if it hurts, MOU instructed. Okay, Douluo nodded seriously. Then let's get started. After saying that, MOU placed his palm on Douluo's back and began his operation. The method to treat Douluo was quite simple. He just needed to forcibly draw the poison spreading throughout her body into her soul bone, and then teach her a customized soul power operation method. This way, she wouldn't experience the same situation as Douluo in the future. As MOU manipulated Douluo's soul power in a relatively aggressive manner, Douluo let out painful whimpers, but still gritted her teeth and persisted without resisting. Although Douluo felt heartbroken, he couldn't intervene, as he didn't understand what was happening. Shouldn't treating an illness involve medicine? Why was it directly relying on the manipulation of soul power? Time passed second by second, and Douluo began to tremble all over, with a horrifying blood mist oozing from her skin. Seeing this, Douluo couldn't hold back any longer. What was going on? He thought it was healing, but why did it resemble the situation right before a soul master absorbed an excessively aged soul ring, where they might explode? What are you panicking about? Don't worry, this little girl will be fine, Bai Ji said. You should be worried about yourself. The others, including Di Tian, nodded in agreement. They had no doubt about MOU's abilities, but if this girl, who was only slightly poisoned, was in such a state, then what about the old guy with a severe case? Noticing the inexplicable, somewhat pitying gazes from the others, Douluo felt an involuntary chill down his spine. He felt that his future seemed a bit grim. Before long, MOU's treatment was finished, and Douluo, who had endured a long ordeal, fainted and fell into MOU's arms. I just said not to resist. I didn't say you couldn't make a sound, MOU said with a hint of amusement. You're shaking all over from the pain and still too proud to cry out. Is Yin Yin okay? Douluo asked with concern. She is fine. She is just too tired and fell asleep, MOU replied, giving Douluo a healing light orb and laying her down on the ground to rest. Now, it's your turn, MOU revealed a mischievous smile. Since Douluo was a young girl, he had been gentle with her earlier, even taking many detours to help her find the most suitable soul power operation route in a more peaceful manner. This could even be considered a unique technique that would not only help her perfectly control the snake poison, but also accelerate her cultivation. However, when it came to Douluo, this old man, MOU wasn't going to be so lenient. Severe conditions require strong medicine. Old poisoner, be mentally prepared, MOU reminded. Douluo's poison had only just begun to affect her meridians, but Douluo's poison had already penetrated to the bone. Douluo had merely experienced skin-deep pain, while Douluo was at least facing the level of scraping bones to detoxify. Looking at MOU's kind expression, Douluo felt a chill in his heart. To be honest, he was starting to have second thoughts about the treatment. But the arrow was already on the string. He couldn't escape. Come on. Douluo steeled his heart, sat cross-legged on the ground, and gritted his teeth. He had endured decades of bone-corroding pain. Isn't it just, what are you screaming for? Your granddaughter isn't even crying out. A little girl is stronger than you. Hold it in. Clear your mind. I told you to clear your mind. Damn it. Xiangjun, give him a slap. Smack. Douluo fainted. MOU continued. Douluo was awakened by the pain. Smack. The cycle continued, echoing endlessly. Chapter 72. Ice and Fire Dragon King, almost an hour later. MOU's treatment ended. Douluo, with tears streaming down his face, collapsed on the ground, radiating a strong aura of despair. He was wrong. He shouldn't have trusted this guy. Was this even healing? He had endured snake poison for decades. Today, he finally understood what hell on earth felt like. Is it really this painful? MOU asked, somewhat confused. I don't think you should compare yourself to them in this regard, Xiangjun advised. The others nodded in agreement. MOU's pain tolerance was no joke. This guy seemed completely unresponsive to injuries like shattered meridians or broken limbs. Especially during fights, he was a complete madman. They had previously thought that the battles between soul beasts were brutal enough, but after fighting this guy and witnessing his human-like beastly violence, even Di Tian and Xiangjun felt creeped out. MOU shrugged. I think I'm actually quite gentle. Pain tolerance can be trained. He had practiced for 20 years in his previous life. Although he would feel pain, it wouldn't be as intense as Douluo's reaction. Seeing this old man with tears streaming down his face, Moyu decided not to disturb him any further and let him rest. I'll take her down to see if we can awaken these two dragon souls. With that, Moyu activated his angel spirit and summoned the Silver Dragon King, leaping down into the ice and fire two-element eye. With immunity to ice and fire, plus poison immunity, even the fire and ice poisons contained in this massive dual-element pot had no effect on him. Furthermore, he had taken the time to learn swimming over the past 2 years to avoid any unforeseen retribution from Xiangjun. Before long, Moyu reached the bottom of the ice and fire two-element eye, where he saw two enormous skeletal frames, the remains of the ice and fire dragon kings. "Hey, silly dragon, take a look." Moyu patted the Silver Dragon King's head. Upon sensing this familiar energy, the Silver Dragon King surprisingly opened its eyes. In the next moment, the energy at the bottom of the deep pool began to converge towards the two skeletal frames, with ice and fire energies intertwining and gathering. At this point, the Silver Dragon King in Moyu's arms finally let go. "Dragon God?" X2, a male and female voice of confusion echoed in Moyu's ears. Simultaneously, the rich ice and fire elements at the bottom of the pool coalesced into an ice blue and a fire-red dragon-shaped phantom, staring intently at the bewildered, silly dragon in front of Moyu. Very similar, but not the dragon god, the Fire Dragon King shook its head. "Don't you recognize her?" Moyu asked in confusion. "Who are you?" The Ice Dragon King questioned. They were at least 1,000 meters below the surface, and the closer they got to them, the stronger the impact of the ice and fire elements became. A mortal could not withstand the pressure of these two extreme elements, which meant that anyone who hadn't reached the level of a god would be unable to approach their remains. However, this human child had no divine energy aura. All that was present was soul power, which felt very off. And this little girl, who bore a resemblance to the dragon god, felt incomplete to them. My situation is a bit hard to explain, but the dragon god is dead, cut in half by the Shura god. And this little girl is one half, the Silver Dragon King, Moyu explained. "The dragon god is dead," the Ice and Fire Dragon King exclaimed in shock. Shortly after the war began, they were severely injured by the benevolent and evil gods and fell to the mortal realm. By the time their consciousness returned, it had already been tens of thousands of years. Upon awakening, they found their bodies had long since decayed, their divine consciousness shattered, and their severely injured souls could not maintain awareness for long. Before long, they had to fall back into slumber. As a result, they knew nothing about the situation outside. They didn't even know how long they had been dead. They could only vaguely sense that the little bit of consciousness they had left would not last much longer, at most a few thousand years before completely dissipating. "There's quite a commotion down there," Dition said nervously, watching the area below the ice and fire duality eye. Just now, an extremely pure ice element and fire element had gathered, and he also felt the resurgence of the Dragon Clan's aura he sensed earlier. "Do they know our master?" Bai Ji asked with concern. The dragon god had been cut in half by the Azura god at the final moments of the divine battle, and the Ice and Fire Dragon King had been severely injured and gone missing long ago. They probably didn't even know that the dragon god was dead, let alone that he had split into the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. They should be able to recognize it. After all, it's the dragon god's aura. However, whether they will acknowledge this soul beast overlord is uncertain, Dition sighed. The Silver Dragon King was now just a child, and his original consciousness had fallen into slumber. Even though these two dragon souls were like flickering candles in the wind, they were elders who had fought alongside the dragon god. Strictly speaking, the Silver Dragon King was their junior. Moreover, the Silver Dragon King was also in a severely injured state, his combat power only slightly stronger than Mo's peak in his previous life. If they couldn't reach an agreement, fighting these two remnants would likely yield no benefits. Unlike Dition's worries, after Mo's explanation, the Ice and Fire Dragon King did not reject the new soul beast overlord succeeding the dragon god. They merely questioned, "How can a human like you be willing to help the soul beast clan?" The gods of the divine realm today were either humans who cultivated and ascended from Douluo Star or humans who ascended from other worlds governed by the Douluo divine realm. In a sense, the divine realm was aligned with humanity. However, since the dragon god's time, the Soul Beast clan had been a thorn in the side of the divine realm. After receiving the information transmitted by Moyu through mental power, they gained a clear understanding of the current situation of the Soul Beast clan on Douluo Star. The divine realm wanted to completely eradicate the Soul Beast clan. In ancient times on Douluo Star, the Soul Beast clan was the sole ruler, while humans were merely a weak race struggling to survive in the cracks. If it weren't for the Douluo divine realm's wanton suppression of the Soul Beast clan, how could humans have found the opportunity to develop into their current power? The once dominant Douluo Star had now become a cultivation tool for humans. I'm not helping the Soul Beast clan. Strictly speaking, I'm mainly helping a friend, Montaku Collectet. Just as he initially told the Silver Dragon King, he truly disliked this disgusting world. However, he did not have to change the situation. Out of sight, out of mind was also a choice. If it weren't for being forcibly entangled by the Silver Dragon King this time, he would have intended to try for the Sea God position first. If successful, he would team up with Qianrenxue to take revenge 3 against 1. But if he couldn't inherit the Sea God position, he didn't know what he would do. Maybe he would really slip away. Thank you for being willing to try for the Soul Beast clan, but I'm afraid we can't help you with anything, the Ice Dragon King said regretfully. Although he also wanted to fight again, his condition no longer allowed it. Their bodies had already shattered, merging with the land beneath them. After 1,000,000 years, their power had long since dissipated, coupled with their shattered divine consciousness. The remaining dragon souls could only continue to exist by relying on this special space formed when their life force dissipated. This meant they could not leave this land. I can help you leave here, Imoyu said, but will take some time. He had carefully observed the situation before entering. The so-called ice and fire duality I existed entirely due to the elemental energy contained in the corpses of the 2 dragon kings. If he took these 2 dragons away, the ice and fire duality I would soon disappear, lasting only a few more years at most. It was like removing the power source from a furnace. It wouldn't take long to cool down, and the heating effect would diminish. However, he still planned to use the ice and fire duality to entice Tang San. If he took the 2 dragon kings away now, by the time Tang San reached the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, the ice and fire duality I would probably have turned into a pool of ordinary stagnant water. Moreover, without the influence of these 2 elemental forces, those celestial herbs outside would likely wither. He hadn't even thought about how to use those things. He wasn't interested himself, but he couldn't just give them away. As for refining medicine with celestial herbs, that was a joke. These top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures often shared a common trait. Their effectiveness diminishes with repeated use. In other words, they're useful the first time, but the effect will be significantly reduced the second time. Can you really expect to mix a bunch of herbs that treat cold symptoms, heat symptoms, gynecological issues, physical weakness, poisoning, and so on, and then cure all of them at once? It would be a miracle if it didn't send someone straight to their grave. Help us leave? The Ice and Fire Dragon King was somewhat incredulous. Their dragon souls relied on this environment rich in ice and fire elemental energy to barely survive. If they left here, how long could their flickering dragon souls last? I have a special space here. This dull-headed dragon usually sleeps inside. You can go in and take a look first. As he spoke, Imoyu flapped his wings, approached the dragon souls of the 2 dragon kings, and with a touch of his hand, directly collected them inside. Why aren't they coming back up? ZG said, a bit worried. She couldn't handle this dual hot pot. If something went wrong down there, Imoyu might not be able to escape. The elemental energy below is very stable, indicating that they haven't fought. There's no need to worry, Dtion said. ZG was still uneasy. But we can't just leave them down there. Dtion took a step back to avoid the water rich in ice and fire toxins splashing onto him, which would be quite uncomfortable. After a few seconds of the group retreating, Imoyu flew out from the ice and fire duality, and landed on the ground. How is it going? Dtion asked nervously. Don't worry, they're quite easy to communicate with, and have already reached an agreement, Imoyu said. The Ice and Fire Dragon King turned out to be a couple. The Ice Dragon King was male, and the Fire Dragon King was female. They say water and fire cannot coexist, but it's true that red and blue have always made a perfect pair. Have you already collected both of them? Dtion asked. Imoyu shook his head. Not yet. I plan to come back in a few years. The Ice and Fire duality still has value for existence. It's not enough to just take the dragon soul. He also needs to take the corpses of the 2 dragon kings, as they are the foundation of the Ice and Fire duality. Without the dragon king's bones, this place will cease to exist. After explaining the situation to Emperor Tian and the others, Imoyu looked at the nearby, slumped Du Gubo, and the already awake Du Gu Yin who was tending to him. By the way, how are you 2 feeling? Du Gu Yin turned her head with joy, saying, I feel great. when she followed the traces of soul power that Mou had controlled within her body to circulate her soul power. She found that her cultivation speed was more than 3 times faster than before. How amazing. The soul power operation route I modified for you. Please don't change it on your own, okay? Montauk you'll remind it. To help Du Guyan form a meridian memory of this route. He had deliberately walked through it several times and even created a 4th special corridor with his own soul power, ensuring her soul power could only flow that way. As long as Du Guyan follows this route about 10 more times, she won't stray from it. Yes, Du Guyan nodded seriously. This is a special soul power operation method that Mou specifically created for her. She won't forget it. How about you? Mou looked at Du Gubo, who hadn't recovered yet. Du Gubo felt a bit intimidated to meet Mou's gaze. To be honest, he was afraid of this guy. He thought he had already experienced hellish suffering over the past few decades, and that nothing could move him anymore. But just now, the violent extraction of toxins from his body by Mou truly made him experience what real hell was. If it weren't for being held hostage by those 2 big guys, he would have considered suicide. It was too painful. Better to be dead than alive. This guy's a living Yama. Luckily, I'm already at level 92, Du Gubo said bitterly. After being tormented by Mou, although he suffered greatly. His level 91 barrier had been broken, and now at level 92, his strength was significantly stronger than before. Moreover, he wouldn't have to endure that excruciating pain anymore. Breaking through is good, but I still need to remind you to use poison sparingly, Mou said. Although I have extracted all the poison from your body into the soul bone, if you frequently use poison techniques, those toxins will gradually spread again. If you're lucky, you might revert to your old self. If you're unlucky and the toxins go out of control, they could explode from the soul bone. Since you have a head soul bone, the likelihood of dying on the spot is high. His treatment method for Du Gubo was similar to washing the lungs of a long-term smoker whose lungs had turned into a mass of black clumps. Of course, it was a thorough cleaning that left them renewed. This was also why Du Gubo suffered so much. It was far scarier than scraping bones to cure poison. However, similarly, if Du Gubo recklessly used his poison, it would be like a new lung for an old smoker who started smoking recklessly again. The original lungs had adapted to that high-intensity battle, but this new lung would be overwhelmed right away, likely leading to problems. Du Gubo's current body was like a new lung. It needed to adapt slowly and couldn't be overly stimulated. Of course, you might not remember this verbally. Mou stroked his chin. Let's do it this way. I will give you a 20-year guarantee for this treatment. If any issues arise during this period, I could treat you again for free. Du Gubo's expression froze. I don't think that's necessary, right? You really don't have to be so responsible. A guarantee period? Come on. You would rather die than go through this again. Absolutely not. No. Mou shook his head. Although I'm not a doctor, I have medical ethics. I promised to heal you, and I provided you with this service with a definite outcome. At least you can live to about 100 years old, and I will never let you die early. So, you can go ahead and indulge. I'm here. Don't worry. Du Gubo looked constipated. Really, there was no need to be so responsible. You wouldn't mind living a few years less. Old Poison Master, to be honest. You wouldn't want your granddaughter to be alone and bullied, right? Mou said with a kind expression. Du Gubo, what kind of sin have I committed? How'd I end up meeting a living Yama like you? Chapter 74. Suggestions. By the way, you should eat this. Mou thought for a moment and pulled out a sweet potato golden dragon and handed it to Du Guyan. What is this? Du Guyan asked, puzzled. My grandfather said that everything here is very dangerous, and he didn't know what effects they have, so he has never dared to touch anything all these years. It's a celestial herb, the sweet potato golden dragon. Your by Lin Snake Martial Soul is a subordinate branch of the dragon. This celestial herb already has a dragon quality. If you eat it, it might evolve your martial soul. At the very least, it can evolve into the Bai Lin Snake Emperor, Mou explained. Having saved the lives of his grandfather and granddaughter, helping Du Guyan evolve her martial soul would be about right. Hearing Mou describe it this way, Du Gubo was somewhat skeptical, but before he could say anything, Du Guyan interrupted him. Should I eat it directly? Mou nodded, yes. Just eat it all at once. These celestial herbs are actually fine to swallow in one go. The so-called method of consumption is just to make them seem more refined. After all, when large-souled beasts consume these things, the effect is the same. Do they squat down and eat the petals, then the flower cores, and then the stems? They just swallow it all. After receiving Mou's confirmation, Du Guyan did not hesitate and started eating immediately. Du Gubo, who was nearby, hesitated. Why is this girl so obedient? He had previously said that everything here is very dangerous, and he didn't dare to touch anything casually. Now this kid just pulled one out of the ground. Who knows if it will cause any trouble? While Du Guyan was eating, Mou looked at Douluo and said, by the way, her current soul power is at level 28. Once she absorbs this thing, she should quickly reach level 30. But don't rush to find soul rings for her. Let her fully absorb the herb's medicinal power and stabilize before proceeding. If her martial soul successfully evolves into a sub-dragon or even a dragon type, her physical strength will also increase significantly. You can test her physical strength first. Don't put on a soul ring that's a few thousand years old, at least 4,000 years, and if things go well, you can give her a 7 or 8,000 year one. You're not joking, are you? Douluo looked disbelieving. A third soul ring of 4,000 years? In a situation good enough for 7 or 8,000. That could kill someone. Mou shrugged. I'm just making a suggestion. Whether you believe it is up to you. In fact, if Du Guyan's Bailin snake really evolves into a dragon type, she could even go for a 10,000-year soul ring. The dragon race, regardless of type, has an incredibly terrifying physicality. However, Douluo probably wouldn't dare to gamble on a 10,000-year third ring. And it would also make Du Guyan too much of a focal point. Given their situation, that wouldn't be a good thing. So waiting for the fourth soul ring to be 10,000 years would be about right. I believe it. Du Guyan, who had just finished the celestial herb, said firmly. Yin Yen. Douluo frowned. Absorbing a soul ring is not a trivial matter. If something goes wrong, it will affect one's entire life. Don't think that just interrupting the absorption of a high-year soul ring, if it fails, is enough. Failing to absorb a soul ring causes significant damage to the soul master themselves. With a bit of luck, the soul power might drop by 2 or 3 levels. And after some time, it could be replenished. But for those who are unlucky, their soul power level might just get stuck there. He has even seen some reckless soul masters who failed to absorb and ended up disabled, with some even having their martial souls affected. Therefore, if Du Guyan acts recklessly, once a problem arises, she might very well be ruined for life. He is right. Mou agreed. Everyone's situation is different. Those soul rings from Yu Shaojiang are just an average value. Beast martial soul masters have significantly stronger body strength than other soul masters, so they generally absorb soul rings with a longer lifespan. However, support-type soul masters usually have weaker body strength, and the healing-type ones too. If these two types of soul masters try to absorb soul rings according to the standards set for beast martial soul masters, do you think problems might arise? Even in his previous life, he was reckless, but he relied on his basic body strength and his domineering healing ability. As for others, they can't pull off his kind of stunts. All right, think about it first. Anyway, the thing you just swallowed still needs some time to refine. If you trust me, I will personally take you through it later, Mou said. Personally help me? Du Guyan's expression was somewhat off. Are you all right? Seeing Du Guyan's little face flush and heat up, Mou was puzzled. The sweet potato golden dragon didn't seem to have such side effects, right? No, I'm fine. Thank you. I will definitely listen carefully. After saying that, Du Guyan deeply bowed. Don't be too excited. It's just a small matter, Mou said, somewhat unable to understand Du Guyan's state, as it was the first time he had seen such a reaction. However, I should remind you not to get too close to Yu Tianheng. In the future, the blue lightning tyrant dragon will definitely be finished. If you get too close to that guy, your future won't be good either, Mou warned. In his previous life, the blue lightning tyrant dragon lost everyone except for Yu Limyan and a few young disciples who voluntarily joined, and because he intervened, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin couldn't escape either. Later, when he destroyed Yu Shaojiang, the bloodline of the blue lightning tyrant dragon in this world was only left with Yu Limyan, Lu Erlong, and those few young people. Yu Tianheng? Du Guyan was taken aback. I just got to know him. She had just joined the Tiando Royal Academy battle team recently, and Yu Tianheng was the one with the highest soul power among them, so he was temporarily the team captain. However, now her soul power is the highest. It's good that you just got to know him. It's better not to have too many entanglements in the future, Mou advised. Although he helped the grandfather and granddaughter, and even gave Du Guyan the sweet potato golden dragon, if this girl ends up on the opposite side of him, he'll be sorry. Helping is one thing. Killing is another. He helped her, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't kill her. Du Guyan suddenly blushed, as if thinking of something. I will remember. Seeing his granddaughter like this, Douluo looked constipated. Great. Not only did he put himself in danger, but now his granddaughter is also involved. Well then, see you later. I will stroll around Tiando City in a while, and we'll talk then, Mou said. As for here, Mou looked at Douluo. You should stay here for now. You will be needed in the future. But don't mess with the flowers and plants here. They're mine now. Okay, Douluo nodded. Now his life is in this kid's hands. And his granddaughter has also been entangled with this kid. Does he have any choice? Just take it one step at a time in the future. Mou and his group left. Douluo looked at Yin with a serious expression. Yin, do you have feelings for him? Huh? Yin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Mou not only sent her a soul bone, but also helped her treat the snake poison and tailored a soul power operation route for her. Even her grandfather couldn't match that. Moreover, Mou is handsome, has a gentle temperament, and has shown a very good personality so far. Anyone who isn't brain dead would have feelings for him, right? Sigh. Douluo sighed. I don't oppose it, but you have to think carefully. This kid is not an ordinary person. Those two big guys could easily crush me, a title Douluo with a single slap. His strength is probably that of a legendary super Douluo, likely at level 97 or even 98. To command such powerful beings, his status must exceed that of the martial soul hall's pope. Also, I saw the martial soul he released while flying. Those wings must be the legendary six-winged angel martial soul. In other words, this Mou is likely a descendant of the Qian family from the martial soul hall. If Yin gets involved with that kid, the two of them will have no way out. But he saved us, Yin said. She had already learned about their situation. The hereditary snake poison had caused her parents to die, and if it weren't for Mou, how long could she live? Sigh. Douluo shook his head and walked away. His granddaughter is still too naive. He could see that Mou is not some child. And when he casually mentioned the blue lightning tyrant dragon, that indifference and arrogance showed that his future would not be peaceful. Moreover, does that kid really look like he is this age? That cold, deep gaze, along with the faint yet extremely lethal killing intent he occasionally released, is not something a child could possess. Many titled Douluos undergo a rejuvenation effect after their martial souls evolve. Yu Eguan is a prime example. Although he is older than him, he still looks like he is in his 20s. So, that kid might not be some old monster, right? Chapter 75, Bullying with Power. In the martial soul city, after visiting the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Mou and his group returned slowly. Just in time, Bibi Dong and her group, who went to stir trouble at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, also returned. The Pope of the Martial Soul Hall exerted overwhelming pressure on the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The two great guardians of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo Chan Xian and Boned Douluo Gu Rong, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Pope. It was named a congratulation, but was actually a test. What was the true intention of the Pope's visit? Was there an intention to force the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to submit? Did the Martial Soul Hall intend to reignite war like in the past with the Haotian School? What should the three major sects do next? The matters that had to be discussed between the Crown Prince of Tiando, Xue Qinghe, and the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong. What is this last line? Looking at the news flying around in Martial Soul City, Mou's eyelid twitched slightly. The earlier part he could understand. After all, Bibi Dong represented the Martial Soul Hall and Martial Soul City. It was normal for the residents to be excited about such pretentious and face-slapping events. But what does this last piece of gossip mean? Is it carrying private goods? Very good. This editor is worth getting to know. Has this woman gone too far? Jean worriedly said. In front of so many people, she used her imposing aura to suppress Sword and Bone Douluo, rubbing the face of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School into the ground. This isn't good for the image of the Martial Soul Hall, right? For thousands of years, the Spirit Hall has remained neutral, never intervening in the conflicts between sects or nations, only stepping in to mediate when things got too out of hand. For example, during the last Great War between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, the previous Grand Priest, Qian Daoliu's father, personally descended to the battlefield of over 1 million people and killed the titled Douluos from both sides with a single slap each before leaving. This was enough to intimidate the royal families of the two empires, who, after 2 months of hesitating in the massive battle, ultimately chose to retreat. This is the deterrent power of a limit Douluo. However, in recent years, with Qian Xuanji intentionally provoking war and upgrading the status of the Papal Hall to test the attitudes of the two empires and these sects, the plan of Qian Renxue to infiltrate the Heaven Do royal family was actually devised by Qian Xuanji, though he did not expect to die early, leaving the task to his daughter. Then there's Bibi Dong, who has been expanding the influence of the Spirit Hall under the pretext of the great battle with the Haotian sect. Since the Haotian sect, the top of the 3 upper sects, was forced into a corner by the Spirit Hall and nearly exterminated the other 2 upper sects as well as the smaller sects. Dare not speak out against Bibi Dong's actions. However, those earlier actions were not very obvious. Although the interests of these sects and the two empires have been significantly harmed by the Spirit Hall, they had not yet completely lost face. Now, however, Bibi Dong has pressed the two guardians of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect to the ground in the name of congratulations, which not only slapped the face of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but also the faces of all the upper three sects who were supposedly interconnected. Even if this so-called interconnectedness had already become a joke the moment the Haotian sect was beaten into seclusion, now that the last layer of shame has been stripped away. Who knows what actions these sects and the two empires might take? What if they unite? Even if the Spirit Hall wants to unify the continent, it should be through conquest, not slaughter. Who knows what that mentally unstable woman is thinking? Daoliu doesn't care anymore. He has become indifferent. Whatever happens, happens. If they win the final divine battle, the faith in the angel god will spread throughout the continent. But if they lose, it won't matter even if the Spirit Hall has unified the continent. The development of the mortal world is merely a matter of a word to the gods. If the gods say it's time for a change, then a change must happen. Bibi Dong can stir things up as much as she wants. In fact, if it comes to a dead end, he hopes MOU can take Qian Rinxue away from this world. Since they cannot change things, they shouldn't lose their lives over it. However, her deterrent effect is still quite good. Regarding Little Snow, that guy Ning Fengji has already begun to take the initiative after Bibi Dong demonstrated her strength. Concerning the marriage proposal Little Snow had vaguely hinted at before. Jean, he said. As expected, Daoliu nodded. With Bibi Dong's methods over the years, people like Ning Fengji would not choose to rely on the Spirit Hall unless there were no other options. The Spirit Hall strategies in recent years have been very unfriendly towards these sects, and Bibi Dong's hardline tactics generally lead to direct elimination for those who refuse to comply. Without much negotiation, it's either obey or die. How could these proud sects be willing to submit to such tyrannical management? Furthermore, Little Snow's message indicates that she hopes Little Yu can help her make an appearance to solidify Ning Fengji's determination. Genie added. Daoliu shook his head, saying that she needs to say that herself. I've already mentioned that the kid has no interest in getting involved in these power struggles. If provoked, I feel he might just unleash those ferocious beasts to wipe out the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Jean-Yi's expression froze. Given his understanding of MOU, that possibility is indeed quite high. After all, that kid is someone who would definitely not waste time talking if he could take action. As for someone like Ning Fengji, MOU would probably just use a combo move. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my brother is? Daoliu. I don't eat beef. MOU has definitely figured out how to leverage his power. A sneeze interrupted him. Who is cursing me? Who are you anyway? An ethereal female voice rang out. Didn't I tell you? I'm a robber, MOU replied, putting down the watering can. His healing light orb is indeed quite versatile. Combined with the spring water from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the fragrance of the heartbroken red and the Chilua tulip, he has managed to awaken the Blue Silver Emperor. Robber? The Blue Silver Emperor was somewhat confused. In her current state, what could she possibly rob? Also, where is Tang Hao? Why isn't he here? Don't think about that hammer anymore. You'll be my little maid in the future, MOU said. When I've played enough, that hammer can be shattered, and then I'll get your soul bone back, and you'll be my warm bed companion. You can't just eat meat. You still need to mix in some greens. He is genuinely quite interested in the Blue Silver Emperor because she is even more foolish than that little rabbit. What man doesn't he like a sweet and naive girl? He certainly likes it. Chapter 76, Self-Deception. What do you mean? The Blue Silver Emperor was taken aback. MOU gently brushed the branches of the Blue Silver Emperor, asking, do I need to be more explicit? The Blue Silver Emperor suddenly shook. She thought of that aspect, but in her current state, even if the child wanted to, there would be no way. She has woken up? Bai Ji walked over. She has woken up, but her mind is still not clear. She must have sacrificed what little of her brain she had during the ritual, right? Does she even have a brain? Montagu wondered. Bai Ji was taken aback. She does, but not much. During this time, she and MOU have carefully studied the circumstances of the Blue Silver Emperor's sacrifice back then and discovered many issues. The most direct observation is that after walking in the human world for over 10 years, the Blue Silver Emperor, upon meeting Tang Hao's brothers, appears like a fool. At that time, the Blue Silver Emperor was only a soul king and had not yet fully matured. Would a soul Douluo like Tang Hao not see through her true form? If they had spent many years together and then discovered her true identity, one could believe that the two brothers genuinely developed feelings for her. However, discovering she was a transformed soul beast upon first meeting, would a human really be able to refrain from taking action? Would they really be able to befriend a transformed soul beast? Additionally, in the records of the Spirit Hall, When the Blue Silver Emperor's identity was discovered, Tang Hao had just reached level 90. This coincidence seems excessive. Moreover, the pursuit of Tang Hao by the Spirit Hall was not initially led by the Pope. The early obstructions and warnings to the Haoyan sect lasted for over 5 months. In over 5 months, couldn't Tang Hao have added a 10,000-year spirit ring for himself? Don't say there were no suitable spirit rings. If he truly loved the Blue Silver Emperor, there are so many 10,000-year spirit beasts in the Douluo forest. And 4 or 5,000 years are not hard to find. Or, at that time, did Tang Hao still prioritize his own spirit rings? Or did he have his eyes on the Blue Silver Emperor's spirit ring from the very beginning? This is not impossible, because the Pope of the Spirit Hall personally led the team, and it just happened to be when the Blue Silver Emperor gave birth to Tang San. The timing is just too precise. It's as if it's all coordinated. Have you really never doubted it? After expressing all her doubts, Bai Ji asked, "These coincidences are just too coincidental. If even one aspect were not aligned, you could have escaped. Besides, even if you transformed, you must have many acquaintances in the Douluo forest, right? The Spirit City is only a few days' journey from the Douluo forest. Didn't you think about having Tang Hao take you back to hide? Brother Hao said, I have already transformed into a human, and soul beasts won't help us." The Blue Silver Emperor explained somewhat defensively. "Even if the other soul beasts won't help, can't you, as the Blue Silver Emperor, return to your own territory?" Bai Ji asked again. "Moreover, once you enter the Douluo forest, can the Pope of the Spirit Hall still continue to chase you? Why did you have to circle outside the Douluo forest?" Tang Hao's escape route was really ridiculous, running around the Douluo forest. If he had deviated even a little and entered the Douluo forest, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall wouldn't have been able to catch up to them. After all, even soul beasts can't guarantee they can catch their prey in the Douluo forest, let alone humans. The vines of the Blue Silver Emperor drooped down in guilt. "You realized it, but you're deceiving yourself. You believe that between you two, Tang Hao wouldn't do such a thing, right?" Bai Ji said helplessly. "No wonder Mou hates love-struck people. Even love-struck people are no exception to him. Because love-struck people have no brains. Mou's feelings are very clear and distinct. He wouldn't engage in those muddled affairs because what's mixed with naivety and ignorance is not love. No, Brother Hao wouldn't do such a thing," the Blue Silver Emperor insisted. "Then what about those coincidences?" Mou asked. He really couldn't understand, with the overwhelming pursuit of Qian Sunji. Even if Tang Hao was worried that returning to the sect would implicate them, he wouldn't dare to go back. But for a level 90, 8-ring soul Doa, even with a pregnant woman, is it really that hard to evade a group of soul saints? The Blue Silver Emperor fell silent, unwilling to answer, or rather, unwilling to believe. She would rather live in confusion, fantasizing about that love full of schemes. For 100,000 years, she had cultivated in solitude. And it was human society that made her feel the warmth of humanity, and it was Tang Hao who taught her about love. So even if that thing is fake, in her eyes it is real. Not wanting to answer is one thing, but I have to settle the score with you. Mou's expression turned serious. "Do you know how many people you two have harmed by wandering around aimlessly?" "Huh?" The Blue Silver Emperor was taken aback, seemingly not responding. "While Tang Hao was leading you to evade the pursuit of the Spirit Hall, there were multiple conflicts along the way. And that guy destroyed my village with his hammer to cover up the traces or to expand them," Mou said gloomily. During this time, he reviewed the Spirit Hall's case files regarding that incident from years ago and inadvertently discovered that Tang Hao had passed through that village with the Blue Silver Emperor just before he fell into a coma. Moreover, in the records, many villages that Tang Hao passed through had turned into ruins, some due to battles with the Spirit Hall's soul masters, and others because he smashed them with his hammer to divert attention and buy time. The village where he woke up was not recorded as having any actions from a Spirit Hall, which means that village was just unlucky, chosen by Tang Hao as one of the cannon fodders to confuse the pursuers. A few days ago, when he investigated that village, the angel spirit provided him with some feedback. He wasn't reincarnated. This body was created for him by the angel spirit, and to allow him to experience the joys of a childhood in another world without being too naive, this body was initially made to be 3 years old. The reason he fell into a coma was that after landing in that village, he was picked up by those villagers, and just a few days later, a hammer fell from the sky. If the angel spirit hadn't awakened early to block it, he would have died right from the start. Additionally, it was also because his martial spirit had already undergone a latent awakening that his physical qualities could be so extraordinary. No way he would do such a thing. The Blue Silver Emperor denied it. This must be false. Oh, then what about my village? Mou summoned the angel spirit, and a giant hammer fell from the sky, revealing the brief scene where he exclaimed in shock, "Damn, no wonder he has some trauma with hammers." It turns out he was smashed by a hammer right after arriving in this world. Tung hammer. Holy crap. No way, this isn't real. The Blue-Silver Emperor still refused to believe it. Tang Hao is so kind. How could he do such things? This isn't true? Are you implying that the villagers he smashed to death deserved it? Mo chuckled lightly, though his smile carried a somewhat eerie coldness. Those villagers who died because of you are all deserving, right? I just woke up and was almost smashed to death by a hammer. I was out cold for over half a year. I also deserved it, right? Upon arriving in this world, my welcome gift was a giant hammer falling from the sky. This world's welcome ceremony is really something else. Chapter 77, Love Struck, Tiando City. After chatting with that brainless Blue-Silver Emperor, Mo was left speechless. No wonder it's been 100,000 years of grass. Damn, the Blue-Silver Emperor was not unaware of the problem. She was just self-hypnotizing herself, thinking it wasn't tea like that Tang Hao had his difficulties, that it was merely a coincidence, that he loved her. What the hell? He originally thought Bibi Dong's love-struck mentality was unbeatable, but unexpectedly, someone was even more fierce than her. Are you okay? Looking at Mo exuding a disharmonious aura, Bai Ji felt a mixture of helplessness and amusement. Even though Mo had long been mentally prepared, he was still left speechless by the Blue-Silver Emperor's thought process. This is also a difficulty. That is also a difficulty. It's unavoidable, and it's not his fault. Even knowing there are issues, the Blue-Silver Emperor still did her utmost to defend Tang Hao. The Blue-Silver Emperor's situation was similar to Bibi Dong, whom Mo knew in his last life. To Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang was perfect and inviolable. For the Blue-Silver Emperor, Tang Hao was the same. So after realizing this, Mo directly tossed the Blue-Silver Emperor back into the little black room. What is the point of advising? Bibi Dong took 20 years to prove to him that this kind of love-struck mentality cannot be persuaded, because they all share a common characteristic of ignoring the facts. I believe he loves me. That's love. To this, Mo could only say, I love your mother selling fried dough twists. He thought he had already become accustomed to foolishness. But the feelings Mo felt when setting aside the facts were truly indescribable discomfort. This was already the second time he was disgusted by this damn love. Humans are like this, and transformed soul beasts are the same. If he hadn't intervened, even the future Silver Dragon King would end up like this. Can't the people in this world have a little more brain? Is their world devoid of anything but love? Or is it that this world cannot function without love? Responsibility, accountability, justice, conscience, faith. How many people truly care about these things? All right, don't get angry. She's just a grass that has lived for 100,000 years. You've already said she's brainless, so why get upset with someone who has no brain? Be comforted. Mo shook his head. I'm not angry. I used to think that the majority of people in this world were normal, but later I realized that this world is fundamentally abnormal. So what I understood as normal people has instead become a rare species. Mo really disliked brainless people. He could understand being emotional, but he genuinely hated those who lacked any support other than emotions, because such people are impossible to communicate with. You can't even call them normal. To put it bluntly, they're brain dead. It may sound romantic to have a love-struck mentality, but when you actually deal with such people, you'll find it drives you crazy. They always make decisions that you can't comprehend. It's okay to be a bit naive, but you can't be truly foolish. Who would enjoy communicating with an idiot? At the Tiando Royal Academy. Ever since Douluo sent Douluo back a few days ago, she has become a hot topic in the academy. Although she was already a hot topic due to her grandfather being a title de law, her sudden disappearance, and then returning with a leap from level 25 to level 30, left everyone curious. Many speculated whether Douluo had absorbed a soul bone because, in their understanding, only absorbing a soul bone could cause such a surge in soul power. Since returning, Douluo had been holed up in her dormitory, only interacting with her teammate and dorm mate Yi Lingling, and even their team leader Qin Ming couldn't reach her. Others were curious, but she had a title de law for a grandfather, and even the Tiando royal family had to tread carefully. It goes without saying that those noble idiots should be even more cautious. To be realistic, do you want to die? Yin, what is wrong with you? Since returning, Douluo had been preoccupied, which had truly worn Yi Lingling out over the past few days. One moment she was cheerful, the next she was frowning. Yi Lingling could understand her happiness. After all, her soul power had suddenly increased by 5 levels, leading them by 2 years. But what was there to be upset about? I don't know. Douluo mumbled as she tossed and turned on her bed. after refining the celestial herb called golden dragon sweet potato. Not only had her soul power increased by 2 levels, but her martial spirit had also undergone some strange changes. Most notably, she had grown limbs and dragon horns. She even seemed to have a suppression effect on her grandfather by Lin Snake Emperor. Her martial spirit seemed to have truly evolved, as Mou had said, and it evolved into a dragon attribute, not just a simple sub-dragon attribute. Initially, she was very happy about it, but when she thought about how Mou seemed indifferent when he gave her this, she felt a sense of loss. How could he give her such a precious thing so easily? Although that medicinal garden had only recently belonged to her grandfather, he had also said that life was given by others, and he had reasonably stated that the little girl was the landowner, so they should not mention this matter. Therefore, her grandfather also didn't know how valuable those things were, meaning even if Mou didn't give it to her, it wouldn't matter since they didn't know. Besides, Mou had already given her a soul bone, one that was 40,000 years old, and initially, he even wanted to give her an 80,000-year-old torso bone. To be honest, at that time, she thought like her grandfather, considering that thing a threat and a guarantee. However, after absorbing the golden dragon sweet potato and evolving her martial spirit, both she and her grandfather agreed that they had overthought it. Mou said it was a gift, and it was really just a gift. There were no other intentions. No wonder Mou looked displeased when they refused, saying they didn't give him face. Hey, Miss Douluo, can you tone down your infatuation a bit? Yi Lingling said, somewhat speechlessly. How did she come back looking like this after disappearing for a few days? Douluo used to be very aloof. What is wrong with being infatuated? Douluo, now bold, suddenly tackled Yi Lingling onto the bed. Hey, your saliva. Yi Lingling protested with a look of rejection. Saliva? Douluo looked puzzled. My martial spirit is now a dragon. It's dragon saliva. You stop. Yi Lingling quickly interrupted Douluo's suggestive words. If this accidentally got out, their reputations would be ruined. Such things had happened before in the Tiando Royal Academy. All right, I'm just teasing you. Douluo sat up. After her martial spirit evolved, her strength had significantly increased, and she even felt she could pin Yu Tianheng down. Yu Tianheng was only at level 28 now, 2 levels lower than her. By the way, it's time for a change in the captain of the Tiando Royal Battle Team. I am the strongest. Chapter 78. Enlightenment? More like scolding. Is Xiao Yu in Tiando City? Just returned to her newly renovated Prince's Palace after dealing with the old Emperor, Qian Renshu asked. Miss, she came with that honorary offering named by Ci Tun reported. After Emperor Tian and their group officially moved to the small palace next to the offering hall, Qian Daoliu discussed with Mou to give them a suitable identity. The Elder's title was not appropriate since these fierce beasts were all at least super level 97, especially Emperor Tian. After some mutual testing, Qian Daoliu confirmed that without using angelic divine power, he couldn't defeat this black dragon. Thus, the offerings held a discussion and finally created an honorary offering identity. Similar to the honorary elders in the Elder Hall, they had no real power and didn't have to manage anything, but in status, they were equal to those offerings. Of course, this matter was currently only circulating within the high ranks of the Spirit Hall. At least the cardinals were aware of it, which was enough since the outside world didn't know much about the offering hall. In fact, most people outside the Spirit Hall only knew about the Pope Hall and Elder Hall, completely unaware of the existence of an offering hall. Did the Snow Empress and Ice Empress not come? Qian Renshu asked. Others were not much of an issue, at least for now, but the Snow Empress and Ice Empress had a different level of importance to Mou. She could clearly see that in Mou's heart. The Snow Empress held the top spot in importance. Then came the Ice Empress, and everyone else could only be ranked lower. Although it sounds harsh, it's indeed the truth. For everyone, what is important has a ranking. It may not be obvious on a daily basis, but when faced with situations where one must choose whom to protect and whom to abandon, the ranking of importance becomes clear. Saying that everyone is equally important is somewhat ridiculous, because being able to say that means that, in that person's heart, that everyone is actually not important. It's all the same to them. Truly important people will always have this ranking. After all, even in families with several children, adults can't treat them all equally. Even if they are twins, there will always be a bias toward one. In her previous life, although her attitude toward Mou was not very good, she was very clear about who Mou was. He was emotional, but also very rational. He was someone who would act impulsively and disregard everything. According to the news from the Spirit City, only Bai Ji was coming this time. The porcupine replied, That's good. Qian Renshui nodded. I want to go out for a stroll. If anything happens next, just say that the Crown Prince has gone out in disguise for a private visit. Yes, miss. The porcupine bowed and exited the room. The next moment, Qianren Shui also removed her disguise of the mask and soul bone, revealing her originally delicate features. I can't compete with the Snow Empress and Ice Empress, but these later ones should be no difficulty, right? Qianren Shui muttered. If it were my previous life, when MOU hadn't yet reached the extreme North Ice Field, she was confident that in MOU's heart, she would be ranked first, with her mother pushed back. Now her ranking has dropped, and she can only say it's her own fault. After all, although MOU often joked about being attracted to her mother's body, the guy felt more pity for her mother's misfortune and anger at her lack of resolve. He felt sympathy and regret for her mother's experiences, but he also didn't ignore the facts when it came to her mother's actions, which led to frequent arguments between them, especially over Yu Xiaojiang's matters and her deceased father's issues. Furthermore, MOU was very direct in her speech when arguing with her mother. She wouldn't beat around the bush and say nice things like others. Before officially leaving the papal hall, MOU still managed to hold back a little, but ever since she was almost killed by her mother on the spot and spent a few months recovering in the offering hall, she completely let herself go. She would directly curse, calling her mother a brainless idiot and saying she wasn't anything good either. In the past, when MOU argued with her mother, it was mostly about reconciliation and guidance, but later it just turned into pure cursing. Guidance? I've been guiding a dog for years, and it can still be sublimated. How can I guide a stubborn, brainless idiot like you? I'm not serving anymore. MOU directly started cursing at the entrance of the papal hall in front of the residents of Wuhan City. As the cursing escalated, they even started a fight. Of course, at that time, MOU still couldn't overpower her mother, so every time they fought, she would run toward the offering hall, and after a while, she'd come back to exchange curses. On a few occasions, MOU even managed to shake off several offerings outside the papal hall and then went in a curse. If her mother made a move, the 6 offerings, aside from her grandfather, would have to step in to save her. To be honest, she still couldn't understand how MOU managed to get along so well with those old men, directly calling them brothers. She would call her grandfather Brother Qian, which made her furious. While coveting her body, he also added a generation to himself. He even said they should each talk about their own matters. To hell with that. That bastard just wanted to take advantage of her. Hiss, they're traitors trying to harm me. MOU suddenly felt a chill running down her back while shopping in Tindo City with Bai Ji. This feeling was exactly the same as when Qianren Shui chased after her with a big sword to cut her down. What's wrong? Be asked, puzzled. I have a bad feeling. It was the same feeling when Qianren Shui chased me with her sword before. MOU said seriously. In her previous life, she not only guided Bibi Dong, but also Qianren Shui, and Qianren Shui would often impulsively seek out Bibi Dong after being guided, only to receive a scolding from that crazy woman. Then, Qianren Shui would throw all the blame for being scolded onto her, followed by a series of angelic sanctions. Whenever she was flirting with young girls outside, she would inexplicably run into Qianren Shui, who looked just like Shui Qinghe, and then, angelic sanctions. When she argued with Bibi Dong, angelic sanctions. When she fought Bibi Dong, angelic sanctions. Moreover, when Qianren Shui was attacking her, the 7 old men from the offering hall would be staring intently. She couldn't fight back. Once she did, it would instantly turn from a one-on-one to a group fight. So, she was truly scared of being cut by Qianren Shui. She had been cut to the point of sensing angels. This place isn't safe for long. MOU frowned and pulled Bai Ji toward the nearest safe zone. She could encounter that idiot from the Tindo Royal Academy during an avalanche, and it's also easy to run into trouble in the downtown area. With Bai Ji's looks, it could easily become problematic. Although Xiong-jun is currently experiencing life in the special space of the Angel Wuhuan and can come out at any time, it's best not to provoke trouble if possible. It's not that they can't handle it. They just don't want to ruin their mood. Going out for a stroll, only to be disrupted by idiots, isn't worth it. Chapter 79. Returning to Simplicity. Someone is watching you. The voice of Tianming suddenly sounded. In these years, all the soul beasts that have sacrificed for MOU have had their spiritual consciousness preserved in the sheath of the Dragon God Sword. Tianming relied on his special elemental power of heaven and earth to help these soul beasts evolve, naturally becoming the nominal elder brother of these soul beasts. Additionally, the Angel Wuhuan has calmed down in the past 2 years. Tianming's confinement has been lifted, and he can also enter that special space. However, since the Silver Dragon King is also inside, Tianming doesn't dare to enter, so he continues to mess around in the sheath, which has now become a large room of over 1,000 square meters. Usually, he lives with the light unicorn, fire giant lizard, purple thunder tyrannosaurus, and dragon hawk, boasting about his great achievements. Of course, aside from Tianming, the spiritual consciousness of the other guys is very weak, and most of the time they're sleeping. When Tianming is bored, he chats with Mou and then wanders around the Papal Mountain in his spiritual form. Although he can only move within 1,000 meters of Mou, life is still quite comfortable. Of course, he occasionally acts as Mou's guard like now. After all, with this million-year spiritual power, Tianming is the real master. Although it now belongs to Mou, she can still share part of the spiritual power usage rights with Tianming. Strong? Mou looked at Tianming, who had jumped onto her shoulder in his spiritual form. Not particularly strong. The soul power fluctuation is only level 95. However, they are new faces, and there are 2 of them, Tianming said. They've been watching you since you were at the food street over there. At first, I thought they were just bored, but they've been staring for so long, which is a bit odd. Is there a soul sane among them? Mou asked. How do you know? Tianming asked, puzzled. Mou generally doesn't use this powerful spiritual power because it's too strong. It's the kind that affects the whole body with just one move, and using it is exhausting. So even if she needs to do something, she lets him use it. It's likely that it will only be usable normally when this guy reaches the limit Douluo. Mou nodded, then said, I know who they are. The 3 rascals of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Fenjing, Gurong, Ningfeng Ti. They should be restless after Bibi Dong criticized them at the celebration a while ago. And now the 7 treasures glazed sect is preparing to pull a shield for themselves. How about letting Xiong crush them? Tianming suggested. Xiong can easily crush titled Douluo below level 98 with a single slap, leaving not even a corpse behind. It would turn them into a blood mist. Even a level 98 would only leave a mark if they were speed type or defensive super Douluo. Otherwise, only a level 99 limit Douluo could match Xiong. Are you out of your mind? Mou flicked her finger and sent Tianming flying. Qianren Shui is still thinking about winning over the 7 treasures glazed sect. What would it look like if he directly wiped out their sect master and guardian elder? The martial world isn't just about fighting and killing, unless they are truly unwilling to cooperate. Not killing is not killing. Tianming returned to sleep and depression. They shouldn't know about your existence, right? How could they be watching you? Biki asked in confusion. Do you really believe in the nonsense of Tianming? Mou laughed and said, they're not targeting me. They're targeting you. Biki was taken aback. Me? Yes, Mou said, pulling Biki to walk forward slowly. A beauty like you, rare in the world, has a significant attraction for these people. Even if you've disguised yourself to some extent, those with a bit of skill can still see through such superficial disguises. Qinxin and Gu Rong rely on their own cultivation, while that old schemer Ning Fengji has a remarkable ability to read expressions and gauge people's hearts. In this world, the only one who could match him might be Tang Fozu. Although Biki's appearance had been concealed, her aura is something that is very hard to disguise. In Tiando City, where there are many brainless nobles, it is quite normal for those old fellows to take an interest in someone with such outstanding temperament as Biki. Fengji, those 2 people are quite unusual, Qinxin said, tightly watching Mou and Biki as they walked ahead. You old lecher, you wouldn't be interested in that girl, would you? Gu Rong interrupted. Qinxin ignored the disturbance and said seriously, that kid is a sword practitioner. You can tell that? Gu Rong mocked. Come on, if you like that girl, just say it. I won't laugh at you. Stop causing trouble. Qinxin glared at Gu Rong. I can't be mistaken. That kid is not an ordinary swordsman. Uncle Jian, can you be more specific? Ning Fengji calmed Gu Rong down, signaling him to stop causing trouble. Qinxin thought for a moment and said, a newly initiated sword cultivator with the sharp aura of the sword dominating will give people a sense of distance that makes them feel unwelcome. As skills improve, especially upon reaching the realm of my father, that unique sharpness of a swordsman will completely disappear, and they will appear just like ordinary people. Even I haven't reached that realm yet. If I don't consciously suppress it, I'll be like a hedgehog. Gu Rong interjected. Qinxin gave him a helpless glance, but did not refute him. It was indeed true. Uncle Jian, are you saying that kid has reached the legendary realm of returning to simplicity? Ning Fengji asked incredulously. He would not doubt Qinxin's words. No one in the world understood the sword path better than Sword Douluo Qinxin. Qinxin paused and said seriously, very much so. Just now when he passed by here, I sensed a hidden threat. It's not strong, but it's deadly. However, when I try to sense it carefully, that feeling completely disappeared. This is the same feeling my father described to me back in the day. His swordsman's instinct felt that threat, but when he tried to actively sense it, he couldn't reach it due to insufficient realm. His father had told him about that realm before he died. The Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall had reached that realm of returning to simplicity long ago, so when they first met, His father only took one sword strike and was severely injured. Later on, even though his father broke through to the legendary 98th level peak Douluo due to a fortuitous event, facing that Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall was still like hitting a rock with an egg. His hope over the years has been to one day fight that Grand Priest and experience that realm beyond, returning to simplicity. But now that kid. Should we make contact? Seeing Qinxin's attitude, Ning Fengji also became curious. One of the conditions under which he persuaded Qinxin to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was that within the capabilities of the school, they would do their utmost to help him reach that legendary realm. Now, decades later, although Qinxin had never mentioned it, Ning Fengji knew very well that this sword Douluo had never let go of that legendary realm of the sword path. And he knew that, with his current strength, if he rashly challenged the legendary Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, he would probably be no more than a delivery boy. Don't move yet, Qinxin stopped him. We are not sure of the other party's identity. Recklessly making contact might bring trouble. That legendary realm appearing in a child is very suspicious. My father made it very clear that the strongest swordsman in the world today is the Judgment Elder of the Spirit Hall, the Grand Priest, the Invincible in the Sky, the Angel Douluo, Daoliu. This person is also the only one who has reached that realm. And that kid, just now, might have a close connection to this Angel Douluo, or even be his disciple. In other words, that kid is very likely a person from the Spirit Hall. Currently, due to the terrifying pressure from Pope Bibidong, the relationship between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall has reached a point of tension. In such times, it is better not to casually contact the Spirit Hall. Uncle Jian, we haven't officially torn our faces with him yet, so there's no need to be so sensitive. Ning Fengji cite. Moreover, if one Pope Bibidong has already reached that level, if the younger generation produces such a genius as you said, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School may really need to change its direction. Bibidong is even younger than him, yet she has already reached that level. Just relying on her pressure, she has completely suppressed the two sword bones. Given his understanding of this ruthless woman, once she takes action, it will definitely be a complete annihilation. The current situation on the continent is that the two empires have long decayed. The Haotian school was shut down years ago, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon has had a tense relationship with the Spirit Hall due to that Master Yu Xiaojiang's issue. Now, this Pope is creating such a farce with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The expansion of the Spirit Hall is clearly unstoppable, and the so-called same root and branch of the three upper sects have different thoughts. While the two empires are busy with internal strife, the remaining sects are completely useless. If no decisive figures appear, he might really have to lead the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School down another path. Fengji, don't be nervous. The situation on the continent cannot be decided by one person's strength. No matter how strong Bibidong is, she can't cover the sky with one hand. Qinxin comforted. Ning Fengji shook his head, but the current situation of the Spirit Hall is not just about one powerful pope. In recent years, most of the geniuses among the common people have been absorbed by the Spirit Hall, which has made them gain public support. Coupled with the recent farce, the reputation of the Spirit Hall has risen even higher. Those sects that have been watching from the sidelines will probably start to lean towards the Spirit Hall. Indeed, individual martial power cannot determine the situation on the continent, but Bibidong is the Pope, and her position has a strong appeal. A capable and cunning Pope with high personal martial power is terrifyingly attractive to soul masters. The current situation of the three upper sects is not optimistic. Although he wants to unite the two empires and the other upper sects to resist the expansion of the Spirit Hall, it is simply not feasible. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is proud and feels that their martial soul is invincible, looking down on outside soul masters. The same goes for the Haotian school. Among the three upper sects, only the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is willing to absorb young people from outside. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall has been providing soul master subsidies by robbing money from the two empires, making its reputation among the common people far surpass that of these sects. Winning the hearts of the people for the Spirit Hall. Doesn't the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon have two innate level 9 young talents? CursesQian suddenly said. It seems to be referring to you Tianxin and Yu Qianheng. With such talent, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is very likely to reach a dual title Douluo in the future, just like the Haotian twin stars back then. But as of now, it seems that the Spirit Hall has not heard of any talented individuals who can uphold its reputation, right? Just because we haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Ning Fengji shook his head. With Bibidong style, even if there really is a genius, she would wait for them to grow before exposing them, unlike the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is so ostentatious. He dares to announce his daughter's situation to the continent, not only because of his own strength, but also due to a very unfortunate reality, which is the inherent flaw of the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, which limits it to the soul sage rank. Therefore, it's not just about being a congenital level 9. Even if one is a congenital level 10 with full soul power, they are still very likely to be stuck at the soul sage rank. For an auxiliary soul master with a high probability of being stuck at the soul sage rank, the outside world wouldn't have any intention of cutting off the sapling, which is why he dares to release this information so directly. If it were a battle soul master, he would absolutely not let any information leak before the other party reaches the soul sage rank. What if that kid just now really is from the spirit hall? Gu Rong said with a gloomy expression. Should we kill him? One BB Dong is already terrifying enough. If another swordsmanship genius like the one CursesQian described were to emerge, the future of the spirit hall would be bright. But the seven-treasure glazed tile school would face a grim prospect. He had previously entertained thoughts about those two ostentatious kids from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. But Ning Fengji said that the top 3 sects are interconnected, and there's no need to harm their own foundation. But this kid, no. X2 Ning Fengji and Chen Xen urgently interrupted. Chen Xian's expression turned solemn. If he really is that angel Daoluo's disciple, once something goes wrong and is exposed, the seven-treasure glazed tile school will have no chance of survival. Moreover, when such a genius goes out, is there really no one protecting him in secret? The 7 offerings of the revered hall, if even one of them is present, we would have no chance of success, and once we fail and are exposed, it would be a catastrophe for the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji added, if they take action first, it would give the spirit hall an excuse to strike. Given the Pope's attitude during his recent visit to the seven-treasure glazed tile school, if war breaks out between the two sides, the seven-treasure glazed tile school won't even have the chance to retreat like the Haotian school did. But if we let such a person grow, won't we be doomed in the future? Gu Rong said. At such a young age, he poses a lethal threat to Chen Xian. His talent is definitely not low. What about the future? Chen Xian and Ning Fengji fell silent. Taking action now means death, while not taking action means waiting for death. Either way, it's a dead end. No, it seems we aren't even sure about the other party's background, right? Chen Xian suddenly realized. This isn't just suspicion that the other party is from the spear hall, is it? Ning Fengji nodded. Indeed, if one pope is already like this, how could there be another swordsmanship genius? But if that really is the case, Gu Rong's expression grew serious. Ning Fengji smiled bitterly. That can only mean that fate lies with the spear hall. Man's calculations cannot compare to heaven's. If it's heaven's will, what can they do? At least they have now discovered this and can prepare in advance. Then let's go. Ning Fengji stood up, looking in their direction. It seemed they were heading to the Moon Pavilion. Just right. I have an appointment with Qinghe to meet there. Let's go take a look. Shui Qinghe hesitated to speak. Gu Rong didn't have so many twists and turns. Fengji, you don't really plan to marry Rong into the Tiando royal family, do you? Even if that Shui Qinghe is your student, you should know what the royal family is like, right? Did you not see the situation with the old emperor and the Moon Pavilion, the Haotian school? To put it bluntly, the royal family is a mess. That old emperor of Shuya had previously shown interest in the Moon Pavilion's master, Tang Yuehua, especially after the Haotian school was beaten into seclusion. That old guy tested the attitude of the Moon Pavilion multiple times, and what he showed was disgusting. If the Haotian school was as glorious as before, would that old man dare? The Haotian school's bunch of cowards, saying they won't interfere, just left their underlings without a word. The once 4 great families are now in such a miserable state that it makes me want to curse. The Moon Pavilion has completely become the economic pillar of the Haotian school over the years. Even if they say they are in seclusion, all expenses and consumption are handled by the Moon Pavilion. A huge sect relying on a single woman to survive is truly embarrassing. Uncle Gu, the situation of the Haotian school is special. Be careful with your words. Ning Fengji said in a low voice. A bunch of spineless freeloaders. That Tang Hao doesn't even know where he has hidden himself. He still talks about the top 3 sections. Fengji, your line of thinking needs to change. Gu Rong insisted. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex has never regarded our 7-treasure glazed tile school as anything. The once shining twin stars of the Haotian school have floated away into the sky. What you call interconnectedness has never existed. Old Bone, you aren't scared of BB Dong, are you? Chen Xian said. Gu Rong's expression remained unchanged. He was indeed afraid, but what about you? That day, at the celebration, BB Dong targeted the 2 of them with her imposing aura, and at that moment, he could clearly feel that terrifying gap like an abyss. If Bibi Dong had acted then, they wouldn't have had a chance to resist. To be honest, at my age, dying wouldn't mean much, but Rongrong's life is just beginning. How will she face that woman, being just an auxiliary soul master? Gu Rong said seriously. Ning Rongrong is a congenital level 9. Her talent is indeed good. But he was even more talented back in the day. Full soul power at birth. Now, at his age, facing Bibi Dong, it's completely a path to death. But Ning Rongrong is still an auxiliary soul master. In today's world of soul masters, he has not seen anyone who can stand up to the Spirit Hall's pressure. And he cannot see anyone who could become a new support for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School after the 2 old fellows are gone. In this situation, to pin hopes on this nonsense of interconnectedness, there's truly a problem. To put it bluntly, when the Haotian school went to war with the Spirit Hall back then, did we, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, help? Gu Rong said. Do you think those idiots wouldn't remember this grudge of standing by and watching? Fengji, the idea of interconnectedness is false. The future of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School should consider other paths. Chapter 81. Healing Moon Pavilion. This is a noble etiquette training institution established by Tang Yuehua, sponsored by the Tiando royal family, responsible for teaching these aristocrats how to maintain elegance while dining. In the words of Qian Daoliu, it is to teach a group of good-for-nothings with their heads full of male thieves and female prostitutes to dress up in fancy clothes and then point fingers at the truly hardworking people. In this regard, MOU expressed agreement. The seemingly glamorous Moon Pavilion hides how much male and female debauchery behind the scenes. He had seen it all in his previous life. This elegant master of the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua, only teaches a false facade. As for what her students do after leaving this door, she sees nothing. The most famous, the Tiando royal family's dandy prince, Shui Peng, is a talented person who came out of the Moon Pavilion. To put it bluntly, this so-called etiquette is just used to gild the nobility's offspring and then show off to the commoners. What are we doing here? BG asked in confusion. MOU didn't like such pretentious occasions because after his mental power was forcibly enhanced, he could sense how others truly felt about him. Acting was useless to him now. He could barely restrain himself from giving a good slap to those human nobles who appeared refined on the outside, but were full of thieves and harlots inside, let alone engage in back and forth with them. Finding someone, MOU looked at the steward, Ode, who was walking towards him. May I ask what brings you 2 young gentlemen and ladies to the Moon Pavilion? Ode asked. The Moon Pavilion is a noble etiquette training institution, and every new student is personally registered by him, but these 2 were unfamiliar faces. Moreover, if it weren't for their extraordinary aura, the gatekeeper wouldn't have let them in. I'm looking for your pavilion master, Tang Yuehua, MOU said. Just tell her, does she want to see Tang Hao? If so, come down. According to the information from the Spirit Hall, when the Spirit Hall waged war against the Haotian sect, although the Enshrined Hall did not take action, the Pope Hall alone had severely crippled the Haotian sect. It was only when Qian Daoliu intervened that things were stopped. Otherwise, the Haotian sect would have been completely wiped out. However, although the Spirit Hall had halted its assault, the Haotian sect suffered heavy losses. Since the Spirit Hall was the first to call for a ceasefire, those hammer-wielding people mistakenly thought the Spirit Hall was afraid of them and boasted about their strength everywhere. If it weren't for Tang Xiao having some sense and promptly stopping such rumors, the disciples who had not yet retreated from the Haotian sect headquarters would probably not have returned. Later, many elders from the Haotian sect wanted to establish good relations with the Heaven Do Empire, hoping to make the Spirit Hall wary. Originally, the Haotian sect was aligned with the Star Luo Empire, and by establishing good relations with the Heaven Do Empire, they would connect with the 2 major powers on the continent. The Spirit Hall couldn't possibly wage war against both empires at the same time, which was the Haotian sect's thinking. Thus, those elders thought of a marriage alliance to bind the Haotian sect and the Heaven Do royal family together. And so, Tang Yuehua was pushed out, since it was Tang Hao's doing, after all. With Tang Hao having run away and Tang Xiao being the sect master, the responsibility had to fall on this woman, making her sacrifice for the Haotian sect a matter of course, even if she was unwilling. The Haotian sect originally wanted Tang Yuehua to marry that old man from the Snow Night, but when Bibi Dong learned about it, she became sensitive to such matters due to the case of Qian Xuanji. She threatened that if the Haotian sect dared to force a woman into such a situation, she would bring the Spirit Hall to annihilate them, and Qian Daoliu couldn't stop her. Upon hearing this, the Haotian sect barely reacted, but Snow Night panicked first. As the person involved, he clearly understood that the new pope's words were a warning to him. However, for the sake of the royal family's reputation and the strong support from the Haotian sect, he couldn't directly refuse. Nor did he dare to truly take Tang Yuehua as his concubine. So, he devised a compromise. Since Tang Yuehua had the Moon Pavilion in Heavendo City, he would give it strong support, linking the Moon Pavilion with the royal family, which could be seen as a way to foster good relations with the Haotian sect. On the surface, this matter passed, but according to the investigations of the Spirit Hall, Tang Yuehua was pressured by the elders of the Haotian sect, and Tang Hao, the person involved, didn't show up, while Tang Xiao, the sect master, tacitly allowed it, leaving her disheartened towards the sect. Originally, due to her martial soul mutation, she could only remain an ordinary person for life, which made her childhood in the Haotian sect quite miserable. If it weren't for her sect master father and 2 genius brothers, she would have long been expelled from the Haotian sect. However, the marriage alliance was not something she could decide. To avoid prolonged troubles, several elders of the Haotian sect forcibly sent Tang Yuehua into the royal palace, throwing her onto Snow Knight's dragon bed. Naturally, Snow Knight wouldn't miss out on such a feast, as Tang Yuehua's aura and appearance were top-notch. However, on the night they were supposed to consummate their relationship, Tang Yuehua threatened to die, and Snow Knight, fearing that something would really happen and affect the relationship between the Haotian sect and the Heavendo royal family, had to give up. From that day on, rumors began about a special relationship between the old Emperor Snow Knight and Moon Pavilion Master Tang Yuehua. As for whether the two truly had a relationship, Mou had to say, he checked with his mental power. However, Tang Yuehua was also a remarkable person. After experiencing such things, she obediently remained a sect slave for the Haotian sect, helping them solve logistical issues over the years and gathering intelligence for them. She really was just like Tang Hao, a sect slave. What are you laughing at? BG asked curiously. I used to think sect slaves only appeared in stories, but I never expected this family to produce two. Mou still wore a strange smile on his face. The details about Tang Yuehua were what he had learned through hypnosis soul skills with the little fox in his previous life. I must say, it was quite speechless. At that time, not to mention him, even Hulaina was shocked. The dignified Haotian sect could actually do such things, a huge sect relying on selling women to survive. It was truly laughable. I must say, the Tang family is always at the forefront of trends. 2. BG was taken aback. Besides Tang Hao, is there another? Mou shrugged. This Tang Yuehua is the same. Moreover, once the Haotian sect used such means, if it were to leak out, this 1,000-year-old Haotian sect would never be able to hold its head up again. At that time, this matter was told to Bibi Dong by Hulaina, and Bibi Dong wanted to spread the news not only to strike at the Haotian sect, but also to mock the Heavendo royal family, of course, also hinting at Qian Xuanji, implying Qian Daoliu. However, he did not agree. After he told Qian Daoliu, that old man also did not allow Bibi Dong to do so. They almost fought over this matter. In the end, under Qian Daoliu's threat, Bibi Dong still gave up on this plan. After all, Tang Yuehua was innocent. Regardless of whether such things happened, as long as it got out, people wouldn't believe it didn't happen. For the old Emperor Snow Knight, it might just be a flirtatious matter to laugh about after meals. But for Tang Yuehua, her image and her future would have to be spent amidst gossip. She harmed no one, but if Bibi Dong released this news, the Haotian sect would lose face, and the one truly hurt would be Tang Yuehua alone. He couldn't do such a thing, nor could Qian Daoliu. Then why are you looking for her now? BG wondered, unable to see what use a mere ordinary person with a 9th-level spirit power could be. I am kind-hearted, Mou said, looking at the blue figure slowly walking down the stairs. Seeing her pitiful, I'm preparing to save her from her suffering. Chapter 82 Bloodline Suppression Master. It's those two. Ode pointed to Mou and the other standing in the center of the hall. Tang Yuehua carefully observed and found she had no impression of the two in front of her. They were not from the Haotian sect. However, Tang Hao had been missing for so many years, aside from the Haotian sect. Would anyone else remember him? Thinking of this, Tang Yuehua's expression darkened. The Haotian sect had been beaten to such a state by the Spirit Hall, her father had passed away early because of it, and she had lost contact with her brother Hao. Now, they were using such news to tease her. Tang Yuehua stepped closer and said, Gentlemen, some matters are better left unsaid. Before she could finish, Mou quickly moved and grabbed Tang Yuehua's wrist, softly saying, Can we talk for a moment? Tang Yuehua frowned slightly, while Ode, on the side, found it difficult to stop Mou since he was just a child. I know where Tang Hao is. Transmitted through sound. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua clearly trembled, her already stiff arm, due to displeasure, becoming even more sluggish. Really? Can we step aside to talk? Asked again. Please follow me. With a complicated mood, Tang Yuehua didn't think much and pulled a turn and walk upstairs. Bai Ji followed along. Qian Master. This ode has noticed Tang Yuehua's emotional changes. Ode Manager. I have a personal matter. Do not let anyone outside disturb me. Tang Yuehua instructed without looking back. Understood. Although Ode was full of doubts, he did not continue to ask. Moreover, with one child and one young woman, the Qian master should not be in any danger. On the third floor, in Tang Yuehua's room. After Bai Ji entered, Tang Yuehua hurriedly closed the door, turning to look at who was sitting on the chair. Where's Brother Hao? You weren't this anxious when your father died, were you? Surveyed the room, decorated in a cool color tone. Such an atmosphere indicated that Tang Yuehua was not as elegant and dignified as she appeared, and sometimes she even needed to rely on the environment to keep calm. Where's Brother Hao? Tang Yuehua asked again, her eyes slightly red. Frowned slightly, he died. Impossible. Tang Yuehua clenched her clothes, her voice trembling in denial. How do you know it's impossible? Back then, the Pope of the Spirit Hall was injured like that. Do you think someone who just broke through to a titled Douluo, could be in any better condition? Said lightly. Back then, Tang Hao relied on the enhancement of the 100,000-year spirit ring and the support of a pile of secret techniques from the Haotian sect to severely injure the proud Qian Xuanji. But he was also heavily injured from backlash. According to what Yue Guan revealed, at that time Tang Hao detonated his 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th 10,000 year spirit rings all at once and shouted a big Sumi hammer. The three titled Douluos at that time exerted their full strength to resist, but they were still severely injured. Just when they thought they would be counterkilled by Tang Hao, that guy disappeared. Recently, when encountering Tang Hao in Notting City, he sensed carefully that guy's injuries hadn't healed, and after 6 years, he had only reached level 92, having directly leveled up due to the sacrifice of the 100,000 year blue-silver emperor. Yet it took him 6 years to level up by just 1 level. This guy really hasn't trained at all. That's impossible. Brother Hao won't die. Tang Yuehua slumped to the ground. You're so concerned about that scum who doesn't care about you? If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have gone through that kind of thing that night, right? Even though this wasn't the first time saw Tang Yuehua like this, he still couldn't help but feel disgusted. Back then, for his own selfish desires, Tang Hao treated the Spirit Hall as a knife, not considering the consequences of his actions against the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and afterwards he directly hid away. Tang Yuehua's experience was all thanks to Tang Hao. He didn't think she couldn't see this point, but why was she still like this? What happened that night? I don't know what you're talking about. After being hit with the secret at her core, Tang Yuehua showed obvious panic but quickly calmed down. Stood up from the chair, walked in front of Tang Yuehua, slightly leaned forward, looked in her eyes, and said meaningfully, "How did the bed feel that snowy night?" Tang Yuehua's expression froze, her demeanor becoming even colder. I don't know what you're talking about. Can't understand? Then let me be more straightforward. Straightened up. You said if the Haotian sect, in order to establish a deal with the Tiando royal family, actually bound the current sect master's own sister to the bed that snowy night for stability. And this matter was planned and decided by the entire elder level of the Haotian sect, and the sect master Tang Xiao, as the elder brother, turned a blind eye to this, essentially tacitly agreeing, if this news were spread, would the mighty Haotian sect still have the face to stand? Tang Yuehua's body stiffened, completely stunned. How could this person know about this? This matter was only known to a few elders of the Haotian sect, and Shui, how could this child know? Your reaction really hasn't changed at all. Chuckled and patted Tang Yuehua's dazed face. In his previous life, he also used this matter to tease her, and the normally meticulous Moon Pavilion Master was just as stunned as she was now. What do you want? Tang Yuehua dared not be careless as it concerned the face of the Haotian sect. What do I want? Touched his chin. To be honest, he had an immature idea, but with his immature body, it could only remain an idea. However, that didn't stop him from teasing this big girl with a bad brain. With that thought, S face showed a playful expression he learned from the Avalanche Prince. Moonflower Pavilion Master, you wouldn't want this matter to spread. Creak. The tightly shut door suddenly opened, and a bewildered looked up at the prince, Xueqing, who appeared at the door at just the right moment. Just like in his previous life. What are you doing? Xueqing squinted his eyes, a flawless business smile on his face. S legs felt a bit weak as he stepped back, but after bumping into the tea table, his mind returned to the high ground. What does it have to do with you? Retorted. Damn. Reflex. After being cut off by Qianren Xue while flirting with girls for so long, he was now panicking at this momentum. It felt like being caught in an affair. What does it have to do with me? The smile on Xueqing's face had a strange quality. Little brother, did you just do something bad? Seeing the scene that gave him psychological shadows. Quickly hid behind by Ji. Don't wrong a good person. I didn't do anything. Damn, it's all Daoliu's fault. In his previous life, he had been beaten by Qian Renxue since he was a child. After being beaten too much, Qian Renxue developed a strange bloodline suppression over him. As long as this guy exuded this momentum, he felt weak. Damn, Qian Daoliu, you have caused me so much trouble. Chapter 83. Heartless and Ungrateful. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. Seeing his familiar reaction, Qian Renxue felt much better. After all, still reacted to her. At least it showed that this guy still had her in his heart. It was just because of the past events that had been cold towards her for the past 2 years. In any case, he seemed somewhat unwilling to interact with her. Prince, how did you end up here? For the sake of the Haotian sect's reputation, Tang Yuehua quickly suppressed her complicated emotions. This matter must not spread. Once it does, the Haotian sect will never lift its head again. Aunt Yuehua. Qian Renxue reached out to help the sitting Tang Yuehua up. Didn't we agree that my teacher and I would meet here? Tang Yuehua was taken aback. There was indeed such a matter. But because of Tang Hao's incident just now, she had forgotten. Sorry, I'll arrange a room for you right away. Slightly bowing, Tang Yuehua hurriedly left the room. In her overly tense state, she even overlooked how new Xue Qinghe. What do you want with her? Qian Renxue looked at Mou. She also knew about Tang Yuehua's secret, but she had no extra thoughts and didn't intend to use this secret for anything. After all, she had been undercover in Heaven-Do City for years, and her personal relationship with Tang Yuehua was quite good. She knew that behind this eternally dignified and elegant woman was an unknown sadness. Therefore, although Tang Hao could be considered half her father's enemy, she held no hatred towards Tang Yuehua. She was merely a victim abandoned by the Haotian sect. What does it have to do with you? Montague, hiding behind Bai Ji, spoke defiantly. Damn, that scared him to death. Qian Renxue frowned slightly. You shouldn't want to cause trouble with her, right? You should understand her situation. So it's best to take it easy. TSK. Mou clicked her tongue disdainfully. Taking it easy? How can those words sound so irritating coming from you? You can easily abandon the snake spear and the spirit beast Douluo who have protected you for 20 years, and even unhesitatingly sacrifice Yueguan and Gue Mei, who have worked for the Spirit Hall for decades, just to win over Tang San, who you know is an enemy. And you still say to take it easy? Do you have the right to say such things? To be honest, it's really disgusting to see heartless people pretending to be deep and loyal. Are you pretending to be your mother? Your mother is just as despicable. Seeing the undisguised disdain on Mou's face, Qian Renxue felt a pang in her heart. She really had no right to say such things, no matter what kind of pretense it was, in matters concerning the Heaven-Do Empire. Mou had indeed seen her cold-hearted side. Since then, Mou's attitude towards her had become increasingly indifferent, and even when her grandfather intervened, he only received a reply that indicated they were not on the same path. However, she was no longer the same now. Qian Renxue wanted to explain, but Mou didn't want to listen and directly pulled Bai Ji out of the room. Your Highness should invest his genuine feelings in someone more valuable. Don't waste them on me. I don't deserve it, Mou mocked. He was very clear about Qian Renxue's nature. It was all about interests. Don't talk about feelings. She didn't care. She didn't care about avenging her father, nor did she care about the numerous elders who had rushed to help the Spirit Hall. As long as someone had no utilitarian value or was of insufficient worth, she would unhesitatingly abandon them. Don't expect her to hesitate, let alone look back. Talking about feelings and loyalty with such a person? Have you lost your mind? For this family, he could only say that they are not a family and shouldn't enter the same door. Qian Daoliu, this old man who talks about loyalty, is completely an anomaly in his family. Qian Renxue stood frozen in place, exuding a low pressure that discouraged others from approaching. Why? She had never shown such ruthlessness towards Mou. Why had his attitude towards her changed so drastically after that incident? Was it wrong to use someone when it was beneficial and to discard them when it was not? Qian Renxue couldn't understand. Why? She seemed to treat him quite well, right? Beist in confusion. She had previously believed what the Ice Emperor said, that Mou's disdain for Bibi Dong and her daughter was due to his past grievances with them. But from her observations, it didn't seem to be the case. Quite well. Mou shook his head calmly. Having seen her ruthless side, I'm a bit scared. If one day I lose my value to her, will she also abandon me like that? After all, the loyalty I value is worthless in her eyes. And she has already demonstrated how easily she can discard something she has protected for over 20 years, and how she can casually abandon the hard-working elders of the Spirit Hall for profit. Mou sighed lightly. I'm a bit afraid. So I don't dare to get too close to such a person. What if I really get abandoned? And knowing what kind of person she is, it's still unconsciously keeping my distance. Don't I deserve it? I'm scared, so I want to keep a bit of dignity for myself. To preserve a bit of dignity for both of us. Even now, recalling Qian Rinchue's ruthless side, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Is there really someone in this world who can treat decades of loyalty as a bargaining chip and discard it at will? And that person can still maintain a demeanor of humility and respect? The emperor's tactics from movies and dramas in the past were actually witnessed by him firsthand. What an eye-opener. Feng Zhi, it's them. Just after meeting with Xue Qinghe, Chun Xian, and the others saw Mo and another person walking down from upstairs. The upstairs seemed to be the private area of the Moonflower Pavilion's owner, and Qinghe had just gone up to see Ning Fengzhi, looking thoughtful. How strange. The second and third floors are private areas of Tang Yuehua and are not open to outsiders. Xue Qinghe could go up because he has known Tang Yuehua for many years, plus his sister Xue, who comes here for simple etiquette lessons, so he could go up. But do these two know Tang Yuehua? But why haven't I heard of this before? Feng Zhi, they are leaving. Gu Rong interrupted Ning Fengzhi's thoughts. Ning Fengzhi came back to his senses, stood up, and walked towards Mou. Meanwhile, the ill-tempered Mou was blocked by the trio of troublemakers, and his face showed undisguised impatience. We want, this young friend, I would like to ask what your relationship is with the owner of the Moonflower Pavilion. Why haven't I seen you before? Ning Fengzhi, who was brushed off, showed no sign of displeasure and continued to speak in a gentle tone. Mou looked up, frowning slightly. What does it have to do with you? Is this your family business? Ning Fengzhi was taken aback. Since he became the head of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, this was the first time in so many years that someone spoke to him in such a tone and attitude. Usually, only his spoiled daughter would occasionally vent her frustrations like this, and now it was making him feel uncomfortable. Kid, didn't your family teach you to respect your elders? Gu Rong said unhappily. You guys look like you're old enough. Does this kid not even know the most basic respect for elders? Elders? Who are you? Montak Yuli Tartit. The only person who could claim to be an elder in front of him was Qian Daoliu. After all, that old man had truly raised him as his own for over a decade, so he could tolerate it if Qian Daoliu took advantage of him. But others? Were they? Just because they're older, they can act like elders in front of him? Di Tian, who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, treats him as a brother. What do these people, who have only lived for a few decades, count as? Gu Rong's expression froze. This kid reminded him so much of the angry Rong. Little friend, we're just curious, no ill intent. Ning Fengzhi pulled Gu Rong, signaling him not to make a fuss about age. Nowadays, children are very displeased with this kind of elder superiority. What does your curiosity have to do with me? The ill-tempered Mou directly pulled by Ji and changed direction to leave the Moonflower Pavilion. Ning Fengzhi. What a familiar feeling. This kid is so much like Rong. Gu Rong showed a strange expression. When little Rong was unhappy, Ning Fengzhi was also ignored like this. Sir Uncle, are you sure he has that kind of swordsman aura? Ning Fengzhi now seriously doubted Chun Xian's feelings. With his temper, he was just like his little ancestor at home. How could he be a swordsman? He had never seen such a swordsman in half his life. Chun Xian shook his head. It can't be wrong. The connection between swordsmen is never wrong. All right. Ning Fengzhi helplessly shook his head. He didn't understand these things. But that kid's demeanor was exactly the same as his little ancestors, and he didn't look like a swordsman at all. This can only say that one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Teacher, the depressed angel god Qian Rinchue went offline, and the current Qian Rinchue came online. Qinghe, do you know that kid from earlier? Ning Fengzhi held a glimmer of hope. A friend, Xue Qinghe admitted. They had already discussed Mou's identity before, and felt that was more appropriate to stand by her side when dealing with outsiders. After all, her mother had already caused quite a stir at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, making the various sects anxious. If another genius from the younger generation of the Spirit Hall were to appear, it was hard to guarantee that the top 3 sects and the 2 great empires wouldn't act out of desperation. The older generation no longer had hope, and if the younger generation also lost hope, under such pressure, these scheming individuals might really unite. Although the Spirit Hall was not afraid, there was no need to make enemies of a world. Another point she had mentioned was that in the last life, it was precisely because of their excessive methods that the public sentiment, which had previously stood by the Spirit Hall, was pulled over by the 2 great empires. Mou cursed for a good while, scolding her and her mother as idiots in front of so many people at Jialing Pass, and under such circumstances, it was strange for her to give Mou a good face. Friend? Ning Fengzhi felt a surge of joy. If he was friends with Xue Qinghe, then the possibility of having connections with the Spirit Hall would be much smaller. However, his temper is not very good, Xue Qinghe reminded, and it's unstable. Mou's temper was indeed very unstable and emotional. If he was unhappy, he would start cursing, and if that didn't satisfy him, he would start fighting, treating everyone equally regardless of age or gender. Ning Fengji and the others nodded. They had just witnessed this. That kid truly acted just like the little ancestor in their family. When happy, he was an angel, but when unhappy, even Ning Fengji, his own father, didn't get a good face. That you had just been respectful to the elderly and loving towards the young at the food street, but after coming down from upstairs, his expression was clearly off, and then they were confronted. However, from this perspective, Ning Fengji could deduce quite a lot. In a place like Tiando City, where the rich and powerful flourished, that kid still had a carefree demeanor. Moreover, he observed that the kid seemed quite intelligent, not some ignorant fool, which meant that the backing he had allowed him to ignore these things. Just like his own family member, relying on the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and her sword grandfather and bone grandfather, he acted quite arrogantly outside, and sometimes even relied on the affection from CursesQian and the others to act arrogantly toward his own father. Qinghe, do you know which family that kid belongs to? Qinghe brought Ning Fengji and the others to a private room in the Moon Pavilion. Not really clear, Qinghe shook his head. I only met him by chance 2 years ago, but Qinghe lowered his voice. Teacher, at that time, there were 4 titled Douluos by his side. Ning Fengji's expression stiffened. 4? Are there that many hidden titled Douluos on the continent? The woman who was with him just now was a healing type titled Daoliu. Qinghe continued. It's indeed exaggerated to talk about titled Douluos, but currently, there are no healing type titled Douluos on the continent. Even ahead of the 9-heart begonia is only a soul, Daoliu. The presence of a healing type titled Daoliu made Ning Fengji's expression grow heavier. If it were an ordinary titled Daoliu, he could barely accept it, but a healing type titled Daoliu? You must know that the training of healing type soul masters is far more difficult than that of support type ones. Even a healing type soul sage in the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is a distinguished guest. The Spirit Hall is no exception. Currently, the highest ranked healing type soul master publicly on the continent is the head of the 9-heart begonia, an 83rd level soul Daoliu. Even the Spirit Hall must treat that person politely, because healing type soul masters can genuinely save lives. They can bring you back even when you're left with just one breath. So what kind of family is this? They can actually support a healing type titled Daoliu? Fengji, it seems the situation is getting a bit complicated. Gu Rong's attitude also changed. Fortunately, they didn't act just now. A family that can support a healing type titled Daoliu must at least have combat type titled Douluos of the same level, because soul masters inevitably get injured during their usual training. Recovering from injuries takes a lot of time. If the injury is serious, it is quite normal to take a year or so to heal. However, having a strong healing type soul master would greatly reduce the time lost due to injuries. Under normal circumstances, if a soul master trains intensively for a week, they would need at least another week to recover, and sometimes even double the recovery time. The kind of unrestrained high-intensity training from the outside world places a huge burden on a soul master's body. It is a wrong training method that overdraws the future. It may seem diligent now, but the hidden injuries accumulated over the years will gradually manifest in future training. And many soul masters find themselves stuck at a certain level in their 40s due to excessive consumption in their youth. However, the existence of a healing-type soul master can perfectly solve these hidden injuries, not only reducing recovery time, but also allowing soul masters to train in their best condition forever. The Spirit Hall can attract so many talented soul masters, not only because of the good treatment they offer, but the key is that they have a large number of healing-type soul masters. On the surface alone, the Spirit Hall has more than 100 healing-type soul sages. You must know that even the Seven Treasures glazed tile school has only 5 healing-type soul sages. And it was only after Ning Fengji negotiated hard that they were brought in. Even so, it has already increased the training efficiency of the inner disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school by more than 3 times. A healing-type title Daoliu, even if they have just reached the threshold of title Daoliu, is worth at least as much as a super Daoliu, and a family that possesses such a healing-type title Daoliu must have strength that is absolutely not below that of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Chapter 85, Restoration. After another round of back and forth, knowing that Qinghe had developed a 2-year friendship with that child, Ning Fengji was increasingly satisfied with the student. To be honest, he didn't care about the rumors circulating before about the other princes being assassinated by Qinghe. After all, Power struggles in the royal family are inherently cruel. It's either you die or I die. Even the current old emperor, Shui, had a dozen brothers back in the day, but now only Prince Shuexing remains. Why? Were his brothers really short-lived? So, whether the matter of Shuexing's fratricide is just a rumor or not, as long as he doesn't admit it and maintains a good facade, it doesn't matter. A sentimental and loyal waste, or a ruthless prince? If it were ordinary commoners, they would naturally hope for the former, but in a royal family, the latter is the best choice. The current situation of the Tiando Empire is already not optimistic. Nobles in various places obey summons, but ignore proclamations, and some kingdoms are even beginning to imitate the Spirit Hall's actions to test the attitude of the Tiando royal family, which is completely different from the unity of the Xinghua Empire. If the next ruler of the Tiando Empire is still like Shui, a mediocre ruler who muddles through, then even without the threat of the Spirit Hall, this empire would be devoured by the Xinghua Empire. What the Tiando Empire needs now is a ruler with means. By the way, Qinghe, is that child a sword martial spirit? After inquiring about the family background, Ning Fengji began to confirm the swordsmanship issue that Chen Xin had mentioned earlier. Shuexing nodded. He indeed has a sword martial spirit. And at just 10 years old, he is already a soul zone. 8 years old is too exaggerated and inappropriate. 10 years old is more acceptable. A 10-year-old soul zone? X3 the three of them were stunned. Are you sure he is a soul zone, not a soul master? Found it hard to believe. At 10 years old, even if he had innate full soul power and awakened at 6, it had only been 4 years, which meant he had reached level 5 each year at most. Teacher, have you ever seen a soul master with 4 soul rings? Shuexing has said with a serious expression. The three of them were completely stunned by the mention of 4 soul rings. 4 soul rings meant at least level 40, which meant that child had risen 30 levels in 4 years. What kind of joke was this? Leveling up once every 2 months? Ridiculous. Could it be that he absorbed a soul bone? Gu Rong speculated. Ning Fengji was taken aback by this and nodded slowly. Indeed, if he absorbed a soul bone, it was possible to have such an unimaginable cultivation speed. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, 1,000 years ago, someone who awakened with innate full soul power and obtained their first soul ring was accepted as a disciple by the Pope and given an 80,000-year soul bone. After absorption, that person directly rose 5 levels on the spot. Therefore, if the records of the Spirit Hall are true, that MO, you must not only have many soul bones, but also they must be of high age. Most likely they are family heirloom soul bones, 80 to 90,000 years old, or even the legendary 100,000-year soul bones. No, Qinghe, was this matter about his soul sect a scheme of yours? Or did he tell you voluntarily? Ning Fengji said nervously. If this MO you really had level 40 cultivation at such a young age, once the outside world knew, they would definitely associate it with soul bones. The lure of benefits. A child possibly possessing so many high-age soul bones, even 100,000-year soul bones, would cause a commotion no less than the past battle between the Haoyin sect and the Spirit Hall. You told me about it a while ago, Shuexing has said. That SA relief. Yet, despite saying this, Ning Fengji's expression did not relax at all. If this was a scheme of Shuexing's, it could be said that the child S-guard was insufficient, but if he voluntarily mentioned it, it showed that the other party was very confident, completely unafraid of having their matters exposed. In other words, that kid might secretly have a super Douluo backing him. Upon this thought, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong exchanged glances, a chill rising in their hearts. It's good that they hadn't acted just now. Otherwise, if the 7 Treasures glazed sect hadn't been defeated by the Spirit Hall, they might have been ruined by themselves first. They didn't believe that a person who could absorb a large number of soul bones at such a young age would lack judgment. And the family willing to provide a large number of precious soul bones to a child must have considerable strength. We may have underestimated that kid's background, Gu Rong said with a solemn expression. Don't mention the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Even the Spirit Hall isn't so wealthy. The forces behind that kid, even if they couldn't match the Spirit Hall in influence, might very well be on par with the legendary Worship Hall in terms of tidal Douluo combat power. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare place a pile of soul bones on a small child. Seeing the reaction of Ning Fengji and the others, Qian Rinxue smiled inwardly. Indeed, a situation like MOUS couldn't be imagined without context, and once imagined, cautious people like Ning Fengji would think of even more. Now, these 3 had likely already envisioned a hidden sect that could rival the Spirit Hall. No, the fierce beasts around MOU can indeed dominate the continent. Ditian, Shuedi, and Xiong all had at least limit Douluo level combat power, without using divine power. Her grandfather had already admitted that even the weakest Xiong wouldn't guarantee victory. Additionally, Mou had mentioned that if they were in the extreme north ice field, Shui could even reach true demigod level, enough to easily defeat her grandfather, Tian. Looking at it this way, it was indeed amazing. Without divine intervention, Mou could walk across the entire continent. However, their opponent was a god. At the Tiando Royal Academy, after being interrupted by Qianren Xue, Mou temporarily lost the intention to tease Tang Yuehua and decided to handle some serious business first. He still hadn't dealt with Dugu Yin's soul ring. And had this girl's martial soul evolved yet? It should be possible to evolve, right? After all, the sweet potato golden dragon already had draconic traits. And the Bylin snake was a subordinate branch of dragons. Dugu Bo's Bylin snake emperor also already had some draconic traits, so Dugu Yin, who had consumed the sweet potato golden dragon, should be able to shed her snake skin. Why do I feel like you're experimenting on her? Bai Ji said curiously. Although Mou had the intention to compensate Dugu Yin for absorbing the soul bones and celestial herbs, she felt that Mou was more curious. He was curious if the sweet potato golden dragon could really allow the Bylin snake to evolve, rather than what the little girl imagined. How can this be considered an experiment? Montak Yuli tartet. An experiment must have certain risks to qualify, but there's no risk at all in having her absorb these things. It's purely beneficial. At most, it just satisfies my curiosity. He had already witnessed the effects of the Chua tulip, which could indeed allow the 7 treasures glazed tower, which had martial soul defects, to evolve into the 9 treasures glazed tower. However, that kind of effect he could also achieve. When he was at level 99, the healing ability of the angel martial soul had completely upgraded, even transcending the concept of healing to become restoration. This was also his